The mechanical engineer and king of soldiers, Su Hua, traveled to the Songpan Grassland, joining the Red Army in 1935. He gathered scattered soldiers and militia, and right from the start, he led Li Yunlong, Ding Wei, and Kong Jie out of the grassland, showcasing his exceptional abilities and winning everyone over. In preparation for the war against Japan, Su Hua decided to lead his troops to establish a new base independently. From 1935 to 1937, Su Hua established an independent regiment, developed military industry, strengthened the base, and recruited various talents, leading a group of over 200 to grow into a division. Li Yunlong also rose alongside him, transforming from a cook into a battalion commander with 1,000 men under his command. In 1937, the war against Japan broke out in full force. Su Hua's independent regiment shocked the 8th Route Army. Suddenly, a new legendary commander, known for his iron will and undefeated record in battle, emerged on the anti-Japanese front. From the battlefields against Japan to the Korean peninsula, Su Hua's troops instilled fear in the enemy. In 1955, when he was awarded a high military rank, Su Hua nodded slightly at the insignia, saying, "This rank is well deserved." Li Yunlong looked at his insignia and thought, it turns out following Su Hua leads to success. Chapter 1, Joining the Red Army in 1935? Are you crazy? Half a brain storage. This book has a fast pace, quick plot, and is very exciting and thrilling, yet also logical, so you'll need the other half of your brain for enjoyment. This book is set in a parallel universe, incorporating elements from various film and television worlds, meaning some time and place changes occur. Please don't hold it against the original work. However, I have tried my best to ensure a reasonable integration and introduction. The plot is purely fictional, please do not take it personally, and any similarities are purely coincidental. In 1935. August. Songpan Grassland. Where is this? A young man woke up in the grassland, looking around. How did I end up here? The young man's name is Su Hua. Before traveling, Su Hua was a member of the military engineering unit. He was a super mechanical engineer with the rank of colonel, responsible for the repair and maintenance of tanks, armored vehicles, and various artillery in the unit. Achieving the rank of colonel in military maintenance shows his exceptional skills. There's nothing Su Hua can't fix. From aircraft to tanks and artillery, even warships, he can repair them all. Being skilled in repairs naturally leads to development. Su Hua also participated in the development of many weapons. For example, the 40mm sniper howitzer was one of his masterpieces. Sniping? Impossible. Just look at the 40mm howitzer. Although a mechanical engineer, Su Hua's military knowledge is also impressive, with strong capabilities in various military aspects. After all, becoming a mechanical engineer is not easy. It's like the strongest in the army being the cook. Because only the strong can cook and prepare meals. The same goes for mechanical engineers. During a maintenance operation, an explosion occurred due to a teammate's error. When Su Hua woke up, he found himself in the vast grassland. Quickly regaining his senses, he stood up and stared blankly at the endless prairie. However, the immediate priority was to get out of this grassland. So, Su Hua began to move forward through the grassland with great difficulty. He didn't see anyone along the way. An hour later, Su Hua suddenly spotted a girl in tattered light blue clothing and a faded red star cap lying on the ground ahead. She had already fainted. Su Hua rushed over and shouted at the girl, "Wake up! Please wake up!" The girl showed no response. He then began to perform CPR and a series of first aid operations on her. After some effort, the girl regained consciousness. At this moment, Su Hua noticed her appearance. The girl was petite with an oval face, delicate features, and despite being unmade up and looking quite haggard, she was still quite pleasant to look at. The girl had potential. At first glance, she might not be an exceptionally stunning beauty, but she had a charming appeal. After some conversation, Su Hua learned that the girl's name was Zhou, and she was a clerk in the 120th Regiment of the Red Army, responsible for clerical work and conveying orders. Su Hua also realized he had traveled to the Songpan Grassland, where the army was currently crossing it. During this difficult time, Su Hua asked, "Zhou, are you all right now?" Zhou weakly waved her hand and said, "I'm fine. Thank you for saving me." "No problem." Su Hua looked at Zhou seriously and said, "I see you are a comrade of the Red Army. Can I join you?" Zhou was taken aback and said, "We are currently being pursued by the enemy. Do you still want to join us?" It's very dangerous. In Zhou Yu's view, Su Hua's action seemed a bit crazy. In 1935, the army was in its most difficult and darkest times. But she never expected the man before her would ask to join. This is somewhat akin to joining the Nationalist Army in 1949, Chapter 2, Crossing the Grassland with Old Li. Gathering scattered soldiers. Zhou Yu did not expect Su Hua to choose to join the army at this time. Su Hua smiled and said, "It's okay, I'm not afraid." As a traveler, Su Hua knew that joining the Red Army at this time was the best choice. Now that he had joined the army, he had sufficient qualifications. If his achievements and contributions were impressive enough, becoming a major general or lieutenant general in the future would be no problem. Su Hua was well aware of the historical situation of the army. Crossing the grassland was indeed a very difficult time. But he also understood the trend of history and the ultimate choice of the people, and naturally chose to join the Red Army, seeing Su Hua's sincerity. Zhou Yu nodded and said, "Okay, if you're not afraid, then come with us." Su Hua nodded, "Great. Now I'm also a member of the Red Army." Ha ha ha. Subsequently, Su Hua decided to lead Zhou Yu out of the Songpan Grassland. Along the way, Su Hua also discovered many Red Army soldiers who had gone missing in the grassland and managed to gather them into his ranks. These soldiers included those he saved from near death, those who were lost and returned to the ranks with his help, and those who voluntarily joined him to travel together. This series of actions and abilities left Zhou Yu utterly astonished. Is this a rookie?
Chapter 3, One Shot to Conquer Li Yunlong. Is this a new recruit? The Nationalist Army did not dare to enter the grasslands to pursue our troops, but deployed a considerable force in the Sichuan western area, after crossing the grasslands. If our troops were to cross the grasslands, they would fall into the ambush of the Nationalist Army. At this moment, the Ma family army was lying in ambush at the edge of the Songpan Grasslands. The Ma family army originated from the Hui people's uprising during the late Qing dynasty. And they have ruled the northwest region for many years based on family ties, blood relations, and religious beliefs, committing numerous atrocities. It can be said that the Ma family army is an important warlord force pursuing our troops. The biggest challenge our army faces now is the Ma family army. Hearing gunfire, Su Hua, Li Yunlong, and Zhu Yue immediately became tense. Zhu Yue asked Su Hua, "What should we do?" Su Hua thought for a moment and replied, "Let's go take a look." Following the sound of gunfire, they quickly arrived at a hillside, from where they could see a group of the Ma family army ambushing a unit of the Red Army. The battle was intense, with gunfire ringing out. This Red Army unit had just crossed the grasslands and only numbered a little over 100, while the Ma family army had more than 200 men. Chapter 4, Gathering the Iron Triangle of Jinsin Northwest. Women's Corps. Ding Wei, Kong Jie, and Li Yunlong were old comrades. However, Li Yunlong had more experience. When Li Yunlong was a squad leader, Ding Wei and Kong Jie were his subordinates. Seeing that they were safe, Li Yunlong naturally couldn't help but joke with them. Kong Jie saw a smile on Li Yunlong's face and said, "Old Li, it's you." Ding Wei also expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thanks to you this time, otherwise Kong and I would have been done for at the hands of this group of Ma family army." The bond of camaraderie among the three needed no further words. Li Yunlong pointed to Su Hua beside him and said, "The one who saved you is not me. I'm just a cook carrying a big pot." It was Su Hua, a new soldier, who just joined our army. However, if it weren't for Su Hua, we wouldn't have made it out of the grasslands. Let me tell you. Although Su Hua is a new recruit, his marksmanship is incredible. He is my lifesaver. At this point, Li Yunlong was beaming with admiration. A new recruit is that impressive. Ding Wei quickly saluted, saying, "Thank you, Comrade Su Hua, for your rescue. I am Ding Wei, the commander of the 3rd Battalion of the 102nd Regiment." Chapter 5, The Army. It's time for me to get rich. As a time traveler, Su Hua had watched both the new and old versions of Bright Sword. The biggest difference in the new version is the addition of a prequel about Li Yunlong's long march, where Zheng Fang is Li Yunlong's love interest during that period. Unexpectedly, He encountered her here. Interesting. Li Yunlong brought Zheng Fang to meet Su Hua and said, Comrade Zheng Fang, this is our current team leader, Comrade Su Hua. Su Hua. This is Comrade Zheng Fang, the instructor of the 1st Battalion, 3rd Company of our Women's Corps. We discovered that comrades from the Women's Corps were being pursued by Ma Yuanqing's militia during our reconnaissance and rescued her in time. Zheng Fang saluted Su Hua, saying, Hello. Comrade Su Hua. Su Hua nodded slightly and asked Zheng Fang, How is the situation with the Women's Corps? Zheng Fang's expression turned grave and sorrowful as she said, The situation with the Women's Corps is not optimistic. The entire unit has been scattered. The combat effectiveness of the Women's Corps was already poor. And with the pursuit of the Ma family army, it is likely that they are in grave danger. Su Hua's expression became serious. He wanted to comfort Zheng Fang, but didn't know how because this was the cruel reality of war. Chapter 6, Zhong Dupiao appears. Quick battle and resolution. The tall man denied the leader's judgment and said lightly, Chief, what are you talking about? I'm just a farmer. The leader sneered and said, You can't fool me. There's a mark on your head from wearing a military cap for a long time. Whether you are a Red Army soldier or not, we will find out after interrogation. Saying this, 2 soldiers pushed the tall man toward the town. This scene happened to fall into the eyes of Su Hua, Li Yunlong, and the others behind them. Before it was their turn to be searched, they unexpectedly encountered such a situation. As soon as Su Hua saw the tall man's face, he immediately recognized him. Isn't this Zhong Dupiao? How did he end up here? According to the plot of the TV series, Zhong Dupiao was originally a squad leader in the Dadao team under the 29th Army of the Northwest Army, participating in the famous Battle of Zhifengkou. Later, he left the army to look after his mother. However, when Zhong Dupiao returned to the village, his mother and the villagers had been burned to death by the Japanese, which filled him with rage and thoughts of fighting against the Japanese. Chapter 7, Getting Rich. The purpose of this surprise attack on Yangshupu town was to seize the army. As long as this army was taken out, Ma Yuanqing's militia would lack supplies and be unable to continue pursuing Su Hua and the other Red Army soldiers. Let's go take a look. Su Hua left Kong Jie behind to clean up the battlefield and quickly headed to the army. At this time, the battle at the army had already ended, and the soldiers were cleaning up the battlefield. Seeing Su Hua arrive, Li Yunlong grinned and said, Su Hua, we are getting rich. There's quite a lot of stuff in this army. Su Hua entered the army and immediately saw that there were indeed plenty of supplies. First, there were firearms and ammunition. The main weapons in the army were Hanyang rifles, along with a small number of Type 38 rifles. The Type 38 rifle is a good thing. Li Yunlong picked up a Type 38 rifle and grinned, saying, This gun is better than the Hanyang rifle. Although the Japanese aren't human, their rifles are good stuff. The Type 38 rifle was first produced in 1905. And many warlords in China had purchased a batch of Type 38 rifles from the Japanese, while domestic arms factories had also imitated them. Chapter 8, A Gift. Completely eliminate Ma Yuanqing. A gift? Zhu Huaye was taken aback, her face slightly flushed, and asked, What gift? Su Hua took out a Browning pistol from his pocket and handed it to Zhu Huaye, saying, I captured 2 Browning pistols during the surprise attack on the Yangshupu army. And I'm giving you one. The Browning pistol is compact, has low recoil, and is quite powerful, making it suitable for you. Zhu Huaye took the Browning pistol and played with it in her hand, feeling delighted with a slightly flushed face and a smile, saying, Thank you, Su Hua. I really like this gift. Su Hua replied, I'm glad you like it. On the other side, Zheng Fang saw Su Hua and the others return, her face bearing a smile, but there was a hint of melancholy. Li Yunlong noticed Zheng Fang's sadness and approached her, asking, Comrade Zheng Fang, what's wrong? Zheng Fang glanced at Li Yunlong, sighed slightly, and said, It's nothing. Actually, I also want to fight alongside you. Oh, I thought it was something serious. Li Yunlong said to Zheng Fang, "Comrade Suhua has said that it's not necessary to charge into battle to be revolutionary. You comrades in the Women's Corps are solving our logistical problems and daily issues, and that is also part of the revolution." Chapter 9, Preparing for the Anti-Japanese War. Developing independently, who agrees and who disagrees. There were quite a few troops stationed in Ma Yuanqing's regiment, as well as some other officers. However, Suhua already had a countermeasure in mind. With just a glance, his companions Li Yunlong and Zhong Dubiao dispersed, finding excuses to head towards the regiment's station troops and the regiment's officer staff. It was simple: once they moved, they would eliminate all these people. Everything had been meticulously planned by Suhua. He then led the two towards the command room of Ma Yuanqing's regiment. With a kick, Suhua opened the door. Inside were two people, Ma Yuanqing and his deputy, Ma Kuei. Suhua entered, saw the two, and directly sat across from Ma Yuanqing, asking, "Which one of you is Ma Yuanqing?" "I am." Ma Yuanqing cautiously replied upon seeing the middle-aged colonel in front of him, asking, "May I ask which division you are from?" Suhua replied leisurely, "I am Suhua, the new soldier of the Red Army. Your brother Ma Yuanmu, I killed. The arms depot in Yangshupu town, I burned it. How about that? Do you recognize me?" Upon hearing this, Ma Yuanqing and Ma Kuei's expressions changed drastically. Realizing the newcomer was not friendly, they hurriedly drew their guns to resist, but were restrained by two veteran soldiers. Chapter 10, Suhua foreshadows the anti-Japanese war. Advancing into the Taihang Mountains, Suhua had already analyzed the disadvantages and dangers of continuing to search for our army's main force. Now the decision lay with everyone, especially Li Yunlong, Ding Wei, Kong Jie, Zheng Fang, and others. No matter the outcome, Suhua intended to develop independently. "I agree." Zhu Yue was the first to stand up and express, saying, "Suhua, wherever you go, I will follow you. It must be the right choice." Li Yunlong also readily expressed, saying, "Suhua, no need to say anything else. I will follow you wherever you develop. Developing independently is a good choice." Old Ding and Old Kong, what do you think? Ding Wei and Kong Jie hesitated slightly. Suhua looked at everyone, who seemed a bit hesitant, thought for a moment, and then continued, "To be honest, based on my judgment of the current domestic situation, it won't be long before we may have a nationwide and national unified resistance. With the continuous infiltration and development of the Japanese invaders, the country is in a perilous situation. Therefore, for the great cause of the nation, I believe our army and the national government will soon unite to resist the Japanese invaders. So my independent development of a base is actually also in preparation for the anti-Japanese war." Chapter 11, Old Li's Ideal, a warm home with wife and children. After Suhua, Li Yunlong, Ding Wei, Kong Jie, Zhong Dubiao, and others adjusted their direction and marched toward the Taihang Mountains, they found the path opened up. Not only were there fewer pursuing enemy troops, but the road was also easier to navigate. They were no longer as disheveled as before. It became much easier, because the Ma family's army and the enemy could never have imagined that Suhua would go against the grain, not heading to the Shaanxi Ningxia base, but directly to the Taihang Mountains to establish a new base. Although they occasionally encountered enemy troops along the way, they posed no real threat. When the group was short on supplies, Suhua would randomly attack a landlord or ambush isolated enemy troops, easily acquiring supplemental supplies. Therefore, it could be said that Suhua was now leading the group with ample food and fully stocked ammunition. They were truly wealthy. At the same time, Suhua also recruited many patriotic young people along the way, inviting them to join our army. By October 15, 1935, with still half the journey to the Taihang Mountains ahead, Suhua and his group had not only maintained their numbers, but expanded to 300, adding dozens of new recruits. That day, during the march, Li Yunlong and Zheng Fang were chatting enthusiastically. After such a long time, everyone had become familiar with each other. Chapter 12, Crossing Western Sichuan. Buying medicine for Chen Xiaozui, Su Hua's plan was to safely pass through Sichuan province and then head northeast to reach the Taihang Mountains. Kong Jie nodded and said, "All right, let's take it easy while crossing Sichuan province. If we can avoid gunfire, we will." Su Hua, exactly, that's my requirement. Everyone nodded in agreement. Along the way, everyone was very obedient to Su Hua's commands because they trusted his judgment. After a short rest, the group, led by Su Hua, entered Western Sichuan, and after crossing Western Sichuan, they headed northeast toward the Taihang Mountains. Once they entered Sichuan province, they occasionally heard gunfire and even witnessed skirmishes between two small factions of warlords in Sichuan. Su Hua did not involve himself in such situations, treating it merely as a spectator. Thus, Su Hua led the group safely across most of western Sichuan without incident. The warlords in Sichuan did not even notice Su Hua and his group passing through their territory. By October 28, 1935, they were about to cross the complex warlord-infested area of western Sichuan, but at that moment, a small issue arose. Zheng Fang had a fever. Moreover, it was a high fever that wouldn't subside. If there were medicines, this wouldn't be a problem. Chapter 13, Is this a desertion? My regiment, my regiment. There are no cowards in the Sichuan army. This scene looks somewhat familiar, Su Hua thought as he watched Chen Xiaozui enter the reception center. But he couldn't confirm his guess. After all, it was 1935, not 1941. In the plot of the TV series, these people should appear in 1941. However, Chen Xiaozui's appearance here indicated that the whole parallel world was somewhat distorted. Or perhaps it was collapsing. The butterfly effect was too powerful. Seeing the words reception center, Su Hua wanted to follow, but was stopped by Zhu Yue. Zhu Yue, worried for Su Hua's safety, whispered, "Su Hua, this reception center doesn't look right. It's dangerous for you to go in recklessly." "It's fine." Su Hua signaled with a reassuring look, saying, "You wait for me outside, I'll go in and take a look." After saying that, Su Hua followed Chen Xiaozui into the reception center. Chen Xiaozui was just an ordinary girl, and had no idea Su Hua was following her. Inside the reception center, "Damn, these people are ruthless." Meng Fanla looked at his injured leg and said, "I feel like it's going to be useless." Nearby, Mi Long laughed and said, "Who told you to go steal noodle strips?" Chapter 14, Incorporating the Sichuan Army. Arriving at the Taihang Mountains. Half an hour passed. Su Hua looked at Long Wenzhong, Mi Long, Meng Fanla, and others, saying, "Everyone, what have you considered?" The scene remained quiet. After a moment, Mi Long was the first to step forward and came to Su Hua, saying, "Commander, I, Mi Long, trust you, as long as you can fight the Japanese." "I'll do anything." Su Hua nodded, "Good." As Mi Long stood up, Meng Fanla limped over to Su Hua and said, "Commander, do you want me, a cripple?" Su Hua smiled and replied, "That's a small matter." Following suit, the military Dr. Hao Shichuan, Bu La, A Yi, Dao Bing, Yao Ma, Shi Pigu, Kang Ya, Chen Xiaozui, and others expressed their desire to join my army and follow Su Hua to fight the Japanese. Of course, there were a few who were not very willing, but that was not important. This marked a group of Sichuan troops joining Su Hua's forces, which would become a formidable fighting force in the future. Finally, only Long Wenzhong had not made a statement. Long Wenzhong took a deep drag from his cigarette, threw the butt on the ground, stomped on it, walked up to Su Hua, and said, "Damn it, count me in." Su Hua extended his hand and shook hands with Long Wenzhong, saying, "Welcome." Chapter 15, Suppressing Bandits. We are the Red Army. Bang bang bang. The closer they got to Xinzhuang village, the more faint gunfire could be heard. Soon, Su Hua, Li Yunlong, Long Wenzhong, and others led their troops to meet Zhong Dabiao at the village entrance. Upon seeing Su Hua, Zhong Dabiao spoke up, "Su Hua, I just caught a bandit and got the information. This group of bandits comes from Heilongzai, and their leader is called Heilong. This time, over 100 of them came down the mountain, mainly armed with Hanyang rifles, while the rest are equipped with sabers and spears. And they also have a Browning Bar 1918 automatic rifle. At the village entrance, there were 2 corpses of villagers, clearly indicating that this group of bandits was extremely violent, committing arson, murder, and all kinds of atrocities. Well done, Zhong Dubiao. Su Hua murmured, I didn't expect these bandits to have a Browning Bar 1918. The Browning Bar was originally designed as an automatic rifle, using a 20-round magazine, with a firing rate of about 500 to 650 rounds per minute, lightweight and easy to carry. And many warlords used it as a light machine gun. Since they had figured out the situation regarding the bandits, Su Hua immediately ordered them to enter the village. Chapter 16, Establishment of the Taihang Mountain Base. The independent regiment is established. With Su Hua as the regiment commander, after the recent bandit raid and the actions of Su Hua and others, the villagers present could clearly distinguish between good and bad. When Su Hua introduced himself as a member of the Hongjun, Red Army, the local people felt a sense of security. Although our army had not yet established a base in the Taihang Mountains in 1935, other bases were not far from the Taihang area, and given our army's reputation, even the villagers in Taihang Mountain were aware of it. After listening to Su Hua's introduction, the villagers who had been squatting slowly stood up. One elderly man, over 50 years old, approached Su Hua and said, Commander, I am Yi Dahai, the village chief of Xinzhuang village. We villagers are grateful for your life-saving grace. Saying this, a crowd of villagers knelt down to Su Hua and others. This act demonstrated that the villagers of Xinzhuang village were grateful and appreciative people. Worth saving. Su Hua quickly helped Yi Dahai up, saying, Village chief, no need to be polite. This is what we should do because we are soldiers of the people. The word soldiers of the people resonated with Yi Dahai, perhaps touching his heart. Chapter 17, Restructuring and Developing the Independent Regiment. Taihang Mountain. Xinzhuang Village. Su Hua set up the headquarters of the Independent Regiment on a dirt slope 2 kilometers east of Xinzhuang Village. According to the map obtained from Zheng Fang, this location is easy to defend and hard to attack, making it strategically important. If they were besieged by the enemy, Su Hua could lead the main forces into the Taihang Mountains to conduct guerrilla warfare. After half a month of construction, the entire regiment headquarters was established, along with many defensive positions. Su Hua had managed to establish a foothold in the Taihang Mountains and set up a base. However, that was not enough. Su Hua needed to prepare for the war against Japan and get ready for the upcoming major battles. It was already mid-December 1935. And time was running out for Su Hua. He had to hurry to develop and strengthen his troops and upgrade their combat capabilities and weaponry. Otherwise, once the war broke out, the Japanese equipment would still be much stronger than that of the independent regiment. On December 17, Su Hua gathered Li Yunlong, Ding Wei, Kong Jie, Long Wenzhong, Zhong Dubiao, Zheng Fang, Zhu Ya, and others at the independent regiment headquarters. Once everyone was seated, Su Hua looked around at the group and said, Everyone, the reason for gathering you here today is to discuss an important matter. Chapter 18, Rising and Developing with Old Li. Su Hua glanced at Li Yunlong and finally fixed his gaze on Comrade Zheng Fang, saying, Comrade Zheng Fang, I am assigning you a task, to teach Li Yunlong to read and write. Li Yunlong, who came from a humble background, was skilled in combat, but severely lacked military tactical knowledge, and had a rough mindset. Therefore, it was essential for Li Yunlong to undergo systematic military training to enhance his abilities and military literacy, reducing the number of mistakes he made. Given Li Yunlong's qualifications and military achievements, if he made fewer blunders, he could at least be promoted to a major general in the future. In the TV series Liang Jian, Li Yunlong was only granted the rank of major general because he had made too many mistakes, including significant errors. such as defying orders in the Tsangyun Ridge battle, resulting in heavy losses for his troops. If it weren't for Li Yunlong's deep qualifications and numerous military achievements, he would have been executed long ago. Now that Li Yunlong was following Su Hua, he naturally hoped for Li Yunlong to develop well and eventually achieve the rank of Major General. Learning to read and write was the first step. What? Learning? Upon hearing that he had to study, Li Yunlong felt overwhelmed and quickly shook his head, saying, "No, no, no, Commander, I'm not cut out for studying. I can't even recognize a single character." He dropped his shoulder, admitting, "I know my level, you can let me march and fight, but studying is definitely not for me. Whether you like it or not, you have to do it." Su Hua said seriously, "Old Li, if you want to become a qualified and excellent commander, you must study. Do you want to go back to the cooking class and carry big pots? Besides, don't you trust Comrade Zheng Fang's abilities? She will definitely teach you well." Zheng Fang, standing beside them, confidently added, "Commander, my education is not high, but I graduated from junior high. Captain Li, you must believe in my abilities. I will definitely teach you to read and write." Zheng Fang, a junior high school graduate, was considered highly educated in this tumultuous era. Teaching Li Yunlong was more than sufficient. Moreover, Su Hua understood both Li Yunlong and Zheng Fang. He figured only Zheng Fang could manage Li Yunlong. Su Hua looked at the two and said, "It's settled then, Old Li, you will study hard with Comrade Zheng Fang from now on. In the future, we will also need to learn military strategy, military thought, and professional command tactics." Li Yunlong hung his head and replied sulkily, "Yes." Su Hua watched the backs of Li Yunlong and Zheng Fang as they left, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. If the plot development continues like this, it is estimated that we will soon be able to toast to Li Yunlong's wedding. Old Li is cultured, and his combat power has doubled. Su Hua wants to help Old Li rise and develop, which is why he encouraged Li Yunlong to learn some knowledge and culture, otherwise he would just be a reckless man. Now that the development outline for the independent regiment and the Taihang mountain base has been set, the next step is to recruit soldiers. Each battalion has begun recruiting from the surrounding villages. Xinzhong village, as the headquarters of the independent regiment in the Taihang mountain base, sees Su Hua personally overseeing the recruitment in Xinzhong village. With the help of Yi Dahai, all the villagers, young and old, gathered in the square of Xinzhong village. Su Hua and Zhu Yue stood on a platform. Once everyone had gathered, Su Hua looked out at the crowd and began his speech, "Everyone. Today you are gathered here for one purpose, and that is to recruit soldiers." Chapter 19, Recruitment. Everything is under Su Hua's control. Su Hua looked at the villagers and said, "Now, warlords are fighting, and the people are suffering. The Japanese invaders have occupied the northeast, and our country is in ruins. The nation is in a dark and chaotic era. We need a light to shine in this dark time, and our army is that light. We are the people's soldiers. Join our army, and let us fight against this old world together. This is not only a fight for the country, but also for ourselves. Enlisting is not just about defending the country, it is also about protecting our families, homes, and ensuring that our children have a future." After a pause, Su Hua continued, "Now, the Japanese invaders occupy the 3 northeastern provinces, and are constantly advancing toward our North China. At this rate, they will soon reach our doorstep. Villages. The enemy is burning, killing, and looting, and our relatives and compatriots are suffering. Now is the time to stand up. Take up arms, defend our country, our land, and our families." Su Hua's passionate speech moved the villagers present. Chapter 20, Humanly. Hearing the sound of horses being reined in, the middle-aged man and the young woman in the carriage felt a jolt, swaying left and right due to inertia. Soon, after stabilizing themselves, the middle-aged man looked at the young woman with concern and said, "Manli, are you okay?" "I'm fine, brother." The girl named Manli waved her hand and said, "But why has the carriage stopped?" The middle-aged man's name is Yu Chao, a Hunan embroidery merchant. The girl's name is Yumanli, and she is Yu Chao's sister, though not by blood. As soon as they settled down, they heard shouting from outside, "People in the carriage, listen up. Get out now, or I'll smash this broken carriage to pieces." Upon hearing this, Yu Chao realized they might be encountering bandits, so he said to Manli, "Manli, stay inside the carriage. I'll go out and take a look." Manli, anxious and worried, whispered, "Be careful, brother." "Okay." Yu Chao nodded and stepped out of the carriage. He saw more than a dozen bandits with various outfits surrounding the carriage, with the leader having a full beard and looking rather fierce, resembling Li Kuei. Chapter 21, Background and Encounter. Since Yu Manli and her brother were being robbed by bandits, Su Hua naturally would intervene. At that moment, on the mountain path, Li Fei looked at Yu Chao protecting Yu Manli and immediately lost his patience. Wearing a self-satisfied yet lecherous smile, he said, "Little sister, it's not that I'm unreasonable, it's your brother who's unreasonable. If that's the case, then don't blame me for being ruthless." Upon hearing this, Manli became anxious and quickly said, "No, don't kill my brother. I'll go with you." But Yu Chao blocked Manli. "No, Manli, you can't go with them. Enough of this nonsense." With that, Li Fei raised his Mauser pistol to shoot at Yu Chao. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a gunshot rang out. But it wasn't Li Fei's gun that fired, it was Su Hua's shot. Bang! A crisp gunshot echoed, and Li Fei's arm suddenly had a bloody hole appear. "Ah!" he cried in pain, and the Mauser rifle fell from his hand. In the next moment, Su Hua fired a second shot. Bang! Chapter 22, Army. Red Merchant. Yu Chao was extremely grateful to Su Hua. If it weren't for Su Hua's timely intervention, both Yu Chao and Yu Manli would have faced a dire fate. This kindness Yu Chao would remember. Now that he heard Su Hua needed help, he naturally felt it was his duty and quickly said, "Commander Su, what do you need? Please tell me." Su Hua looked at Yu Chao and slowly said, "Boss Yu, to be honest, our regiment is establishing a base here to prepare for the war against Japan. Now that the Japanese invaders have occupied our 3 northeastern provinces, and are ambitiously encroaching on our North China and East China regions, the war will inevitably break out. To win this war, we must plan and develop in advance." Speaking of the Japanese, Yu Chao's expression turned angry as he said, "The Japanese are indeed despicable. They deserve to be exterminated. Anything related to the war against Japan, I, Yu Chao, will not hesitate to help because I am also a part of this country. Boss Yu, your understanding of righteousness is admirable." Su Hua had laid the groundwork, so he then said, "I plan to purchase some industrial equipment, such as lathes, machine tools, milling machines, drilling machines, and planers." Chapter 23, The Unruly Landlord. Zhu Yue even cursed. Soon, Su Hua and Zhu Yue brought people into Xinzhong village. At this moment, the big landlord Wang Defa was leading his thugs and servants, collecting rent from household to household. The villagers on the outskirts of Xinzhong village had been forced to pay rent by him, so Su Hua arrived at Old Zhong's house to understand the situation. Upon seeing Su Hua, Old Zhong immediately knelt down, as if he had seen a savior, saying, "Commander Su, you must save us." Su Hua quickly helped Old Zhong up and said, "Old Zhong, what's going on? Tell us clearly." To be honest, Su Hua initially thought that the land in Xinzhong village belonged to the villagers themselves. Since the land at the foot of the Taihang mountain is not fertile and there are no plains, most of it consists of terraced fields. However, he did not expect that there were landlords for these fields, and it seemed there was only one big landlord. Old Zhong quickly said, "Commander Su, you don't know. This Wang Defa is simply inhuman, he's worse than a beast. This landlord is so heartless that he doesn't let people have a way to survive." Chapter 24, Fight the Landlord, Divide the Land. Originally, one of our army's main policies was land reform, fighting against big landlords and distributing land. This is important for stabilizing the basic support of the common people. The support of the masses is crucial. Now, Wang Defa's actions are infuriating and make Su Hua and Zhu Yue grit their teeth in anger. At this moment, Wang Defa is leading his servants and gunmen to collect rent from house to house. If the tenants cannot pay, they will have their belongings taken, and chickens, ducks, geese, and dogs can all be used as cheap deductions from their rent. If that is still not enough, the only option left is to force the villagers to sign high-interest debt notes. In short, it's a matter of extortion. Wang Defa does not care about the lives of these common folk. In no time, the entire Xinzhuang village is in turmoil. At this moment, in one farmer's home in Xinzhuang village, Wang Defa has ordered his men to clear out all the belongings of this farmer, leaving no eggs behind. After emptying the farmer's home, Wang Defa's gaze falls on the farmer's daughter. She is still a little girl, around 14 years old. A lecherous smile appears on Wang Defa's face as he looks at the farmer and says, "Old Liu, your girl is quite pretty and delicate." Chapter 25, The Independent Regiment is fully staffed. Perhaps seeing the wickedness of Wang Defa, the big landlord, Zhu Yue thinks all landlords are equally despicable and wishes to kill them all. Filled with murderous intent, Su Hua looks at Zhu Yue and says, "Zhu Yue, don't be so bloodthirsty. We need to use some tactics to promote land reform. There will inevitably be some landlords who will resist strongly when we forcibly reclaim land from them. For these landlords, we mainly have two ways to deal with them. First, if a landlord usually abides by the rules and has not committed any major offenses, we certainly cannot kill them. Instead, we should persuade them emotionally and rationally, using all means to reclaim the land and promote land reform. Second, if these landlords usually commit heinous acts like Wang Defa, then it's easy to deal with. Just execute them. Such big landlords deserve it. We must have different methods of dealing with each landlord to ensure that our land reform can be steadily and smoothly implemented." Zhu Yue nods and says, "I understand. I thought all landlords were as despicable as Wang Defa." Chapter 26, Rising with Old Li. The 3-3 Tactic. A full drill for the entire regiment. The 3-3 tactic is the most classic infantry assault tactic in our army. As a time traveler, Su Hua naturally wants to compile this tactic into a manual so that all soldiers can quickly master it and reduce casualties and losses during attacks. Ding Wei looks at Su Hua and asks, "Commander, what is the 3-3 tactic?" Su Hua briefly explains. The 3-3 tactic involves 3 people, or 3 small groups forming a triangular formation for attack. For example, a squad can be divided into 3 combat groups, an assault group, a fire support group, and a support group. The assault group is a fierce group responsible for the frontal attack. The fire support group operates on the flanks, using light machine guns and other automatic weapons to suppress enemy fire points. The support group is responsible for combat support and reinforcements. Each group maintains a distance of about 10 to 20 meters to avoid enemy artillery strikes and coordinate combat based on the battlefield situation. This is much better than launching a chaotic attack and charge, greatly reducing casualties. The 3-3 tactic is especially suitable for close combat and night battles, thus being hailed as the essence of light infantry tactics. Chapter 27, The Base Area Expands. The army equipment arrives. The contributions of the Red Merchant Yu Chao. During more than a month in the Taihang Mountain base, Yu Manli has grown significantly, transforming from a fragile girl into a spirited female soldier. During this time, Yu Manli has also participated in military training to enhance her military skills and combat effectiveness. At this moment, Yu Manli is filled with hatred. Hatred for the Japanese devils. Hearing Su Hua's question, Yu Manli slowly speaks, "In this world, my brother is my last relative. Although we are not blood relatives, he is even closer than a biological brother." Su Hua nods, "I estimate your brother will be coming to the base soon. When that happens, he will definitely say you have completely changed. Indeed, Yumanli has changed inside and out. Her spirit has transformed. She has become a soldier. At this moment, on the training ground, the sounds of shouting during training rise and fall. Every soldier is fully engaged in their training. Li Yunlong, Ding Wei, Kong Jie, Long Wenzhong, Zhong Dabiao, and others are excitedly watching their troops show significant improvement in combat effectiveness, which makes them very happy. The combat effectiveness and spirit of the troops can be seen with the naked eye. Now, the entire independent regiment admires Su Hua even more. Chapter 28, The Taihang Army is completed. Practice drills against bandits. Su Hua has always wanted to create an army, as he has not fully utilized his skills as a mechanical engineer. Yu Chao helped Su Hua purchase a large number of machines and equipment, making the establishment of the army possible. His contributions are certainly not small. Yu Chao humbly says, "It's just a small effort. As a fellow countryman, I should contribute a little." After some pleasantries, Su Hua begins to organize the soldiers to transport these machines and equipment, allowing Yu Chao and Yumanli to catch up. Because there are quite a few items, the entire transportation process takes a considerable amount of time. Afterwards, Yu Chao's gaze falls on Yumanli beside him. Upon seeing her, he is taken aback. Wow, Yumanli's entire demeanor has changed inside and out. At this time, Yumanli is wearing a light blue military uniform, with a military cap, her face losing some softness and gaining more determination, her military aura highlighted, radiating confidence. Yumanli excitedly calls out, "Brother." Her voice is still so affectionate. Manli, Yu Chao looks at Yumanli in astonishment and says, "You've changed a lot." "Of course." Yumanli proudly replies, "I am now a soldier." Chapter 29, Exterminating Bandits. Li Yunlong attacks He Yun's High. Using bandits for military drills is a way to test training success. Although it seems somewhat overkill, it is actually quite suitable. Most of the independent regiment consists of new recruits who have never killed anyone. If they are thrown into high-intensity warfare right away, the casualties would likely be significant, and the new recruits would struggle to adapt to such intense combat. Thus, they need to start with something manageable. Hearing that there is a battle to be fought, everyone present is eager to jump into action, especially Li Yunlong, who hasn't fought in a long time and is itching for a fight. After a pause, Su Hua continues, "This time, when we exterminate the bandits, we need to pay attention to some matters. First, for those bandits who commit heinous acts, we must eliminate them without leaving a single one behind and thoroughly resolve the bandit problem. Second, for those bandits who rob the rich to help the poor and haven't done much wrong, we will adopt a policy of amnesty and incorporation. If we can recruit them, that would be the best. Even if they cannot be recruited, we must issue a warning to ensure they do not harm the common people. Do you understand?" "Yes." Everyone present responded loudly. Then, Su Hua distributed information about some nearby bandits to each battalion, assigning them the task of eliminating them. Chapter 30, The Destruction of He Yun Village. Li Yunlong, who made a small profit, said the independent regiment has artillery. However, it is only mortars. These mortars were brought over from the Songpan Grasslands after attacking the Ma family army. Therefore, there are only 4 mortars, with each battalion having 1 mortar, and each equipped with only 3 shells. The quantity is limited. He Yun village is strategically important, with the most dangerous point being the check light machine gun at the entrance. One machine gun directly blocks the road up the mountain. Therefore, to capture He Yun village, we must eliminate the gunner at the high point. Soon, a simple-minded fat man named Wang Chengzu, holding the precious mortar, jogged to Li Yunlong and said, "Battalion commander, did you call for me?" Li Yunlong pointed to the machine gun tower at the top of He Yun village and said, "Juzi, do you see that machine gun tower? Your task is to take out that bandit gunner with 1 shell, do you understand?" Wang Chengzu gave a thumbs up, measured it for a moment, and nodded, "I understand." No problem. Li Yunlong patted Wang Qingzhu's shoulder and said, Juzi, you know our shells are precious. If you take out that gunner with one shell, I'll treat you to sweet potato liquor. Chapter 31, Recruiting Qingfeng Village and Zhu Ziming. Su Hua's headache. Qingfeng Village is a group of righteous bandits who rob the rich to help the poor and eliminate harm to the people. The entire village has more than 300 people. Therefore, Su Hua instructed Ding Wei that the policy towards Qingfeng Village is to recruit and win them over. Ding Wei is also a courageous person, coming to Qingfeng Village for negotiations without carrying any weapons. Thus, Ding Wei sat down with the village chief of Qingfeng Village, Zhu Ziming, to negotiate properly. First, Ding Wei introduced the policies, beliefs, goals, and related thoughts of our army to Zhu Ziming. Then he introduced the situation of the independent regiment and preparations for resisting Japan. Naturally, Zhu Ziming is aware of the independent regiment, which has always been a good troop for the people. After some exchange, Ding Wei invited Zhu Ziming and the righteous bandits of Qingfeng Village to join the independent regiment. After listening to Ding Wei, Zhu Ziming rubbed his bald head, looking quite embarrassed, and said, Battalion Commander Ding, I, Zhu Ziming. Thank you and Commander Su for thinking highly of us bandits. But you should also understand that we bandits are used to being disorganized and cannot stay in the army. I'm afraid I will cause trouble for your regiment with my brothers from Qingfeng Village. Ding Wei looked at Zhu Ziming and said, You don't need to worry about that, Chief Zhu. Commander Su and I value you very much, which is why we specially invited you. Chapter 32, East Asia Tunguen Institute. Yu Manli's potential as a spy. Additional update, right now. Su Hua's most pressing issue is the raw materials for the Taihang army. A clever woman cannot cook without rice. Without enough raw material supply, it is difficult for the Taihang army to produce weapons and equipment on a large scale. At most, they can only repair some guns and cannons, which won't have much effect. At this moment, Yu Manli brought back a small Japanese soldier at the headquarters of the independent regiment. Yu Manli and Kong Jie walked in, pushing a young man dressed simply behind them. Kong Jie approached Su Hua and reported, grinning, Commander, we caught a big fish. Su Hua's gaze fell on the young man and asked, Big fish? Yes. Kong Jie turned around and kicked the young man, saying, Speak up, you mute. The middle-aged man glanced at Su Hua and said, I have nothing to say. I am not a spy, you should let me go immediately. Hey! Kong Jie looked at Su Hua and said, Commander, don't be fooled by this kid speaking authentic Huaxia language. He is actually a little Japanese. Little Japanese? Su Hua became interested, sizing up the young man, then turned to Kong Jie and asked, What is going on? Chapter 33, The Lost Li Daban Shi. Returning to the organization. At this moment, Yu Manli was not yet a professional spy, so she did not know what the East Asia Tunguen Institute was. However, seeing Su Hua's smile, she knew that this little Japanese was not simple and could bring considerable benefits to the independent regiment. Su Hua smiled and said, Our Taihang army is ready for production, but lacks raw materials. We lack some mineral resources to refine raw materials, making it difficult for the army to achieve output and scale. The East Asia Tunguen Institute is a spy organization that collects information about our country's minerals, rivers, forests, terrain, and other resources in preparation for the upcoming large-scale invasion. This Yamashita Ichiro and others are responsible for resource exploration around the Taihang Mountains. As long as we obtain the information they have, we will know the locations of various mineral areas, which will solve our resource problem. Kong Jie suddenly understood, so that is how it is. But we haven't collected much valuable intelligence from him. Su Hua smiled and said, He may not have it on him, but his team definitely does. Chapter 34, The Little Japanese Making a Wedding Garment for Su Hua. Odaogu is the only way from Batu County to Yangchuan County train station. The vehicles of the Sakura Chamber of Commerce must pass here after leaving Batu County. making it a necessary route to the train station. Su Hua, Yu Manli, and others were waiting in ambush, ready for the Sakura Chamber of Commerce's vehicle to pass by. The next day, around 9 o'clock, a black car appeared on the road of Ideogu. The car is coming. Su Hua, Yu Manli, and Li Daban. She stood directly in the road. The car showed no intention of stopping, instead, it accelerated. Vroom vroom. Speeding up. Seeing this, Su Hua, Yu Manli, and Li Daban, she pulled out their guns and shot. Bang bang bang. Their shooting was accurate, hitting the driver's seat directly. Crash! The bullets shattered the front windshield, instantly taking out the two little Japanese sitting in the front. The car lost control and crashed into the nearby dirt slope. At this moment, the two little Japanese in the back seat got out to counterattack, but Su Hua's guard team, which he had brought, was lying in ambush in the nearby grass. Chapter 35, Copper-coated steel bullets and smokeless powder solve the bullet shortage problem. After a flurry of work by Su Hua, smokeless powder and copper-coated steel bullets were finally developed. That day, Su Hua gathered Kong Jie, Li Yunlong, Ding Wei, Long Wenzhong, Zhong Dabiao, Zhu Ziming, Li Daban Shi, and others at the training range. Several Hanyang rifles were placed on the range, with several bullets beside them. Li Yunlong looked at the bullets and exclaimed in surprise, "Commander, these are new bullets." Su Hua nodded, "Yes, this is the first batch of bullets produced in our Taihang Mountain Army. Today, we let you test the guns to see the quality of these bullets." Without further ado, everyone picked up their guns and loaded the bullets to try them out. Bang bang bang. A series of gunshots rang out. The target 100 meters away was hit accurately. After the gunfire, Li Yunlong couldn't help but exclaim, "Commander, these bullets are a bit different. There's much less smoke." Ding Wei realized this and looked at Su Hua. "Commander, could these be smokeless powder?" Smokeless powder burns more completely and stably than black powder, so it doesn't produce a lot of smoke and residue that could affect the gun barrel's performance. Chapter 36, The Independent Regiment surpasses 2,000 in numbers. Gold mine. It was early June 1936. At this time, the smokeless powder copper-clad steel bullets from the Taihang Mountain Army had started production. Meanwhile, the strength of the independent regiment had also surged. After suppressing bandits and recruiting, the independent regiment finally broke through 2,000 personnel. This had already strengthened the regiment's structure. After the expansion of the independent regiment, Su Hua added a 5th battalion, mainly established from Zhu Ziming's Qingfeng Zhai, along with other recruited bandits, among whom Li Daban was appointed as deputy battalion commander in the 5th battalion. Li Daban, with his rough demeanor, fit in well with these bandits. Thus, the entire independent regiment now had 5 main battalions, the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th battalions, along with the combat troops of the regiment's headquarters and logistics units, etc. In just half a year's time, the independent regiment had grown from over 500 to more than 2,000, which is a very fast rate of development. After all, this was under Su Hua's leadership without any support. Going from 0 to 1 is the hardest part. But going from 1 to 100 is much easier. With over 2,000 personnel, the subsequent development and expansion of the independent regiment became much easier. Chapter 37, Taking Wanqing Town. Multiple gains. There was actually a gold mine within Wanqing Town's sphere of influence. This must be taken. As the strength of Su Hua's independent regiment continued to expand and develop, coupled with the operation and production of the army, the military expenses required were enormous. The Taihang Mountain base could not meet this need, so substantial military funding was necessary. A gold mine was a great choice. The Wanqing Town Security Regiment originally had only over 1,000 personnel, but as the independent regiment's anti-bandit actions began, many notorious bandits, in order to avoid being wiped out by the independent regiment, fled to join the Wanqing Town Security Regiment. As a result, the Wanqing Town Security Regiment's numbers surged from over 1,000 to about 3,000. The security regiment is similar to a militia force within the Jinsui Army's operational system. Essentially a rabble. Most of the security regiment lacked significant combat capability. They were licensed bandits, who usually engaged in violence and looting in the countryside. The leader of the Wanqing Town Security Regiment was named Song Yuan. This guy was spoiled and indulged since childhood, leading a very dissolute and rogue life, and grew up to become a local bandit. After some maneuvering, he became the leader of the Wanqing Town Security Regiment, which was also composed of bandits, ruffians, and thugs. Chapter 38, Base Development and Expansion. The Flying Thunder Cannon and the 56 Type Semi-Automatic Rifle debut. As the independent regiment stormed into Wanqing Town, the security regiment was thrown into chaos, losing their positional advantage, and naturally could not withstand the powerful independent regiment. Bang bang bang. Gunfire erupted in the town. The resisting security regiment's bandit militiamen fell one after another. Besides surrendering, there was no other way out. Song Yuan led the remnants to stubbornly resist at the regiment's headquarters. However, it didn't last long. Soon, Li Yunlong led the 1st Battalion to successfully storm the headquarters, capturing Song Yuan and bringing him directly before Su Hua. "Let me go." Song Yuan shouted in front of Su Hua, saying, "I am the militia regiment leader, part of the Jinsui army system. What are you doing to me? The Jinsui army will not let you go." Su Hua watched coldly and smiled faintly. "Do you think I would be afraid of the Jinsui army? You? As a militia leader, I'm just a bandit leader. You know well how many crimes of violence and looting you've committed. Killing you is no loss." After saying that, Su Hua waved his hand. "Take him away and execute him." "All right." Li Yunlong immediately took Song Yuan away for execution. Chapter 39, Testing the Gun. Performance shocks old Li. Bonus chapter. The 56 Type semi-automatic rifle may lag behind the AK-47 somewhat, but in 1936 and even for the next decade, it was considered an advanced rifle. As an old soldier, Li Yunlong looked at the rifle and felt it was not simple. He couldn't wait to test it. Su Hua looked at Li Yunlong and reminded, "Of course, you can try it, but pay attention to the recoil." "Commander, aside from that," Li Yunlong said while loading the magazine with bullets, "Old Li has traveled far and wide, using all kinds of guns. This is just a small rifle, no big deal." Su Hua smiled and continued, "By the way, Old Li, this is a semi-automatic rifle. Pulling the trigger once fires a bullet. There's no need to repeatedly bolt and chamber, which effectively increases shooting efficiency and firepower density." Li Yunlong nodded, "Understood." Soon, the bullets were loaded. Li Yunlong raised the gun and aimed at a stone 100 meters away. "Aim. Pull the trigger." Bang! The shot rang out. The stone target 100 meters away was instantly shattered. Chapter 40, Chu Yunfei's territory. Surrounding Su Hua's independent regiment. The 56 Type semi-automatic rifle is an excellent classic rifle. Su Hua thought for a moment. This rifle was finalized on July 7, 1936, so let's call it the 77 Type semi-automatic rifle, nicknamed Ghost Slayer. The 77 Type semi-automatic rifle is named not only because it was finalized on July 7, but also because Su Hua wanted to remember this day, which marked the beginning of the full-scale invasion by the Little Devils. As for the nickname Ghost Slayer, it is even more obvious. To annihilate all the Little Devils with this rifle, hence the abbreviation Ghost Slayer. Li Yunlong looked at the 77 Type semi-automatic rifle in his hand and nodded repeatedly. Not bad. The 77 Type semi-automatic rifle is definitely a good weapon for killing enemies. It's incredibly powerful. This is truly the strongest weapon equipment I've ever seen. A 77 Type semi-automatic rifle made Li Yunlong become a little fan of Su Hua. Subsequently, Kong Jie, Ding Wei, Zhu Ziming, Long Wenzhong, Li Deben, And others learned that Suhua had developed the 77 type semi-automatic rifle, and they all wanted to test it. Thus, everyone was amazed by the power and performance of this gun. It's truly too strong. Chapter 41, Yang Laoxi's Moderate Way of Life. Abandoning the encirclement, discovering the Rainbow Army in the Taihang Mountains made Yang Laoxi pause slightly. Aren't they all in northern Shaanxi? How could they appear here? Yang Laoxi's heart sank, and he frowned as he looked at Zhao Daiwen and asked, "What's going on? How could the Rainbow Army appear in our territory?" Zhao Daiwen handed Yang Laoxi the telegram from the 358th Regiment and said, "Commander, look. This is a telegram from the 358th Regiment. According to the telegram, an independent regiment has established a base in the Taihang Mountains. And it is said that they have also set up an arms factory. The base is continuously expanding and encroaching on parts of the 358th Regiment's defense area. It is estimated that this regiment was established in our Taihang Mountains after getting separated from the main force during the Long March. An independent regiment." Upon hearing this, Yang Laoxi's previously furrowed brows relaxed, and he smiled faintly, saying, "An independent regiment won't stir up much trouble. The Jinsui army has hundreds of thousands of troops. And they were once warlords competing with Baldi for supremacy." Yang Laoxi did not take the independent regiment seriously. In his view, the independent regiment had become meat on his plate. Chapter 42, Game of Strategy. The independent regiment can fight against two divisions of the Jinsui army. The time was now August 1936. There were 11 months left until the full-scale War of Resistance, and 12 months until our army restructured into the 8th Route Army. The time for fighting against the Japanese was drawing near. One day, Zhu Yue came to report to Suhua, saying, "Report, Commander. Recently many scouts from the Jinsui army have appeared in our base. It seems they are monitoring us." Suhua was not surprised by this result, with the increasing influence of our base and the expansion of our troops. It is not surprising that the Jinsui army is paying attention to us. Zhu Yue was a bit worried, "Commander. Do you think the Jinsui army will concentrate their forces to encircle and suppress us? The independent regiment is currently preparing for war against the Japanese. And I don't want to use the trained troops to fight against our own people. Of course, if the Jinsui army came to encircle them, the independent regiment would definitely retaliate. The current strength of the independent regiment had exceeded 2,000 men, and ammunition such as bullets and grenades was also well stocked. Although the production of the 77 type semi-automatic rifle was still low, it had started to be produced in larger quantities, greatly enhancing the combat effectiveness of the independent regiment. It is not an exaggeration to say that with the defensive fortifications of the base and the favorable terrain of the Taihang Mountains, blocking the fierce attack of one division of the Jinsui army and the encirclement of two divisions would not be a major problem. Suhua remained calm and slowly said, "Xiaya, if the Jinsui army wanted to encircle us, they would have already acted instead of just monitoring us. Yang Laoxi is cunning and unwilling to act as a pawn for the national government. Moreover, the Japanese are now threatening Yang Laoxi's territory. He is more inclined to deal with the Japanese rather than our independent regiment." As a time traveler, Suhua understood Yang Laoxi. He was a prominent figure, having dominated the Jinsui region for decades. The current situation was complex, and Yang Laoxi was very adept at a moderate approach, seeking balance among various parties. The Jinsui territory was Yang Laoxi's foundation, and the Japanese encroaching on it could not be tolerated. Zhu Yue nodded, "That's true." Suhua looked at Zhu Yue and said, "Moreover, as far as I know, the closest main force of the Jinsui army to our base is the 358th Regiment. The commander of the 358th Regiment, Chu Yunfei, is quite a character. However, we don't need to worry about the 358th Regiment, they are not our independent regiment's match. What we need to do now is to concentrate on developing our military strength and preparing for the resistance against the Japanese during this window of opportunity. Of course, Suhua had an important piece of information that he did not mention, the fact that our army and the national government were in contact and negotiating the issue of resisting the Japanese. Which meant that the relationship between the two sides had eased. In this context, the Jinsui army and Yang Laoshi would certainly not pose a threat to the independent regiment. Everything was under Suhua's control. After a pause, Suhua looked at Zhu Yue and said, "By the way, Zhu Yue, help me call Yu Manli." "Okay." After Zhu Yue left, Yu Manli arrived at the regiment's headquarters. Suhua looked at Yu Manli and said, "Manli, I plan to establish an intelligence agency. And I want you to serve as the instructor and main person in charge. Although free updates and support are not very common, I cannot let you down. I am still very grateful for the support of all the handsome guys and beautiful girls, so I will add a chapter. The plot of fighting against the Japanese will soon begin, so please support with more free updates and love donations to ensure at least 2 updates. If the data is strong, 5 updates daily will not be a problem." Chapter 43, Shadow Intelligence Bureau. Invisible Guardians. Intelligence has a significant impact on warfare. An advanced intelligence network can predict the enemy's moves and seize the initiative in war. Suhua had always wanted to establish an intelligence network. But the timing had not been right before. Now, with the growth of the independent regiment and the development of the base, it was time to establish an intelligence network to prepare for the fight against the Japanese. Upon hearing this, Yu Manli was a bit stunned and said nervously, "Huh? Me as an instructor? I don't know anything. Besides, I'm not even an intelligence agent. How can I train others?" Since joining the independent regiment, Yu Manli had shown her talent and potential as an intelligence agent, and with some training and development, she could definitely become an independent agent. Suhua smiled at the somewhat anxious Yu Manli and said, "Manli, don't be nervous. I have already prepared relevant tutorials and materials for the training of agents. As for the training aspect, I will personally train you and cultivate the first batch of intelligence agents. You don't need to worry about personnel. You can recruit from the entire regiment and the whole base. In short, I will mobilize the greatest resources to establish this intelligence agency specifically to deal with the Japanese." Since the topic had come to this point, Yu Manli's spirit was also ignited, saying, "Since the commander has given me this opportunity, I will definitely live up to expectations." Suhua smiled and nodded, "Good, that's the spirit." Subsequently, the Shadow Intelligence Bureau, subordinate to the independent regiment, was officially established. In the following time, Suhua and Yu Manli selected 100 highly potential intelligence agent candidates and began specialized secret training. The entire intelligence agent training was personally directed by Suhua. This 100 agents formed the foundation of the Shadow Intelligence Bureau and would serve as the basis for expanding the intelligence network in the future. After the Shadow Intelligence Bureau was officially formed, Suhua established the Taihang training class, personally teaching and training them. The first batch of 100 agents was the first session of the Taihang training class. The entire training content for the agents encompassed many aspects. First, physical combat and military training are essential for agents, as they must master physical fitness, hand-to-hand combat, and various weapon shooting skills. This is the most basic requirement. Secondly, as intelligence operatives, they need to understand skills such as intelligence collection and analysis, including code breaking, covert surveillance techniques, eavesdropping and counter-eavesdropping, and intelligence transmission. Additionally, qualified agents must also train their psychological resilience, as strong mental fortitude is crucial for tasks like infiltration, intelligence transmission, and handling interrogations and suspicions. Finally, there are some other skills. For example, male agents need to learn to drive, while female agents need to learn basic skills like dancing. Since the Shadow Intelligence Network primarily targets the Japanese, Suhua specifically taught these agents basic Japanese, as well as the culture and customs of Japan, to facilitate future infiltrations. It can be said that Suhua provided systematic training for the first batch of operatives from the Taihang training camp. After the first phase of the Taihang training camp concluded, outstanding trainees could become instructors, thus opening the second phase of the Taihang training camp, continuously expanding the operative force of the Shadow Intelligence Network. Throughout this process, Yu Manli demonstrated extraordinary talent and potential as an agent. The Shadow Intelligence Bureau would become a mysterious force on the anti-Japanese battlefield and the invisible guardian of the nation. Time passed to September 15, 1936. After a month and a half of training, the performance of the first batch of students from the Taihang training camp was impressive, as they had mastered many operative skills. The training period for this phase lasted 3 months. On this day, the Red Merchant, Boss Yu, arrived at the base with a batch of equipment and iron barrels of various calibers. Su Hua looked at the lathes, presses, and other machinery with gratitude and said to Yu Chao, "Boss Yu, thank you. With this equipment, it won't be a problem for our Taihang Mountain Army to produce cannons." Chapter 44, Establishing the Artillery Battalion. Muleteer Yang Zhihua. As the equipment at the Taihang Mountain Army increased, the number of weapons that could be produced also grew. Su Hua had already drafted the designs for grenade launchers and mortars, but production had been impossible due to limited equipment. With Yu Chao sending another batch of machinery, they could finally start manufacturing grenade launchers and mortars. "It's just a matter of effort." Yu Chao smiled and said, "I'm just doing my job." "You're too modest, Boss Yu." Su Hua could tell that the gold he gave to Boss Yu couldn't cover the cost of so much machinery. Clearly, Yu Chao had donated a significant amount himself. Yu Chao looked at the various-sized iron barrels and curiously asked, "Commander Su, may I ask what these iron barrels are for?" Su Hua replied, "To be honest, Boss Yu, I plan to use these iron barrels to make cannons." "Make cannons?" Yu Chao was even more curious. "Are you going to melt down the iron barrels to manufacture artillery?" Su Hua smiled, "No need to go through that trouble. If you have time, stay at the base for a few more days, and I'll show you the artillery made from these barrels." "All right." The machinery and numerous iron barrels had already arrived at the base, and the next step was unloading the cargo. Chapter 45, Power Shocks Everyone. Alleviating the fear of insufficient firepower. At this moment, everyone present was puzzled about this iron barrel cannon, especially why it was called the Heartless Cannon. Seeing their confusion and curiosity, Su Hua explained, "Although this cannon is homemade, it has tremendous power. The caliber of this cannon depends on the size of the iron barrel. So with this large barrel, we can directly launch a 10-kilogram explosive. Just imagine how powerful the shockwave would be when such a large explosive detonates. It can blow up bunkers and defensive structures, and may even shatter the enemy's internal organs, causing severe bleeding and creating a tremendous psychological impact. Thus, in the eyes of the enemy, this homemade cannon is utterly heartless, hence the name Heartless Cannon." Everyone seemed to understand, yet some remained skeptical. Li Yunlong said with a doubtful expression, "Is this homemade cannon really that powerful? I find it hard to believe." Li Daban laughed and said, "Whether this homemade cannon can even be fired is another question." Yu Chao stood silently by, his face full of curiosity. Everyone present was doubtful about the power of the Heartless Cannon made from iron barrels. Chapter 46, Su Hua fires the first shot against the Japanese. Independent Regiment Headquarters. Su Hua was at the headquarters looking at the battle map, his gaze fixed on Pingshan County. Now that the Taihang mountain base was expanding continuously, the surrounding villages and towns had been integrated into the base's territory. Therefore, if the base wanted to expand further, it had to move towards the county seat. This way, the range of the base would be larger, allowing the independent regiment to develop better. The strategy of surrounding cities with rural areas was gradually advancing. Pingshan County was Su Hua's next target. However, Su Hua was struggling to find a suitable reason or excuse to attack Pingshan County. Pingshan County belonged to the Jin Sui Army's territory. The two sides had previously coexisted peacefully. If he attacked Pingshan County, It might provoke a siege from the Jin Sui army, which was a concern for Su Hua. It wasn't that Su Hua was afraid of the Jin Sui army, but he was weighing whether it was worth it. If he rashly attacked Pingshan County and triggered a large-scale offensive from the Jin Sui army against the Taihang mountain base, leading to its destruction, it would definitely not be worth it. Being a commander is not easy. It requires finding the right timing. Just then, Yuman Li, the deputy director of the Shadow Intelligence Bureau, walked in. Chapter 47, officially sending troops to fight the Japanese. Everything went as Su Hua had anticipated. Yang Laoshi sent the rebel and puppet troops from Pingshan County to test the independent regiment's stance and attitude. If the independent regiment was anti-Japanese, then it could be utilized against the Japanese and puppet troops, allowing the Jin Sui army to reap the benefits. Let our troops confront the Japanese in the middle, and Yang Laoshi could solve two problems at once. Zhao Daiwen was momentarily taken aback, then said, "We haven't seen any movement from the independent regiment yet." Yang Laoshi replied, "Then we wait." As Yang Laoshi's advisor, Zhao Daiwen understood his intent and nodded, "I'll send a telegram to Chu Yunfei, asking him to observe the situation." "Go." Yang Laoshi waved his hand, his gaze falling on the map on the table at the location of Pingshan County. This time, Yang Laoshi wanted Su Hua's independent regiment to attack Pingshan County to gauge its combat effectiveness. After all, no one outside knew the combat capability of the independent regiment. Jin Sui Army, 358th Regiment. Headquarters. Fang Ligong walked in and approached Chu Yunfei, saying, "Regimental Commander, the government office has replied." Chu Yunfei quickly asked, "What did they say?" "Did Commander Yang order us to send troops?" Chapter 48, who says the independent regiment can't attack cities without artillery. The caliber is getting bigger and bigger. Liu Dequan knows a bit about the independent regiment, and is aware that it is a Hong army unit. After choosing to defect and ally with the Japanese, Liu Dequan knew that the Central Army or the Jin Sui Army would go to war against him, but he never expected that what awaited him was the Red Independent Regiment. Liu Junming disdainfully said, "Hong Army. A unit that lacks guns, cannons, and ammunition dares to attack the city. They really don't know how to die." Aoki Bukong also looked down on the Red Independent Regiment and said in poor Chinese, "I heard that the Hong Army was almost wiped out by you. Now that they want to be the scapegoat, let them be buried here." Liu Dequan laughed and said, "Mr. Aoki, don't worry, leave it to our 250th Regiment. We have solid city defenses. If they dare to attack, the area under the city gate will be their mass grave." Everyone disregarded the Red Independent Regiment. Outside the city of Pingshan, each battalion and department of the Independent Regiment was fully prepared. It was already 1 p.m. Su Hua did not recklessly attack, but issued orders to dig defensive works, using earthworks to push the trench positions to about 150 meters from the city wall. Chapter 49, the combat power of the independent regiment is revealed. So strong. The soldiers of Li Yunlong's 1st Battalion charged in a 3-3 formation to minimize casualties. Bang bang bang, the dense bullets continuously flew towards the defenses of the city gate. At this time, the defenses of the city gate had been significantly destroyed by the flying thunder cannon, and the puppet soldiers were left dizzy and lost. Only hearing the sounds of shouting and gunfire from outside the city, feeling a bit confused. At this moment, the puppet commander on the city gate regained his senses, and shouted at the approaching independent regiment soldiers below, "Return fire. Shoot." The confused soldiers quickly came to their senses, and began to repel the attacking soldiers outside the city. Meanwhile, the puppet soldiers inside the city rushed up to the city tower to reinforce the defensive firepower. For a moment, a dense rain of bullets poured down from the city tower towards the charging soldiers. The frontline soldiers were caught off guard and fell to the ground, shot. The soldiers behind them had no time for sorrow. While charging, they returned fire. The sacrifice of their comrades only fueled their anger into strength, and did not stop their advance. Chapter 50, The City Falls. The crazy Li Yunlong. Although the 250th Regiment was missing an artillery battalion compared to the 358th Regiment, it was still equipped with grenade launchers and mortars. Fire! Boom boom boom, swoosh swoosh swoosh. These grenade launchers and mortars were deployed inside the city and were launched over the city wall, landing directly among the charging soldiers outside the city, resulting in a series of thunderous explosions. Boom boom boom. The shockwave and destructive power of the explosions sent many soldiers flying. Several soldiers were killed on the spot. Such fierce artillery fire had a significant impact on the siege. Yang Zhihua, seeing this, quickly calculated the parabolic trajectory of the shells to lock onto the puppet 250th Regiment's artillery unit, azimuth 310 degrees, distance 200 meters. All the artillery soldiers immediately adjusted the direction of the mortar's handwheel. Creak creak, the handwheel kept turning. The barrels slowly moved. After observing the enemy's artillery position with binoculars, Yang Zhihua then said, "Adjust left 5 mils, align with the target position." Mils is a unit used in artillery for precise angle measurement. Chapter 51, Annihilated. Famous in one battle. What? Pingshan County was breached by the independent regiment. Chu Yunfei looked incredulously at Fang Ligong, his mouth agape, and quickly asked, "When did this happen?" Fang Ligong quickly replied, "Just now." Chu Yunfei looked at the time, his astonishment deepening, muttering, "The combat power of this independent regiment is extraordinary. They breached Pingshan County in less than 2 hours." Originally, Chu Yunfei and Fang Ligong had analyzed that the 250th Regiment could at least hold Pingshan County for a day. But they never expected it to be breached in 2 hours. This speed is astonishing. It also indirectly proves the strong combat power of the independent regiment. Fang Ligong exclaimed in shock, "Yeah, I didn't expect the Red Independent Regiment to take Pingshan County in such a short time." Chu Yunfei put down the binoculars, adjusted his white gloves, and said, "Ligong, get ready. After the Battle of Pingshan ends, we will meet the commander of the independent regiment, Su Hua." All along, Chu Yunfei knew that the commander of the independent regiment was named Su Hua, but he had never had the opportunity to meet him. Now, he wanted to take this chance to meet Su Hua. Chapter 52, Great Victory. Chu Yunfei defects and meets Su Hua. The cavalry regiment is established. Su Hua had always wanted to form a cavalry regiment, and now his wish was finally fulfilled. Moreover, it was an intact cavalry regiment. "Let's go see these puppet cavalry." Su Hua walked into the cavalry regiment's camp. At this time, the more than 400 soldiers from the 250th Regiment's cavalry battalion had already been controlled by the Special Operations Team, all squatting on the open ground. Now, they had equipment but lacked cavalry. According to what Zhong Dabiao just said, many soldiers did not really want to be traitors. They could only follow because their commanders had become traitors. They had no choice. Su Hua looked at the more than 400 puppet soldiers on site and said loudly, "Everyone, let me introduce myself. I am the commander of the independent regiment, Su Hua. Those who choose to be dogs, who are scorned as traitors by the world, are disgraceful. To be honest, the only thing I hate the most, besides the Japanese, is traitorous dogs. These traitorous dogs assist the enemy in harming our compatriots, and in the future, I will kill one whenever I see one, without mercy." As he spoke, Su Hua exuded a murderous aura, making the puppet cavalry present feel a bit frightened. Chapter 53, Shokjiang Laoshi, the independent regiment is so strong. The most lovable people. The situation in Pingshan County was of great concern to the Taiyuan Jinsui government. After all, this was Yang Laoshi's test of the independent regiment. Therefore, when the Battle of Pingshan ended, the forward observation post immediately reported the situation to Taiyuan. "What? So fast?" Yang Laoshi's expression changed instantly, muttering, I originally thought the 250th Regiment could hold out for at least 2 days. Yang Laoshi was well aware of the strength of the 250th Regiment. Moreover, as the king of Shaanxi, Yang Laoshi had a deeply rooted and pervasive intelligence system. According to the intelligence network, it was reported that this time Aoki Bukong had provided Liu Dequan's 250th Regiment with a batch of weapons and equipment. Originally, the 250th Regiment was already well equipped, and with the aid of weapons and equipment from the Japanese, their combat power would naturally be even stronger. However, even in such circumstances, the 250th Regiment was still wiped out so quickly. How could Yang Laoshi not be shocked? 2 days, Zhao Daiwen said with a bitter smile. According to reports from the frontline observation post, in less than 3 hours, the independent regiment completely quelled the rebellion in Pingshan County. 3 hours. Yang Laoshi couldn't help but gasp, murmuring, "It seems that this independent regiment's combat effectiveness is even stronger than we imagined." Chapter 54, Su Hua has become a brigade commander. Troop strength exceeds 3,000. Cavalry battalion candidate Sun Disheng. Sun Disheng. Su Hua was somewhat surprised to see the familiar name Sun Disheng on the conscription roster. Looking further at the detailed information, Sun Disheng, male, 170 centimeters tall. Originally a subordinate of Shi Yusan, orphaned at 12, taken in by Shi Yusan, and rose from a private to a cavalry company commander under him. He joined the army at 12, but when Shi Yusan became a traitor, he left Shi Yusan's unit to seek refuge elsewhere. Initially, Su Hua thought it was a coincidence of names. Upon checking the information, he confirmed that this was the Sun Disheng he was looking for. Now that the independent regiment already had a cavalry battalion, the selection for the battalion commander had not yet been finalized. Ma Feng, the original squad leader of the cavalry battalion, was initially considered for the position, but after evaluation, it was found that he was not quite suitable. Just as he was worried about the selection for the cavalry battalion commander, unexpectedly, Sun Disheng showed up. It was truly a stroke of luck. After flipping through the new soldier roster, Su Hua turned to Zhu Yue. "Zhu Yue, please bring this Sun Disheng to the regiment headquarters." Zhu Yue was taken aback, but quickly replied, "Yes." About half an hour later, Sun Disheng arrived in front of Su Hua, guided by Zhu Yue. Chapter 55, Compressed Biscuits. Logistical Issues. The time was February 1st, 1937. On this day, the red businessman Yu Chao brought a batch of new equipment to the Taihang Mountain base. As the equipment and machines purchased with Yu Chao's help increased, the entire Taihang Mountain army became more and more complete, with various production machines, generators, steel furnaces, etc., forming a comprehensive military-industrial system. Now, the Taihang Mountain Army could independently produce 7.62mm bullets, shells, Type 77 semi-automatic rifles, Type 36 grenade launchers, and Type 36 82mm mortars, among others, with increasing output. However, this time, in addition to lathes, presses, etc., Yu Chao also brought a batch of food production machinery. Looking at these food processing machines, Yu Chao smiled at Su Hua and said, "Commander Su, are we going to develop a food factory at the base?" "Pretty much." Su Hua slowly replied, "We need to improve the troops' rations, especially for field operations. Currently, our marching rations include various grains like millet, black beans, sorghum, and corn, as well as long-lasting dry foods such as steamed buns made from mixed grains, bean cakes, and bean porridge. Of course, if conditions allow, our troops can eat white flour and rice, but that is considered quite luxurious." While developing the Taihang Mountain base, Su Hua used his knowledge and abilities as a time traveler to improve the cultivation methods of rice, wheat, and corn, promote advanced agricultural production techniques, and increase productivity and yield. Therefore, with the land reform of the independent regiment, the grain yield at the base has also significantly improved. Now, Su Hua plans to use these food processing machines to produce compressed biscuits, making it easier to carry during future operations and ensuring the soldiers' nutrition. People are iron. And food is steel. If they don't eat enough, they won't be able to defeat the Japanese. Su Hua looked at Yu Chao and said, "Boss Yu, thank you." Yu Chao smiled, "You're welcome." Then, Su Hua began to move these food processing machines into the food processing factory he had prepared in advance in Taihang Mountain. The next step was to debug the machines and finalize the formula and manufacturing process for the compressed biscuits. It shouldn't take long to start producing compressed biscuits. On the other side, in the Taiyuan government office, Zhao Daiwen and Yang Laoshi were discussing how to respond to the rise of the independent regiment. Zhao Daiwen looked at Yang Laoshi and said, "Commander Yang, in the face of the rising independent regiment, I think we should consider incorporating them." The rise of the independent regiment has become a major concern for Yang Laoshi. Although they could use the independent regiment to deal with the Japanese, Yang Laoshi was a bit afraid of raising a tiger. Therefore, he sought Zhao Daiwen's advice on how to handle the rise of the independent regiment. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Daiwen proposed the idea of incorporation. Incorporation. Yang Laoshi was slightly taken aback and said, "Daiwen, are you serious? Do you think the Red Army troops are that easy to incorporate? These people are stubborn and unyielding. How could they be incorporated so easily?" In Yang Laoshi's view, the firm beliefs of our soldiers are what make them stubborn. However, he didn't realize that this was a belief as strong as iron. Zhao Daiwen calmly replied, "Commander Yang, while it may seem that way, it doesn't mean we can't incorporate the independent regiment." Chapter 56, Raising a Tiger. Incorporation. Su Hua's value. Zhao Daiwen looked at Yang Laoshi and said, "From what I understand, the foundation of the independent regiment is made up of missing Red Army units. And it was Su Hua who led the remnants of the Red Army to establish the Taihang Mountain base and create the now strong independent regiment. In other words, the independent regiment actually has little to do with the Red Army. It was all built by Su Hua, mostly consisting of scattered, missing Red Army soldiers. The Red Army did not provide any assistance in the construction of the Taihang Mountain base or the development of the independent regiment. They were even unaware of the independent regiment's existence. This is the opportunity." Yang Laoshi pondered Zhao Daiwen's words and nodded slightly. Zhao Daiwen glanced at Yang Laoshi and continued, "Everyone has their corresponding value. Whether we can successfully incorporate Su Hua and the independent regiment depends on whether our offers are attractive enough. If we want to win over Su Hua and the independent regiment, I think we can offer him the military position of a major general and let him be promoted from regiment commander to division commander in one leap. Additionally, we can provide them with advanced weapons and equipment, supplement their troops, and offer military funds and resources, etc." Chapter 57, Rocket-Style Promotion to Major General. Yang Laoshi is investing heavily. Hearing this, Su Hua revealed a meaningful smile on his face. He suddenly understood the purpose of Chu Yunfei's visit this time. Su Hua wore a faint smile and looked at Chu Yunfei. "Commander Chu, we are both straightforward soldiers. Let's get straight to the point." "All right." Chu Yunfei did not hesitate and said, "Commander Su, it is like this. Commander Yang has a great appreciation for you, Commander Su. Commander Su has built such a stronghold at the foot of the Taihang Mountains without any resources or assistance, which truly impresses us. Therefore, we, Commander Yang, sincerely invite you to join our Jinsui army. How about it?" "Sure enough. You are indeed here to recruit the independent regiment." Upon hearing this, Su Hua did not rush to refuse, but instead asked, "Commander Yang truly thinks highly of our local troops?" Chu Yunfei smiled. "Commander Su is joking. The battle in Pingshan County alone is enough to prove your regiment's combat effectiveness. I believe that if your regiment joins our Jinsui army, it will definitely achieve great things." Chapter 58, 100 Miles Charge. Chameleon Warlord Shi Yusan. The time has come to March 1st, 1937. This day is extremely important for the independent regiment. as it is the day when the entire regiment is equipped with the Type 77 semi-automatic rifles. The Type 77 semi-automatic rifle has a significant consumption of ammunition. To ensure that the entire regiment has sufficient ammunition production, the main output and capacity of the Taihang Mountain Army are now dedicated to producing ammunition. Followed by the Type 77 semi-automatic rifle, Type 36 grenade launchers, and Type 36 82mm mortars. It can be said that everything is steadily progressing according to Su Hua's plan. Thus, it was only until now that the independent regiment was fully equipped with the Type 77 semi-automatic rifles. As for the original Hanyang rifles, Type 38 rifles, and Jin-made Type 65 rifles, apart from a portion left for the militia, most of the other firearms were confiscated and stored for supporting brother units when the War of Resistance against Japan broke out. After all, by that time, the 8th Route Army was still quite lacking in various firearms. Now, apart from the weapons equipped by the independent regiment itself, the Army's weapons and equipment could arm 2 additional regiments. As the independent regiment had previously eliminated the security regiment of Wanqing Town and the 250th Regiment of the Jinsui Army. Chapter 59, Cavalry Battalion Charges. Iron-blooded Cavalry Hebei Province. This is indeed the Central Plains. It is basically an endless expanse of flat terrain. Therefore, it is very difficult to set an ambush. After looking at the map, Su Hua thought that to ambush, they would have to penetrate deeply into Shi Yuzhen's territory, which is truly like seizing food from a tiger's mouth. Thus, after discussing with Sun Disheng, they decided to directly charge with cavalry. This time, Shi Yuzhen arranged for the 8th Regiment's 3rd Battalion to be responsible for transporting this batch of weapons and equipment. The number of troops is not large, but his trusted troops have decent combat effectiveness. Moreover, Shi Yuzhen and the Japanese believe that this transaction is very covert, using the guise of commodity trade to smuggle arms without anyone knowing. At the same time, this is also considered Shi Yuzhen's territory, and he thinks no one would dare cause trouble in his own domain. 30 kilometers away from the railway station in central Hebei, the cavalry battalion had long been waiting here. They were now just waiting for Shi Yuzhen's convoy to arrive. This time, Su Hua's battle plan was very simple: cut off the head and tail, and intercept the middle. Company A of the cavalry battalion was responsible for cutting off the tail. Company B was responsible for intercepting the middle, and Company C was responsible for cutting off the head. Now Su Hua, leading Company C, was waiting in front of the convoy. At that moment, a scout rushed to Su Hua and reported, "Report, Commander, the enemy convoy is about 2 kilometers away." Chapter 60, The Independent Regiment Strikes Rich. Ding Wei, Li Yunlong, Kong Jie, Yang Zhihua, and others also rushed over upon hearing the news to see what good things were there. Long Wenzhong looked at the supplies from the 4 trucks, dumbfounded, and exclaimed, "My goodness, how many trucks are there? It seems we are going to get rich." Zhong Dabiao also looked forward eagerly. "I wonder what good things are inside." Li Yunlong grinned and said, "Hopefully, there are some advanced weapons and equipment. The supplies from the 4 military trucks must be quite substantial." At the same time, it also indicates that the Japanese and Shi Yuzhen have conducted in-depth transactions, preparing to subvert Shi Yuzhen, this chameleon warlord. With a flap, as the canvas on the truck was lifted, they immediately saw boxes neatly arranged in the cargo compartment. Li Daben quickly climbed onto the truck and pried open a wooden box with a crowbar, seeing that it contained brand new Type 38 rifles. He lifted one up and shouted to Su Hua, "Commander, these are the Japanese Type 38 rifles." Type 38 rifles. Seeing this, Li Yunlong couldn't help but shake his head, losing interest. "So it's the Type 38, this is not even better than our Type 77. Boring." Type 77 is what everyone calls the Type 77 semi-automatic rifle for short. Chapter 61, How to Write the Word Death. Shi Yuzhen, does the Red Army have an independent regiment? Over 3,000 in a regiment. When Shi Yusan arrived on the battlefield, he found that all 4 military trucks had disappeared, and not a single soldier from the battalion survived. What made Shi Yusan's face darken was the gift left for him by Su Hua, death. At this moment, he saw that on the ground. The bodies of these soldiers had been arranged to spell out a large word, death. Death? Shi Yusan had once arrogantly declared that he roamed the south and north. No matter what he didn't know how to write the word death. Now Su Hua was teaching him how to write the word death. A big word, death. This was to intimidate Shi Yusan, warning him not to betray the country and become a traitor. The outcome of being a traitor is a dead end. At this moment, Shi Yusan looked at the word death on the ground, his face extremely ugly. This time, a batch of supplies was robbed on his territory. And he was so humiliated and intimidated, which made Shi Yusan very angry. Fuguan, Shi Jingtang walked cautiously to Shi Yusan's side and said, "Commander, none of the brothers from our battalion survived. From the traces at the scene, they should have encountered a cavalry charge." Shi Yusan's face was extremely grim. "Do you know who did this?" Shi Jingtang shook his head. "We don't know yet." Chapter 62, A Brilliant Assassination. The death of Shi Yusan. Seeing that the war of resistance against Japan was about to break out, Su Hua did not want to waste bullets on Shi Yusan's troops. If he could assassinate him, it would eliminate future troubles. It would also prevent Shi Yusan from backstabbing the anti-Japanese forces and betraying the country later on. After hearing Su Hua's request, Yu Manli spoke loudly, "Commander, you issue the order, and our Shadow Intelligence Bureau will surely complete it." Su Hua nodded. After more than half a year's development, the Shadow Intelligence Bureau has already held 3 training sessions, with more than 300 infiltrating agents. In addition to informants and other unofficial intelligence personnel. Therefore, it can be said that the intelligence network of the Shadow Intelligence Bureau near the stronghold is quite powerful now. Su Hua stood up, looked at Yu Manli, and said, "Immediately issue an A-level assassination order to eliminate Shi Yusan." Yu Manli replied, "Yes." The assassination orders of the Shadow Intelligence Bureau are divided into many levels, with the highest being the S-level assassination order, followed by A-level, B-level, and C-level. If it is an S-level assassination order, it means that the Shadow Intelligence Bureau will spare no effort to assassinate the target. Subsequently, the A-level assassination order targeting Shi Yusan was issued. Chapter 63, Holding the title of Commander, Su Hua became a brigade commander. Li Yunlong has arrived. The rickshaw puller is obviously an undercover agent from the Shadow Intelligence Bureau, specifically tasked with assisting Lin Miachuan in the assassination of Shi Yusan. Lin Miachuan calmly said, "Once we succeed, we will immediately leave the city. With Shi Yusan dead, it is likely that it will soon be known that Lin Miachuan was the one who killed him. Therefore, they must evacuate quickly before Shi Yusan's troops react, otherwise they won't be able to leave." The rickshaw puller said, "Great. According to the plan, we will escort you out of the city." Subsequently, following the established retreat plan, Lin Miachuan successfully evacuated. The next day, there was still no movement from Shi Yusan's room. It wasn't until around 9 a.m. that the sound of a gramophone playing Western music could still be heard from inside. 2 guards were quietly chatting. "Is the commander really that weak? Did he get tired after last night?" "Yeah, the commander usually doesn't get up this late. Maybe Lin Miachuan was too tempting and drained him. Lin Miachuan is indeed beautiful. I wish I had the chance." Before he could finish his sentence, Shi Jingtang walked to the door of Shi Yusan's room, and the 2 guards immediately fell silent. Shi Jingtang stepped forward and asked, "Is the commander still not up?" Chapter 64, Development of the Base Shocks Military Intelligence Agent Yu Ziqing, Ideal Country. Yu Ziqing, at this moment, is an operative for the military intelligence. To be precise, the military intelligence had not yet been established. He was an operative for the Revival Society's intelligence department, as the military intelligence was only founded in 1938. At this time, Yu Zicheng was eating noodles. The conversation of the people nearby caught his interest. The Red Army Independent Regiment has established a base in the Taihang Mountains. I heard that the Taihang Mountain base of the Red Army Independent Regiment is very prosperous and lively, and the most important thing is land reform. The common people have their own land. Yes, and this unit is also an anti-Japanese force, having repeatedly struck against the traitor forces. I'm planning to visit the Taihang Mountain base. The Red Army Independent Regiment has a good reputation. It is a unit serving the country and the people. Such conversations immediately attracted Yu Zicheng's attention. As a military intelligence operative, Yu Zicheng had no opportunity to contact the base of our army. But hearing such good things about the Taihang Mountain base piqued his interest. Since his return journey also passed through the Taihang Mountain base, he decided to take a look. Boss? Check please. Yu Zicheng put down the money and got up to leave. Although Yu Zicheng is currently an operative for the Revival Society's intelligence department. Chapter 65, Planting a Red Seed. The underground party has arrived. Yu Zicheng. Seeing Yu Zicheng appear here, Su Hua was quite surprised. It is now 1937. And at this time, Yu Zicheng should be a military intelligence agent, not one of their own. After all, Yu Zicheng only joined our party after the end of the anti-Japanese war. Zhu Huai said while following Su Hua, "Commander, our base is developing quite well. We have our own commerce and economy, and we have also built a foundation for light industry. Plus, our base's reputation is getting better and better, the population is increasing. And it is becoming more prosperous. With more people, it is even more beneficial for our independent regiment to develop." Su Hua nodded, still focusing on Yu Zicheng. By this time, it was already noon. Yu Zicheng casually found a noodle shop by the roadside to solve his lunch problem. This noodle shop was very busy. It wasn't long before it was filled with people. Seeing this, Su Hua seized the opportunity and said to the two guards, "You two don't follow Zhu Huai. Let us go eat some noodles." Saying this, Su Hua and Zhu Huai sat down at Yu Zicheng's table. "Brother, do you mind sharing a table?" Su Hua glanced at Yu Zicheng and then looked around the noodle shop, saying, "This noodle shop is really doing great business." Chapter 66, The Underground Party Discovers the Taihang Mountain Base. Gaining the hearts of the people to rule the world, the Underground Party's undercover agent Xu Qian entered the range of the Taihang Mountain Base, and was shocked by the entire base. As a seasoned Underground Party operative, Xu Qian was well aware of the challenges in establishing a military base. However, the independent regiment has built the Taihang Mountain base in such an orderly manner, with proper development, which astonished Xu Qian. What surprised Xu Qian the most was that the entire Taihang Mountain base was not just a small operation. It included many large towns and counties such as Pingshan County and Wanxing Town, developing vigorously. At this time, Xu Qian also appeared in the core area of the base. Xinzhuang Village. I really didn't expect the independent regiment to build such a good base in the Taihang Mountains. Xu Qian looked at the bustling Xinzhuang village and couldn't help but exclaim, "In this chaotic world, having such a stable and peaceful environment is truly a paradise." In Xinzhuang village, patrols of militia and regular army units could be seen from time to time, providing a strong sense of security. However, the weapons used by these regular troops were unfamiliar to Xu Qian, and he couldn't recognize what type of rifles they were. Chapter 67, Old Li is confessed, "I like you." The field hospital is completed. The independent regiment establishing the Taihang Mountain base exceeded Xu Qian's expectations. Although he didn't know what kind of background this independent regiment had, it was impressive to see them build such a base under the banner of the Red Army. However, as an undercover agent for the underground party, he could not meet with Su Hua. Over the next 3 days, Xu Qian stayed in the Taihang Mountain base, deeply understanding the independent regiment and the base. During this process, Xu Qian encountered Li Yunlong. However, the two did not know each other. But Xu Qian remembered the name Li Yunlong. according to the information Xu Qian currently has. The independent regiment initially had only 200 to 300 people and grew under Su Hua's leadership while establishing the Taihang Mountain base. Clearly, Su Hua is the core of the entire base and the independent regiment. Su Hua and Li Yunlong were unaware of Xu Qian's presence as an intelligence officer from the underground party. Xu Qian decided he must report what he saw and heard in the Taihang Mountain base to the Shaanxi-Gansu-Ningxia border region headquarters. However, before going to the Shaanxi-Gansu-Ningxia headquarters, Xu Qian needed to make a trip to Huaining. Huaining is the meeting point of the three main forces of the Red Army. Chapter 68, Major Event in the Independent Regiment, Li Yunlong's Wedding. Su Hua takes charge. To be your wife. Li Yunlong's heart trembled, feeling complex and conflicted. Zheng Fang looked at Li Yunlong with deep affection and said, Li Yunlong, I want to be your wife, to serve you, care for you, wash your clothes and cook for you. If, by any chance, you really meet with misfortune, I, Zheng Fang, am willing to wear mourning clothes and remain faithful to you. To be your wife, I will willingly do so for a lifetime. Listening to these words, Li Yunlong's heart was even more touched. He wanted to embrace Zheng Fang. But he held back and said, Comrade Zheng Fang, the revolution has not yet succeeded. How can I, Li Yunlong, settle down and start a family? Besides, if you become my wife, won't that mean you won't participate in the revolution? Zheng Fang responded quite straightforwardly, saying, Becoming your wife won't stop me from participating in the revolution. No one said that getting married and having children conflicts with joining the revolution. Li Yunlong looked at the earnest Zheng Fang and said with feeling, Old Li is also at the age for marriage. Who doesn't want a caring wife by their side? For an excellent girl like you to look at me, it's the result of my good deeds in my past life. Chapter 69, Old Li settles down and starts a family. A joyous occasion before the Great Battle. The Japanese invasion begins. The current conditions of the independent regiment are quite good. Therefore, the ceremony for Li Yunlong to marry Zheng Fang was quite grand. Early in the morning, a large flower palanquin carried the bride, Zheng Fang, to the regiment headquarters. Today, Zheng Fang was dressed up, wearing a red wedding dress and a veil. Having carefully prepared herself, many children followed around the large palanquin, singing and playing. 1-year-old is rolling with mother, 2-year-old is hiding with mother, 3-year-old stays outside with mother. 4-year-old picks wildflowers with mother, 5-year-old takes hemp to beg for fine thread, 6-year-old drives a cart to spin cotton. 7-year-old takes needle and thread, 8-year-old learns to stitch flowers. 9-year-old stitches flowers well. 10-year-old stitches flowers better than mother, 11 surpasses the high bun, 12 does not leave the house. 13 makes New Year clothes at home. 14 prepares the dowry at home, 15 finishes the dowry. 16 and 17, today is the day to marry the daughter-in-law. The children watching sang the rhyme and cheered, making Zheng Fang, who was sitting in the large palanquin, blush, but her heart was sweet. Soon, the large palanquin arrived at the entrance of the independent regiment, where Li Yunlong, dressed in a red outfit, was waiting. Chapter 70, God's Perspective. Accurate prediction, the Japanese full-scale invasion begins. Finally, the date arrived, July 7, 1937. This day would mark the full-scale invasion of the Japanese. After nearly 2 years of preparation, the independent regiment had grown from over 200 to more than 4,000. Equipped with advanced rifles, ample ammunition, and strong logistical support, having developed a base, all waiting for this day to fully resist the Japanese invaders. Su Hua had already hinted at the full-scale anti-Japanese war in front of everyone. Everyone was actively preparing for battle. Now that Su Hua said the Japanese were fully invading, it still surprised Zhu Yue. Captain, do you mean the Japanese might fully invade us in the next few days? Su Hua nodded. He knew it was on July 7th. But he couldn't state it too clearly, otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. Zhu Yue looked at Su Hua with a serious expression and asked, Captain, Where do you think the Japanese will first provoke trouble and start their full-scale invasion? Su Hua opened the map, pointed to the location of the Lugo Bridge, and said, "Here. Lugo Bridge." Zhu Huai looked puzzled and asked, "Why do the Japanese choose to cause trouble at Lugo Bridge?" Very simply, Su Hua explained. Because Lugo Bridge is a crucial transportation route, the throat of southwestern transportation in Beiping, and also the center where 3 railway lines converge. Thus, its military strategic position is extremely important. Chapter 71, Full-Scale Preparation. Xu Qian returns to the base headquarters. When the people present heard that the Japanese were provoking trouble and starting a full-scale invasion, they were all filled with righteous indignation. Their national hatred and family grievances boiling over, and they all thought about sending troops to the front lines to resist Japan. However, it was clear that now was not the best time. Su Hua glanced at Li Yunlong and then looked at everyone present, saying, "Everyone, I know your determination and will to fight against Japan, but now is not the best time for us to send troops. The best time will be when our army reaches a united front against Japan with the national government. Only then can we better send troops. Otherwise, we will have to resist the Japanese, while also guarding against the national government shooting at us." According to historical developments, on August 22, our army would officially be restructured into the 8th Route Army. Right now, our army was still negotiating with the national government, which feared our army growing stronger, and thus only allocated a 3-division structure. Therefore, ultimately, our army's various branches and troops would have to be downsized. Everyone present nodded, understanding Su Hua's meaning. Long Wenzhong, however, was filled with passionate agitation and said, "Captain, we can't wait any longer. These Japanese are truly too arrogant. We've developed for so long, we've been waiting for this day to resist Japan." Chapter 72, Xu Qian exposes the Taihang Mountain Base, shocking the army commander. The army commander looked at Xu Qian, who was before him, and said, "Old Xu, you've worked hard on this journey. First making a detour to Huaining to meet with our main forces, and then returning to Shaanxi. You've worked hard. After our army was restructured into the 8th Route Army, it was all downsized, and many commanders would be downgraded to division commanders. However, Xu Qian could directly interact with the commander of the 23rd Army, indicating that Xu Qian's rank was not low. In fact, our army had established intelligence and special operations departments as early as 1923. Xu Qian was also a veteran in the special operations field. He just hid very deeply. Hearing the commander's words, Xu Qian quickly said, "It's no trouble. Contributing my strength for the organization and our party is what I should do." The commander nodded, and after some pleasantries, his expression became serious as he said, "Old Xu, you should also know that the Japanese have provoked an incident at Lugo Bridge, and they are now fully invading us. These beasts' ambitions are not just in the 3 eastern provinces, they extend over our vast land of China. Therefore, your main task upon returning to headquarters this time is to build a stronger intelligence network." It was precisely because of Xu Qian's importance that the organization decided to recall him to build a stronger and more complete intelligence network. Chapter 73, The Base Established by the Wild Red Army Independent Regiment. Astonishing development. In such an environment, establishing a base is not easy at all, let alone creating such a large-scale base in the Taihang Mountains. This left even the battle-hardened commander shocked. This was akin to surviving and thriving in a tight spot. The commander looked at the large circle on the map indicating the Taihang Mountain base, lost in thought. Is it really so easy to build a base now? Xu Qian's gaze also fell on the map, and he seriously nodded, saying, "Commander, I can confirm that the range of the Taihang Mountain base is this large. I stayed at the Taihang Mountain base for a few days, so I can confirm it." In fact, the range Xu Qian described was even smaller than the actual range. In other words, the area of the Taihang Mountain base is larger than that circle on the map. If Xu Qian and the commander knew that the range of the Taihang mountain base was even larger than this circle, they would likely be even more shocked. The commander couldn't help but take a deep breath, murmuring, "My goodness, I didn't expect our army to have such a large base in the Taihang mountains." Lao Shu, didn't you go to the Taihang mountain base? How is it developing? Hurry up and tell me about the specific situation of this base. Chapter 74. The commander is shocked. Where did this independent regiment come from? Rich beyond measure. Independent regiment. The commander thought carefully about our army's organization and structure, and slightly shook his head, saying, "As far as I know, our army does not have a unit with the designation of independent regiment. The independent regiment should not be a part of our organizational structure." No way. Xu Qian looked at the commander in astonishment and said, "This independent regiment is really not our unit. But what I know is that the independent regiment is a well-organized unit." "Commander, what is the background of this independent regiment?" Xu Qian, according to my understanding, the commander of this independent regiment is named Su Hua. And it seems that the foundation of the independent regiment is made up of the scattered Red Army soldiers from the Long March, who gradually developed and grew in the Taihang mountain base. However, I am not sure about the current strength of the independent regiment, but its organization is quite complete. And I even saw a cavalry battalion. During those days in the base, Xu Qian happened to witness the cavalry battalion conducting training exercises, hence he knew of its existence. However, the exact number of troops in the independent regiment remains unknown to the outside world. This is a military secret. Therefore, Xu Qian is not familiar with the strength, weaponry, and types of troops in the independent regiment. Chapter 75. Who is Su Hua, the commander of the independent regiment? The commander is overjoyed. Li Yunlong is not dead. Being able to lead scattered soldiers from the Long March to form a powerful independent regiment, along with establishing a well-developed base, certainly indicates that this is not an ordinary person. Ordinary soldiers would not possess such capability. The commander carefully recalled whether there was anyone named Su Hua in the army. After thinking for a long time, he still had no result. Clearly, there was no one with the capability to rank among the main military cadres named Su Hua. After a long while, the commander came back to his senses and shook his head, saying, "There is no one named Su Hua in our army. Could it be a comrade from another main force?" Xu Qian denied this view. "No, I also asked the leaders when I was in Huaining, and confirmed that there is no one named Su Hua in their unit. It seems that this Su Hua is not one of our soldiers." Being able to establish the independent regiment and build a base indicates that Su Hua is definitely a rare talent. The commander fully agreed and nodded repeatedly, "Yes. Based on the information you currently provided, this Su Hua is definitely a rare talent, no, a military talent." Chapter 76. Someone from the Red Army headquarters has arrived. Is the independent regiment returning to the main force? From Xu Qian's information, it can be seen that the independent regiment in the Taihang Mountains has close ties with our army, especially with old commanders like Li Yunlong. So it is natural to welcome them back to the main force to jointly resist the Japanese invaders. This is a significant matter, and the commander naturally needs to consult with a few leaders to discuss how to handle it. The sudden emergence of the independent regiment of the Wild Red Army will undoubtedly greatly benefit our army's combat effectiveness. After Xu Qian's report, the commander and a few leaders decided to arrange for our party's special envoy Yang Liqing and Xu Qian to jointly go to the Taihang mountain base to welcome the independent regiment back to the main force. At this time, our army and the national government had already reached an agreement. The national government incorporated our army into the National Army's combat sequence and only allocated 3 divisions, which meant that our army's various corps and divisions had to compress their organization and reorganize. In fact, although our army claimed to have several corps and divisions before the reorganization, the actual number of troops was not large. Generally, a division consists of just over 4,000 men, which is similar to the strength of the independent regiment. The specifics of how to reorganize and modify still need further discussion. However, the general framework has been agreed upon. Chapter 77. An independent regiment of 4,000 to 5,000 men. The headquarters is shocked. Is this a new recruit? Young Liqing, a scion of a prominent family, is naturally mischievous, but he had long joined the Whampoa Military Academy and is considered one of the students of the Whampoa Military Academy in our army. Back in his Whampoa days, young Liqing joined our party and gradually became a very committed revolutionary soldier, with a deep enough background. The headquarters sent young Liqing here, which shows how much they value Suhua and the independent regiment. Both sides were stunned. Then young Liqing stepped forward first, saluted Suhua, and said, "Commander Su, hello. I am young Liqing, the special envoy from the Red Army headquarters in Shaanxi." Shu Qian next to him also stepped forward to salute and said, "I am Shu Qian." Suhua returned the salute to both of them and said, "Comrades Liqing and Shu Qian, welcome to the independent regiment and the Taihang Mountain base." Everyone took their seats. Young Liqing looked at Suhua and exclaimed, "Commander Su, what you have built in the Taihang Mountain base is truly remarkable." We strolled around the base and found that the entire base is very prosperous and lively, and the people are very supportive. Shu Qian also chimed in, "Yes. Commander Su, not only your base, but also the independent regiment has opened our eyes." Chapter 78. Returning to the main force. Visiting the independent regiment shocks young Liqing. Old Li's old comrade. Although the independent regiment was developed and grown by Suhua, our army did not provide much resources and support. But the independent regiment is still composed of scattered Red Army soldiers. Most importantly, before crossing over, Suhua was a well-rooted soldier of our army. So he naturally wished to follow our army and our party. Otherwise, Suhua would not have chosen to join our army in 1935. During the most difficult and darkest period. As a time traveler, Suhua knows the future historical trends and the choices of the people. So he must lead the independent regiment back to the main force of our army to secure a good record, and in the future, when promotions are awarded, at least start as a general. As for whether he becomes a major general, lieutenant general, general, or marshal, that depends on Suhua's contributions and achievements. Therefore, he is not at all resistant to the independent regiment returning to the main force. Suhua looked at young Liqing and said, "Comrade Liqing, I am also waiting for the right moment to lead the independent regiment back to the main force. Now that the war of resistance against Japan is imminent, we must unite all forces to fight against the little devils. The return of the independent regiment to the army will be more beneficial for us to resist Japan and fight the devils." Young Liqing, Commander Su is indeed very insightful. Chapter 79. The commander is astonished. Old Li is married. The women's corps is still here. Suhua is not simple. Seeing young Liqing and Li Yunlong greeting each other so familiarly, Suhua was taken aback. He never expected that the two had such a good relationship. This world is indeed chaotic. Li Yunlong looked at young Liqing and grinned. "Old Yang, to be honest, I almost fell in the Songpan Grassland. All thanks to Commander Su. If it weren't for Commander Su, you would have had to dig me out of the Songpan Grassland, haha. Now I am a battalion commander in the independent regiment. And life is quite comfortable." A joke, but it shows how dangerous it was to cross the grassland at that time. Although Suhua joined our army for a relatively short time, he has earned the deep respect of the proud Li Yunlong through his personal abilities, and by saving Li Yunlong multiple times, leading him and others out of the Songpan Grasslands. This is the power of strength and personal charisma. The fact that Suhua could train the stubborn Li Yunlong to be so obedient is truly remarkable. Young Liqing glanced at Suhua, then turned his gaze to Li Yunlong, saying, "Old Li, it's good to see you okay." Li Yunlong leaned towards young Liqing and said seriously, "Old Yang, do you think the commander really cares about us, Old Li?" Chapter 80. Military equipment exposed. The Wild Independent Regiment is richer than the entire Red Army. Members of the Special Operations Team held their 77 Type semi-automatic rifles, loaded them, and aimed at targets 200 meters away. Zhong Dabia loudly ordered, "Accurate shooting, clear the magazine, start." The team members all pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang. A series of gunfire erupted. All the bullets shot out and accurately hit the wooden stakes 100 meters away. The power was immense. It directly penetrated the wooden stake targets. As Special Forces members, each team member hit the target precisely, with no missed shots. This scene amazed Xu Qian and Yang Liqing nearby. "Is this a homemade gun? It has such great power." Xu Qian observed closely and found that the 77 Type semi-automatic rifle only needed to be loaded once, and then the trigger could be pulled continuously. Which is much stronger than the Springfield rifle, the Type 38 rifle, and the Henyang rifle. Moreover, judging by the condition of the wooden stake target, this rifle's power is considerable. In summary, this is a very advanced rifle. At this moment, Yang Liqing and Xu Qian understood why the militia had started using Henyang rifles. Chapter 81, Su Hua makes great contributions to our army. The whole army promotes the flying thunder cannon. The commander's handwritten letter. A group of people chatted as they finally arrived at the artillery battalion's training ground. The independent regiment's artillery battalion was indeed rich, with the main battle artillery being the flying thunder cannon. Although the flying thunder cannon has many shortcomings and limitations, its power is absolutely the greatest. Additionally, the number of 92 Type infantry guns, though not many, is also considerable, and they are very flexible and convenient. Then there are the 36 Type grenade launchers and the 36 Type 82mm mortars, which are currently the most numerous artillery pieces in the battalion. At this moment, the artillery soldiers were training to use the flying thunder cannon under the guidance of their instructor. Because the flying thunder cannon has no aiming devices, how to accurately strike targets with it requires considerable skill, which is a focus of training for the artillery battalion soldiers. Xu Qian and Yang Liqing looked at the various iron tubes of different calibers on the ground, their faces filled with confusion. Yang Liqing pointed to the iron tubes and asked, "Commander Su, are these also cannons?" Su Hua nodded, "Yes, this is the flying thunder cannon I developed." Don't be fooled by its simple appearance, its power is not small. Chapter 82, The Commander's Award and Trust, High Degree of Autonomy. The independent regiment still belongs to Su Hua. The commander's handwritten letter. This is not the handwritten letter of the 23rd Army commander, but that of the commander's superior. After the army commander reported on the independent regiment and Su Hua, as well as the situation in the Taihang mountain base, the superior took this very seriously. Following a discussion with the army commander and several other leaders, he ultimately wrote this handwritten letter for Yang Liqing to personally deliver to Su Hua. "Is this a letter from the commander to me?" Su Hua asked as he took the envelope from Yang Liqing's hand. The envelope was marked, "To the independent regiment commander Su Hua." Su Hua opened the envelope and could see the contents of the commander's handwritten letter inside. The letter was personally written by the commander. It was long, totaling 3 pages. The contents included several parts. First, the commander affirmed Su Hua's contributions and the importance of the independent regiment, as well as the significance of the Taihang mountain base, commending Su Hua and the independent regiment for their contributions to building the Taihang mountain base and promoting the ideology and beliefs of our army. This was a commendation. After all, establishing the independent regiment and the Taihang mountain base in such an environment was incredibly challenging. The second aspect was regarding the arrangements for the independent regiment. Previously, the independent regiment had not returned to the main force and was considered a Wild Red Army unit. Now, the Red Army headquarters and the base recognized the independent regiment as part of our army's combat order. Chapter 83, Direct Leadership from the Commander. Su Hua's extraordinary abilities. The Taihang Mountain Army shocks the commander. Now, only Suhua has seen the commander's handwritten letter. Yang Liqing and Xu Qian do not know what it says. However, before setting off, the commander instructed Yang Liqing to bring a few words or directives to Suhua. Suhua put away the commander's handwritten letter and looked at Yang Liqing, asking, "What did the commander say?" Yang Liqing replied, "The independent regiment should have a radio, right?" Suhua nodded, "Yes. The independent regiment has radios, and not just one. There are a total of 3 radios, all captured spoils of war." Previously, Suhua had also tried to use the radio to contact the Red Army headquarters, but according to the radio codes and signal frequencies provided by Zhu Yue, Li Yunlong, and others, he found that he could not contact our army at all. After the long march, our army changed the signal frequencies of the unit radios, and the old frequencies could not be contacted at all. Radios are considered a luxury for the Red Army, as there are not many radios overall, primarily at the division level. Yang Liqing looked at Suhua and said, "The commander wants to give you a codebook and the radio signal frequencies. In the future, if you have any issues, you can contact the commander directly." Chapter 84, Strong Logistics. Terrifying War Potential. A gift for headquarters. After seeing the Taihang Mountain Army, Xu Qian and Yang Liqing finally understood the strength of the independent regiment, and were greatly impressed. With such a powerful army, how could the independent regiment not be strong? After touring the army, Suhua and Zhu Yue took Xu Qian and Yang Liqing to visit the Taihang Mountain Clothing Factory and the Taihang Mountain Food Factory, which are all part of the independent regiment's industries. At the clothing factory, many workers were busy preparing military uniforms and blankets, as well as sewing bullet belts, etc. Notably, Zhong Dabiao's special operations team uses tactical vests, which were designed by Suhua and produced by the Taihang Mountain Clothing Factory. At the Taihang Mountain Food Factory, workers were busy producing compressed biscuits, canned meat, and other food supplies, which are crucial for ensuring the combat effectiveness of the independent regiment. Xu Qian picked up a packaged compressed biscuit, knocked on it, and asked with a puzzled expression, "Commander Su, is this a biscuit?" Suhua nodded, "Yes. This is a compressed biscuit. Although it looks hard and small, eating one and drinking a bottle of water can keep you full for a whole day." Chapter 85, Yang Liqing reports to shock the commander, "The independent regiment has over 4,000 men. Stronger than expected." At the base headquarters, Xu Qian and Yang Liqing reported everything they saw and heard in the Taihang Mountain base to the commander of the 23rd Army and the superior. "What? You said Suhua only joined our army in 1935 at Songpan Grasslands." The commander looked astonished and said, "In just 2 years since joining our army, he has gone from a recruit to a regiment leader, and has even impressed veterans like Li Yunlong, Ding Wei, and Kong Jie. His ability is truly remarkable." The superior also exclaimed, "Looking at it this way, Suhua's ability is indeed impressive. No wonder we didn't discover him earlier." "Yes," Yang Liqing said, "moreover, the independent regiment is not an ordinary regiment, it is a super-strengthened regiment with over 4,000 men." "What? A regiment with over 4,000 men?" The commander was completely shocked, muttering, "I thought the independent regiment had more than 2,000 men, but it turns out to be over 4,000. This is comparable to the strength of one of our divisions." The superior also expressed his amazement. The development of the independent regiment under Suhua's leadership is indeed remarkable. "Sir, let me tell you, the independent regiment is not an ordinary infantry regiment." Yang Liqing recalled the impressive troops he saw in the independent regiment and said, "The independent regiment has a total of 5 infantry battalions and 1 cavalry battalion." Chapter 86, the superior exclaims, "Suhua is a rare military talent. Old Li is living a good life." Both the superior and the commander are experienced leaders with solid credentials, having rich experience in establishing bases and armies. Therefore, When they learned that Su Hua's independent regiment had established a base in the Taihang Mountains, they knew that Su Hua and the independent regiment must be strong. Otherwise, the superior wouldn't have written a personal letter to Su Hua and decided to grant him significant autonomy. After all, raising an army and establishing a base is extremely difficult. Thus, both the commander and the superior knew that Su Hua and the independent regiment were indeed strong, but they never expected them to be this strong. An independent regiment with over 4,000 men, along with its own army and advanced weaponry, is just the result of less than 2 years of development. Incredible. Truly unbelievable. The commander came to his senses and exclaimed, "I really didn't expect the independent regiment's army to be of such scale, it's hard to believe. Producing guns, cannons, and ammunition, no wonder the independent regiment is so wealthy. Even if general troops have the 77 type semi-automatic rifles, they can't guarantee the supply of ammunition." Yes, the superior strongly agreed, saying, "Even if our army has the 77 type semi-automatic rifles, there isn't such a large supply of ammunition." Chapter 87, The Red Army is reorganized into the 8th Route Army. The new political commissar personally selected by the commander. The importance of the independent regiment and the Taihang Mountain base is self-evident. This is definitely our army's main ace force, and is also an absolute strength in the anti-Japanese effort. Now our army has reached an agreement with the national government. The Red Army will be reorganized into the 8th Route Army, with 3 divisions and 6 brigades. But the independent regiment is outside this structure. Therefore, the selection of the political commissar for the independent regiment is very important. The commander of the 23rd Army pondered for a moment, then looked up at the superior and asked, "How about we draw one of our current military political commissars to serve as the political commissar of the independent regiment?" "This may not be appropriate." The superior shook his head, rejecting the commander's suggestion, saying, "Having a military political commissar serve as a regiment political commissar wouldn't sit well with them, and it would be difficult to carry out work. If we sent a division political commissar, or a brigade political commissar, it would probably be the same. After all, it would be a demotion. As for transferring a regiment political commissar to take on the role of political commissar for the independent regiment, that's possible. But we just don't know if there's a suitable candidate." The commander nodded, thought for a moment, and suddenly said, "How about we select personnel from the anti-Japanese military university to serve as political commissar?" The anti-Japanese military university, abbreviated as Hong Da. Chapter 88, The New Political Commissar Zhao Gang. Multi-talented Su Hua, the regiment's own Chinese military soul. As soon as Su Hua saw the person, he exclaimed, "Goodness! Isn't this Zhao Gang? I didn't expect Zhao Gang to appear in 1937. According to the TV drama, Zhao Gang should have appeared around 1941. However, this is not surprising. After all, this is a broken parallel world. Although Zhao Gang just graduated from the anti-Japanese military university, he is a highly capable graduate. Having been the leader of the 129 movement in Beiping in 1935, originally studying at Yangjing University, and later going to the anti-Japanese military university. Such a background naturally earned him the trust of the superior and the commander. So he was arranged to come to the independent regiment to serve as political commissar and assist Su Hua. It is worth mentioning that Zhao Gang is an idealist. Very faithful, highly aware, and is very loyal to our army and our party. He also has good military qualities, and is skilled in sniping. It can be said that Zhao Gang taking on the role of political commissar in the independent regiment is like adding wings to a tiger. When Zhao Gang saw Su Hua, he quickly stepped forward, stood tall, saluted, and said loudly, "Regiment Leader Su, hello, I am the new political commissar of the independent regiment. Zhao Gang. Please advise me in the future." Su Hua returned a military salute and shook hands with Zhao Gang, saying, "Political Commissar Zhao, welcome to your arrival." Chapter 89, The Shaanxi King. Relocation of the Taiyuan Army. The Japanese invaders are coming. This military song allowed Zhao Gang to witness once again that Su Hua is indeed a multi-talented person. Not only can he lead troops in battle, conduct military research and development, and build bases, but he can also compose music. Such a versatile talent has refreshed Zhao Gang's perception of Su Hua. Now Zhao Gang understands the commander's statement. Su Hua is a rare military talent, and the value of this statement continues to increase. Su Hua saw that Zhao Gang thought the song Chinese military soul was good, so he said, "Political Commissar Zhao, since you think this song is good, let's make it our regiment song. We can train and sing it during the soldiers' preparation and training breaks to unite our strength and enhance our spirit." Zhao Gang nodded and said, "Good, no problem." In the following days, Chinese military soul began to be sung throughout the regiment, uniting everyone and gathering strength, becoming the official song of the independent regiment. At the training ground, during a break, the soldiers of the 1st Battalion were singing Chinese military soul loudly. If the motherland is invaded, the hot-blooded men must strengthen themselves. Chapter 90. Su Hua submits the equipment of 4 regiments, shocking the headquarters. At this time, Su Hua had accumulated weapons and equipment from 4 regiments. Of course, these weapons and equipment were mainly Hanyang-made rifles, and there weren't many heavy weapons. They were all accumulated from previous battles against bandits, recapturing Wanqing town, and restoring Pingshu County, etc. Especially after the entire independent regiment was re-equipped with the 77 type semi-automatic rifles. Many of the original weapons were left in the armory to be handed over to the headquarters when the time was right. Although these weapons and equipment are not considered advanced, they are treasures for the 8th Route Army, which lacks firearms and artillery. Previously, when Yang Liqing and Xu Qian arrived at the base in the independent regiment, Su Hua did not bring out this batch of equipment. One reason was that Yang Liqing and Xu Qian had no capability to transport them. On the other hand, at that time our army and the national government were discussing the issue of unifying the resistance front. Although a basic agreement had been reached, other warlords did not listen to the national government. If Su Hua notified the headquarters in advance and arranged for someone to escort this batch of equipment back to headquarters, it could lead to a situation where the equipment was seized by the Jinsui army or other warlords on the way. The equipment of 4 regiments is not a small number. If it was seized, the loss for the 8th Route Army would be significant. Chapter 91. The chief is overjoyed. The independent regiment hands over a division's equipment. Intelligence shocks everyone. The chief of staff hurriedly approached the chief with a telegram in hand, beaming with joy, and said, "Chief, good news. The independent regiment has sent us great news." The chief quickly put down his work, looked at the chief of staff, and asked, "What good news? You look so happy." "No." The chief of staff shook his head and said, "The independent regiment has just sent the latest telegram, saying they are going to hand over the equipment of 4 regiments to us. The main equipment of these 4 regiments consists of Hanyang rifles, along with a small number of Type 38 rifles and some ammunition, grenades, and mortars." "What? Equipment from 4 regiments?" The chief was taken aback and looked at the chief of staff in disbelief. He then took the telegram from the chief of staff, read its contents carefully, and smiled, saying, "Ha ha ha, this independent regiment is truly wealthy. I didn't expect them to directly hand over the equipment of 4 regiments to us. This is fantastic. The 8th Route Army is in desperate need of weapons and equipment. The entire 8th Route Army has fewer than 20 mortars. Meanwhile, the equipment of the 3 divisions, 6 brigades, and 12 regiments of the 8th Route Army is also very outdated. Some units are still using old smoothbore guns with worn rifling." Chapter 92. The peak of light infantry. The entire regiment marches at speed. The 115th Division has not responded. This situation surprised both the chief and the chief of staff. According to the telegram sent by the headquarters, regardless of the decision made by the 115th Division, a response was required. However, More than half an hour had passed without any reply. Something seems off. The Chief of Staff looked at the communications soldier and asked, "Has the 115th Division given any response?" The communications soldier replied, "Yes, the situation could either be that the 115th Division received the telegram, but did not respond, or their radio is broken and they cannot receive telegrams. Another possibility." The words were not finished, but the implication was clear. The 115th Division might have encountered an unexpected event. The chief made a decisive decision. The communications room should continue trying to radio the 115th Division, and at the same time send telegrams to other divisions and brigades, asking them to find a way to notify the 115th Division or intercept the Nichuan detachment. The communications soldier replied, "Yes." The Chief of Staff said with a serious and complex expression, "Now the situation of the 115th Division is unknown. I hope everything is all right." The chief nodded. "What we need to do now is to intercept the Nichuan detachment. Only by stopping the Little Devil's Nichuan detachment can we ensure the safety of the 115th Division at Pingguan." Chapter 93, 40 hours of marching 200 kilometers. This is the peak of light infantry. All battalions and soldiers of the independent regiment are in a forced march. They are moving as fast as they can. At the beginning, the soldiers were running. They ran as fast as they could. After high-intensity training, the soldiers' physical fitness and military quality were very high. They covered 60 kilometers in just 10 hours, which is quite fast. The normal walking speed is 5 kilometers per hour at the beginning. They could walk 5 kilometers in an hour, but if they walked for 10 hours, they would probably end up at 3 kilometers per hour. After all, as time goes on, the speed will definitely slow down. Forced marching consumes a lot of physical strength. Plus, every soldier is heavily loaded. Now, the various battalions of the independent regiment have walked 60 kilometers in 10 hours, maintaining a high marching state at a sustained speed, which is fast. However, as time passes and physical strength is consumed, the soldiers can no longer hold on and start supporting each other to move forward, but their feet do not stop. At this moment, Li Yunlong is also gasping for breath, his face pale, and says to Kong Jie beside him, "Old Kong, this won't do. We have only covered 70 kilometers after running for 10 hours, and we only have 30 hours left." Chapter 94, the speed of the forced march shocks headquarters. All battalions arrive at combat position, seizing the initiative. The mission of the independent regiment now is to intercept the Nichuan detachment. All soldiers are gritting their teeth, continuing to march forward. Su Hua looked at the scene and murmured, "We still need to quickly build mechanized troops, otherwise, marching like this is too exhausting." Although the soldiers of the independent regiment have strong physical fitness, and have not stopped for more than 30 hours of forced marching, it is still too tiring. Many have collapsed along the way. "Come on, push harder, speed up." Su Hua shouted while running, "We will reach our destination soon." The soldiers are gritting their teeth, continuing to march. At Pingguan, the 115th Division headquarters, the division commander is discussing the ambush plan at Pingguan with several brigade commanders. Subsequently, the Chief of Staff walked in and said, "Report, Division Commander, the radio is still not fixed." "What's going on?" "It hasn't been fixed for so many days." The division commander said with some displeasure, "How much longer will it take to fix? This broken radio is really too bad." The radios of the 8th Route Army are scarce strategic resources. All radios are basically repaired and reused. The radio of the 115th Division has encountered problems and has been unusable for some time. Chapter 95, the chief is shocked. The marching speed of the independent regiment creates a myth. One-sided battlefield situation. In northern Shaanxi, at our army's headquarters, a communications soldier approached the chief and the chief of staff, saying, "Report, chief, we still cannot contact the Pingguan troops." Still no contact. The chief's expression was grave and complex. "What about the other troops?" Can we send some to support and intercept the Nichuan detachment? The communications soldier replied. The other troops have responded. They all have their own combat missions. Even if we send troops, we can only send a portion to Pingguan. Now, various troops are reallocating forces to support Pingguan, but due to the distance, it's uncertain when they will arrive. Continue trying to contact the 115th Division. The Chief of Staff waved his hand, signaling the communications soldier to leave. The chief looked at the operational situation map on the table, his face darkened, and sighed. Our equipment is still too poor. The radio of the 115th Division has had several problems before. This time, not being able to contact the 115th Division is probably also due to a radio problem. The Chief of Staff nodded. We now know the situation of the 115th Division. But we cannot provide timely reinforcements to intercept. Each unit has its own combat mission. Even reallocating forces can only send a small number, which is not enough to stop the Nichuan detachment. Chapter 96. The Little Devils are shocked. The equipment of the independent regiment is stronger than the Central Army's direct units. As the battle progressed, many Japanese soldiers sought cover to counterattack, hindering the 3rd Battalion's advance and preventing the complete annihilation of the remaining Japanese troops. Due to angles or the nature of the cover, they couldn't simply use gunfire to eliminate them. At this point, artillery had to be used. In the absence of ammunition, Ding Wei was bound to launch a charge directly at the remaining Japanese soldiers. However, the independent regiment was well equipped, with plenty of bullets and shells, making human casualties unnecessary for a charge. Soon, the artillery company set up the Type 36 82mm mortar and the Type 36 grenade launcher, immediately bombarding the Japanese troops in their cover. Boom! Boom! Shells accurately landed near or within the Japanese positions, followed by a series of explosive sounds that killed the Japanese soldiers inside the cover. Under such intense bombardment, the Japanese squadron simply couldn't withstand it. After an hour of fighting, Ding Wei's 3rd Battalion eliminated over 300 Japanese soldiers from the entire squadron. After the battle, Ding Wei immediately issued orders, quickly clean the battlefield and remain vigilant. Chapter 97. Firepower Suppression. You call this the 8th Route Army. The Nichikawa Brigade advanced south from North China, engaging with the Nationalist Army and various local warlord troops. They had especially fought against the Central Army's direct troops. Generally speaking, a Nichikawa Brigade could handle a Central Army division without any problems. The Nichikawa Brigade was considered a main force of the Japanese, with strong combat effectiveness, well equipped, and soldiers with high military quality. Therefore, when fighting against the Central Army's direct troops, the Nichikawa Brigade usually held the upper hand. However, now at the Old Lord Temple, they encountered an enemy attack, and such fierce firepower shocked Nichikawa Gasaka. This was the first time the Nichikawa Brigade faced such intense firepower. Now his subordinates said this was the 8th Route Army. Could the dirt 8th Route Army have such fierce firepower? Impossible. Even the Central Army's direct troops might not have such fierce firepower. It is worth mentioning that this was the first encounter between the Japanese and the 8th Route Army. However, prior to this, the Japanese had naturally gathered intelligence about the 8th Route Army and knew their troop numbers were not large, their equipment was outdated, and their combat effectiveness was not strong. But the 8th Route Army they encountered at the Old Lord Temple was so fierce that Nichikawa Gasaka began to doubt his life. Chapter 98. The Japanese. Times have changed. The iron-blooded cavalry achieves victory in their first battle. Rat-a-tat-tat. The cavalry soldiers fired their Type 77 semi-automatic rifles continuously, launching a concentrated attack that caught the Japanese cavalry completely off guard. PFF. One by one, Japanese cavalry fell from their horses, immediately trampled by hooves. Even if they were not killed by the bullets initially, being trampled by so many hooves would surely lead to death. Sakurai Rikiya was stunned by the fierce firepower of the 8th Route Army's cavalry. Sundashing's cavalry battalion was well trained, when the soldiers outside ran out of bullets. They immediately made way for the rear soldiers to continue firing. The rifles used by the Japanese could not maintain continuous fire after firing one shot. They could only charge with sabers. The outcome of using flesh to block bullets was predictable. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets flew everywhere. One by one, Japanese cavalry continued to be shot down. Under such fierce fire, the entire Sakurai cavalry squadron suffered over half casualties. After both sides ran out of bullets, it turned into a saber fight. Kill. Sun Dashing led the cavalry charge into the group of Japanese cavalry, wielding his machete and continuously hacking at the Japanese cavalry. Chapter 99, The First Battle of the Flying Thunder Cannon, the Shock Division Commander, meets Su Hua. Bloody battle. Meanwhile, the Pingguan battle had begun. The 8th Route Army concentrated the strength of the entire division to ambush the Japanese troops inside Pingguan. When the Japanese entered the ambush circle, the 8th Route Army immediately launched an attack. The already prepared flying thunder cannons fired. Explosive packages weighing a dozen to 20 pounds flew out of iron barrels, landing among the Japanese troops, instantly producing a series of explosive sounds. Boom! Boom! Flames burst forth. Smoke filled the air. The explosive packages contained many shrapnel and iron pieces, increasing their lethality. PFF. Under such intense bombardment, the Japanese suffered heavy casualties and cries of anguish filled the air. Especially since these Japanese troops were marching in close formation. A single explosive package could take out a dozen Japanese soldiers. Boom! Boom! As the explosive packages flew out and landed among the Japanese troops, a series of explosive sounds erupted, directly blowing the Japanese away. Each explosion felt like an earthquake. This left the Japanese completely stunned. Chapter 100, The Independent Regiment's First Victory in the War of Resistance, Battle Report. Victory in the First Battle. At this time, the Pingguan battle was still ongoing, with fierce fighting everywhere. A specific ambush battle in Pingguan officially commenced. A portion of the Japanese 5th Division's 21st Brigade entered the ambush positions of our two regiments. Soon, the battle broke out. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom! Various rifles, light machine guns, grenades, mortars, and flying thunder cannons continuously fired, concentrating fire to fiercely attack the Japanese. Gunfire rained down. Bullets flew everywhere. Boom! Rat-a-tat-tat. A large number of bullets and shells poured down, instantly turning the unprepared Japanese troops topsy-turvy, with casualties rapidly increasing. At this point, the Japanese troops were already in chaos. Subsequently, our two regiments began to encircle and charge at the Japanese troops. The 8th Route Army also did not want to charge, mainly because they ran out of bullets. Therefore, they could only engage in close-quarters combat with the Japanese. The fiercest close-quarters combat took place at the positions of the 2nd and 3rd Battalions of the 685th Regiment. After the 2nd Battalion's soldiers charged, they engaged in a brutal close-quarters battle with the Japanese, fighting valiantly, determined to take a Japanese soldier down with them even in death. Chapter 101, The Fatty Meat Delivered to the Mouth. Eating away at Yang Laoshi's bottom line. The Japanese basically would not surrender as prisoners. However, some Japanese soldiers were frightened by the independent regiment's fierce firepower and directly raised their hands to surrender. Thus, the 1st and 2nd Battalions captured more than 20 Japanese soldiers, some of whom did not genuinely wish to surrender, but were forced to do so due to injuries and loss of combat capability. Hearing the communications officer's words, Su Hua's expression darkened, and he said, "Execute all of them, no, let us take care of these Japanese prisoners with knives. Why keep them alive for the new year? Or waste air and land on these beasts? Just kill them." Old Li did want to kill the Japanese prisoners. However, the 8th Route Army had treaties regarding prisoners, which made Li Yunlong somewhat apprehensive. Nevertheless, The independent regiment and Suhua had a policy of iron-fisted measures against the Japanese. Not a single Japanese prisoner would be left alive. Anyone who fell into the hands of the independent regiment and Suhua would meet only one fate, death. The Japanese had committed countless atrocities in China. Why should they be treated with leniency just because they raised their hands in surrender? Moreover, after the war, should they be safely sent back? The crimes they committed in China could not be erased with a simple surrender. How many people died at their hands? It could not be resolved with just the words "I surrender." Chapter 102, The Japanese become transport squad leaders. Suhua strikes it rich. The radio is fixed. According to Suhua's plan, it would be best to move all the machinery and equipment from the Taiyuan arsenal back to the Taihang Mountain arsenal. If that was not possible, they should be destroyed. In short, nothing could be left for the Japanese. Now, there were more than 200 troops from the independent regiment and Zhong Dabiao's special operations team at Yimling, which was enough to launch a surprise attack on a train. Soon, Suhua devised a combat plan to set an ambush on the waste station section of the Zhengtai Railway to attack the train transporting machinery and equipment. The waste station is a geographical location where the Zhengtai Railway makes a turn. When the train turns, it has to slow down, making it easier for Suhua to strike. After formulating the battle plan, Suhua immediately led the guard squad, reconnaissance platoon, and special operations team straight to the Zhengtai Railway, 30 kilometers away. This was another forced march. According to the Intelligence Bureau's information, the train would pass through the waste station section in about 5 hours, meaning Suhua and his men only had 5 hours. A 30-kilometer forced march in 5 hours meant an average of 6 kilometers per hour, which was not too difficult. "Hurry up, speed up!" Suhua shouted to the soldiers behind him. "Put some effort into it, run." Chapter 103, The achievements shocked the division commander. Suhua held a grudge. After many days of tinkering and repairs, the radio was finally fixed. At this point, the Pingguan campaign was nearing its end. According to the battle plan, the entire Pingguan campaign was to be completed in one day. On one hand, the Japanese had too many troops and strong combat capability, and continuing the fierce battle would be very unfavorable for our army. On the other hand, our 115th Division had limited ammunition and could not support prolonged combat. After the battle, we would withdraw. Hearing that the radio was fixed, the division commander was overjoyed and said, "Great. Immediately contact headquarters and inform them that we will retreat right after the Pingguan campaign ends today." Just then, the radio emitted a series of beeping sounds, indicating a new telegram had been received. This was a telegram from headquarters. As soon as the radio was fixed, it received a telegram from headquarters, which clearly indicated that they had been trying to contact our division's radio. The communications officer quickly reported, "Report to the division commander, a telegram from headquarters." The division commander hurried over, looked at the contents of the telegram, and quickly moved to the operational situation map, examining points like Laoyumia, Hujugu, and the Taihang Mountain base. Muttering, "That was close." The chief of staff, seeing the division commander's expression, asked with confusion, "Division commander, what is wrong?" Chapter 104, Yang Laoshi's shock. The independent regiment's combat power is too strong. As one of the 4 major arsenals of the Republic of China, even if Yang Laoshi wanted to transfer the equipment and machinery from the Taiyuan arsenal, it could not be done all at once. This required time. The transfer of the entire Taiyuan arsenal's equipment was divided into several batches. The batch of equipment that was seized by the Japanese was one of the most important in the Taiyuan arsenal. After losing the equipment, Yang Laoshi was very anxious and nervous. Now was wartime, and many military machines could not be bought with money. Therefore, Yang Laoshi instructed Zhao Daiwen to find out the whereabouts of this batch of machinery. The Taiyuan arsenal was Yang Laoshi's foundation. Yang Laoshi looked at Zhao Daiwen and quickly asked, "Where is it?" Zhao Daiwen replied, according to the information we received. The Japanese and traitor troops attacked our Taiyuan arsenal's equipment transfer team and transported this batch of machinery via the Zhengtai Railway to North China. What? Yang Laoshi was shocked and said, these machines have fallen into the hands of the Japanese. This is not good. The Japanese are coming on strong now. If they have more military equipment and machines, the impact on us will be huge. Chapter 105, Not Giving Yang Laoshi Face. United Zhaogang. Previously, the independent regiment had reported via telegram to headquarters, requesting them to send people to the Taihang mountain base to take away all the equipment from the 4 regiments. Headquarters assigned the 386th Brigade to handle this matter. However, the 386th Brigade had its own combat tasks, so after being busy for so many days, it was finally confirmed that they would come to the Taihang mountain base by October 4th to take the equipment of the 4 regiments back. Of course, now there were already 5 regiments worth of equipment. Because the independent regiment had eliminated the Nichuan detachment and seized equipment for over 1,500 troops, this could equip another regiment. Su Hua nodded, keep in touch with the 386th Brigade, they can come whenever they are ready. These weapons and equipment were taking up space in our army. What does it mean to be rich? This is what it means. While other units are still worried about a lack of guns and ammunition, Su Hua is already complaining that these weapons and equipment are taking up space. This is indeed the case. After all, the independent regiment does not need these weapons and equipment anymore. Zhu Yue nodded, understood. Additionally, the Shanghai Suzhou Nanjing campaign is fierce, and the national government has deployed over 600,000 troops. Chapter 106, The Furious Commissioner. The world's first 40mm gun is here, destroying the united front against the war of resistance. Su Hua smiled faintly and said, Commissioner Zhong, my head isn't that big, I can't wear such a big hat. Don't think that just by randomly throwing accusations at me, you can reclaim that batch of equipment. Let me make it clear, that is impossible. This batch of machinery is the spoils of our independent regiment, and not even the King of Heaven can take it back. Since Zhong Jinyuan is so shamelessly throwing around accusations, Su Hua doesn't need to be polite. He directly opened up, your Jinsui army has no ability, allowing the Japanese to seize the machinery from you. We, the independent regiment, snatched it back, and you still dare to come here asking for machinery. I've seen thick-skinned people, but I've never seen anyone so thick-skinned. If you have such thick skin, go to the front line and block the bullets. Don't even mention old Yang, even if a bald guy comes, not a single screw from this batch of equipment will be returned to you. Do whatever you want. It's useless to label me. Zhong Jinyuan was furious when he heard Su Hua's outburst. Su Hua, you guys in the 8th Route Army are part of the combat units of the 2nd War Zone. Chapter 107, Someone from headquarters has arrived. The shocked brigade commander, Su Hua, you have made a great contribution. According to the orders from headquarters, the 2 regiments of the 386th Brigade are responsible for escorting the 4 regiments of weapons and equipment submitted by Su Hua, ensuring the safety of this batch of weapons and equipment. The 8th Route Army is currently in dire need of firearms and ammunition. Therefore, the equipment of these 4 regiments is absolutely vital for the 8th Route Army, and there can be no mistakes. Otherwise, headquarters wouldn't have arranged for a brigade to escort these weapons and equipment. Taihang Mountain Arsenal. After 2 days of joint efforts between Su Hua and the technicians at the arsenal, the 56 Type 40mm rocket launcher has basically been conquered. With only a few finishing touches and assembly left, it can be said that it will be produced today. This is definitely another groundbreaking weapon. The world's first rocket launcher was the bazooka. The bazooka was developed by the Americans as an anti-tank weapon, famous for its shape resembling a horn-like instrument called a bazooka. Primarily shoulder-fired, its main projectile is a 60mm anti-tank rocket, which began development in 1940, and was finalized and put into service in 1942. Besides the bazooka, other rocket launchers during World War II included the German Empire's Panzerfaust and the RPG-2. Chapter 108, Development of the Base shocks the brigade commander. At this time, the 386th Brigade had not fully entered the core area of the base, but the villages and towns belonging to the Taihang Mountain Base were developing quite well. It was very lively and prosperous. As long as it fell within the scope of the Taihang Mountain Base, the relevant land reforms and policies would be implemented, greatly gaining the support of the common people. Suhua looked at the bustling crowd and streets, since the Japanese launched a full-scale invasion. Many displaced citizens and refugees have poured into the Taihang Mountain Base, increasing the population of the entire base. Currently, there are still many refugees that cannot be properly managed. But that is not a big problem. The brigade commander nodded. The fact that the base has developed to such a scale and managed so well is already very good. Now the entire Taihang Mountain Base has expanded significantly, including 3 county towns, including Pingshan County, as well as surrounding towns and villages in the Taihang Mountains. At the same time, with the outbreak of the War of Resistance and the role of Yu Chao's anti-Japanese merchant alliance, many industrial factories have moved to the rear, with some settling in the Taihang Mountain Base. Chapter 109, Submitting equipment of 5 regiments stuns the brigade commander. Suhua's prediction of the War of Resistance. Suhua smiled slightly. Brigade commander, you're joking. I don't have much ability to teach you. We can learn from each other and make progress together. Ha ha ha, you're too modest. The brigade commander smiled. You have a knack for building bases and developing troops, which is worth learning from us. Ha ha ha. Zhao Gang also smiled and said, what Commander Su said is correct. We are all learning from each other. Soon, everyone arrived at the independent regiment's headquarters. Zhao Gang asked Zhu Yue to let the soldiers of the 771st and 772nd regiments go down to rest and eat well to have the energy to transport weapons and equipment. Suhua, Zhao Gang, and the brigade commander then entered the reception room of the regiment headquarters. Everyone took their seats. The brigade commander looked at Zhao Gang and Suhua and said, Commander Su, Comrade Zhao, I briefly looked at the base during the journey, and I can see that you have developed the base very well. No wonder your independent regiment has such strong combat power. The support of the masses is very important. Suhua, the brigade commander overpraises me. I still hope the brigade commander can give us independent regiment some guidance. I can't give guidance. The brigade commander joked, although I am a brigade commander with 2 regiments under me. The number of soldiers in those 2 regiments is still less than in your independent regiment. Ha ha ha. Chapter 110, Cheng Xiazi meets Li Yunlong. Old Li. Is your battalion stronger than 2 regiments? Cheng Xiazi and Li Yunlong are old comrades. When they first joined the army, Cheng Xiazi had served under Li Yunlong. Seeing Li Yunlong, Cheng Xiazi was very excited and smiled as he approached, saying, Old Li, long time no see. I almost thought you had fallen on the long march. Ha ha ha, you are really lucky. Li Yunlong grinned and said, Cheng Xiazi, are you hoping for my death? No, no. Cheng Xiazi quickly waved his hands. When I heard that you lost contact with the main force, many people thought you had sacrificed. But I firmly believed that you were lucky and would not sacrifice. Sure enough, look at how well you're doing now. You're not holding back at all. Although he said that, Li Yunlong and Cheng Xiazi still embraced each other. Their friendship is something that others cannot understand. Although they often bicker, it does not affect their camaraderie. After a big hug, Li Yunlong looked Cheng Xiazi up and down and smiled. Cheng Xiazi, you're doing well. You're now a regiment commander, and a main force regiment commander at that. Chapter 111, Old Li, following Suhua, I won't trade for a regiment commander. The 40mm rocket is released. The 77 type semi-automatic rifle is the independent regiment's trump card. It is with this standard rifle that Li Yunlong has the confidence and strength to challenge the 386th Brigade with 1 battalion. Cheng Xiazi, who has sharp eyes, can tell that this rifle is not simple. A full magazine fired in a continuous barrage. With a command from Shen Quan, 10 soldiers in this squad, armed with 77 type semi-automatic rifles, aimed at a target 200 meters away, and immediately pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang, rat-a-tat-tat. A full magazine was fired. All hit the target 200 meters away. The target was almost shattered. The power is not small. What amazed Cheng Xiazi the most was, this rifle only needs to be loaded once to fire continuously, which is really too powerful. Looking at the performance of the 77 type semi-automatic rifle, Cheng Xiazi couldn't help but exclaim, "This gun is too amazing." Li Yunlong said smugly, "How is it? Is this gun not stronger than any other rifle? This is our independent regiment 77 type semi-automatic rifle, stronger than any other rifle." Chapter 112, Brigade Commander, congratulations on your fortune. Generous Su Hua. After visiting the Taihang Mountain Arsenal, the brigade commander had a great eye-opener and witnessed the production capacity of the Taihang Mountain Arsenal. It was truly impressive. No wonder an independent regiment can destroy an elite Japanese detachment. Such strong logistical support is the greatest confidence. Su Hua smiled and said, "Brigade Commander, you've already congratulated me on my wealth, so I must show my appreciation. In addition to handing over the weapons and equipment of those 5 regiments, I'm giving the 386th Brigade 100 Type 77 semi-automatic rifles and 10,000 rounds of ammunition. I'll also provide 10 mortars and 20 grenade launchers, along with 200 shells." The production capacity of the Taihang Mountain Arsenal is limited, but providing this equipment to the 386th Brigade is still feasible. Hearing Su Hua's generosity, the brigade commander immediately broke into a smile and laughed. "Ha ha ha, Commander Su is indeed a local tycoon. It's generous of you to let us share in your fortune with this batch of equipment." After visiting the Taihang Mountain Arsenal, the brigade commander was particularly impressed by the Type 77 semi-automatic rifle, which was indeed very powerful. Now, with Su Hua's grand gesture of providing 100 Type 77 semi-automatic rifles and 10,000 rounds of ammunition, it would be no problem to form an elite company. Chapter 113, The Power of the 40mm Rocket Shocks Everyone. The brigade commander commented, "Su Hua alone can match an entire division. The rocket launcher may not look impressive, but its power should not be underestimated." The brigade commander and chief of staff were skeptical about whether this new weapon could penetrate thick walls, unless they saw it with their own eyes. Su Hua looked at Lin Guocheng and said, "Let's start the test fire." With Su Hua's command, Lin Guocheng shouldered the 56 Type 40mm rocket launcher and aimed at the thick wall target 100 meters away. Click! He pulled the trigger. Whoosh! White smoke erupted as the armor-piercing rocket flew out of the barrel, trailing a long flame tail and moving at high speed. In a moment, the armor-piercing rocket accurately struck the thick wall, followed by a loud explosion. Boom! The bright flash of fire appeared. Smoke filled the air. The powerful shockwave from the explosion shattered the thick wall. With a crash, the originally solid wall collapsed under the impact and explosion of the armor-piercing rocket, sending dust flying. As the smoke and dust cleared, the brigade commander and chief of staff were left staring at a pile of rubble and broken bricks. The power of this weapon left both of them utterly astonished. "This is too powerful." Chapter 114, The submission of equipment from 5 regiments shocks the deputy chief. On the independent regiment. After Cheng Xiazi deeply understood Li Yunlong's company, he became even more envious of him. It must be said that Li Yunlong, as a company commander, was living better than him as a regiment commander. Strong soldiers, ample ammunition, fierce combat capability, and well-organized logistics. Such a company commander is indeed comfortable. Seeing Cheng Xiazi's envious expression, Li Yunlong smugly said, "Cheng Xiazi, I told you I wouldn't trade for a regiment commander. Following Commander Su is definitely the right choice. Cheng Xiaozi replied irritably, I told you, old Li, you're not one to suffer losses. After over 2 hours of busy work, the 771st and 772nd Regiments finally finished loading all the weapons and equipment from the 5 regiments. The 386th Brigade was also ready to start this escort mission. The brigade commander approached Su Hua to bid farewell, saying, Old Su, see you again. Su Hua replied, see you again, be careful on the road. Zhao Gang then asked, Brigade Commander, do you want us to arrange for troops to help with the escort? The brigade commander waved his hand, no need. Our entire transport route is relatively safe. If I can't protect this batch of equipment with a whole brigade, then I don't need to be the brigade commander anymore. Chapter 115, It's boring to conduct a blockade. Just wipe out a small Japanese regiment. The strength of the independent mixed 1st Brigade's mechanized infantry regiment is quite strong. And it can handle 2 divisions of anti-Japanese troops without any problem. Even 2 Central Army elite divisions cannot defeat the Japanese mechanized infantry regiment. However, the current battlefield situation requires the 8th Route Army to block the independent mixed 1st Brigade's mechanized infantry regiment. The deputy chief naturally understood the current situation and pondered for a long time before nodding, you're right, under the current circumstances, we must hold our ground. Currently, only our army's independent regiment can undertake this important task. This battle may result in heavy casualties for the independent regiment, but everything is for the war of resistance. Everything for the war of resistance is somewhat tragic. The chief of staff murmured, everything for the war of resistance, that's right, regardless of whether we can win or not. We must strike first. The deputy chief also made up his mind, looking at the operational situation map, immediately sent a telegram to the independent regiment, instructing them to fully block the independent mixed 1st Brigade's mechanized infantry regiment. Their mission is to fully block them for 10 days starting from October 15th. To buy time for the frontline battlefield. Chapter 116, It's all about the elite. The 5th Battalion commander, Zhu Ziming, was also excited and said, every time it's our battalion guarding the base, we also want to go to the battlefield to kill enemies. Next to him, Li Daban also spoke up, yes, yes. Our battalion soldiers also want to improve. They also want to kill some Japanese and get a taste of battle. Su Hua smiled, all right. This time our entire regiment will attack. After saying this, Su Hua looked at everyone present and said, everyone. This will be a tough battle because we are up against the independent mixed 1st Brigade's mechanized infantry regiment, which is an elite Japanese unit. But remember a line from our regiment's song, in a narrow path, the brave will win. Our independent regiment is all about the elite. We will surely win this battle. Everyone present responded loudly, yes. This was the first time the independent regiment would launch a full-scale attack, aiming to take down the independent mixed 1st Brigade's mechanized infantry regiment. Following this, Su Hua, Li Yunlong, Ding Wei, Kong Jie, Long Wenzhong, Zhu Ziming, Yang Zhihua, Sun Dishing, Zhong Dabiao, and others began discussing the operational plan for this mission. This time, the independent regiment would deploy 4,000 combat troops, while the independent mixed 1st Brigade's mechanized infantry regiment had over 3,000 troops. Chapter 117, Underestimating. Wiping out a company of Japanese in half an hour. Chongchuan Chiguang did not take the 8th Route Army seriously, believing it was a poorly equipped and low combat capability unit. Not worth fearing. A single battalion could easily break through the 8th Route Army's blockade. Left Xiaojishan was even more dismissive, arrogantly saying, Regiment Commander, I think we don't need a whole battalion to deal with these local 8th Route troops, with just an infantry artillery battalion and mortars. A single company can breach their defenses. Chongchuan Chiguang nodded, then arranged for a company to go into battle, quick victory, and take the Heshuan position. Left Xiaojishan replied, yes. Soon, the independent mixed 1st Brigade's mechanized infantry regiment arranged for an infantry company and a machine gun company, along with artillery units, to cooperate, aiming to break through the Hsuen position. If these Japanese soldiers knew that this 8th Route Army unit was the independent regiment, they might not have been so arrogant. At the independent regiment's blocking position, Li Yunlong, Kong Jie, and Ding Wei were observing the situation while chatting casually. They already know that the independent mixed brigade 1's mechanized infantry regiment has arrived, and it's estimated that they will launch an attack soon. Chapter 118, Crazy. A regiment dares to encircle the enemy's mechanized regiment. Half an hour. In the view of Nagakawa Akiku, this battle has only been going on for half an hour. He didn't expect to see results so quickly. It must be that the Imperial Army's strength is too strong, like a hot knife through butter. In fact, since joining the battle, the independent mixed brigade 1's mechanized infantry regiment has indeed been unstoppable, whether facing local warlords or the Central Army's elite troops. They have been slaughtering and overwhelming their opponents. No unit can block the advance of the independent mixed brigade 1's mechanized infantry regiment, which makes Nagakawa Akiku feel a bit elated. Therefore, he believes that defeating a unit of 8th Route Army troops would be an easy task. However, the following words from Zhuo Xiajishan left him stunned. Zhuo Xiajishan looked at Nagakawa Akiku's confident expression and didn't want to dampen his spirits, but still spoke up. Regiment commander, the war is over, but one of our attacking squadrons was completely wiped out. Oh? What? Nagakawa Akiku jumped up in disbelief. Looking at Zhuo Xiajishan, what did you say? Our squadron was annihilated in half an hour. Not a single person retreated. Chapter 119, The Independent Regiment's Strength. A shocking artillery counterattack. The biggest difference between the mechanized infantry regiment and ordinary enemy infantry regiments is the presence of tanks and armored vehicles. To decisively defeat this unit of the 8th Route Army, Nagakawa Akiku directly deployed 10 Type 94 tanks and 10 Type 89 medium tanks. Additionally, he used 10 Type 94 37mm rapid-fire guns and 4 Type 90 field guns to enhance firepower. The Type 94 tank is essentially the bean tank, but this time, the frontal armor thickness of 5 bean tanks was upgraded to 12mm, meaning it is nearly impossible to destroy a bean tank with a heavy machine gun. The Type 89 medium tank is the early mainstay medium tank of the enemy, designed with elements from the British Vickers tank layout, but due to resource and technical limitations, its main characteristic is its thin armor. The vehicle weighs only 118 tons, with a maximum frontal armor thickness of just 17mm, and side and rear armor at only 12mm. Sufficient to block light weapons and shrapnel, but it becomes vulnerable to anti-tank weapons. Its main weapon is a 47mm short-barreled gun, which has a low initial velocity and weak armor-piercing capability, while its secondary weapons are two 7mm machine guns. Chapter 120, Squad Leader, the artillery is still firing. The enemy knows that the 8th Route Army lacks artillery, so they set up their artillery positions fairly forward, which gave the independent regiment's artillery battalion a chance to counterattack. Boom! The sound of explosions rang out continuously as the enemy's forward artillery positions were quickly destroyed, like cutting through dry weeds. After 3 rounds of concentrated fire, several artillery companies from the independent regiment began to prepare to retreat. At the same time, upon learning that their forward artillery positions were attacked by the 8th Route Army's artillery, the distant 37mm rapid-fire guns and Type 90 field guns immediately adjusted their angles to prepare to destroy the independent regiment's artillery positions. After adjusting their angles, the enemy's artillery counterattack began. Boom! Shells fell heavily on the positions of several artillery companies of the independent regiment. However, by this time, most of the artillery companies had already evacuated. Of course, some positions that could not be evacuated in time were hit by the enemy's artillery. At this moment, One artillery company's position, after 3 rounds of concentrated fire against the enemy's artillery positions, was in the process of urgent evacuation. Chapter 121, The Great Battle begins. The 40mm artillery gains fame. Boom! The sound of artillery roared, smoke billowed. The 37mm rapid-fire guns and Type 90 field guns continuously fired at the independent regiment's front positions. At the same time, 20 tanks and thousands of enemy soldiers formed several formations and began to attack the independent regiment's 1st, 2nd, and 3rd battalions. The Type 94 tanks and Type 89 medium tanks rumbled forward, with the main assault led by Li Yunlong's 1st battalion. Behind these tanks followed a large number of enemy infantry, coming on strong. In the positions, all the soldiers had determined gazes and murderous intent, staring at the crazed attacking enemy. However, the soldiers did not rush to open fire, instead, they waited until the enemy got closer to shoot. This was not to conserve ammunition, but to maximize the damage to the enemy. At the front command post, Su Hua was observing the battle situation with binoculars, muttering, "Next. Let's see how we perform." Although facing an entire regiment of the enemy, Su Hua was not at all flustered. This time, the independent regiment had an absolute advantage. At the same time, Li Yunlong, Kong Jie, and Ding Wei also entered the front-line trenches to personally command the battle. Chapter 122, A Brilliant Battle. The shocked enemy, when did the 8th Route Army become so strong? Seeing the 40mm artillery continuously taking down the arrogant enemy tanks, Li Yunlong, Kong Jie, and Ding Wei were all very excited. The most troublesome and feared aspect for the independent regiment was the enemy's tanks. Now, seeing the 40mm artillery's power and excellent anti-tank effectiveness, everyone was naturally very excited, and morale soared. Without tank cover, the charging enemy seemed to lose their backbone, and their offensive momentum was instantly suppressed. Both sides engaged in intense combat, but the enemy could not form an effective attack. Instead, their casualties continued to rise. 1 kill breaks even, 2 kills are a profit. This uniform is my coffin, Li Yunlong shouted, holding a Type 77 semi-automatic rifle as he continuously fired at the charging enemy. The feeling of killing enemies was exhilarating. Facing the fierce suppressive fire from the independent regiment's 1st, 2nd, and 3rd battalions, the enemy could not advance their lines and had to retreat. In just this attack, the enemy left behind over 500 corpses, meaning they had already suffered nearly 1,000 casualties. Chapter 123, The Frustrated Enemy. Now that the independent Mixed Brigade 1's mechanized infantry regiment cannot defeat the independent regiment, they want to deploy aircraft for bombing attacks. Zhuxiajishan, this might be a bit difficult. Right now, our planes are mainly assisting the attacks on Nyangzi Pass and Shinko, so it's hard to pull aircraft to support our operations. Moreover, the nearby airfields are quite far, and our aircraft have limited performance. Even if we arrange for fighter planes to support, we won't be able to provide sustained firebombing. This is the truth. Chongchuan Chiguang's expression was very serious and complex. After a moment of silence, he immediately asked, "How many tanks do we have left?" Zhuxiajishan replied, "Currently, we still have 6 tanks. 12 Type 94 37mm rapid-fire guns, and 5 Type 90 field guns. The other units have some grenade launchers and mortars, but not many. Right now, the entire regiment is relying on the tanks, 37mm rapid-fire guns, and Type 90 field guns as heavy firepower equipment. In terms of light weapons, they are simply no match for the independent regiment. It's really frustrating. This is the first time the entire Imperial Army's independent mixed 1st Brigade Mechanized Infantry Regiment has felt so constrained. Chapter 124, Tell My Mother I'm Not a Coward. The armor-piercing rockets have been used up. But now, a Japanese Type 89 medium tank is approaching the 1st Battalion's position. The tank's mounted machine gun is shooting down at the soldiers in the position. Many soldiers were caught off guard and sacrificed heroically. At the same time, the tank's cannon is continuously shelling the 1st Battalion's heavy firepower points. Many light and heavy machine gun positions have been destroyed by the shelling. Shen Quan saw the approaching Type 89 tank and immediately shouted, "Use incendiary bombs quickly." Soon, the soldiers quickly threw bottles of gasoline incendiary bombs. The incendiary bombs landed on the body of the Japanese Type 89 tank and ignited with a loud bang. However, this did not hinder the tank's advance. Although many gasoline incendiary bombs were thrown at the Japanese tank, they did not destroy the entire tank, nor did they immobilize it. The destructive power of incendiary bombs against tanks is quite limited. At this moment, the Japanese tank has approached the defensive line. Chapter 125, Special Operations. Attack and Defense Transformation. Japanese, you are surrounded. After so many days of fighting, it was time for the independent regiment to launch a general attack. According to Suhua's plan, the independent regiment's mission was not to hold back the independent mixed 1st Brigade Mechanized Infantry Regiment, but to annihilate this elite Japanese unit completely. Then, Suhua called Zhong Dabiao over. When Zhong Dabiao arrived in front of Suhua, he said, "Commander, you called for me." Suhua looked at Zhong Dabiao and said, "Zhong Dabiao, this time it's your special operations team's turn to show up. I have my eyes on the Japanese artillery. And your first mission is to capture their artillery positions and seize their guns. As for the specific locations of these artillery positions, Yang Zhihua has roughly told me they are here, here, and here." As he spoke, Suhua pointed to several points on the map. Currently, Suhua does not know what artillery the independent mixed 1st Brigade Mechanized Infantry Regiment has, but it is certain that these artillery have a very long range, which is beyond the striking range of the independent regiment's artillery battalion, leaving the battalion feeling quite frustrated. Chapter 126, Wipe out the entire Japanese regiment. Shocking the Second War Zone. The general offensive of the independent regiment officially began. This time, the goal was to eliminate the entire independent mixed 1st Brigade Mechanized Infantry Regiment. The first to launch the attack were the 4th and 5th Battalions, led by Long Wenzhong. The 4th Battalion launched an attack on the command center of the independent mixed 1st Brigade Mechanized Infantry Regiment. At this time, Zhou Xiajishan and Chongchuan Chiguang were also concentrating their forces to resist the independent regiment's attack, holding firm until reinforcements arrived. The Japanese were using the terrain to start resisting the 4th Battalion's attack. Gunfire and explosions erupted as both sides engaged in fierce combat. Long Wenzhong looked at the Japanese on the hillside and immediately began to command, "1st Company provide fire support, 2nd Company advance, as the assault group. 3rd Company prepare to charge, let's wipe out these Japanese." Subsequently, the soldiers of the 1st Company used their Type 77 semi-automatic rifles, light machine guns, and Type 92 heavy machine guns to provide covering fire. A dense web of fire continuously suppressed the Japanese on the hillside. At the same time, the 2nd Company quickly advanced and reached the foot of the hillside, quickly setting up grenade launchers to bombard the Japanese on the slope. Chapter 127, Capture the Regiment Flag. Exceed the combat mission. At this moment, the defense forces of the command center of the independent mixed 1st Brigade Mechanized Infantry Regiment were very weak, with only a little over 100 people. Because the independent regiment's offensive was rapid, Chongchuan Chiguang could only mobilize the defense forces of the regiment's command center to support the battle, ensuring they could hold out until reinforcements arrived. However, they were unaware that Zhong Dabiao was leading a special operations team that had already reached their command center. At this moment, it was just getting dark. The entire command center was composed of 3 civilian houses, with defensive fortifications built around them, mainly consisting of defensive positions and walls. Although the Japanese soldiers at the command center remained vigilant, they still did not detect the approaching special operations team. Inside the command center, Chongchuan Chiguang anxiously asked, "Zhuxiakun, has the North China Army Command sent a reply?" When can reinforcements arrive at the earliest? Zhuo Xiaozhishan replied, Regiment Commander. According to the telegram from the North China Army Command, our reinforcements won't arrive for at least 3 days. What? 3 days? Chong Chuan Shiguang's eyes widened. Do you think we can hold out for 3 days? In 3 days, they will come to help us collect the corpses. By then, we will have already gone to meet the sun god. Chapter 128. Surrender the regiment flag, Suhua. This time the independent regiment has struck it rich. After a day of fighting, the independent regiment had basically annihilated the independent mixed 1st Brigade Mechanized Infantry Regiment. However, the overall war was not yet over. Sporadic gunfire and cannon sounds continued, making the night seem very bright and colorful. Zhu Huai looked at Suhua and said, It seems that each battalion still has some remaining Japanese soldiers that haven't been dealt with. Suhua originally planned to report the situation to the 8th Route Front Command. But now, hearing the sporadic gunfire, he realized that the battle was not completely over. Thinking of this, Suhua looked at the time and said, Let's send a telegram to the command tomorrow morning. We still have a whole night to eliminate the remaining Japanese. Zhu Huai replied, Yes. Just as Zhu Huai had just left, Zhong Dubia walked in holding the flag of the independent mixed 1st Brigade Mechanized Infantry Regiment, grinning widely, and said, Commander, the mission is complete. This is the regiment flag. Our Special Operations team successfully ambushed the Japanese command center and annihilated the commanders inside. He handed the regiment flag to Suhua. Suhua took the regiment flag, looked at it, and muttered to us, This tattered flag is too dirty to wipe our butts. Chapter 129, Independent Regiment's Battle Report shocks the command center. You were supposed to hold back, but you annihilated them. According to the orders from the 8th Route Army Front Command, the mission of the Independent Regiment was to hold back the Independent Mixed Brigade No. 1's Mechanized Infantry Division for 10 days, from October 15th to October 25th. It is now only October 23rd. At this moment, the Independent Regiment sent a telegram, which immediately made the Deputy Commander and the Deputy Chief of Staff tense. The Deputy Chief of Staff was taken aback and said, Deputy Commander, could it be that the Independent Regiment can't hold off the Japanese Independent Mixed Brigade No. 1's Mechanized Infantry Division? The Deputy Commander, with a serious expression, replied, The Independent Mixed Brigade No. 1's Mechanized Infantry Division is one of the elite units of the Japanese. The entire division has cavalry, tanks, heavy artillery, field guns, etc. It's not surprising if the Independent Regiment can't hold them off. We need to adjust our combat plan according to the battlefield situation. The communications officer was stunned. The Deputy Chief of Staff nodded, his gaze falling on the communications officer, and asked, What did the telegram from the Independent Regiment say? The communications officer replied, Report. The Independent Regiment sent a telegram, saying they have completely annihilated the Independent Mixed Brigade No. 1's Mechanized Infantry Division this morning. They have exceeded their combat mission. Chapter 130, Deputy Commander, I want to meet Suhua. Heroes, go home. The 8th Route Army Headquarters and the Front Command knew about Suhua and the Independent Regiment, but had never seen Suhua. Therefore, after the Independent Regiment achieved great merit this time, the Deputy Chief of Staff thought about personally rewarding the Independent Regiment and Suhua. He also wanted to meet the famous commander of the Independent Regiment. The Deputy Commander nodded. I think it's feasible to have Suhua come to the Front Command. I also want to meet Suhua. This time, the Independent Regiment has indeed made great contributions and deserves a proper reward. The Deputy Chief of Staff said, Yes, I think so too. He immediately ordered a telegram to be sent to the Independent Regiment, asking Suhua to come to the command post when he has time. Yes. The communications officer responded loudly, then immediately went to send a telegram to the Independent Regiment. The Deputy Commander and the Deputy Chief of Staff then continued to study the current combat situation. deciding to discuss the reward for the independent regiment after the battle was over. Near Heshuan County, the independent regiment was busy clearing the battlefield, treating the wounded, and handling the bodies of fallen soldiers. Somewhere on the battlefield, Li Yunlong was actively rescuing the wounded. Quick, bring the gauze to stop the bleeding. This soldier needs some sulfanilamide, otherwise, he will get infected. Chapter 131, Rescue the POWs. Monk Wei Daong. As a time traveler, Su Hua knew that Wei Daong, the monk, was a prisoner from the Shinko battlefield. Now that Su Hua had encountered these prisoners, he had to rescue them. Su Hua had always lacked a suitable guard. If Wei Daong was among this batch of prisoners, that would be perfect. Even if Wei Daong was not among them, Su Hua planned to act. After all, these prisoners were part of the anti-Japanese forces, preferring to be captives rather than traitors. Su Hua asked, "How many Japanese are there?" The reconnaissance soldier replied, "Not many. Just over 100 Japanese soldiers, escorting about 500 to 600 prisoners. Just over 100 Japanese. This could be easily resolved." Su Hua turned to Li Yunlong and the others, saying, "You lead the main force to continue retreating to the base according to plan. Zhong Dabiao, take the special operations team and deal with these Japanese soldiers to rescue this batch of prisoners." Zhong Dabiao replied, "Yes." Subsequently, Li Yunlong, Kong Jie, and Zhong Dabiao led the main force of the independent regiment to continue retreating to the base, while Su Hua and Zhong Dabiao headed towards the prisoners from the Shinko battlefield. Chapter 132, Amazing Casualty Ratio. One general's success comes at the cost of countless bones. Recruiting prisoners. The Republic of China was very chaotic, with many warlords. Therefore, many units would have similar names, especially for units like the independent regiment. It was even more likely to have name duplications. So Wei Daong asked if the independent regiment was the one that previously annihilated the Nishikawa detachment. Su Hua was taken aback, his gaze falling on Wei Daong the monk, and said, "That's right, it was our independent regiment that ambushed and annihilated the Nishikawa detachment." To be honest, Su Hua did not expect Wei Daong to know about the independent regiment's achievement against the Nishikawa detachment. This also indicated that the previous ambush had a significant impact throughout Shaanxi province, as it involved the complete annihilation of a full Japanese detachment. The combat power was definitely strong. Hearing this affirmation, Wei Daong was the first to step forward and say, "So it was you who wiped out the Nishikawa detachment. You did well in killing the Japanese. I, Wei the monk, will follow you." A comrade beside him tugged at Wei Daong's clothes and whispered, "Monk, aren't you going to find your original unit?" Wei Daong replied openly, "The commander is right, fighting the Japanese is fighting the Japanese, no matter where it is. Since the commander values me, I am willing to join the independent regiment to fight the Japanese." Chapter 133, A Grand Burial. The heroic souls of the anti-Japanese resistance will live on forever. The achievements of the battle shocked Yang Laoshi. One general's success comes at the cost of countless bones. Without the sacrifices of these soldiers, where would the general's achievements come from? Su Hua looked at the tombstones of the fallen soldiers, and loudly said, "Salute." The crowd present immediately saluted these heroes in unison. Any remembrance and mourning cannot bring them back to life, but it can keep their spirits alive and make future generations remember them. This salute lasted a full minute. After 1 minute, everyone slowly lowered their hands. Su Hua looked at the row of tombstones, gazing at a blank inscription nearby, and murmured, "Loyal bones are buried everywhere in the Green Mountains. There is no need for horse leather to wrap the bodies for my brothers. You are all heroes. I originally wanted to write an inscription for you, but I know the inscription is too small to contain your greatness. Without your sacrifice, there would be no victory in this battle. I am not a qualified commander. I could not bring all of you back safely, this is my fault." After speaking, Su Hua bowed deeply to these mounds. After the bow, Su Hua continued, "You are all heroes of the independent regiment, heroes of this country. What I can do is hope that you will not be forgotten by future generations. Not just a cold number. Chapter 134. The achievements of the independent regiment shocked the Second War Zone. The great victory invigorated the spirits. Now, the situation on the front line is urgent. Reports are coming in of various defeats, broken defenses, and the Japanese advancing their front lines. However, no one expected that this time the independent regiment actually annihilated the independent mixed brigade No. 1's mechanized infantry division. A regiment took down a division. How unbelievable is that? If it weren't for hearing it with his own ears, Yang Laoshi wouldn't dare to believe such an outrageous report. Shocked. Dumbfounded. Stunned. Although Yang Laoshi had some understanding of the independent regiment, knowing it was the ace unit of the 8th Route Army with strong combat capabilities, he never expected it to be this powerful. This is a mechanized infantry regiment, not an ordinary infantry regiment. Since the Japanese invaders invaded Shaanxi province, both the Central Army and the Jinsui Army had engaged in battles with the Japanese many times, and thus they were aware of how formidable the Japanese forces were. Not to mention a mechanized infantry regiment, even an ordinary infantry regiment could easily handle 2 divisions of the Central Army or the Jinsui Army. For instance, in the recent Battle of Shinko, the Sakata Regiment defeated the Central Army's 72nd Division and another division, capturing many soldiers from the Central Army, including Wei Daong. Chapter 135. Red Capitalist Ming Jing. The base's development shocks Sister Ming. Family relations in Shanghai. Su Hua was momentarily stunned by the woman in the Gyeongsam before him. This was actually an acquaintance. The woman in the Gyeongsam looked at Su Hua in slight surprise, then smiled and extended her hand to shake his, saying, "Commander Su. I've long admired your name, and seeing you today truly confirms your impressive demeanor. Let me introduce myself, I am Ming Jing, the chairwoman of the Ming family enterprise in Shanghai. It's a pleasure to meet you." The woman in the Gyeongsam was indeed Ming Jing. This was beyond Su Hua's expectations. He never thought that Ming Jing would contact him through the anti-Japanese National Salvation Business Association. This was truly remarkable. As a time traveler, Su Hua naturally knew about Ming Jing and the Ming family enterprise. Ming Jing was the chairwoman of the Ming family enterprise, the eldest sister of the Ming family in Shanghai, and a powerful red capitalist. She was gentle on the outside but strong on the inside, patriotic, and devoted to her family. After losing her parents at a young age, Ming Jing took charge of the Ming family enterprise at just 17 years old, raising her 3 younger brothers, making her the absolute head of the Ming family. Most importantly, Ming Jing had clear likes and dislikes. She despised the Japanese and their traitorous collaborators, and was eager to contribute to the anti-Japanese national salvation. Which is why she reached out to Su Hua's independent regiment through Yu Chao's anti-Japanese National Salvation Business Alliance. Chapter 136. Su Hua leaks spoilers about the Nanjing Massacre. Strong support from Shanghai's big families. Blue Rouge. The Ming family is definitely a prominent family in Shanghai. Therefore, it is not surprising that the Ming family has connections with the Lan family, the Shao family, the Zhu family, and others. However, the exact nature of those relationships is unknown. Hearing Su Hua's question, Ming Jing was momentarily taken aback and asked with a puzzled expression, "Commander Su, how do you know that the Shao family has a daughter named Shao Ya?" Su Hua smiled faintly and replied, "I heard someone mention it. By the way, where is Shao Ya now?" Ming Jing truthfully answered, "We have a good relationship with the Shao family. According to Old Master Shao, Shao Ya is currently teaching at a girls' school in Jinling." "Why do you ask?" Indeed, everything felt like a plot from a TV drama. The reason Su Hua inquired was that he had seen Zhu Ziming from Qingfeng village in this parallel world. Since there was Zhu Ziming, it was natural to think that there could also be Zhu Weiguo, Chen Yi, and Shao Ya. In the TV series, Shao Ya was the unresolved sorrow of many, having died during the Nanjing Massacre. It was now November 15th, and the Battle of Jinling had not yet begun. If Xiao Yue could be evacuated from Jinling at this time, the tragedy could be avoided. As long as she was not in Jinling, she could be anywhere. Chapter 137, Arriving at the General Command. A grand display. Troops exceeding 5,000 shocked the deputy commander. The major battle in Shaanxi province was basically over, with the Japanese controlling Taiyuan. The next phase would be the anti-Japanese resistance behind enemy lines. Therefore, Su Hua also planned to visit the 8th Route Army's frontline General Command to discuss the upcoming anti-Japanese plans with the Deputy Commander and Deputy Chief of Staff. The independent regiment also needed to continue to grow. On November 20th, Su Hua decided to take Wei Daong and a squad of guards to the 8th Route Army's frontline General Command. As he was about to leave, Zhao Gang voiced his concern. "Old Su, is it enough to bring just a few people? The situation is unstable, and your safety is very important." Su Hua smiled and said, "Bringing more people would be inconvenient. This time I'm going to the headquarters, not deep behind enemy lines. So there's no need to worry about safety. While I'm away from the independent regiment, I'll leave it and the base under your care." Zhao Gang nodded. "Don't worry. I'll handle the regiment and base affairs well." After some casual conversation, Su Hua, along with Wei Daong and a squad of guards, rode off towards the 8th Route Army's General Command. One person, one horse. They rode swiftly. After a day of travel, Su Hua and Wei Daong finally reached the 8th Route Army's frontline General Command. Chapter 138, Destroying over 10,000 enemies. Military achievements stand out. Su Hua's analysis shocks the general. It should be noted that when the 386th Brigade went to the Taihang Mountain Base, the independent regiment had only around 4,000 people. In just over a month, the independent regiment had grown to over 5,000. The independent regiment suffered significant losses during the complete annihilation of the Japanese Chuan Brigade and the mechanized infantry regiment of the independent mixed 1st Brigade. As wars inevitably come with casualties. Besides these two major battles, the independent regiment also engaged in combat with the Japanese and puppet troops, completely annihilating over 10,000 Japanese and puppet soldiers, with their own casualties being considerable as well. However, during this process, the independent regiment was continuously growing. With the increasing scale and population of the base, the independent regiment's recruitment and military expansion accelerated significantly. Therefore, despite fighting numerous battles, the troop numbers of the independent regiment still increased, surpassing 5,000. This result left both the deputy commander and the deputy chief of staff utterly shocked. They never expected the independent regiment to develop so rapidly. One regiment is now equivalent to a brigade. The deputy commander, astonished, momentarily lost his focus before regaining his composure and looking at Su Hua. "Su Hua, your independent regiment now has over 5,000 troops. After so many battles, not only did your troop numbers not decrease, but they actually increased." Chapter 139, Submitting the Regiment Flag. Awarding the flag, Wanxing Army. Collective First-Class Merit. The regiment flag of the independent mixed 1st Brigade Mechanized Infantry Regiment is an extremely important trophy. Capturing the regiment flag and publicizing it would undoubtedly strike a blow to the morale and arrogance of the Japanese. Upon hearing that there was a gift to present, both the deputy commander and the deputy chief of staff immediately became interested. Su Hua turned to Wei Daong beside him and said, "Monk, go bring in the gift." "Yes." Wei Daong replied loudly, then went to bring in the regiment flag of the independent mixed 1st Brigade Mechanized Infantry Regiment. This time, Su Hua came to the headquarters partly to bring the captured regiment flag. This was undoubtedly a significant trophy. Wei Daong presented the regiment flag in front of the three men, displaying it directly. With a snap, the regiment flag instantly unfurled. Upon seeing that it was indeed the regiment flag of the independent mixed 1st Brigade Mechanized Infantry Regiment, the deputy commander was instantly excited. standing up to closely examine the Japanese regiment flag, smiling and saying, "Ha ha ha, Suhua. Is this the regimental flag of the Independent Mixed Brigade 1st Mechanized Infantry Regiment that you confiscated?" Suhua nodded, "Yes. This broken flag is too dirty for me to even use for wiping. But it can be used to strike a blow to the morale and fighting spirit of the little devils, so I brought it." Chapter 140, Red Flag Medal. Personal First Class Merit. Has Suhua become a brigade commander? The deputy commander presented a pen. A soldier is a bear, and a general is a den of bears. Without Suhua as the leader, there wouldn't be the current independent regiment and the Taihang Mountain base. Therefore, Suhua is indispensable. That's right. Without you as the backbone and soul of the independent regiment and the Taihang Mountain base, it wouldn't have developed. The deputy commander looked at Suhua and said, "Therefore, the headquarters and the command center have decided to commend you." After discussions between the headquarters and the frontline command center, it was decided to award the Red Flag Medal and Personal First Class Merit to Suhua, the commander of the 8th Route Army's Independent Regiment, as well as the title of Anti-Japanese Hero. After speaking, the Deputy Chief of Staff brought over the Red Flag Medal, the First Class Merit Award document, and the medal for the Anti-Japanese Hero title. The Red Flag Medal is definitely a high-level medal in the 8th Route Army, belonging to Advanced Military Merit Medals. It symbolizes honor and bravery, and is the highest commendation for those who have made significant contributions in battle, for the anti-Japanese cause, or for the development of the revolutionary cause, etc. Generally speaking, the Red Flag Medal is awarded to 8th Route Army commanders and soldiers who perform outstandingly in combat and establish extraordinary achievements. The performance requirements are quite strict. Chapter 141, Establishing the Taihang Mountain Military District. Official announcement. My brother is Shunliu. The Deputy Commander and the Deputy Chief of Staff had previously discussed the establishment of the Taihang Mountain Military District. The Taihang Mountain Military District is a military subdivision established with the Taihang Mountain Base as the core, and the commander of this military district is naturally Suhua. However, the timing does not seem mature yet. The Deputy Commander slowly spoke. Currently, the scale of the Taihang Mountain Base is not small, and its development is quite good. But the number of troops in the independent regiment is too few to reach the scale of a military subdivision. So, for now, let's not establish the Taihang Mountain Military Subdivision. We will wait until the independent regiment grows a bit more. The Deputy Chief of Staff nodded. That's fine. Let's wait until the independent regiment and the Taihang Mountain Base develop further. This time, Suhua came to the frontline command center and brought great surprises to the Deputy Commander and the Deputy Chief of Staff. First, he submitted the flag of the Independent Mixed Brigade 1st Mechanized Infantry Regiment, which can be used to promote the 8th Route Army, enhance its reputation, and strike a blow to the arrogance of the little devils. It can be said that the role of a regimental flag is not small. Secondly, Suhua also submitted a batch of weapons and equipment for more than 3,000 people, which can expand to form 2 regiments. Chapter 142, Honor of the Wanqing Army. Filling the gaps. Shunliu completely obeyed his sister. Suhua's gaze fell on Shunliu's sister, asking, "Sister, would you like your brother to join our independent regiment to fight the devils?" Shunliu's sister looked at the little devil's corpse lying on the ground, recalled everything that had just happened, and gritted her teeth, saying, "Shunliu, join the independent regiment to fight the devils. These little devils are too despicable. If it weren't for this officer arriving in time, I would have been violated by these little devils." Shunliu nodded. "Okay. Since my sister wants me to join the independent regiment, then I will join. Officer, I will follow you from now on." Suhua nodded. "Good, by the way. What is your name?" Although he already knew about Shunliu's situation, Suhua still asked knowingly. Shunliu grinned, revealing his white teeth, and said, "My name is Shunliu." Next to him, Shunliu's sister said, "Officer, Shunliu is his nickname. His real name is Chen Erlei, and I am Chen Huan. Chen Erlei. Chen Huan. That's a nice name. Su Hua looked at Chen Huan and said, Chen Huan, how about you come with us to the Taihang mountain base? It's safer there. Chapter 143, Good News from Ming Lu. Little fangirl Lan Yanji. The affluent independent regiment the Ming family, as a prominent family in the Shanghai market, indeed has strength. So the machinery, equipment, supplies, and military funds transported this time are quite considerable. This is absolutely a great boost for the independent regiment. Just as Su Hua was looking at these supplies, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. Is that Ming Lu? Ming Lu is definitely the eldest son of the Ming family. He fears no one outside, but everyone at home fears him. It can be said that Ming Lu is one of their own. Because Ming Lu has long joined our party's underground organization, but has been hiding quite deeply. When Ming Lu saw Su Hua, he immediately stepped forward and extended his hand to shake. Commander Su, I have long admired your name. I am Ming Lu from the Ming family. I am here specifically to transport this batch of supplies and equipment for your regiment. Su Hua gratefully said, Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Ming. Ming Lu smiled slightly. This is what we should do. The war of resistance is everyone's responsibility. By the way, I have a list of supplies for you to review. A Cheng. Ming Lu shouted into the crowd, and soon a man in a suit quickly walked towards Ming Lu with a briefcase. This is Ming Lu's adopted brother, Ming Cheng. Chapter 144, The development of the base and the independent regiment shocks Ming Lu. Lan Yanji joins. Now in the Shanghai market, the Ming family, the Lan family, and the Xiao family are all vigorously supporting Su Hua and the independent regiment, coupled with Yu Chao's anti-Japanese and National Salvation Business Alliance. The independent regiment and the Taihang mountain base have strong support. Not bad, not bad. Lan Yanji looked at Su Hua with admiration, directly expressing her respect. Anyway, I think you are an anti-Japanese hero. I specially followed Brother Ming's vehicle to come and see. Commander Su, do you mind if I stay in your base for a few days? Su Hua smiled slightly and said, Of course, you can. Ming Lu also spoke up, Commander Su, Ming Cheng and I plan to stay in the base for a few days. Will we disturb you? Su Hua waved his hand, No problem. Since you are supporting our independent regiment and the construction of the Taihang mountain base so vigorously, it's fine to stay a few more days. Ming Lu, Lan Yanji, and the others stayed at the Taihang mountain base to gain a deeper understanding of the independent regiment and the base. After all, the achievements of the independent regiment in the anti-Japanese struggle have spread, and such an excellent anti-Japanese force naturally deserves more understanding. Subsequently, Ming Lu, Ming Cheng, Lan Yanji, and others chose to stay at the base for 5 days before leaving. Chapter 145, The Nanjing Massacre occurs. Su Hua wants to avenge hundreds of thousands of fellow countrymen. A major incident has occurred in Nanjing. As a time traveler, Su Hua naturally knows that the Nanjing massacre has erupted. Su Hua asked knowingly, What happened? Did the little devils fully occupy Nanjing? Humanly, not only that, as early as October 13th, the little devils completely occupied Nanjing. Subsequently, the little devils began to burn, kill, and loot within the city of Nanjing, conducting multiple plunders. At the beginning, we thought it was just the inhumane routine operations of the little devils, burning, killing, and looting. We never expected that by today, October 15th, the little devils would be conducting a comprehensive and indiscriminate massacre. Now, Jinling is simply a hell on earth. A scene of unimaginable horror, with corpses everywhere and floating bodies all over the Qinhuai River. In short, men, women, and children in Jinling are all unable to escape the butcher's knife of the little devils. What? As soon as this was said, Ming Lu, Ming Cheng, and Lan Yanji were all shocked. Indiscriminate massacre. Not sparing anyone, regardless of age or gender. Shocked. Furious. Although Su Hua had anticipated this matter long ago, Hearing the bad news again still weighed heavily on his heart with sorrow. Such a brutal and inhumane tragedy makes every encounter feel heavy. Chapter 146, Everyone. I am making the following arrangements. Hell on earth. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. Now that the little devils are conducting a massacre in Jinling, Su Hua absolutely cannot allow them to have an easy time. Revenge. We must take revenge. Zhu Huaye was taken aback, then nodded, yes. Soon, all the battalions and departments of the independent regiment arrived at the meeting. Everyone took their seats, and their eyes fell on Su Hua. They could sense the anger and killing intent emanating from him. After following Su Hua for so long, it was the first time they saw him in such a state. Su Hua looked around at everyone present and said, "Manli, explain the situation." Yes. Yu Manli then recounted the situation of the massacre in Jinling to everyone. Upon hearing this, anger and killing intent filled everyone's faces. They finally understood why Su Hua was so filled with killing intent. Li Yunlong exclaimed in fury, "Damn it! Are these little devils even human? They actually carried out a massacre in Jinling, which involves hundreds of thousands of people. Damn, these little devils are simply beastly executioners." Kong Jie also said angrily, "How cruel! These little devils have truly lost their humanity and committed heinous crimes. I estimate that the entire city of Jinling has now descended into hell." Chapter 147, Breaking Two County Cities. Revenge has just begun. After some arrangements, the entire independent regiment launched an attack. Before officially going into battle, Su Hua and Zhao Gang held a simple oath-taking meeting for the entire regiment to announce the crimes of the Little Devils massacre in Jinling. In an instant, all the soldiers of the regiment were filled with righteous indignation and killing intent, eager to devour the Little Devils alive. Under the mobilization of political commissar Zhao Gang and regiment commander Su Hua, all the soldiers transformed their anger into the power to kill the Little Devils. After the simple mobilization and oath-taking meeting ended, the entire independent regiment launched an attack on Pingding County and Tinghu County. Because it was a large troop movement, the Japanese and puppet troops in Pingding County and Tinghu County were naturally at a disadvantage, so they immediately closed the city gates, reinforced their defenses, and prepared to wait for reinforcements. At the same time, both counties deployed defensive works outside the city, intending to intercept the attack of the independent regiment. Currently, the independent regiment has more than 5,000 troops. Divided into two routes, there are also more than 2,000 troops. The enraged soldiers' combat effectiveness doubled. So capturing Pingding County and Tinghu County should not be a big problem. In Pingding County, mainly the 1st and 2nd battalions were responsible for the attack, while the 3rd Battalion was tasked with providing guidance and commanding the troops in battle. Chapter 148, A Major Cleanup Targeting the Japanese. In 3 days, the independent regiment successfully captured Tinghu County. During this process, Sun Dishing's cavalry battalion also played a significant role. In the final assault on Tinghu County, Su Hua employed the cavalry battalion, utilizing their mobility to quickly charge and reach the city gate, breaking into the city and ultimately capturing Tinghu County. Although there were still some remaining Japanese and puppet troops in the city at this time, dealing with them was not a big problem. The situation was already determined. With Su Hua's order, the 5th and 6th battalions immediately sealed off the entire Tinghu County. No one was allowed to enter or exit. At the same time, Long Wenzhong and Zhu Ziming, leading the 5th and 6th battalions, began to clear out the remaining Japanese and puppet troops in the city. Bang bang bang, clatter clatter. Rumble rumble, sporadic gunfire sounded. The Japanese and puppet troops in the city were naturally no match for the 5th and 6th battalions, and were continuously slaughtered. At this moment, Zhu Huaye approached Su Hua and reported, "Report, Commander, just received a telegram from political commissar Zhao, saying they have just captured Pingding County." Su Hua nodded, "Relay my orders. Let them seal off all the city gates of Zhengding County, not allowing anyone to enter or exit. Chapter 149, Concentrated Cleanup. Revenge for Blood Debts. A major cleanup targeting the Little Devils is underway in Pingding County and Tinghu County, with all Japanese, regardless of age or gender, being arrested. There are quite a few people in the entire county. Therefore, the entire search operation takes some time. At the same time, the independent regiment also utilized the power of the masses, encouraging the public to report the Japanese. The Japanese and Chinese have no distinguishing features. And as long as they don't speak Japanese, it's hard to tell them apart. Thus, it requires the citizens to report them. The common people have long suffered under the oppression of the Japanese and the invasion of the Little Devils, so now that they can report them, they naturally do so eagerly. Once the identity of the Japanese is verified, they are all arrested. Any resistance leads to a dead end. Since the gates of Pingding County and Tinghu County are all guarded and closed, the Japanese cannot escape and can only be captured. Even if they want to hide, they cannot completely conceal themselves. The independent regiment mobilized the power of the masses to search for the Japanese, making it impossible for them to avoid capture. After arresting the Japanese, all their properties were confiscated, becoming the property of the independent regiment. The next day, in Tinghu County, at the independent regiment headquarters, Zhu Yue approached Suhua and reported, "Report, Commander, with the support of our soldiers and the local people, all Japanese in Tinghu County have been arrested." Chapter 150, Suhua personally executes. An eye for an eye. For the sake of revenge for our fellow countrymen. There was no concealment. There were no grandiose reasons. Suhua directly stated the reason: revenge. Let the Little Devils pay blood debts with blood. The crowd of common people present were filled with anger and shock upon hearing of the Little Devils' atrocities in Jinling. They never expected these Little Devils to be so inhumane. They actually carried out a massacre in Jinling. How many innocent civilians have died at their hands? Listening to Suhua's account, they seemed to feel the hellish conditions in Jinling. In an instant, the crowd was filled with righteous indignation. The Little Devils are not human. Kill all these Japanese. Yes. Kill them all to avenge our fellow countrymen. Kill. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. They killed our fellow countrymen, so we must kill their Japanese. Kill. To avenge our compatriots, we must eliminate all these Japanese. Who would have thought that the Little Devils not only breached our Jinling, but also committed arson, murder, and looting, carrying out inhumane massacres? It's utterly detestable. It's simply not enough to seek revenge for our Jinling compatriots. The Little Devils actually massacred ordinary civilians and even held killing contests, burying people alive. They are truly beasts, and it's time for revenge. Chapter 151, Burying Alive. The Shadow of Death. Revenge of Suhua. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. The gunfire that had been dense ceased as Suhua stopped shooting. The surviving Japanese present turned pale, their expressions filled with fear and despair. They never expected that Suhua would directly use a machine gun to sweep them down. They had no power to resist at all. Now that the gunfire had stopped, the expressions of the Japanese were complex: despair, fear, confusion, unease, and faces ashen. At this moment, the Japanese knew they were doomed. They could feel the anger emanating from Suhua. How could he not be furious after the loss of over 300,000 innocent compatriots? And what about the tens of millions of soldiers and civilians who sacrificed during the resistance? How could Suhua not be filled with rage? Even a bodhisattva would feel anger upon witnessing such a scene. Even Buddha can be angry. Suhua looked at the corpses of the Japanese strewn across the ground, glanced at the smoking light machine gun, and then spoke coldly, "Bury the rest alive." At this moment, everyone realized the purpose of the large pit that had been dug in the open space. It was meant to bury the Japanese alive. The Little Devils had buried many compatriots in Jinling, and now Suhua would bury these Japanese alive too. Chapter 152, The sky may fall, but I, Suhua, will bear it responsibility. The integrity of scholars. Killing so many Japanese in the pit was indeed exhilarating. However, to avoid being caught by the bald heads, the national government, and others with ulterior motives, someone naturally had to step up and take responsibility for this matter. Zhao Gang decided he would take the blame for everything. Responsibility was his. Zhu Yue understood Zhao Gang's intention and quickly said, "Comrade Political Commissar, if the headquarters wants to hold someone accountable, it should be our entire regiment that bears it together. Not just you alone. Killing the little devils to avenge our Jinling compatriots is indeed gratifying, and these Japanese devils deserve to die." However, Zhao Gang sighed and said, "But these Japanese are ordinary people, not soldiers. Once this matter spreads, many with ulterior motives, including the bald heads and the national government, will use it to attack our 8th Route Army, so someone has to take responsibility for this. Old Su is the soul of our independent regiment, and we absolutely cannot let anything happen to him, so I will take on this matter. It is indeed my responsibility." Zhao Gang was assigned to Su Hua's independent regiment as the political commissar. Aside from overseeing political work, he also served to represent the headquarters in monitoring the independent regiment and Su Hua's every move. Chapter 153, Deputy General protecting his own. Zhao Gang stepped up to take the blame for Su Hua, but how could Su Hua allow Zhao Gang to shoulder the responsibility alone? Moreover, this was originally Su Hua's issue. It was Su Hua who issued the orders and personally killed these Japanese. Looking at Zhao Gang, who was so resolute, Su Hua slowly said, "Old Zhao, I understand your meaning, but I will still report truthfully to the headquarters. As for how the headquarters will punish or handle it, that will depend on their decision." Zhao Gang knew very well that if Su Hua reported truthfully, it would be impossible for him to take the blame. So he nodded and said, "All right, if the frontline headquarters pursues this matter, we will bear it together." Exactly, together. Su Hua was unafraid and said, "At worst, I'll be demoted to a soldier, but in the future, when I see the little devils, I will kill one whenever I see one, not holding back." With Su Hua's prestige and ability, even if he were demoted to a soldier, the entire independent regiment and the Taihang Mountain base would still have to listen to him. This is the power of status and influence. Over 300,000 Jinling compatriots, tens of millions of soldiers and civilians, and countless losses in wealth were all caused by these little devils. Chapter 154, Responsibility. Deputy General's bold protection. No one can interfere. The independent regiment under Su Hua had complete military independence and autonomy. The headquarters had granted Su Hua a high degree of authority. Therefore, the independent regiment's attacks on Pingding County and Tinghu County did not require reports to any superiors. Naturally, the frontline headquarters was unaware of the situation of the independent regiment until they received a telegram. Hearing the words of the Deputy Chief of Staff, the Deputy General asked with a puzzled expression, "What does this mean?" The independent regiment just sent a telegram saying they have captured Pingding County and Tinghu County, and they have executed the Japanese in those two counties to avenge our Jinling compatriots. As the Deputy Chief of Staff spoke, he handed the telegram document to the Deputy General. At the same time, Zhao Gang took full responsibility for this matter, stating that if the headquarters wanted to pursue accountability, it should be Zhao Gang who is held responsible. The Deputy General took the telegram, glanced at its contents, and smiled. "I see that Zhao Gang is taking the blame for Su Hua. The capture of Pingding County and Tinghu County must have been commanded by Su Hua. And as for executing the Japanese, that is likely also Su Hua's doing, but Zhao Gang doesn't want us to deal with Su Hua. So he proactively stepped up to take the blame." Chapter 155, A Sensation in the Second War Zone. Old Yang of the West, Su Hua has guts. Well done. This was the second telegram from the independent regiment. It was sent by Zhu Yue at Su Hua's request. In this telegram, Su Hua reported truthfully and stated that if the headquarters wanted to pursue accountability, it should be Su Hua who was held accountable. The Deputy General took the telegram from the Deputy Chief of Staff and, upon reading it, revealed a faint smile. This Su Hua and Zhao Gang are both thinking of taking on responsibility. But I said this time I will protect my own. No one is allowed to hold Su Hua and the independent regiment accountable. Exactly. The Deputy Chief of Staff nodded in agreement. Since the little devils committed such heinous acts in Jinling, what is wrong with us repaying evil with evil? We don't need to care about the outside world. Our 8th Route Army must protect our own. The Deputy General turned to the communicator and said, immediately send a telegram to Su Hua's independent regiment stating that the headquarters will not pursue accountability for this matter. But there will be no rewards either. This matter will be considered settled. Communicator, yes. The Deputy General and Deputy Chief of Staff were also very angry about the little devil's atrocities in Jinling. Therefore, although the actions of the independent regiment were not advocated, they would not be held accountable. Chapter 156. Who dares to move Su Hua is an enemy of all. The angry Yamaguchi Yoshio. Regarding the little devil's atrocities in Jinling, any patriotic person would be furious. The massacre and brutal actions of the little devils are truly appalling. Su Hua and the independent regiment's retaliation is merely collecting a bit of interest. So when old Yang of the West learned of the actions of Su Hua and the independent regiment, he naturally supported and isolated them. What humanitarianism? What Geneva Conventions? What kind of war law? What military regulations? Those are aimed at people, not at beasts like the little devils. Su Hua dares to think and act. Directly slaughtering the Japanese to avenge his compatriots, that's real courage. That's determination. Doing this might lead to others taking advantage of the situation, public condemnation, and various pressures. But Su Hua is not afraid. This earns him great respect from Yang Laoshi, which is why Su Hua truly has guts. Zhao Daiwen also spoke up, yes. When we learned about the Jinling massacre, we could only express our condemnation and anger verbally. But what Su Hua and the independent regiment did is truly making the little devils pay blood for blood. This is incredibly satisfying. Exactly. Yang Laoshi also highly approves of this, nodding repeatedly. The independent regiment not only liberated 2 counties, but also made the Japanese and the little devils pay a heavy price. Chapter 157. Su Hua becomes the public enemy of the little devils. The Great Sweep is coming. The Sakata detachment is here. What is double standard? This is double standard. The little devils can massacre so many compatriots in Jinling, but now that Su Hua and the independent regiment have slaughtered over 3,000 of their Japanese, they suddenly can't take it. Gongye Jun gazed at the furious Shinozuka Yoshio and cautiously said, Su Hua and the independent regiment are avenging our compatriots in Jinling. They say we are killing their compatriots, while the independent regiment has slaughtered our Japanese compatriots. In Pingding County and Tinghu County, no Japanese man, woman, or child was spared. Baga Yaru. Shinozuka Yoshio was enraged, his mouth twitching, and said, this is simply too despicable. They slaughtered our Japanese, which violates the laws of war and the conventions of warfare. Everything we did in Jinling was because the people there resisted our imperial army. That's why we were forced to take action against them. This is completely a different nature. We must take revenge for this. I have to say, the little devils are really justifying themselves. The atrocities in Jinling are explained as being due to the resistance from the military and civilians there in order to avoid casualties. The little devils had to go on a killing spree in Jinling. Chapter 158. Su Hua commands thousands in combat. Countersweep. The gifted agent Lan Yanji. After years of development, the independent regiment's intelligence network, the Shadow Intelligence Bureau, has developed rapidly, and its intelligence capabilities are quite strong. So when the Little Devil Sakata detachment and other units began to move, the Shadow Intelligence Bureau's network immediately received relevant information. And Yu Manli was the first to report to Su Hua. Su Hua spoke slowly. Is it the little devils starting to take revenge? Yumanli was taken aback. Then nodded, "That's right, Commander, you really are insightful." "It's not that I'm insightful," Su Hua said, "it's because I understand the little devils. Their nature is to retaliate for every slight. We killed so many of their Japanese, so they will naturally seek revenge. If the little devils don't retaliate, then there is only one possibility: you are strong enough. The little devils are attracted to strength. A typical case of bullying the weak and fearing the strong." Speaking of which, Su Hua looked at Yumanli and asked, "How many troops are the little devils deploying to encircle us this time?" Yumanli quickly replied, "According to the intelligence we received, this time the little devils have mobilized over 15,000 troops from the Sakata detachment and the 3rd and 4th mixed brigades of the Imperial Army, along with tanks, planes, and artillery." Chapter 159, A Great Battle Approaches. Su Hua becomes a division commander. A certain victory. The scale of the Taihang mountain base has already become very large. The larger the territory, the more militia forces are needed. With continuous development, the militia has now grown to over 5,000 people. Although the combat effectiveness of the militia cannot compare to that of regular troops, having over 5,000 militia members can form a strong fighting force. Comparatively, the combat effectiveness of the militia in the Taihang mountain base is similar to that of ordinary 8th Route Army units. Upon learning of this result, Su Hua's face brightened. "I didn't manage the militia for 2 months, and I didn't expect it to grow to over 5,000. The militia must play a role in this operation." The militia's leader, Fang Qianhao, patted his chest and said, "Commander, you can rest assured. While your regular troops fight without fear, we militia are also not afraid of death. As long as you give the order, our over 5,000 militia will fight on the front lines and ensure the mission is completed. The independent regiment's militia is very strong. They all carry a spirit of determination." Chapter 160, The Independent Regiment's Reputation Spreads. The Little Devil Sweep Army is coming. Air raid. This battle must be won. This battle must be won. This battle must be won. The crowd responded in unison. This battle can only end in victory, not defeat. After the combat meeting concluded, various units went down to prepare. They actively prepared for battle. Not only reinforcing existing defensive works and constructing many new ones, but also actively preparing various logistical supplies. Many anti-aircraft heavy machine gun positions were established. To deal with the Little Devil's planes, all the heavy machine guns of the independent regiment were concentrated to create heavy machine gun anti-aircraft positions, aiming to shoot down the Little Devil's aircraft as much as possible. The people of the Taihang mountain base, upon learning that the Little Devils were going to sweep the base, joined the preparations for battle. Those with money contributed money, those with strength contributed strength. It can be said that all the forces of the base united for defensive operations. Su Hua did not dare to be careless about this counter-sweep. After all, behind him was the entire Taihang mountain base. The independent regiment and the Taihang mountain base were actively preparing for the Little Devil sweep. The time came to January 5, 1938. The Sakata detachment and the 3rd and 4th mixed brigades of the Imperial Army, with over 15,000 troops and a considerable number of tanks, were approaching the Taihang mountain base. Chapter 161, The First Battle of Air Defense ends in success, shocking the Second War Zone. The Little Devil's warplanes were stunned. The Taihang mountain area is quite mountainous. Su Hua deployed heavy machine gun positions at high points. Each heavy machine gun position was meticulously planned, creating a crossfire network with other positions to maximize concentrated firepower and ultimately shoot down enemy aircraft. Especially when the Little Devils launched their first attack, they were overconfident, providing an excellent opportunity to use heavy machine guns against their aircraft. As the Little Devil's planes dove down to bomb, the heavy machine gun positions, already ambushed at high ground, opened fire on the enemy aircraft. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. In an instant, the heavy machine gun positions erupted in fire, and scorching bullets flew out, catching the diving Little Devil's aircraft off guard. One of the biggest characteristics of the Little Devil's fighter planes is their thin skin. They have limited resources. And whether it's tanks or armored vehicles, they are very thin. In such circumstances, using heavy machine guns can completely shoot them down. Of course, the power of heavy machine guns is limited. At most, they can only leave bullet holes on the enemy planes. And hitting critical parts, such as the engine or fuel tank, may cause an explosion. Chapter 162, The strong combat power of the independent regiment is exposed. Shocking the Japanese and puppet troops. A major battle is about to break out. After heavy machine gun air defense and specialized anti-aircraft weapons were used, the Japanese lost over 30 fighter jets. Although the other fighter jets were not shot down yet, their fuselages had numerous bullet holes, and they could have problems at any moment. Moreover, with the threat of the independent regiment's 37mm anti-aircraft guns and 127mm anti-aircraft machine guns, Yoshida naturally sensed the danger and immediately led the remaining planes to retreat. Buzzing, whooshing. Subsequently, the Japanese aircraft retreated. This time, the Japanese indeed bombed many of the independent regiment's defensive positions, resulting in the sacrifice of many soldiers and ordinary civilians. But this did not affect the overall situation. Because the Japanese sent out so many aircraft, but achieved such results, it was a hugely failed airstrike. Inside the air raid shelter, at the independent regiment's headquarters. Now that the independent regiment had already engaged in battle with the Japanese, in order to avoid air strikes on the headquarters, the entire command was relocated to the air raid shelter. This air raid shelter was previously arranged by Suhua as a command post, specifically for such situations to avoid Japanese air raids. Chapter 163, The 8th Route Army fiercely protects their own. Suhua mobilized the entire army to participate in the battle. Suhua killed so many Japanese that they would definitely retaliate. However, the deputy chief did not expect the Japanese retaliation to come so quickly. But this was quite normal. After all, the Japanese had to regain their honor. Otherwise, how could they explain it to their worthless emperor? To be honest, even if Suhua and the independent regiment did not kill the Japanese, they would still concentrate their forces to besiege the independent regiment and the Taihang mountain base for no other reason. As Suhua and the Taihang mountain base had become a significant threat to the Japanese, the deputy chief quickly asked, "How many troops did the Japanese mobilize this time?" The deputy chief of staff replied, "We do not have a complete understanding yet, but according to the current intelligence, the Japanese mobilized the Sakata Brigade, the 3rd Brigade of the Imperial Allied Army, and the 4th Mixed Brigade of the Imperial Allied Army. If it is only these 3 units, it is estimated that there are more than 15,000 people. If the Japanese continuously send reinforcements, the number of Japanese and puppet troops participating will definitely be more." Upon hearing this, the deputy chief's expression changed and said, "Suhua's independent regiment has only over 5,000 people. It cannot withstand the situation of over 10,000 Japanese and puppet troops." Chapter 164, The independent regiment of 10,000 troops participates. For the homeland. Blood battle. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd battalions of the independent regiment, as well as the main force of the artillery battalion, are responsible for the front line. Now the defensive positions are encountering the fierce shelling from the Japanese. However, the independent regiment's long-range artillery is still relatively few, all concentrated on the front line. While the Japanese were shelling the independent regiment's front line positions, Yang Zhihua did not remain idle and immediately mobilized the few long-range artillery from the artillery battalion to launch a fire strike. Fire! With Yang Zhihua's order issued, various artillery began to bombard, retaliating against the Japanese artillery positions. Boom! The explosions and booming sounds continuously echoed on the Japanese artillery positions. But the Japanese were not to be underestimated. They immediately launched a counterbombardment. The artillery duel between both sides began. The battle was extremely intense. After a round of artillery warfare, the ground troops launched their offensive charge. On the front line, the Sakata Brigade mobilized more than 20 tanks to charge. These tanks were mainly light tanks, but their armor thickness had been significantly increased, and heavy machine guns could not penetrate. However, the independent regiment had 40 rocket launchers. Chapter 165, The defense of the base turns into a major battle. Crazy fighting. The 115th and 129th Divisions of the 8th Route Army are to reinforce the independent regiment. Once the 115th and 129th troops arrive at the Taihang Mountain base, they may form an encirclement on the outskirts, posing a huge threat to the Sakata Brigade and other Japanese and puppet troops. Shinozuka Yoshio frowned and said, "It seems that this time it won't be so easy to besiege the independent regiment and the Taihang Mountain base. Other units of the 8th Route Army are involved. So we must deploy more troops to intercept these 8th Route Army reinforcements." Miyano-jun nodded and said, "Yes. Now the two divisions of the 8th Route Army have mobilized a lot of troops. If they attack the Sakata Brigade from the rear, then the Sakata Brigade and other units will face a pincer attack. Therefore, we must intercept the 8th Route Army's reinforcements, while we should also send more reinforcements to the Taihang Mountain base to quickly annihilate the independent regiment and capture the Taihang Mountain base. The longer it drags on, the more unfavorable it will be for us." Shinozuka Yoshio thought Miyano-jun's words made sense and nodded, "You are right. The independent regiment is stronger than we imagined." Chapter 166, The Chu Gang is on the scene. A chaotic battle of over 100,000 people. "It's a mess." Chu Yunfei looked at the map, his expression grave. Now the entire Taihang Mountain area has become a complete mess. Both the 8th Route Army and the Japanese and puppet troops have. It's clear that the Japanese are determined to annihilate the independent regiment. Fang Ligong slowly spoke, "Can the Japanese not be angry? More than 3,000 of their compatriots were slaughtered by Suhua. They must seek revenge, or they cannot explain. Moreover, the independent regiment and the Taihang Mountain base are developing rapidly and have become a significant threat to the Japanese. Even without the massacre of the Japanese, they would likely concentrate their forces to eliminate the independent regiment." Chu Yunfei slightly nodded, agreeing with Fang Ligong's analysis. "That's right. But Suhua dared to kill so many Japanese to avenge his compatriots in Jinling. I, Chu Yunfei, fully support it. Now the Japanese slaughter in Jinling is still ongoing. The entire Jinling city has turned into a dead city. These Japanese are so despicable, they deserve to pay with blood for their debts." From December 13th until now in January, the Japanese slaughter in Jinling continues. Chapter 167, This victory was pushed out by the masses. The military and civilians unite. Now all anti-Japanese troops and Japanese and puppet troops in the entire Taihang Mountain area are engaged in battle, but this is beneficial for the independent regiment. The deputy chief looked at the map and raised his head to ask the deputy chief of staff, "How is the situation on the independent regiment and the Taihang Mountain base?" The deputy chief of staff quickly replied, "Currently, the independent regiment can still withstand the Japanese attack. It's truly hard to imagine that the independent regiment can actually hold off more than 20,000 Japanese and puppet troops through this Taihang Mountain base defense battle. The combat effectiveness of the independent regiment has been fully exposed, showcasing its strong strength, which shocked the entire command." "Yes," the deputy general also exclaimed, "this really shows that Suhua and the independent regiment have worked hard for so long to establish a solid base in the Taihang Mountains. By the way, what about the reinforcements from the 115th and 129th Divisions? When will they arrive at the Taihang Mountain base?" The deputy chief of staff replied, "The 5 regiments from the 115th and 129th Divisions have been blocked by the Japanese puppet army. They are currently trying to break through or come up with other combat plans, all thinking about reaching the Taihang mountain base as soon as possible. But it may not be that easy. Chapter 168, All-Out War. Has Su Hua become the commander of the Second War Zone? Huang Zhiyong's company has been fighting continuously, repelling the Japanese forces' repeated crazy attacks. The consumption of bullets and supplies is enormous. Watching the Japanese forces charge forward madly, Huang Zhiyong only hopes that the logistics can be delivered quickly. When he turned around, he saw many civilians carrying supplies in various ways, such as using shoulder poles and small carts. It was a grand sight, with a considerable number of people. Even amidst the gunfire, every civilian showed no signs of retreat. Their steps were exceptionally firm. Some civilians were hit by stray bullets and fell to the ground, but as long as they could stand, they got back up and continued to carry supplies despite the pain. Seeing this scene, Huang Zhiyong's heart trembled, deeply touched. He never expected these civilians would voluntarily come to the front lines to transport supplies. This is the unity of the military and the people. Suddenly, Huang Zhiyong felt a strong support coming from the base's civilians. Looking around, he saw civilians braving the gunfire and artillery, resolutely approaching the front lines. This is the support of the people for the front-line battles, expressed through their own names. Chapter 169, The Shame of the Empire. Harder to fight than Taiyuan. With the start of the defense battle for the Taihang mountain base by the Independent Regiment, all anti-Japanese forces in the entire Second War Zone have now participated. The Central Army, the Jinsui Army, the 8th Route Army, local troops, and even bandits have all joined. Even the commander of the Second War Zone, Yang Laxi, cannot mobilize so many troops for battle. Not to mention anything else, Yang Laxi cannot mobilize the 8th Route Army. But Su Hua has succeeded. This is why Zhao Gang joked with Su Hua. Su Hua looked at the map and calmly said, "If I were the commander of the Second War Zone, this battle wouldn't be so large. I would directly liberate Taiyuan." Zhao Gang picked up the conversation. This chaotic battle conservatively estimates more than 100,000 participants. This is no less than a major battle. Whether we can win is directly related to our subsequent anti-Japanese situation. This statement is correct. If we lose this chaotic battle, it will be very unfavorable for the anti-Japanese situation. Not to mention, if the Independent Regiment and the Taihang mountain base are lost, it would be a huge loss for the anti-Japanese forces. Moreover, the overall morale and fighting spirit would also be severely impacted. Chapter 170, I don't want casualty numbers. I only want the position. Since launching the sweeping operation at the Taihang mountain base, the Japanese have 171, 172, 173. The Japanese puppet army has already stormed the position, and there is no time to reload bullets for close combat. Su Hua brandished his bayonet and began a killing spree. With a swift thrust, Su Hua dispatched a charging Japanese soldier. One slash to the throat. Blood gushed forth. Seeing this, two Japanese soldiers shouted to bolster their courage and quickly charged at Su Hua. One of them lunged at Su Hua's abdomen, while the other aimed for his head. Su Hua swiftly dodged the thrust from the first soldier and retaliated, bringing him down to the ground. In the next moment, Su Hua parried the attack from the other soldier and swiftly took him down as well. The killings were decisive and extremely quick. After dispatching the two soldiers, Su Hua continued his rampage. One by one, Japanese soldiers and puppet army soldiers fell before him. Soon, Su Hua was covered in blood, all of it being the blood of his enemies. Wei Daong was stunned by the scene. The commander is too strong. Other militia soldiers, inspired by Su Hua's killing spree, were invigorated and charged at the Japanese soldiers, engaging in fierce close-quarters combat. Chapter 174, The Blood of Soldiers. The Great Counterattack. Mi Long led the soldiers of the entire 4th Battalion into intense combat. Although every soldier was wounded, they continued to fight tenaciously. As long as they could still stand, They would never cease fighting. The close-quarters battle at this position was also extremely fierce. One soldier named Erwa was stabbed in the waist by a Japanese soldier. Blood gushing out. "Damn thieves, I'll take you down." Erwa gritted his teeth and killed the Japanese soldier despite the pain. Blood flowed from his waist. The agony was excruciating. At this moment, Erwa was covered in wounds, some from gunfire, some from knives. A stab wound to his abdomen struck a vital point. And he knew his time was short. Two Japanese soldiers targeted the weakened Erwa and charged at him immediately. One soldier thrust his knife toward Erwa's abdomen again. Already weakened, Erwa could not dodge and took the blow directly to his abdomen. In the next moment, Erwa grabbed the Japanese soldier's bayonet, refusing to let him withdraw, and directly used his own bayonet to slit the soldier's throat. The soldier fell to the ground. Chapter 175, It's over. The Imperial Army is finished. Su Hua still had an ace up his sleeve, Zhong Depiao's Special Operations Team. Since the war began, Su Hua had not deployed the Special Operations Team. Though small in number, with only 100 men, they were all elite troops, well-equipped and highly combat-capable. The defense of the Taihang Mountain base had lasted over 20 days. With heavy casualties on the independent regiment S side, and the Japanese puppet army would undoubtedly suffer heavy losses as well. Moreover, judging from the total attack launched by the Japanese soldiers, they were already at their wits' end. Even if the surviving forces of the Japanese puppet army were to confront Zhong Depiao's Special Operations Team, they would have no means of resistance. After all, the independent regiment's Special Operations Team was an elite force. Not to mention that the Japanese puppet army was at the end of its rope, with their combat effectiveness, morale, and fighting spirit at their lowest. It was easy to imagine what would happen if such a force encountered Zhong Depiao's Special Operations Team. Zhong Depiao spoke up loudly, "Report to the commander, our Special Operations Team is always ready. Since the beginning of the defense, our soldiers have been itching for a fight." Chapter 176, Decapitation Operation. The Death of Sakata Nobutoka. Rat-a-tat. Rat-a-tat. Zhong Depiao led the Special Operations Team, advancing rapidly like a fierce tide. And the Japanese puppet army's joint command had no means to resist. One by one, Japanese soldiers fell. Seeing the ferocity of the Special Operations Team, Sakata Nobutoka lost all arrogance and realized he was finished. Completely finished. After a 20-day sweep of the Taihang Mountain base, the outcome was this disgraceful defeat for the Imperial Army. However, there was nothing they could do. Liu Junming and Liu Dequan, along with other Japanese puppet army commanders, recognized that the entire joint command could not hold. Since they couldn't hold out, they could only flee. Hold them off, hold them off. After giving his last command, Liu Dequan immediately took off. He was ready to run. Seeing the situation, Liu Junming also knew something was wrong and began to retreat. However, since Zhong Depiao had received orders from Su Hua to annihilate the joint command of the Japanese puppet army, he was well prepared and surrounded the entire command. Chapter 177, Raising the Flag, the Wan Sheng Army counterattacks. Charge, strike, and kill. After eliminating Sakata Nobutoka, Zhong Depiao immediately sent a telegram to the regiment. At the same time, another team from the Special Operations Unit successfully attacked the Japanese puppet army's logistics base and supply line. After the final assault, the Japanese puppet army had already suffered heavy losses and low morale. Therefore, when the independent regiment's Special Operations Team suddenly emerged, the Japanese soldiers could not mount an effective resistance and were ultimately wiped out. Rat-a-tat. Rat-a-tat. Boom. Under the fierce attack of the Special Operations Team, the logistics base and supply line of the Japanese puppet army were destroyed. The speed was astonishing. The power of the independent regiment's Special Operations Team exceeded all expectations. At the independent regiment headquarters, Su Hua and Zhao Gang were also receiving the telegram from the Special Operations Team. Meanwhile, Li Yunlong, Ding Wei, Kong Jie, Zhu Ziming, Long Wenzhong, Yang Zhihua, Sun Disheng, and others from various battalions were waiting for orders from the regiment. Once the regiment issued the order, all surviving forces of the independent regiment would immediately launch an attack on the remnants of the Japanese puppet army. Su Hua checked the time. It was already 5:50. Chapter 178. In this battle, we have won, annihilating over 25,000 Japanese puppet soldiers. Rat-a-tat. Rat-a-tat. The soldiers of the independent regiment and the militia went wild, charging fiercely at the remnants of the Japanese puppet army. Dense bullets, filled with hatred and anger, continuously struck down the Japanese soldiers. Phut! Phut! Under such a fierce assault, the Japanese puppet army kept falling to the ground, shot dead. Of course, the remaining Japanese puppet soldiers were also fighting back desperately, but they could not withstand the independent regiment's relentless attacks. Additionally, they were met with the elite forces of the independent regiment's Special Operations Team from behind. It could be said that the entire battlefield was overwhelmingly one-sided. Charge! Damn those little devils! Li Yunlong was also killing madly, holding a Type 77 semi-automatic rifle, continuously charging forward and pulling the trigger to kill the enemy. Boom boom boom. Yang Zhihua mobilized the artillery battalion to focus fire with 37mm rapid-fire guns, 90mm field guns, and other long-range artillery, using all their resources. Because if they couldn't annihilate the invading enemy, they wouldn't be able to hold the base at all. Chapter 179. Strike a punch to avoid 100 punches. Post-war handling. Victory. These two words are light, but they cost thousands of soldiers their precious lives, which is heavy. After more than 20 days of defending the base, the battle finally ended. Ultimately, it ended in victory for the independent regiment. Through this battle, the independent regiment demonstrated to all hostile elements what true combat strength and the cohesion of the entire base really meant. The victory in this defense of the base was inseparable from the support and assistance of the local people. It can be said that this defense battle made the Japanese and puppet troops think twice before recklessly sweeping through the Taihang Mountain base again. Strike a punch to avoid 100 punches. This is the goal. Therefore, this defense battle must be won at all costs. Hearing this, Zhao Gang was overjoyed, and the heart that had been hanging finally relaxed. He slowly spoke, "Great. We have finally won." Su Hua also breathed a sigh of relief, stood up from his position, and ordered Zhu Yue, "Pass my orders, clean up the battlefield, prioritize treating the wounded soldiers, and properly handle the bodies of the soldiers. They are all heroes of our independent regiment and the Taihang Mountain base." Chapter 180. The battle situation shocks Cheng Xiazi. Arrived too late. Su Hua's feelings. Since the Taihang Mountain base faced the siege and sweep by the Japanese and puppet troops, the front command of the 8th Route Army immediately arranged for 8th Route Army troops to provide support. However, the Japanese troops set up roadblocks, preventing the reinforcements from arriving quickly. During this time, the Deputy Commander and Deputy Chief of Staff ordered all units to reinforce the independent regiment as quickly as possible. However, the Japanese and puppet troops were not easy to deal with. So even though the 8th Route Army's reinforcement troops wanted to support the independent regiment, they had no way because they were completely blocked. Cheng Xiazi's 772nd Regiment continuously broke through the Japanese and puppet troops' blockades and took detours, finally arriving at the Taihang Mountain battlefield. Unexpectedly, they were still late. The battle had already ended. Looking around, there were corpses everywhere. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder and blood. From the scene, both sides had experienced a bloody battle. What shocked Cheng Xiazi the most was that the independent regiment not only completed the defense of the Taihang Mountain base, but also successfully annihilated the invading enemy. This was simply unbelievable. It should be noted that the number of troops the Japanese and puppet forces dispatched this time was not small. Chapter 181, Role of the Heroes. Shocked, Shizuka Yoshio, the imperial army suffered a disastrous defeat. This soldier did not fall to the ground from a gunshot wound, but sacrificed himself in a desperate struggle with the enemy, which is unimaginable. This soldier fought with the enemy, dragging a body full of wounds. Without a strong will, spirit, and faith, it would be impossible to reach this point. Therefore, this soldier deserves Su Hua's respect. He is a hero. Zhao Gang also solemnly saluted the sacrificed soldier. Lower him down. Su Hua put down the salute and slowly spoke, "Give him a proper burial." Soon, the body of this heroic soldier was taken away. As Su Hua walked, he spoke to Zhao Gang, "Lao Zhao, this time our militia and independent regiment suffered significant losses, and we must do a good job with the follow-up work. Compensation, handling the families, subsequent burials, and the construction of the martyr cemetery must not be taken lightly. We absolutely cannot treat these sacrificed soldiers poorly. Additionally, the role of heroes of the independent regiment must be recorded one by one, and we cannot let the sacrifices of the soldiers go unrecognized. The role of heroes is a record of the names of the sacrificed soldiers of the independent regiment. Chapter 182, The Independent Regiment's Combat Strength Shocks the Second War Zone. Chu Yunfei, too strong. Shizuka Yoshio nodded. Gongye-kun, you are right. The situation of this sweep operation exceeded our expectations. Indeed, this battle completely exceeded the expectations of Su Hua and Shizuka Yoshio. Shizuka Yoshio never imagined that in trying to annihilate the independent regiment, he would end up fighting against hundreds of thousands of soldiers and civilians. How could they fight like this? Miyano-jun slowly spoke, "Commander, if we want to deal with the independent regiment and Su Hua, I think we need to plan carefully. Right now, the Japanese troops dare not recklessly concentrate their forces to encircle and annihilate the independent regiment. Because of the strong combat power displayed by the independent regiment and the overwhelming support from the local people, they can't win." Shizuka Yoshio nodded, "Yes. We really need to plan carefully." This defense battle of the Taihang Mountain base made the Japanese realize the strength of the independent regiment. And Shizuka Yoshio now knows that the independent regiment has become a serious threat. No matter what, they must eliminate the independent regiment and Su Hua. However, the urgent task is still to count the casualties from this operation. This time, the chaotic battle in Taihang Mountain also inflicted heavy losses on the Japanese and puppet troops. Soon, under the orders of Shizuka Yoshio and Miyano-jun, the Japanese and puppet troops engaged in battle chose to retreat, no longer entangled. Chapter 183, The Victory Record Shocks the Commander. Su Hua and the independent regiment created a miracle. Now the independent regiment has not reported their achievements and situation. So even the front command does not know the specific situation. In order to quickly provide support to the independent regiment, the deputy commander and deputy chief of staff also mobilized a large number of troops to reinforce, but they were all blocked by the Japanese troops. This made the deputy commander and deputy chief of staff extremely anxious. "Deputy commander, what is the situation of each of our troops now? When can they reach the Taihang Mountain base?" The deputy chief of staff frowned and said, "We have dispatched a large number of troops from the 115th and 129th divisions to reinforce. But they are currently all blocked by the Japanese and puppet troops. We still do not know if any units have successfully broken through the Japanese and puppet forces' blockade to reinforce the independent regiment. Although Cheng Xiaozi's 771st Regiment has arrived at the Taihang Mountain base, they do not have a radio, so they cannot contact higher-ups. As a result, the headquarters naturally cannot know that the 771st Regiment has arrived at the Taihang Mountain base." The deputy commander nodded. "This time the defense battle of the Taihang Mountain base has turned into a major battle, which I did not anticipate. However, the absence of news from the independent regiment and the Taihang Mountain base may be the best news. Chapter 184, The victory is celebrated nationwide. The commander wants to go to the base. Seeing the smile on the Deputy Chief of Staff's face, the Deputy Commander finally relaxed and quickly asked, "What did the telegram from the independent regiment say?" The Deputy Chief of Staff quickly spoke up, "Deputy Commander, the telegram from the independent regiment says that they successfully held the Taihang mountain base with over 5,000 militia forces and annihilated more than 25,000 invading Japanese and puppet troops. They are currently dealing with post-war matters." Annihilated. Is it really a complete annihilation? Just now, the Deputy Commander and the Deputy Chief of Staff were discussing this matter, thinking that it would be a great victory if the independent regiment could hold the Taihang mountain base and repel the Japanese and puppet troops. If they could completely annihilate the more than 20,000 invading Japanese and puppet troops, it would be a miracle. They didn't expect that the independent regiment had indeed created a miracle. This is truly unexpected. The Deputy Commander said with great excitement, "The independent regiment and the Taihang mountain base have truly created an incredible military miracle." Yes. The Deputy Chief of Staff also nodded repeatedly with a smile. The independent regiment and the militia forces combined are just over 10,000 people. Yet they completely annihilated more than 20,000 Japanese and puppet troops. Their combat power is very strong. Chapter 185, Amazing Casualty Ratio. Great victory. The blue lipstick goes to war. The Deputy Commander and the Deputy Chief of Staff have always wanted to visit the Taihang mountain base. After all, this is considered the most successful base built by the 8th Route Army, and it is currently the safest. Especially after this defense battle of the Taihang mountain base. Many compatriots and common people have seen the safety of the base. The independent regiment and the militia forces must have suffered considerable losses this time. So the Deputy Commander plans to visit the Taihang mountain base to the injured soldiers and comfort the families of the fallen soldiers. Which also expresses the attitude of the Deputy Commander and the frontline command. The Deputy Chief of Staff nodded, "Yes, it's good to go to the Taihang mountain base. The independent regiment has suffered considerable losses this time, and our headquarters should personally go to commend them. It is also a good opportunity to understand the independent regiment and the Taihang mountain base in depth." The Deputy Commander looked at the Deputy Chief of Staff and said, "How about this? You arrange for a reporter from the anti-Japanese daily to accompany me to the Taihang mountain base later. Currently, the command center still has some matters to handle. And after finishing, I will personally go to the base." Chapter 186, Fear of Insufficient Firepower. The emergence of the 107 rocket launcher. "When can we meet again?" Suhua was slightly taken aback and said, "I believe it will be soon. Once we recover Shanghai, perhaps we can meet openly." As the commander of the independent regiment, Suhua does not intend to stay cooped up in the Taihang mountain base, but aims to recover Taiyuan, Shanghai, and other places, fighting all the way to turn the world upside down. This defense battle of the Taihang mountain base marks the beginning of the independent regiment's rebirth in blood. Blue Lipstick did not expect Suhua to respond this way. She was still thinking about recovering Shanghai, which had been occupied by the little devils. Her eyes shining with excitement as she nodded, "Okay, I look forward to that day." Afterward, they bid farewell. And Blue Lipstick left the Taihang mountain base to return to Shanghai. And she will be one of the deepest and most powerful intelligence personnel that Suhua has placed in Shanghai. In the following time, Suhua handed over some subsequent work of the independent regiment to Zhao Gang, while he began to retreat and study new weapons. At this point, Suhua did not know that the deputy commander was coming to the base. And he also needed to conduct a special interview about the independent regiment and the defense battle of the Taihang mountain base. This time, Suhua aimed to develop the 107 rocket launcher. Chapter 187, the deputy commander arrives at the base. Introducing anti-Japanese hero Suhua. The time came to February 6. Su Hua finally managed to develop the 107 rocket launcher. However, this was only the launcher body, he had not yet produced the shells. The 107 rocket launcher shells use a unique type of rocket shell, so they need to be redeveloped, but this should not be a problem for Su Hua. Since the launcher has been built, the shells should not be a big issue. Therefore, the next problem Su Hua needs to solve is the shell issue for the 107 rocket launcher. At this moment, the deputy commander and the anti-Japanese daily female reporter Yi Wanqiu and others arrived at the outskirts of the Taihang mountain base. The deputy commander had previously decided to come to the Taihang mountain base. But due to the 8th Route Army just having experienced a great battle and needing to handle many matters, he could only delay until now. Because the Taihang mountain base had just encountered a frenzied attack from the Japanese and puppet troops, the surrounding defenses and fortifications were still under reconstruction. However, the checkpoints into the Taihang mountain base were still operating normally. At the outermost checkpoint, personnel entering and exiting were generally not questioned. Only suspicious individuals would be interrogated and searched. When the deputy commander and Yi Wanqiu and others arrived at the checkpoint, they immediately attracted the attention of the militia at the checkpoint. Chapter 188, The Spirit of Heroes. The deputy commander pays respects. As a reporter for the anti-Japanese daily, Yi Wanqiu naturally knew of the existence of the anti-Japanese hero Su Hua. It can be said that her ability to come to the Taihang mountain base for a special interview was entirely due to her own efforts, because she wanted to meet her anti-Japanese hero idol. Su Hua. Now that the time has finally come, it is indeed extraordinary. Yi Wanqiu's eyes were filled with admiration for Su Hua. How could she not admire him? Not to mention anything else, just Su Hua's actions of slaughtering the Japanese for the people of Jinling are quite satisfying and inspiring. This time, learning that Su Hua and the independent regiment successfully defended the Taihang mountain base made Su Hua's image in Yi Wanqiu's heart even greater. This is a true anti-Japanese hero. Su Hua extended his hand and gently shook hands with Yi Wanqiu, saying, "Welcome, Reporter Yi, to the Taihang mountain base. If you need anything, we will fully cooperate." Yi Wanqiu smiled slightly and said, "Thank you." The two sides had thus made their acquaintance. Afterward, Su Hua introduced Zhao Gang next to him. After a simple introduction, everyone entered the Taihang mountain base. Chapter 189, The Spirit Lives On. The deputy commander becomes Su Hua's support. The deputy commander solemnly gave a standard military salute to the tombstone at the Spirit of Heroes. Although the ranks of these soldiers were not higher than that of the deputy commander, they deserved the salute. The upright tombstones seemed to stand tall and accept the deputy commander's salute, as if they were also receiving the deputy commander's inspection. Seemingly telling the deputy commander, although they sacrificed, their spirit remains, and their righteous aura endures. As the deputy commander saluted, Yi Wanqiu, Su Hua, Zhao Gang, and others also saluted. Earlier, Zhao Gang and Su Hua and others had held a very solemn memorial ceremony at the Spirit of Heroes to mourn the fallen soldiers, militia, and civilians. They deserve respect and remembrance. This military salute lasted for more than a minute. After more than a minute, the deputy commander slowly lowered his hand, looking at the tombstones with a heavy heart, and spoke, "Comrades, I am the deputy commander of the 8th Route Army Frontline Command. Although I have never met you, I feel so close because we are comrades with a common belief and goal. In this base defense battle, you all did a great job facing the enemy's frenzied attacks. For the base behind you, for the land beneath your feet, and for our compatriots and families, you selflessly offered your precious names. You deserve my admiration." Chapter 190, The Deputy Chief exposes the secret behind the independent regiment's strong combat power. A visit to the field hospital. The deputy chief wanted Su Hua to accompany him to the field hospital to visit the injured soldiers. However, Su Hua had something more important to do, which was to manufacture shells for the 107 rocket launcher. The 107 rocket launcher was already available, but the shells were not yet ready. Su Hua did not hide this and honestly said, "Deputy Chief, to be honest, I am currently developing a new weapon. Once this new weapon is successfully developed, it will greatly enhance our firepower. The artillery has been developed, but the shells still need to be made, so I plan to work on the shells tomorrow." Before this, the deputy chief naturally knew that Su Hua had developed the Type 77 semi-automatic rifle, the Type 36 40mm mortar, the Type 36 grenade launcher, and various other weapons. It can be said that the independent regiment's strong combat power is inseparable from these advanced weapons. Unexpectedly, Su Hua had developed a new type of artillery this time, which piqued the deputy chief's interest. The deputy chief quickly asked, "So that's how it is?" "No problem, I'll let Zhao Gang accompany me to the field hospital." Chapter 191, Visiting the Wounded and Medical Staff, the life-saving miracle drug penicillin is urgent. A militia's first reaction is to return to the battlefield, not to retreat. Such fearless spirit is the morale and fighting spirit of a unit. How can the troops not be strong in this way? The deputy chief finally understood why the independent regiment was so strong. Perhaps this is the reason. Zhao Gang also sincerely said, "This time, we were able to hold the Taihang mountain base, because our entire base is united as one. Whether it is ordinary citizens or militia, everyone participated wholeheartedly in this base defense battle. In this base defense battle, all militia units participated, while ordinary citizens contributed fully to our logistics work, such as transporting supplies, treating the wounded, and building defensive works. It is precisely because the base is united that we were able to annihilate more than 20,000 Japanese and puppet troops. These Japanese and puppet troops were not only dealing with the thousands of us in the independent regiment, but with the hundreds of thousands of citizens in our base." Although the deputy chief knew that the independent regiment and militia units had annihilated more than 20,000 Japanese and puppet troops, he did not know the specific details. Chapter 192, The Army Shocks the Deputy Chief, Too Strong, Too Advanced. When the deputy chief, Zhao Gang, Yi Wanqiu, and others were inspecting and visiting the field hospital, Su Hua was also busy developing shells for the 107 rocket launcher. The shells used by the 107 rocket launcher are different from ordinary shells. They are a type of 107mm fragmentation explosive shell. Because of this, the rocket shell needs to be redeveloped. The entire 107 rocket shell uses a high explosive fragmentation warhead, and the warhead is filled with TNT explosive. This is not a big problem, after all, smokeless powder and copper-coated steel bullets have been made. And TNT is not difficult either. The special difficulty is that this shell needs to carry its own rocket propellant. One reason the 107 rocket shell can achieve a long range is that it carries its own rocket propellant. At the same time, the shell's design ensures that it maintains a stable flight trajectory through its own rotation, which is very important. Because of the uniqueness of the 107 rocket shell, the entire launch process is also very simple, using an electric ignition structure. Simply put, the shell only needs an electrical signal to its base to be launched. Chapter 193, The Shocked Deputy Chief, One gun comparable to an artillery battalion. Major counterattack. Su Hua is currently developing the 107 rocket shells in the second factory. The deputy chief also wanted to see Su Hua's progress. "Deputy Chief, let me take you there," Zhao Gang said, as he led the deputy chief to the research institute behind the second factory. This military research institute was established by Su Hua. Although Su Hua is a time traveler who possesses many advanced weapons technology and manufacturing techniques, he cannot rely solely on himself for the development of all weaponry. After all, Su Hua is still a regiment leader and mainly responsible for military affairs. Therefore, according to Su Hua's plan, when the time and conditions are ripe in the future, he can draw some blueprints and hand them over to the researchers at the Military Research Institute to develop these advanced weapons. This way, It would save Su Hua a lot of trouble. Of course. Since the Military Research Institute has just been established, and there are still relatively few technicians skilled in military research, the development of the 107 rocket launcher still has to rely on Su Hua himself. Under Zhao Gang's guidance, everyone entered the Military Research Institute. At this time, in one workshop of the Military Research Institute, Su Hua and some technicians were discussing how to manufacture the 107 rocket launcher shells. Chapter 194, The First Great Army in the Anti-Japanese War. Headquarters Commendation. The Deputy Chief's visit to the Taihang Mountain Base was not just a simple visit to the front line. There was also a commendation for the independent regiment that heavily defeated the Japanese and puppet troops. This time, the independent regiment annihilated more than 20,000 Japanese and puppet troops, so they naturally deserved a good commendation. Su Hua was slightly taken aback and nodded. Today we should be able to successfully develop the shells. And tomorrow we can start production, it should be fine. The Deputy Chief, good, then gather the entire regiment and the militia tomorrow. I want to meet these heroic fighters. Su Hua, okay. Afterwards, the Deputy Chief and Li Yunlong stayed in the Military Research Institute for a while before leaving with Zhao Gang and others. This time, the Deputy Chief only took a brief look at the 107 rocket launcher, which was a preliminary understanding. But he still knew nothing about the overall power of the rocket launcher. Once they witnessed the test firing of the 107 rocket launcher, they might understand what firepower coverage means. In the following time, Zhao Gang took the Deputy Chief, Li Yunlong, and others to inspect the Taihang Mountain Army headquarters. The Deputy Chief was very interested when he heard from Zhao Gang that what he saw this time was only the second factory, and there was also the main factory, which was much larger. Chapter 195, Headquarters Commendation. Official recognition, the 8th Route Army's ace unit. With the arrival of Su Hua, the Deputy Chief, Li Yunlong, Zhao Gang, and others, the independent regiment and militia units present immediately stood in formation, waiting for the Deputy Chief and Su Hua's inspection. No one dared to act rashly. This is the military code. Orders must be obeyed. As everyone stepped onto the high platform, Su Hua was the first to speak, looking at the crowd. Everyone, we gather here today because our Deputy Chief of the 8th Route Army Front Command has something to say. Now let's welcome our Deputy Chief to speak with warm applause. Clap, clap, clap. The applause erupted at the scene. The Deputy Chief stepped onto the high platform and looked at the assembled crowd standing straight. Everyone, I am the Deputy Chief of the 8th Route Army Front Command. Today, I have gathered you here to commend you in the defense battle of our base. Your independent regiment and the militia not only held the Taikangshan base, but also annihilated more than 20,000 Japanese puppet troops, creating an incredible victory. Here, on behalf of the 8th Route Army, I thank you for your sacrifices and for your bravery in fighting the enemy. Everyone present looked solemnly at the Deputy Commander on stage. Chapter 196, Has Brigade Commander Su Hua been promoted? Just lacking a favorable wind. Given Su Hua's achievements and contributions, promoting him to Brigade Commander is completely unproblematic. The Deputy Commander also wanted to promote Su Hua to Brigade Commander. However, the conditions are not yet mature. Or rather, the timing is not ripe enough. The Deputy Commander earnestly looked at Su Hua and said, Su Hua, with your abilities, being a brigade commander is definitely not a big problem. Even if a Taikangshan military district is established, being a military district commander would be sufficient. But right now, I do not plan to make you a brigade commander. Do you know why? Su Hua was slightly taken aback and said, Is it because of the national government's organizational issue? Currently, the national government has allocated 3 divisions and 6 brigades to the 8th Route Army, and there are no surplus positions. Actually, this is not very important. But it is also a reason, I suppose. The Deputy Commander nodded and continued, the organizational structure of 3 divisions and 6 brigades from the national government is not of much use. Besides the initial military pay and equipment they provide, everything else still relies on us. Therefore, if your independent regiment wants to develop into a brigade, it will probably have to rely entirely on itself without the recognition of the national government's organizational structure. Chapter 197, dealing with the Osaka Division. Buying medicines. Money buys everything. In this defense battle of the base, the independent regiment and militia suffered significant casualties, with over 5,000 sacrificed and more than 3,000 soldiers, militia, and civilians injured. Although the independent regiment's field hospital had long prepared corresponding medicine reserves, and the anti-Japanese Merchant Alliance and the Hussiti family also supported many medicines, the consumption of medicines was too fast. There simply was not enough. Over 3,000 soldiers were waiting for medical treatment. As the war progressed, medicines had become controlled military supplies. Even with money, it was difficult to buy them. At the same time, the production capacity of the Taikangshan pharmaceutical factory was also very limited, unable to meet the practical needs of such a large number of wounded. Under such circumstances, Suhua instructed the Shadow Intelligence Bureau to find a way to purchase some medicines. Even buying from the black market would be fine. As long as we can obtain medicines, that's all that matters. After waiting for so many days, the Shadow Intelligence Bureau finally had results. Listening to Yumanli's words, Suhua was taken aback and said, "The little devils are willing to sell us medicines. This is surprising. It can't be a trap, can it?" "No." Yumanli confidently said, "Our Intelligence Bureau can confirm that the medicines sold by the little devils are fine. The only thing is that our trading partner is the little devils. Is that acceptable?" Chapter 198, Development of the Base shocks the Deputy Commander, the booming recruitment scene. In order to gain a deeper understanding of the situation at the Taikangshan base, the Deputy Commander and reporter Yi Wanqiu decided to visit the base. They disguised themselves and changed into ordinary people's clothes. Although the independent regiment had captured many county towns, the regiment headquarters had always been in Xinzhuang village. After leaving the independent regiment headquarters, the deputy commander and Yi Wanqiu strolled through the streets of Xinzhuang village. As the core of the independent regiment and the Taikangshan base, Xinzhuang village had developed quite well and was very prosperous. Although it was just a village, its current scale and population were comparable to that of a town. The entire Xinzhuang village was bustling with people. The streets were lined with buildings. In addition, Xinzhuang village also had many industrial factories, which were distributed at the foot of the Taikangshan, near Xinzhuang village. Seeing the thriving and bustling Xinzhuang village, the deputy commander couldn't help but exclaim, "I must say, Suhua and the independent regiment have developed the Taikangshan base quite well." Yi Wanqiu raised her camera, capturing scenes of the prosperous Xinzhuang village, and then responded, "Yes. Deputy Commander, I heard that Xinzhuang village was once a very dilapidated mountain village." Chapter 199, A few words move the commander. Victory in the war of resistance doesn't necessarily include me, but the war of resistance will definitely include me. The recruitment scene was so bustling that it shocked both the deputy commander and Yi Wanqiu. "You must understand that this is a place for signing up for military service, not a place to collect eggs. Once registration is successful, one must go to the battlefield. On the battlefield, life and death are uncertain." Hearing Yi Wanqiu's words, Qiuhai fell silent for a long time before finally speaking, "Death. I am also afraid. But for my family and the base, even if it leads to a dead end, I will charge forward without hesitation, because I know that if everyone does not step up to defend our base and protect our country, our descendants will have no country." After a pause, a bitter smile appeared on Qiuhai's face as he said, "No one is unafraid of death. In this defense battle of the base, tens of thousands of independent regiment soldiers and militia participated. Weren't they afraid of death? I believe they are also afraid of death, because they don't want to be separated from their wives, parents, and children. But for their homeland and the base. They still bravely fought on the front lines, and more than 5,000 heroic soldiers sacrificed their precious lives. Chapter 200, Independent Regiment expands to 30,000. He who gains the hearts of the people gains the world. This time, the Independent Regiment is set to expand its strength to form a brigade, thus needing at least over 7,000 men. Additionally, as the base continues to expand, the militia must also be expanded. So Su Hua plans to establish a militia force of over 20,000 people. This way, the combat strength of the Independent Regiment will exceed 30,000. This scale can be considered a division. However, regardless of how it is, whether it is the regular troops of the Independent Regiment or the militia soldiers, they are all selective. Yi Wanqiu looked at Qiu Hai and said, "Fellow villager, I believe that with your qualifications, you will definitely be able to join the Independent Regiment. And I wish you to become part of the Independent Regiment soon." Qiu Hai, thank you. After that, Yi Wanqiu and the deputy commander, after strolling around the recruitment scene to gather some information, immediately headed to other parts of the base to learn more. The deputy commander and Yi Wanqiu walked on the bustling streets, feeling particularly relaxed and happy. This feeling is wonderful. Perhaps this is the sense of security. Along the way, the deputy commander and Yi Wanqiu saw many recruitment points. Each recruitment point had many people. This clearly indicates that many patriotic and aspiring individuals want to join the Independent Regiment to resist Japan and save the country, and protect the base. Chapter 201, Special Report on the Base, Attracting Talent. If the 107 rocket launcher is successful, it will definitely greatly alleviate the Independent Regiment's fear of insufficient firepower. The shells have already been produced. Not many. 12 shells. Just enough for a test fire. After hearing the news, Su Hua was very happy because he could finally witness the power of the 107 rocket launcher. Whether it could succeed would be known after the test fire. That night, around 9 o'clock, the Vice President and Yi Wanqiu had just returned to the reception area of the Independent Regiment's headquarters. They had spent the entire day deeply exploring the base. They not only visited the countryside, but also toured the industrial base of the base. Currently, the industrial focus of the Taihang Mountain base is still on light industry, but the scale has left both the Vice President and Yi Wanqiu in awe. After all, establishing an industrial area in such chaotic times is no easy task. But Su Hua made it happen. That is truly remarkable. Very impressive. As soon as the Vice President returned to the Independent Regiment's headquarters, he saw Su Hua and excitedly approached him, saying, "Su Hua, today I and reporter Yi visited the Taihang Mountain base, and it really opened our eyes. The development, construction, planning, and policy implementation of the entire base are very well done. Ultimately, both you and the Independent Regiment have won the hearts of the people, which is the most important asset for our 8th Route Army." Chapter 202, The Test Fire of the 107 Rocket Launcher Shocks the Vice President. Alleviating the fear of insufficient firepower. The 8th Route Army's ability to manufacture artillery is very weak, especially heavy artillery. Previously, at the 2nd branch of the Taihang Mountain Army, the Vice President had seen the 107 rocket launcher with 12 launch tubes, and was very envious, while also curious about the power of this artillery. It can be imagined that if all 12 launch tubes fired simultaneously, the power would be terrifying. The Vice President said with great anticipation, "Great. I will definitely be there tomorrow to see the power of this artillery." Yi Wanqiu also spoke up, "I will go too. The power of this artillery must be extraordinary. The Independent Regiment's artillery manufacturing capability is strong, having already produced mortars, grenade launchers, anti-aircraft guns, and other artillery, with abundant experience. Which also indicates that the army has the capability and equipment to produce artillery. It is precisely because of this that Su Hua was able to create the 107 rocket launcher. Su Hua is very confident about the test fire of the 107 rocket launcher. All right, tomorrow we will see the test fire results of the new artillery together. It was getting late, and everyone went down to rest. A night without incident. Chapter 203, The Power of the 107 Rocket Launcher Shocks Everyone. Is a major counteroffensive beginning. The power of the 107 rocket launcher shocked the vice president. Having been through many battles, he had seen all kinds of artillery. But the power of this 107 rocket launcher left him completely astonished. The power was too strong. Firing 12 rocket launchers at once is incredibly terrifying. The cover in front of the 107 rocket launcher appeared rather ridiculous. The vice president observed the entire explosion area, his face filled with shock, his pupils slightly dilated. And he exclaimed, "A salvo really rivals the firepower of an artillery battalion. Today, I have truly opened my eyes." The entire target area was covered by the 12 rocket launchers, and the scene of the attack was quite shocking. Zhao Gang and Yi Wanxiu were both dumbfounded. Yi Wanxiu said in astonishment, "This power is too great. The entire target area is fully covered, it's so strong." Zhao Gang also exclaimed, "This is the most powerful artillery I have ever seen. Old Su, you are truly a monster, you actually developed such advanced artillery." The test fire of the 107 rocket launcher shocked everyone present. Although they had guessed in their hearts that the new 107 rocket launcher would have significant power, they did not expect it to be this great. Chapter 204, Visiting the Independent Regiment, the Vice President exclaims, "The 3-3 tactical system. Su Hua is a talent." The emergence of the 107 rocket launcher made Su Hua feel very confident. Even attacking Taiyuan would not be a big problem. As long as there are enough 107 rocket launchers, they can directly cover the area with firepower. The vice president naturally knew that the production difficulty of the 107 rocket launcher was high, and scaling up production still needed improvement. But this is already a very good start. Development must be gradual. It is impossible to achieve everything at once. Being able to produce the 107 rocket launcher, Su Hua and the independent regiment truly have a promising future. The vice president nodded, "I believe in your and the independent regiment's capabilities." The appearance of the 107 rocket launcher made the vice president appreciate Su Hua even more. He is truly a rare talent. After witnessing the capabilities of the 107 rocket launcher, Zhao Gang and Yi Wanxiu admired Su Hua even more. Next, they only needed to conduct simple checks and experiments on the 107 rocket launcher before preparing for related mass production. As the saying goes, the conditions and machinery at the second branch of the Taihang Mountain Army are currently limited, so the production volume of the 107 rocket launcher will be relatively low. However, it should not be a problem to meet the needs of the independent regiment. Chapter 205, The Spirit of the Sword. Talented Su Hua. The vice president, the independent regiment is truly wealthy. Upon seeing Su Hua's unique methods of training new recruits and tactical training, the vice president and Yi Wanxiu finally understood why the combat effectiveness of the independent regiment was so strong. Everything has its reasons. The vice president and Yi Wanxiu increasingly appreciated Su Hua. Subsequently, everyone arrived at Ding Wei's 3rd Battalion. At this time, the 3rd Battalion was not training, but was singing the independent regiment's song. The new recruits in the 3rd Battalion sat cross-legged on the ground, singing the regiment's song Chinese military soul together. The sword has been unsheathed, thunder and lightning, only the brave win when facing each other on a narrow path, move forward. Move forward, move forward, move forward, move forward, Chinese military soul. The singing was loud and powerful, seemingly carrying a strong force. Listening to such a bright and powerful song, the vice president and Yi Wanxiu became somewhat mesmerized. Especially the lyrics, which they found very exquisite. "This word is really good," the vice president exclaimed. especially that line about the brave winning when facing each other on a narrow path. On the battlefield, when facing a powerful enemy. We need morale and fighting spirit to fight desperately against the enemy. Only then can we turn the tide and achieve final victory. Chapter 206. The Yamamoto Special Forces have arrived. Attacking the Independent Regiment headquarters. After the Taihang Mountain Campaign, the Japanese have confirmed that they consider Suhua and the Independent Regiment a significant threat. The strong combat effectiveness and cohesion demonstrated by the Independent Regiment and the Taihang Mountain Base made the Japanese dare not easily venture to attack the Taihang Mountain Base. After all, the previous sweep of the Taihang Mountain Base had already caused significant losses for the Japanese and puppet troops. However, in order to deal with Suhua and the Independent Regiment, Yoshio Shinozuka also deployed his ace, transferring his most valued Yamamoto Ikki and his special forces to the original city. Today, Yamamoto Kazuki and the Special Operations Team have arrived at the original city. Yamamoto Kazuki comes from a Japanese noble family and graduated from prestigious local schools such as the Army University before going to the Special Forces School in Munich, Germany, where he received systematic and advanced education in special operations theory. After completing his studies, Yamamoto Kazuki formed a Special Forces unit. Unlike large combat divisions, the special operations methods pioneered by Yamamoto Kazuki are unique. He emphasizes the importance of small elite units, utilizing special forces for covert infiltration and launching surprise attacks, using the cover of night to avoid direct confrontations with large enemy forces, and directly targeting vital enemy positions such as command centers and logistics bases, achieving maximum results at minimal cost. Chapter 207. Tofu Yuan takes action. $1 million bounty on Suhua's head. Tofu Yuan is no ordinary figure. He is a notorious Japanese spy. Born in Okayama Prefecture in 1883. He graduated from the Army Officer School and Army University, and was a core figure and founder of the Tofu Yuan intelligence agency during the Japanese invasion of China. As the head of intelligence, Tofu Yuan is cunning, treacherous, and ruthless, using any means necessary to achieve his goals. Importantly, Tofu Yuan is fluent in Chinese and well-versed in Chinese culture, enabling him to speak Chinese fluently. Before the full-scale outbreak of the invasion, Tofu Yuan, skilled in disguise, often operated under the cover of a businessman or journalist, gathering intelligence and conducting espionage activities across various locations. The establishment of the puppet Manchukuo in northeast China cannot be separated from Tofu Yuan's influence. Tofu Yuan is adept at leveraging various networks, bribing traitors, and subverting politicians, weaving a vast intelligence network in both high society and among the populace. Through outstanding social skills and cunning schemes, he has created many incidents domestically, such as the Zhong Dosha's Huanggutun incident and the puppet Manchukuo, which are considered Tofu Yuan's masterpieces. After the establishment of the Tofu Yuan agency centered around Tofu Yuan, a large amount of intelligence regarding politics, military, and economics was collected, providing important evidence for the Japanese to formulate their invasion strategy. And Tofu Yuan has also executed numerous assassination missions, killing many anti-Japanese heroes. Chapter 208. Suhua becomes the public enemy of the Japanese. Kawashima Yoshiko takes action. The Cherry Blossom Bounty Order. According to Miyano Toshio, the goal is to pursue and assassinate the entire independent regiment to create panic and suspicion, thus destabilizing the regiment. As for the bounty, whether it can be obtained is still an unknown. Shinozuka Yoshio believes that Miyano Toshio's plan is quite reasonable. So he nodded and agreed to Miyano's proposal, saying, "Miyano-kun, I leave this matter to you. You can issue the Cherry Blossom Bounty Order according to the large bounty you have budgeted, and state that any warrior who assassinates members of the independent regiment will receive the protection of our Imperial Army, and we will ensure their safety. A generous reward will surely attract brave men, and I believe there will be desperate individuals attempting to assassinate members of the independent regiment. Miyano Toshio, okay. I will immediately start promoting this cherry blossom bounty order. I believe it will definitely cause considerable trouble for the independent regiment. Shinozuka Yoshio nodded, yes. Then, Miyano Toshio began promoting the cherry blossom bounty order. This was a bounty for assassinations targeting everyone from Suhua to ordinary soldiers in the independent regiment, aimed at creating panic among the regiment and undermining cohesion and unity. Chapter 209, The Imperial Roadblock. The Vice Chief's reflection: the future looks promising for Suhua and the independent regiment. Under Tofu Yuan's persuasion, Kawashima Yoshiko decided to take action herself against Suhua. This imperial roadblock. It can be said that Tofu Yuan places great importance on Suhua, otherwise, he wouldn't have arranged for Kawashima Yoshiko to assassinate him. After assigning the relevant tasks, Tofu Yuan also provided Kawashima Yoshiko with more detailed intelligence about the independent regiment and Suhua, hoping to eliminate Suhua in one decisive blow. Currently, Suhua and the independent regiment are being targeted by three forces. First, Yamamoto's Special Operations Team. Second, the desperate individuals attracted by the Cherry Blossom Bounty Order. And third, Tofu Yuan's agency and Kawashima Yoshiko. The defense of the Taihang Mountain Base is what made the independent regiment and Suhua famous, and it also made the Japanese realize the urgency of eliminating Suhua, naturally resorting to all means possible. On February 22, 1938, at the Taihang Mountain Base, the Vice Chief and others had been at the base and with the independent regiment for quite some time, and it was time to leave. After all, there were many matters waiting to be handled back at headquarters, and this visit to the independent regiment had already lasted long enough. Suhua and Zhao Gang sent off the Vice Chief at the entrance of Xinzhuang village. Chapter 210, The Power of the Masses. Suhua is a qualified leader. According to the content of the Cherry Blossom Bounty Order issued by the Japanese, the independent regiment's commander is worth $1 million. Political Commissar Zhao Gang is worth $700,000, each battalion commander in the independent regiment is worth $500,000. Company commanders are worth $200,000, platoon leaders are worth $100,000, squad leaders are worth $10,000. And an ordinary soldier in the independent regiment is worth $100. The prices are clearly marked and not low. They certainly employed heavy rewards. Anyone who eliminates a member of the independent regiment can claim the bounty from the Japanese, as long as they can prove their identity. Suhua did not expect that he was worth $1 million in the eyes of the Japanese, which is quite a lot. After all, in this chaotic world, $100 is not a small amount. Commander, don't joke around. Yumanli said with concern and anxiety, this kind of bounty will surely attract many desperate individuals. In this case, the safety of ordinary soldiers would be hard to guarantee, and your safety would also be threatened. At that time, everyone in the independent regiment would be in a state of panic, directly affecting our expansion and development, and causing suspicion among the soldiers, and between soldiers and the masses, which is detrimental to unity and cohesion. Chapter 211, Suhua's Three Moves. The base is a no-go zone for bounty hunters. The power of the masses. Hearing this, everyone present brightened up. Zhao Gang reacted quickly and said, right. How could I forget the power of the masses? This is the huge force we rely on the most. Long Wenzhong then looked at Suhua and asked, Commander, how do we utilize the power of the masses? Don't forget. The Taihang Mountain Base is our independent regiment's territory. Suhua replied unhurriedly, desperate individuals attracted by the high bounty, who want to assassinate our soldiers and members of the independent regiment will inevitably come to our base. Since they have come to our territory, we can utilize the power of the masses to find them. This process is quite simple, which is to report. After a pause, Suhua continued, we will mobilize all the people in the base. Anyone who discovers suspicious individuals should immediately report to our independent regiment. And we will promptly send militia, or independent regiment forces to capture these suspicious individuals. If we work together, once these desperate individuals enter our base, they will be reported by our masses, and then we will capture and eliminate them. Chapter 2:12, A Call to Arms. Powerful mobilization. The potential of a terrifying war. Under Su Hua's guidance, Zhao Gang immediately issued a public announcement for mass reporting. In this announcement, it was publicized that the Japanese devils issued a bounty for the assassination of all members of the independent regiment. In the name of the independent regiment and Su Hua, it called upon the masses in the base area to report any suspicious individuals, bounty hunters, traitors, and desperados to the independent regiment, or the militia, as soon as they are discovered, to jointly safeguard the safety of the independent regiment and the base area. Subsequently, Zhao Gang posted this announcement in various places in the Taihang mountain base to ensure adequate publicity. At the same time, to enhance the effect, Zhao Gang personally gave speeches and conducted promotions in towns and counties with large populations in the base area, urging the people to take action to protect the safety of the soldiers of the independent regiment and to report any suspicious individuals immediately. Everything was for the safety of the base area and the soldiers of the independent regiment. At this moment, on the streets of Xinzhong village, this announcement was pasted on the bulletin board, immediately attracting a large crowd of onlookers. Upon seeing the content, the people were truly indignant. These Japanese devils are indeed sinister, actually using a bounty to assassinate our independent regiment soldiers. This is too ruthless, and we absolutely cannot let them succeed. Chapter 2:13, Refugees Pour In. Population Dividend. A Paradise on Earth. The 8th Route Army's anti-Japanese daily conducted a special report on the Taihang mountain base, which quickly spread to both occupied and non-occupied areas. Suddenly, the entire Taihang mountain base became bustling. It is now 1938, and the Japanese invaders are continuously invading territories, causing widespread conflict, which has resulted in many refugees. These refugees originally had nowhere to go, migrating from East China to Central China. Now that the Japanese have invaded Central China, they can only flee to the rear, towards the northwest. During the War of Resistance, the refugee population was vast and complex, encompassing all social classes. The most important component was ordinary people, as the Japanese committed atrocities wherever they went, burning, killing, and looting, destroying vast farmlands, burning houses, and forcing the people to flee without land or homes. These people formed the foundation of the Taihang mountain base. In addition, there were urban workers and intellectuals. The Japanese bombings turned cities into ruins, factories shut down, shops closed, schools were destroyed, and educational institutions were forced to cease operations, causing workers and intellectuals to lose their jobs and places to study. However, many did not want to become slaves of a fallen nation. They had their own ideals and ambitions, so they chose to flee, which is also what Su Hua hoped to attract to the base. Chapter 2:14, Xiao Ya has arrived. Kawashima Yoshiko's infiltration. In this chaotic world, the Taihang mountain base offers the people a choice, providing them with a place to settle down amidst the turmoil. Because of this, the checkpoints at the Taihang mountain base naturally gathered many refugees. While Su Hua was inspecting the refugee crowd, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Xiao Ya. Unexpectedly, Xiao Ya had also arrived at the Taihang mountain base. When he previously encountered Ming Jing, Su Hua learned about the relationship between the Ming family and the Xiao family, and immediately asked Ming Jing to find a way to help Xiao Ya leave Jinling. After all, Su Hua knew that Xiao Ya might die in the Jinling massacre. Ultimately, he learned from Ming Lu that Xiao Ya had left Jinling and saved her life, but her whereabouts were unknown. However, he never expected to encounter Xiao Ya here. This fate was truly remarkable. Xiao Ya in the refugee camp was dressed simply and looked disheveled, but her unique temperament and appearance could not be concealed. Seeing Xiao Ya appear here, Su Hua was very surprised. However, he did not intend to approach Xiao Yue, not wanting to disturb her too much, as they were not acquainted. At this moment, Xiao Yue was in line to register for entry into the Taihang mountain base, and it was estimated that it would be her turn soon. Chapter 2:15, Expanding the Army by 40,000. The crazy Suhua. A large number of refugees are now pouring into the Taihang mountain base. And Kawashima Yoshiko is sure to take this opportunity to blend in. To better infiltrate, she took the alias Chen Jinling and successfully registered at the Refugee Registration Office. Obtaining a residence permit for the base and smoothly entering the Taihang mountain base. If Suhua were here, he would definitely recognize Kawashima Yoshiko. This is not because she exposed herself, but because Suhua is a time traveler who has seen photos of Kawashima Yoshiko and knows what she looks like. No matter how much Kawashima Yoshiko disguises herself, her appearance cannot change. After all, this era did not have cosmetic surgery. Therefore, as long as Suhua sees Kawashima Yoshiko, he will definitely recognize her, which also means that her attempt to assassinate Suhua is doomed to fail. Suhua's identity as a time traveler is also a huge advantage. After Kawashima Yoshiko infiltrated the Taihang mountain base, she began looking for ways to approach the independent regiment, seeking opportunities to assassinate Suhua. The date is now March 18, 1938. At this time, a large number of refugees have poured into the Taihang mountain base, along with many desperados, bounty hunters, and traitors mingling among them, intending to assassinate the soldiers of the independent regiment, which has caused a significant impact on the independent regiment. Chapter 2:16, Zhu Weiguo comes to seek refuge. The choice of the Central Army's direct forces. Hearing the information report from Wei Daong, Suhua speculated about a person. However, he was not yet certain. Now he was waiting for Wei Daong's answer. Wei Daong scratched his head, thought for a moment, and then spoke. I kinda forgot his name. Oh right, I remember now, his name is Zhu Weiguo. Yes, that's it. Zhu Weiguo. It really is him. Due to the defense battle of Jinling, Zhu Weiguo led his regiment and became separated from the main force. Clearly, at this moment, Zhu Weiguo did not go to find his troops, but came to the Taihang mountain base to see Suhua. Since Zhu Weiguo wanted to meet Suhua, planned to see him to find out why he wanted to see him. Wei Daong looked at Suhua, who seemed a bit dazed, and asked, So, Commander, do you want to meet Zhu Weiguo or not? Suhua replied, Let him in. Huh? All right. Wei Daong was taken aback. In such circumstances, Suhua usually would not agree to meet. After all, if he met everyone who came to seek an audience, then Suhua, as the commander of the independent regiment, would not have to work and could just spend his days meeting all sorts of people. Chapter 2:17, Eager to join the army. The independent regiment becomes an independent brigade. In the military, the biggest fear is forming small cliques that create factions. Once small factions form, they can easily undermine unity, exacerbate internal struggles, and directly impact combat effectiveness. The reason for the chaos among warlords during the Republic of China was precisely because of the many factions, leading to a complete lack of control by the national government. If the independent regiment were to have many factions, it would also directly affect the combat effectiveness of the troops. Zhu Weiguo was well aware of this. However, he did not expect Suhua to actually agree to let him bring the personnel from his original unit into the same battalion, which surprised Zhu Weiguo to some extent. Suhua looked at the somewhat confused Zhu Weiguo and showed a trusting expression, saying, Captain Zhu, I believe in you. Although it was their first meeting, Zhu Weiguo could feel the trust in Suhua's eyes. He didn't know where this trust came from, but since Suhua trusted him so much, he wouldn't let Suhua down. He then spoke loudly, Please rest assured, Captain Su. Although I, Zhu Weiguo, have brought my original brothers and comrades to join the independent regiment, I will absolutely not create small factions, or do anything to hinder the unity of the independent regiment. Chapter 218, Team Building. Expansion speed shocks the boss, development is too fast. In 1938, the number of people in Su Hua's independent regiment finally exceeded 7,000, reaching the strength of a regular brigade. According to the previous agreement between Su Hua and the vice president, once the strength of the independent regiment reached that of a brigade, it could be upgraded to an independent brigade and Su Hua would become the brigade commander. Now the goal has finally been reached. At the independent regiment headquarters, Zhao Gang handed the roster of the independent regiment and the militia forces to Su Hua, saying, "Old Su, take a look. This is the result of our troops' expansion and development over the past 2 months. Now our independent regiment's main fighting force has surpassed 7,000, reaching 7,230. Additionally, the number of militia forces has reached 25,673, and this number is still rising, with a goal to exceed 30,000. It can be said that our troops' development speed is quite good. Just 2 months ago, the independent regiment had only over 1,000 people left. In less than 2 months, the independent regiment has grown from over 1,000 to over 7,000. This growth rate is quite terrifying." Chapter 219, A Regiment of 30,000 shocks headquarters. Interview with anti-Japanese hero Su Hua. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a telegram from the independent regiment arrived. It's really timely. The messenger reported, "Vice President, the telegram from the independent regiment states that after nearly 2 months of development and expansion, the current strength of the independent regiment has surpassed 7,000. The number of militia has exceeded 25,000. The total strength now exceeds 30,000. Upon hearing this, the Vice President and the Deputy Chief of Staff present were immediately shocked, staring blankly with disbelief in their eyes. Just moments ago, the two were discussing the development of the independent regiment. They hadn't expected that the independent regiment had really expanded to over 7,000. The most frightening part was that the militia forces had actually surpassed 25,000. This growth rate is just too fast. It's important to note that although the militia looks like a militia, their actual combat effectiveness is not lacking at all. They can completely be regarded as regular troops. This means that Su Hua currently controls a force of over 30,000, which is more than the strength of a division. The Vice President and the Deputy Chief of Staff were both stunned. They knew the independent regiment would develop quickly, but they hadn't anticipated it would be this fast. After a moment of daze, the Vice President came to his senses, took the telegram from the messenger, glanced at its content, and laughed, "Ha ha ha. The strength of the independent regiment has directly exceeded 7,000. I originally thought they would need another week." Chapter 220, Su Hua plans to attack Taiyuan. The Deputy Chief of Staff arrives. The support of the masses is fundamental, and this is also the reason why the independent regiment can develop and grow. Su Hua was right. The reasoning is understood by everyone, but not everyone can do it well. The principle that water can carry a boat, but also capsize it has been conveyed for thousands of years, yet dynastic changes have always been unavoidable. That's just how it is. Yi Wanqiu felt that Su Hua's words made a lot of sense, nodding repeatedly. After quickly recording Su Hua's words, she asked, "The current anti-Japanese situation is very difficult. The independent regiment can be considered one of the anti-Japanese hero units. Do you think relying solely on the independent regiment can change the anti-Japanese situation?" "It can, but it cannot." Su Hua continued calmly, "As the independent regiment continues to rise and grow, it will inevitably become a powerful force among anti-Japanese troops. We can change the local anti-Japanese situation. But if we want to expel the Japanese invaders and achieve overall victory in the war of resistance, relying solely on our independent regiment is not enough. We need to unite the vast masses and other anti-Japanese troops to work together to accomplish the great cause of resistance. the independent regiment can change the local anti-Japanese situation. For example, Suhua plans to attack Taiyuan next. Chapter 221, the independent regiment becomes an independent brigade. Suhua becomes brigade commander, Li Yunlong deputy brigade commander. After seeing Suhua, the deputy chief of staff smiled and said, "Suhua, long time no see. Finally, I get to meet you, this anti-Japanese hero." Suhua smiled wryly, "Deputy chief of staff, please don't laugh at me. What hero am I? I've just killed a few more Japanese." Compared to the deputy chief of staff, he considered himself a novice. "Ha ha ha," the deputy chief of staff laughed, "Novice? You're quite the formidable novice. Enough about that. I'm here in person to read the appointments from the frontline command and the vice president." Upon hearing this, both Suhua and Zhao Gang straightened their expressions and treated the matter solemnly. Zhao Gang quickly spoke, "Deputy Chief of Staff, please say." The Deputy Chief of Staff looked at Zhao Gang and Suhua and said, "Currently, the independent regiment is developing very well. The frontline command and the vice president have decided, after discussion, to upgrade the independent regiment to an independent brigade. With Suhua as the brigade commander and Zhao Gang as the political commissar. Suhua is responsible for the reorganization of the independent brigade, and after the reorganization, he needs to report the relevant personnel structure and configuration to the command center." Chapter 222, Promotion. Kawashima Yoshiko is exposed. The advantages of the time traveler. After Suhua reorganized the independent regiment into an independent brigade, he immediately distributed the relevant appointments and work arrangements for such a reorganization and military position arrangement. There were naturally no significant objections from Li Yunlong, Ding Wei, Zhu Ziming, and others. Especially for Zhu Ziming, Zhu Weiguo, Long Wenzhong, and others. Being appointed as deputy regiment commanders was something they accepted, as Li Yunlong, Ding Wei, and Kong Jie had deeper qualifications in the 8th Route Army. And their time in the 8th Route Army wasn't too long. It can be said that many people were promoted one rank, basically all receiving promotions. Zhu Weiguo had no objections to the arrangement of the deputy regiment commander, as he had just joined the independent brigade not long ago. And now being appointed as a deputy regiment commander was quite a surprise for him. After the reorganization, the independent brigade would inevitably become even stronger. After completing the reorganization of the independent brigade, Suhua planned to report the situation of the reorganized independent brigade to the deputy chief of staff for review. After all, the reason for the deputy chief of staff's visit to the independent brigade this time was to assist Suhua with the reorganization of the independent regiment and provide some guidance. Chapter 223, The Shocked Boss, Suhua created a miracle. Preparing for counterattack. Suhua learned of Kawashima Yoshiko's existence, but did not act hastily. Instead, he planned to play the long game to catch a big fish. Yoshiko Kawashima thought she hadn't been exposed. She believed her infiltration had been very successful. And she felt pleased to have seen Suhua's appearance, considering it valuable intelligence. After all, before this, Kawashima had no idea what Suhua looked like. Now that she had confirmed Suhua's identity, she was laying the groundwork for future assassination attempts. Suhua walked up to the deputy chief of staff and Zhao Gang, saying, "Deputy Chief, old Zhao, you're here. I just happened to have something to discuss with you." Zhao Gang replied, "Let's go to the logistics department conference room and chat." Everyone nodded and then went to the conference room of the logistics department. Inside the conference room, the deputy chief of staff looked at Suhua with excitement and said, "Suhua, in the past few days, I have visited many places, including the base, the arms factory, the battlefield hospital, and the logistics department, as well as the Heroic Souls Cemetery. It really opened my eyes. The deputy chief is right, Suhua. You have really created a miracle by developing the independent brigade and the Taihang mountain base to such a scale." Chapter 224, Yamamoto Iki takes action. Shinozuka Yoshio, a brigade of 30,000. Suhua is unfathomable. In Yuancheng, at the command of the Japanese First Army, Yamamoto Ikki was reporting to Shinozuka Yoshio about the upcoming combat operations. After such a long time of preparation and intelligence gathering, Yamamoto felt confident that he could handle the independent regiment. At this moment, the independent regiment had just been reorganized into an independent brigade. So Yamamoto was still unaware of this. After all, no matter how strong the Japanese's intelligence capabilities were, they still had serious delays. Therefore, the Japanese and Yamamoto were still referring to the independent brigade as the independent regiment. Yamamoto looked at Shinozuka and said, "Commander, we have received enough intelligence about the independent regiment. I believe my Special Forces team has a good chance of taking out Suhua and his headquarters. Are you sure?" Shinozuka did not doubt Yamamoto's strength, but felt that they should never underestimate Suhua and the independent regiment, as he had learned from past experiences. Yamamoto paused for a moment and then replied, "Commander, you should be aware of the strength of our Special Forces team. Dealing with a mere regiment headquarters is a piece of cake. Although Suhua and the independent regiment have strong combat capabilities, this time we are conducting special operations. In terms of special operations, I believe the independent regiment is definitely not a match for our Special Forces team." Chapter 225, Hitting Two Birds with One Stone. Ambushing Yamamoto's Special Forces team. After years of development, the intelligence capabilities of the Shadow Intelligence Bureau of the Independent Brigade were incredibly strong. Therefore, they could provide very accurate and valuable intelligence every time. Suhua valued the information from the Shadow Intelligence Bureau and asked, "What intelligence?" Yumanli reported, "According to the information we received from our Shadow Intelligence Bureau, a special team of Japanese troops has appeared in Yuancheng. This special team is equipped with very advanced weapons and has strong combat capabilities, somewhat similar to our Special Operations team. The commander of this special team is named Yamamoto Ikki, a top graduate from the Special Military Academy in Munich, Germany, and is skilled in special operations." Yamamoto Ikki and his Special Forces team. As a time traveler, Suhua naturally knew of Yamamoto Ikki and the Yamamoto Special Forces team. In fact, in the TV series, the Yamamoto Special Forces team caused a lot of trouble for Li Yunlong's independent regiment. Now that Yamamoto Ikki appeared here, it was highly likely he was targeting his independent regiment. Suhua nodded and asked, "Is there any other intelligence?" Yumanli replied, "Currently, our intelligence personnel have discovered that Yamamoto Ikki's Special Forces team is not in Yuancheng. I suspect they are on the move." Chapter 226, The Cunning Yamamoto. Suhua's God Perspective. Encirclement operations. The Taihang Mountains are an undeveloped primitive forest, and even a special operations unit like Yamamoto's team would find it difficult to advance through these woods. Not an easy task. If it weren't for the need to ambush the independent regiment's headquarters, Yamamoto Ikki wouldn't have come to such a desolate place. However, to be fair, the professionalism and capability of Yamamoto's Special Forces team were quite high, and moving through this forest wasn't a major problem, as it tested the troops' outdoor survival and combat abilities. After struggling through the mountains for several hours, Yamamoto ordered the troops to rest and remain vigilant while he took out a map to examine. At our current speed, we should reach the mountains where Xinzhuang village is located by tomorrow evening. Yamamoto looked at the map and said, "That night we can launch an attack and catch them off guard for a quick resolution. Relay my orders, have the troops rest up quickly, and then set off immediately." "Yes." The messenger quickly went to relay the command. Yamamoto Ikki aimed to ambush the independent brigade's headquarters, but unbeknownst to him, Suhua had already set up a trap waiting for the arrival of Yamamoto's Special Forces team. Chapter 227, This is the territory of the independent brigade. Annihilate Yamamoto's Special Forces team. It must be said that Yamamoto Ikki was a very cunning and capable special soldier. As he got closer to the independent brigade's headquarters, He immediately sensed something was wrong and prepared to retreat. However, Yamamoto encountered Su Hua. It wouldn't be so easy to leave. Seeing that Yamamoto's Special Forces team had not launched an attack, Su Hua knew he could wait no longer. After all, they had already entered the encirclement of Zhong Dabiao's Special Operations team, so he decided to close the net. Bang! Su Hua fired a shot into the sky. The gunshot broke the tranquility of the night. This was also the signal to launch the attack. In an instant, the members of the Special Operations team hidden around the headquarters revealed themselves and launched a fierce assault on the retreating Yamamoto's Special Forces team. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom! In an instant, bullets flew, and the air was filled with gunfire. The scorching bullets fired from the 77 Type semi-automatic rifles shot through the night like meteors, heading straight for the small Japanese team. Puff, puff, puff. Immediately, some of the caught-off-guard special soldiers fell, dead beyond recovery. Faced with the sudden and fierce fire assault, the Yamamoto Special Forces team initially suffered heavy casualties. Chapter 228, The Wealthy Battle. Yamamoto is doomed. Even Jesus can't save him, as Su Hua said. Since Su Hua learned of the existence of Yamamoto's Special Forces team and their intention to attack the brigade's headquarters, if it weren't for the strong intelligence capabilities of the Shadow Intelligence Bureau, the impact on the independent brigade's headquarters would have been significant. Therefore, Su Hua was determined to annihilate Yamamoto's Special Forces team. Otherwise, he wouldn't have mobilized both the Special Operations team and Li Yunlong's regiment, the two main forces, to encircle them. Is this a case of many against few? Don't be foolish. On the battlefield, there are only victories and defeats. Furthermore, this is a wealthy battle. Su Hua actually wanted to engage in a wealthy battle every day, as it would help avoid greater casualties. At the same time, to ensure nothing went wrong. Even if he had to mobilize the entire independent brigade to deal with Yamamoto's Special Forces team, it would be no problem. Not to mention that he was now mobilizing two main forces. In short, Su Hua was determined to eliminate the Yamamoto Special Forces. Under such circumstances, how could the Yamamoto Special Forces possibly escape? Wei Daong next to him also spoke up. Yes, this time we have laid a trap. The Yamamoto Special Forces cannot escape at all. This time they are doomed. A cold light flashed in Su Hua's eyes as he said, this time. Even if Jesus and that damned Amaterasu come, it won't matter. The Yamamoto Special Forces must be completely annihilated. Chapter 229, Yamamoto Kazuka dies of anger. Expanding the territory in Taiyuan. Yamamoto Kazuki thought he could survive by hiding behind the bunker, but unexpectedly, Li Yunlong didn't waste any time talking and directly bombarded Yamamoto Kazuki and his bunker with 40 rocket launchers. Boom! 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 This was the first time Yamamoto Kazuki had seen a rocket launcher, and facing such bombardment, he had no time to react, engulfed directly by the explosion's flames and smoke. Debris flew everywhere. The entire stone-built wall was blown apart. Seeing the bunker of the Yamamoto Special Forces covered by artillery fire, Li Yunlong immediately raised his arm and shouted, "Charge! Kill!" The soldiers swarmed in, directly besieging the area. At this point, the bunker had turned into a pile of ruins. Everywhere was rubble and destruction. Through the ruins, the bodies of Yamamoto Kazuki and a few other old devils could be seen. "Drag these old devils out," Li Yunlong ordered. And the soldiers quickly cleared the rubble off Yamamoto Kazuki. There he was at the bottom, with two bodies of special devils on top of him. Chapter 230, The Clown Show. Kawashima Yoshiko's identity exposed. Next, Su Hua planned to attack Taiyuan, but before that, he had to eliminate Kawashima Yoshiko. Because once a major battle broke out in the logistics department, logistics would be crucial. If Kawashima Yoshiko caused damage during this process, it would directly affect the frontline results. Therefore, to ensure the safety of logistics and his own safety, Suhua prepared to take action against Kawashima Yoshiko. Early the next morning, when Suhua arrived at the brigade headquarters, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. Upon closer inspection, it was Kawashima Yoshiko. Because of the battle between the Special Forces and the Yamamoto Special Forces last night, the brigade headquarters and surrounding civilian houses had suffered significant damage. Zhao Gang arranged for the logistics department to send some people to help deal with the aftermath. Kawashima Yoshiko was among them. Seeing her appear in the outer courtyard of the brigade headquarters, Suhua was somewhat surprised, but it was good. After all, he intended to deal with Kawashima Yoshiko. Now was just the right moment. So, Suhua walked straight up to Kawashima Yoshiko and said, "Comrade, you look a bit unfamiliar. Are you new here?" Kawashima Yoshiko did not expect Suhua to approach her, and after a slight pause, pretended to tremble in fear and said, "Sir, I am new to the logistics department. My name is Chen Jinlian." Chapter 231, Kawashima Yoshiko, I know you inside and out. But you know nothing about me. Isn't that right, Miss Kawashima Yoshiko? Upon hearing this, even the seasoned spy Kawashima Yoshiko was momentarily stunned. She kept recalling her interactions with Suhua, wondering where things had gone wrong that led to her identity being exposed. However, she did not know that Suhua was a time traveler. No matter how well Kawashima Yoshiko disguised herself, she could not escape Suhua's eyes. This meant that Kawashima Yoshiko's infiltration and assassination operation was doomed to fail. When Wei Daong heard Suhua call out Kawashima Yoshiko's name, he was also stunned. Instinctively placing his hand on his pistol and staring intently at Kawashima Yoshiko. He did not know who she was. But he knew that since this woman had a name associated with the enemy, she must be an adversary. However, as a top spy for the Japanese, Kawashima Yoshiko had strong psychological resilience and reflexes. She quickly regained her composure, looking puzzled and confused, saying, "Brigadier Su, what are you talking about?" "What Kawashima Yoshiko? My name is Chen Jinlian, you've mistaken me for someone else." Chapter 232, Suhua's God Perspective. The Great Purge triggered by Kawashima Yoshiko. Kawashima Yoshiko, a lurking spy. After learning the identity of the woman in front of him, Wei Daong drew his gun and aimed it at Kawashima Yoshiko. If she made any move, he would shoot her immediately. Seeing Kawashima Yoshiko acknowledge her identity, Suhua was not surprised at all and looked at her with piercing eyes, saying, "Kawashima Yoshiko, people like you will be nailed to the pillar of shame, so that future generations will remember your treasonous actions. There's an idiom that fits you well, leaving a stench for thousands of years. It could be said that if it weren't for the information about Kawashima Yoshiko in later generations, Suhua wouldn't have recognized the infiltrated Kawashima Yoshiko so easily. Leaving a stench for thousands of years." Kawashima Yoshiko coldly laughed, saying, "When our Qing dynasty was destroyed, I couldn't care less about that. However, I have a question. Suhua, are you wondering how I discovered you?" Kawashima Yoshiko was taken aback and nodded, "Exactly." It must be said that Kawashima Yoshiko was an exceptionally skilled spy, and her infiltration was so thorough that she had not revealed any flaws. Chapter 233, Shocked. Shimizu Yoshio, the Yamamoto Special Forces are gone. The gold content of the Imperial roadblock. Kawashima Yoshiko was not an easy female spy to deal with. Obtaining valuable intelligence from her would certainly not be easy. Therefore, the final result might be that they could not pry open Kawashima Yoshiko's mouth. Hearing Yumanli's words, Suhua's response was very decisive. Since she has no value, she should be executed directly. Kawashima Yoshiko had caused numerous major incidents in China, leading to heavy losses for them. Keeping someone like her around was useless. The meaning was clear. If Kawashima Yoshiko had no value, then she should be executed. Kill her. End it all. Leave no trouble behind. Yumanli nodded and said, "Understood." Subsequently, Yumanli began to interrogate Kawashima Yoshiko. trying to see if she could pry open her mouth and dismantle the intelligence network centered around her. A spy of Kawashima Yoshiko's caliber would definitely have established an intelligence network with her at its core, and this network's intelligence capability was quite strong, having a significant impact on the Independent Brigade and the Taihang Mountain Base. This was also why Suhua wanted to eliminate Kawashima Yoshiko before attacking Taiyuan. Chapter 234, Suhua, the entire brigade will attack Yuancheng. Here is my deployment. Can't we use conventional means to deal with this? Hearing this, Gonye Toshi was momentarily stunned and asked, Commander, are you referring to using gas bombs? That's right. A cold glint flashed in Shinozuka Yoshio's eyes as he slowly spoke. Whether it's the Sakura Bounty, or the Yamamoto Special Operations Team, it seems they have little effect on the Independent Brigade. In that case, we can only resort to unconventional means, and gas bombs are the best choice. Gas bombs, this counts as a biological weapon. However, the Japanese can stop at nothing to win. Although using gas bombs is extremely inhumane and cruel, and violates international conventions, the Japanese simply do not care. The types of gas bombs used by the Japanese are diverse, mainly including corrosive gas bombs, asphyxiating gas bombs, and nerve gas bombs. Corrosive gas bombs are represented by mustard gas, which is an oily liquid that is volatile and can enter the human body through the skin and respiratory tract, causing severe consequences such as skin ulcers and respiratory damage. Asphyxiating gas bombs, such as phosgene, when inhaled, can cause pulmonary edema, leading to breathing difficulties and even death by asphyxiation. Chapter 235, Dividing Forces to Directly Attack Yuancheng. Suhua's prediction. Before convening this operational meeting, Suhua had already made some initial thoughts and arrangements regarding the relevant combat plans and deployments, and then announced them at the meeting to gather everyone's opinions and brainstorm. Currently, the Independent Brigade has more than 8,000 troops, which is not too many. However, with this small force, Suhua dared to attack Yuancheng. Naturally, he has some confidence and strength. Hearing Suhua's words, everyone present focused their attention, and all eyes were on Suhua. Suhua pointed to the operational map and said, the distance from our Taihang Mountain Base to Yuancheng is not short, and we need to pass through many counties and cities along the way, such as Yangquan, Ping'an County, etc. This means that if we want to capture Yuancheng, we must take down some counties along the way to avoid being surrounded. In order to achieve the goal of capturing Yuancheng, I am making the following deployment. Lao Jiao and Zheng Fang are responsible for guarding the base, overseeing logistics and troop training, and providing support for our frontline operations. Zheng Fang is responsible for logistics work. This time, as we move from the Taihang Mountain Base all the way to Yuancheng, we will definitely need strong logistical support, otherwise it is impossible to sustain such a large-scale campaign. Chapter 236, Oath of Deployment. Reclaiming Lost Territory. This is the Wanxing Army. A fierce battle. There was no hint of fear in the eyes of those present, instead, there was a strong fighting spirit. They did not fear war. However, war is not about seeking death, but about seeking survival. For the survival of more people, everyone present was willing to go to battle. Li Yunlong, Ding Wei, Kong Jie, and others responded loudly, victory in the resistance, restore our China. Victory in the resistance, restore our China. Victory in the resistance, restore our China. The slogans rang out, resonant and powerful. Suhua was very satisfied with this scene and nodded approvingly. This time, the expedition to Yuancheng would surely succeed. After the operational meeting ended, everyone went down to rest and adjust for the upcoming preparations. 3 days later, all soldiers of the Independent Brigade gathered for a grand oath-taking ceremony before their expedition. Suhua stood tall on the temporary platform, his face resolute, his gaze piercing as he scanned the young and determined faces below. Below, more than 8,000 soldiers of the Independent Brigade were lined up neatly, exuding a powerful aura. Soldiers! Su Hua's loud voice echoed, instantly breaking the silence of the scene as he spoke loudly. Today, we gather here. Next, we will head to the battlefield of Yuancheng. Chapter 237, Like a hot knife through butter. The Japanese puppet army is scared to death. Surrender. According to Su Hua's deployment. This time the independent brigade was divided into two routes to launch an attack on Taiyuan. The first route consisted of the independent brigade's 1st Regiment, Special Operations Brigade, Artillery Regiment, and Brigade Headquarters combat troops, attacking towards Zhengding County, Ping'an County, and other directions. The second route was composed of the independent brigade's 2nd Regiment, 3rd Regiment, Cavalry Regiment, and 1 battalion of the Artillery Regiment, responsible for the attacks towards Yangquan, Shouyang County, and other directions. The main attacking direction was the first route. Thus Su Hua was also on the first route. Under Su Hua's direct command, the first route troops were attacking and capturing territories, continuously dealing with the Japanese puppet troops along the way. For example, there was a village named Guping Town along the way. This town had over 500 puppet troops. 1 battalion of puppet troops. When these over 500 puppet troops heard that the independent brigade was coming, they were instantly terrified. The puppet troop captain, Gan Jiaxiong, panicked upon learning that the independent brigade was coming and immediately gathered several company commanders to discuss how to respond. Gan Jiaxiong looked at everyone present and said, "Everyone, you should know that the independent brigade is coming towards us. Under such circumstances, we absolutely cannot withstand the attack of the independent brigade." Chapter 238, 10, 000 versus 100. 000. Urgently requesting reinforcements from the 6th Division. Enemies meet, especially resentful. Without needing Sato Mokuichi to request reinforcements, many other places' garrisons were already calling for help. Because the independent brigade was attacking in 2 directions, it put enormous pressure on the Japanese puppet troops. Tandiji, worried, said, "I hope General Shinozuka Yoshio can send troops for reinforcements, otherwise, we really can't hold on." Sato Mokuichi nodded, "I hope so too." Yuancheng, 1st Army Headquarters. Now Shinozuka Yoshio and Gongye Toshi were truly in a state of panic, because there were requests for reinforcements coming in from everywhere. Gongye Toshi, holding Sato Mokuichi's telegram, approached Shinozuka Yoshio and said, "Commander, Zhengding County is requesting reinforcements. The independent brigade has already reached Zhengding County." At this moment, Shinozuka Yoshio's expression was very unpleasant and complicated. Shinozuka Yoshio spoke slowly as if carrying a heavy weight. "Now everywhere is asking me for reinforcements. How can I have so many troops to send for reinforcements? The independent brigade is attacking from 2 directions, the situation is dire." Gongye Toshi also said in disbelief and confusion, "I really didn't expect that a small independent brigade could stir up such a huge wave." Chapter 239, The 6th Division can't even beat the independent brigade. Su Hua's secret weapon. Right now, the most urgent situation is Zhengding County. However, Shinozuka Yoshio said to send the 6th Division to Ping'an County, which indicates a plan to abandon Zhengding County. Shinozuka Yoshio, with a very complex expression, said, "It's too late to send the 6th Division to Zhengding County now. If we hastily send them there, they will likely be exhausted from fighting and may even fall into the independent brigade's trap. It's better to concentrate our forces in Ping'an County and find a way to annihilate the independent brigade there. Especially since the independent brigade is currently divided into 2 routes, their strength has significantly weakened, making this a good opportunity for us to eliminate Su Hua." Toshihiko Miyano suddenly felt that Yoshio Shinozuka was right, and he nodded slightly, "Indeed. The independent brigade won't wait for our 6th Division to reach Zhengding County before launching an attack. With the combat power of the independent brigade and the defensive strength of Zhengding County, it simply can't withstand their assault. Your decision to transfer the 6th Division to Ping'an County is definitely a wise one." Receiving Miyano's affirmation, Yoshio Shinozuka felt somewhat elated and murmured, "Now that the independent brigade is so strong, I hope the 6th Division can take down Suhua and the independent brigade." Chapter 240, I make the following deployment. Take Zhengding County within a day. To carry out precise strikes on the key fire defense works and targets in Zhengding County, the 107 rocket launcher must be used. The 107 rocket launcher has never seen actual combat, and now it can finally be put to use. Su Hua looked at Yang Zhihua and asked, "Old Yang, you've got the 107 rocket launcher all figured out, right? You can hit exactly where I point." Yang Zhihua confidently replied, "Of course, Brigade Commander. Just tell me where to hit, and I will." "Good." After checking the time, Su Hua began making specific combat arrangements. It's now 6 p.m. Tonight, all troops will rest and adjust for the night. Tomorrow morning at 7 a.m., we will launch an attack on Zhengding County. From 7 to 9 a.m., Li Yunlong's regiment will attack Zhengding County. I want all the defending forces in Zhengding County to fall into our strike targets. Li Yunlong nodded, understanding Su Hua's intentions. Even though they had the troop deployment map, defense works map, and information on some high-value target locations, if they did not launch an attack, these high-value targets and defensive structures would not gather the defending forces. Chapter 241, The Terrified Japanese and Puppet Troops. Is the independent brigade a paper tiger? The attack begins. The independent brigade continuously attacked Zhengding County, creating such a commotion that relevant military intelligence quickly reached the Japanese and Puppet Army Joint Command inside the city. Zhengding County. Japanese and Puppet Army Joint Command. Japanese Brigade Commander Sato Kiichi, the commander of the Imperial Army's 4th Regiment, Tandiji, and a group of staff officers and military personnel gathered at this command center. The name of the independent brigade made the Japanese and puppet troops tremble in fear. So when everyone learned of the independent brigade's attack, they panicked. Tandiji immediately looked at Sato Kiichi and asked, "Commander Sato, did General Shinozuka say when reinforcements would arrive?" Sato Kiichi, with a serious expression, said, "General Shinozuka told us to hold on a little longer. They are actively mobilizing reinforcements to come. Therefore, our immediate task is to defend Zhengding County." "But how do we defend?" Tandiji said with a bitter smile, "The independent brigade is not an ordinary 8th Route Army unit. It is an elite combat force." Commander Sato Kiichi interrupted Tandiji coldly, "Don't talk about despair here. Boosting others' morale while diminishing your own is not allowed. If you say more, it will be treated as a disturbance to military morale." Chapter 242, A Mushroom Cloud Rises. The 107 rocket launcher's first actual combat shocks everyone. Precision strikes. Because the Japanese and Puppet Army Joint Command was quite far from Zhengding County, it was barely within the range of the 107 rocket launcher. This tested the artillery's capabilities significantly. Therefore, Yang Zhihua had to operate the launch personally. After Yang Zhihua made adjustments and was ready, he immediately issued the launch order, "Fire." Boom! 12 rocket projectiles quickly shot out from the 12 launch tubes, trailing long flames, soaring over the city gate, and heading towards the Japanese and Puppet Army Joint Command. The speed was incredibly fast. Due to the angle of fire, these rockets basically flew just above the city gate, leaving the Japanese and puppet troops on the gate in a daze. However, the speed of these rockets was so quick that the Japanese and puppet troops could not react in time. After a brief flight, the 12 rockets accurately landed on the Japanese and Puppet Army Joint Command. At this moment, Sato Kiichi, Tandiji, and other command officers were still discussing how to respond to the independent brigade's attack when they suddenly heard a whistling sound. Before they could react, the 12 rockets crashed down on the Joint Command, followed by a series of explosive booms. Chapter 243, Breaching Zhengding County. Urban Warfare. The 40 rocket launchers will take care of it. Zhu Yue was also shocked by the power of the 107 rocket launcher, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Brigade Commander. It seems that taking Zhengding County this time will be no problem. As long as the high-value targets are cleared, the rest can be quickly attacked and resolved." Su Hua loudly issued orders. Order the other artillery units to bombard the city gate tower of Zhengding County fiercely, while Li Yunlong's regiment prepares for the charge. I want to take Zhengding County today. Zhu Yue replied, yes. Subsequently, the relevant combat orders were issued. According to the established combat plan, the other artillery of the Independent Brigade, such as the Type 95 infantry gun, Type 90 field gun, Italian gun, and Type 94 37mm rapid-fire gun, began to bombard the city gate tower violently. Boom! 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 The entire city gate tower and gate were filled with the sounds of explosions. Flames shot up into the sky. Smoke filled the air. The explosions created immense destructive power, continuously demolishing the city defenses and the city gate, while also killing the Japanese and puppet troops. The Japanese and puppet troops on the city gate wanted to report the situation and request command from the Joint Command. Chapter 244. Shocking results in the Second War Zone, 13 hours to reclaim Zhengding County. Too fast. The 40 rocket launchers are definitely urban warfare weapons. In the narrow alleys and streets, many heavy artillery and guns simply cannot be deployed. Even grenade launchers and mortars cannot hit accurately since their trajectories are parabolic. But rocket launchers are different. Rocket launchers hit exactly where they aim. However, the short range of the 40 rocket launchers is a drawback. But at this moment, it is sufficient. With a command from the squad leader, the soldiers of the entire squad began to provide covering fire. Their Type 77 semi-automatic rifles firing rapidly at the enemy positions on the rooftop. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. The dense firepower suppressed the enemy on the rooftop. At this moment, the soldier carrying the rocket launcher quickly advanced and charged forward, reaching the opposite side of the civilian building in no time. At this point, the enemy positions were already within the range of the 40 rocket launchers. Subsequently, the soldier lifted the 40 rocket launcher, aimed at the enemy machine gun position on the rooftop. Aim. Fire. Whoosh. In the next second, a rocket trailing a flame tail shot out. And in the blink of an eye, it reached the rooftop, accurately hitting the enemy machine gun position. Chapter 245. The Independent Brigade has arrived, good days are here. In just 13 hours, they captured the city of Zhengding with such terrifying speed. Yi Wanqiu wanted to report on this and promote the Independent Brigade's strong combat power and reputation. Su Hua nodded and said, "You can report. But you must not reveal our 107 rocket launcher. This is key to our upcoming operations." Yi Wanqiu nodded, "I understand this. The 107 rocket launcher is now the Independent Brigade's trump card weapon, and it shouldn't be exposed so soon." Now that the situation in Zhengding City was settled, Su Hua also breathed a sigh of relief and could finally rest. Throughout the night, Li Yunlong, Zhong Dabiao, and others were busy dealing with the remnants of the Japanese puppet army in Ping'an County and any potential Japanese spies, ensuring Su Hua's safety in the city. Bang bang bang. The sounds of sporadic gunfire echoed throughout Zhengding City as they were clearing out the remnants. After a night of clearing, the remnants of the Japanese puppet army in Zhengding City were basically eradicated. Chapter 246. Combat power shocks. No wonder they are the imperial roadblock. After the battle, when the Independent Brigade arrived, the people of Zhengding City saw hope. After all, the arrival of the Independent Brigade meant they would no longer suffer under landlord oppression. And good days were coming. However, they feared the Independent Brigade would leave, because many times, capturing a place might just be a military task. And once the Independent Brigade left, Zhengding City would return to its former state. Therefore, the people of Zhengding hoped the Independent Brigade would stay for land reform and economic transformation, leading them to a better life. Su Hua looked at the old man in front of him and said firmly, "Don't worry, old man, since we've come, we won't leave." Upon hearing this, the old man excitedly replied, "That's great. The 8th Route Army Independent Brigade staying is truly wonderful." His words stirred the surrounding crowd of common people, all wearing smiles. Clearly, they were very excited and pleased that the Independent Brigade could stay. Su Hua looked at the eager eyes of the people and then said aloud, "Dear fellow villagers, since our Independent Brigade has arrived, we will definitely ensure you live good lives." Chapter 247, The Shock of Victory, Just 3,000 Pigs. Su Hua can't catch them all in a day. In the battle where the Independent Brigade attacked Zhengding City, the Jinsui army did not participate. On one hand, the Japanese had abandoned Zhengding City and did not send reinforcements, so there were no Japanese puppet army reinforcements passing through the Jinsui army's defense area, naturally leading to no conflict. On the other hand, Yang Laoshi did not have a high opinion of the Independent Brigade. He believed that the Independent Brigade splitting into two paths towards Jinzhong to attack Yuancheng was like hitting a stone with an egg. After all, the First Army in Yuancheng had tens of thousands of elite Japanese troops, along with a large number of puppet troops, forming a strong combat force. How could a few thousand men from the Independent Brigade handle over 100,000 Japanese and puppet troops? Because of this, Yang Laoshi did not think Su Hua's Independent Brigade could accomplish anything significant, even if they had made the Japanese suffer in Zhengding City. However, the news brought by Zhao Daiwen completely overturned Yang Laoshi's perception. Seeing Zhao Daiwen rush in, Yang Laoshi asked, "Old Zhao, what happened? Has the Independent Brigade created another incredible victory? Don't tell me they captured Zhengding City." Chapter 248, Yang Laoshi's Hidden Thoughts. Su Hua's surprise for headquarters. Based on the current situation of the Independent Brigade, both Yang Laoshi and Zhao Daiwen could see that Su Hua's ultimate goal was to attack Yuancheng. In this process, should the Jinsui army intervene? This was a question. Although the Second War Zone was the Central Army, the Jinsui army and the 8th Route Army cooperated in combat. Yang Laoshi had his own selfish motives and issued an order to all Jinsui troops. Cooperation with the 8th Route Army required approval from the headquarters. The reason for issuing this order was mainly due to the previous defense battle of the Taihang Mountain Base. In that battle, the Central Army, Jinsui Army, and others had all joined the fight, and Yang Laoshi turned a blind eye to it, given that the Japanese had just committed atrocious acts in Jinling. However, during this process, the Jinsui army suffered considerable losses. To avoid such a situation, Yang Laoshi issued this order. Therefore, the Jinsui army and the Central Army were hesitant to cooperate with the 8th Route Army. Zhao Daiwen wanted to ask Yang Laoshi whether they should cooperate with the Independent Brigade's upcoming operations. After hesitating and thinking for a moment, Yang Laoshi slowly said, "I think if the timing is right, we can cooperate with the Independent Brigade's operations." Chapter 249, Morale Soars. Capturing Yangquan. This time, the 8th Route Army Independent Brigade was able to capture Zhengding City so quickly and annihilate over 3,000 enemies, which was a great victory that needed to be well publicized. Not only for the reputation of the 8th Route Army, but also to boost morale and fighting spirit, reigniting the hope of victory in the national resistance. Therefore, the publicity of each victory was very important. The Deputy Chief looked at the Deputy Chief of Staff. "Deputy Chief of Staff, you are responsible for this matter and promote it well. We need more victorious campaigns to uplift people's spirits." The Deputy Chief of Staff replied, "Okay." Subsequently, the publicity department of the 8th Route Army's Front Command and the anti-Japanese daily began preparing to promote this great victory. The Second Army of the Independent Brigade. The Second Army was composed of the 2nd Regiment, 3rd Regiment, Cavalry Regiment, and an artillery battalion of the Independent Brigade. At this moment, in the command post of the 2nd Army, Long Wenzhong walked in holding a telegram and approached Ding Wei, Kong Jie, Zhu Ziming, and others saying, "Good news, everyone. We've just received a telegram from the brigade. Our first army captured Zhengding city in just one day and annihilated over 3,000 Japanese puppet troops, achieving a great victory." Ha ha ha. Chapter 250, The News of Victory Arrives. Discovering Talent. Boom boom boom. After the city gates of Yangquan County were breached, the 2nd and 3rd Regiments of the Independent Brigade immediately rushed into the city, engaging in fierce battles with the Japanese puppet troops inside. Gunfire and explosions filled the air. Bullets flew everywhere. The sounds of combat echoed throughout the area. The soldiers of the Independent Brigade had strong individual combat capabilities, and were naturally able to handle urban and street battles easily in such circumstances. The soldiers of the Independent Brigade were all equipped with uniform 77-style semi-automatic rifles, allowing them to fire quickly upon spotting the enemy in the alleys and maintain continuous fire suppression. In contrast, the Japanese puppet troops using Type 38 rifles could only fire once and had to retreat because reloading took longer. The fighting was intense, and one by one, the Japanese puppet troops were taken down. Given the current situation, it is only a matter of time before the Independent Brigade takes control of Yangquan County. There is no major issue. Ding Wei and Kong Jie are closely monitoring the battlefield situation. Ultimately, this prompted both Ding Wei and Kong Jie to join the battle directly, inflicting heavy casualties on the Japanese puppet troops in Yangquan County. After a day of bloody fighting, the Independent Brigade finally occupied the entire Yangquan. Chapter 251, Duan Peng joins. Establishing the Liangshan Special Forces. Subsequently, Su Hua, Wei Daong, Yi Wanxiu, and others approached the young man. Seeing them coming, the young man shouted, "Commander, do you want to buy rice?" At this moment, Su Hua and the others were wearing 8th Route Army uniforms, but there were no ranks or nameplates on them. Therefore, the young man did not know Su Hua's identity. Su Hua looked at the rice, then raised his head to the young man and said, "Brother, I'll take all your rice. After all, our Independent Brigade is also short on food." "Great," the young man said gratefully. "Since you are the 8th Route Army fighting against Japan to save the country, I'll give you a discount. Money is negotiable." Su Hua said to the young man, "I see you are quite skilled in this chaotic world where the country is broken and families are scattered. It's a pity for you to be selling rice here. How about joining me to fight the Japanese?" This young man is Duan Peng. Duan Peng is from Duanjiago and has been practicing martial arts since childhood, mastering iron sand palm and tree climbing with profound internal strength. He is straightforward, brave, and strong, definitely a fierce general on par with Wei Daong. Chapter 252, Victory Shocks the Nation. Nationwide discussion. The victory against Japan is in sight. As news of the Independent Brigade's 13-hour capture of Zhengding County spread, it immediately caused quite a stir and discussion across the country. After all, it took only 13 hours to recover a county while annihilating more than 3,000 Japanese puppet troops. This achievement is absolutely shocking. The 8th Route Army executed a remarkably successful assault. Naturally, the first to be shocked was the Taihang Mountain Base in Xinzhong Village. Newsboys shouted that the Independent Brigade had achieved another victory, capturing Zhengding County in 13 hours. The newsboys continuously called out, attracting many citizens to come and buy. "I want a copy. Give me one. The Independent Brigade won again, that's great. I want a newspaper to see." Soon, many citizens had a copy of the newspaper in their hands. Seeing the content on the anti-Japanese daily, it sparked a heated discussion among the people. "We won. The Independent Brigade won again in just 13 hours to take Zhengding County. How unbelievable." Chapter 253, The Japanese Army's Gas Bomb Attack. The Shadow Intelligence Agency achieves great success. Now, The news of the Independent Brigade capturing Zhengding County in 13 hours has been widely reported across the country, greatly boosting morale and inspiring the people. This victory of the Independent Brigade is not just a matter for the 8th Route Army, but for the entire anti-Japanese cause. Su Hua, however, was not concerned about these reports, as they were merely embellishments. However, the two pieces of intelligence from Yunlong needed to be taken seriously. The Shadow Intelligence Agency now possesses strong intelligence capabilities, particularly in the entire Second War Zone, where their intelligence capabilities are among the best. Therefore, only major intelligence would prompt Yunlong to come personally to report to Su Hua. Su Hua looked at Yunlong and asked, "What important intelligence?" Yunlong reported, "According to the intelligence we currently have, the Japanese have transported a batch of gas bombs to North China, preparing to deal with our Independent Brigade." "What? Gas bombs?" Upon hearing this weapon, Su Hua's expression changed, and his eyes turned cold as he said in a low voice, "I didn't expect the Japanese, unable to defeat us, to resort to using gas bombs." Chapter 254, Su Hua mobilizes 30,000 militia. Personally slay the 6th Division and Jiyu Shofu. As a time traveler, Su Hua knows that after the Nanjing massacre erupted, the Japanese headquarters, to avoid condemnation from world public opinion and to shift the blame, subsequently reassigned Jiyu Shofu to a nominal position as the commander of the Central Army in the Home Defense Forces. Now it is 1938. And Jiyu Shofu should no longer be with the 6th Division. Therefore, Su Hua still needs to ask. Yunlong spoke, "According to intelligence, the current commander of the 6th Division is still Jiyu Shofu." "Still Jiyu Shofu?" Su Hua's face darkened, filled with hatred and anger as he said, "Very well. Since it's still Jiyu Shofu, then I will personally chop him down. The 6th Division is the main culprit of the Nanjing massacre, committing heinous crimes, with many compatriots dying at the hands of this division. This revenge can finally be avenged. The Japanese 6th Division is notorious for its crimes, having begun invading China during the Qing dynasty. For example, during the First Sino-Japanese War, the 6th Division was responsible for capturing Wei Highway, causing significant casualties to the Beiyang fleet. Later, in 1928, the 6th Division invaded Shandong again, committing many horrific massacres, with many compatriots dying at the hands of the 6th Division. Chapter 255, Exhausting all resources to destroy the 6th Division. Avenge the Nanjing compatriots. Preparing for war. Zhu Yue was shocked that the 6th Division had reinforced Ping'an County. Naturally surprised that Su Hua wanted to mobilize 30,000 militia troops. That number is not small. Su Hua explained, "I just received intelligence that the Japanese will mobilize the 6th Division to reinforce Ping'an County and besiege us. So we must mobilize enough militia to deal with the 6th Division. This time, the mobilization of 30,000 militia is aimed at annihilating the 6th Division and avenging the compatriots of Nanjing. The 6th Division is the main culprit of the Nanjing massacre. Everyone must be punished. Now that Su Hua has encountered them, they must be wiped out completely, leaving not a single one alive." Zhu Yue nodded, her eyes filled with hatred and killing intent, saying, "Okay, I will immediately send a telegram to the political commissar." After speaking, she turned to leave. "Wait." Su Hua called Zhu Yue back and said, "At the same time, let old Zhao send all the 107 rocket launchers here and bring ammunition, shells, military supplies, food, and so on to the front line. This time, we are facing the 6th Division, we absolutely cannot be careless. And we must not let a single beast from the 6th Division escape." Chapter 256, A Stealthy Maneuver. The army assembles. The Independent Brigade is undoubtedly the elite among the 8th Route Army. Their past achievements have proven this point. As the commander of the 6th Division, Jiyu Shofu naturally has his own abilities and skills, and is not arrogant. Therefore, he reminded Takao Ichiro not to underestimate the Independent Brigade. Takao Ichiro heard Gyushofu's reminder and slightly nodded, "Yes, Commander. I have to say that the independent brigade of the 8th Route Army does have certain combat capabilities. But I believe that no matter how strong they are not a match for our 6th Division. Since the outbreak of the war, our 6th Division has been unstoppable. Whether it's the Central Regular Troops or local warlord troops, none can withstand the brunt of our attacks. Moreover, according to the intelligence we've received, the troops attacking Ping'an County this time are only half of an independent brigade because they have split into the 1st and 2nd Army. The main force of the 1st Army consists of only one regiment, so we really don't need to worry too much. The Japanese intelligence network is not to be underestimated. Therefore, we have already gotten a good grasp of the situation of the independent brigade." Chapter 257, The Poison Gas Shell Special Train. Shadow Intelligence Agency Action. Poison gas shells currently pose the greatest threat to the independent brigade. Because poison gas shells have no protective capabilities at all. Even the wealthy independent brigade does not have gas masks. Therefore, before engaging in a major battle with the 6th Division, the independent brigade must eliminate the threat of poison gas shells. This primarily relies on the intelligence operatives of the Shadow Intelligence Agency. On August 10, 1938, both the independent brigade and the 6th Division's combat units had already arrived at their operational positions. However, the 6th Division was unaware that the independent brigade had mobilized 30,000 militia troops, while the independent brigade was aware of the arrival of the 6th Division. However, on this day, the Shadow Intelligence Agency had a major operation targeting the Japanese poison gas shells. After many days of intelligence gathering, the Shadow Intelligence Agency finally figured out the specific situation of the special train carrying the poison gas shells and decided to attack the poison gas shell train at the Yangming section to destroy the poison gas shells. If the timing is right, they might also be able to transport the poison gas shells back to the independent brigade. As Suhua also wanted to use poison gas shells against the Japanese. In short, this batch of poison gas shells heading to Ping'an County must not fall into the hands of the Japanese. Chapter 258, Poison Gas Shell Hazard Resolved. Shocked Japanese. The volume of aerial poison gas shells is large, and their power is naturally significant. However, Chen Xiaojie couldn't help but laugh and cry, "This is an aerial poison gas shell, we don't have bombers. Are you planning to carry this poison gas shell to bomb the Japanese? Moreover, such large shells are also very difficult for us to transport." "Ah? Oh, right." Pan Zheng realized, "We don't have bombers, so it can't be used even if we take it away." Chen Xiaojie ordered, "Take away some of the 80mm caliber poison gas shells, and some 150mm caliber poison gas shells, and blow up the rest." Pan Zheng was stunned. "Huh? Captain, shouldn't we take away more of the mortar caliber poison gas shells? We have mortars and can completely fire them." "You are just too greedy." Chen Xiaojie explained, "Although we have mortars to fire these poison gas shells, we can't take that many. Even if we moved them all, it would severely affect our speed of retreat and relocation. Whether we can bring the poison gas shells back to Zhengding County is still uncertain. So we can't take too many. On the other hand, we need to leave some poison gas shells for detonation to create an illusion and misinformation for the Japanese, thinking that we only blew up the poison gas shells and didn't take them away, which would allow us to catch the enemy off guard with these poison gas shells." Chapter 259, Suhua's 3 Trump Cards. Avenge over 300,000 compatriots by annihilating the 6th Division. Now that the poison gas shells are gone, if we want to use poison gas shells again, we will probably have to transport them from northeast China, which will take time. There's no time to wait. Therefore, Shimazuka Yoshio can only pin his hopes on the 6th Division. The combat power of the 6th Division is so strong that annihilating the small independent brigade shouldn't be a big problem. Shimazuka Yoshio looked at Miyano Toshimachi, now that the poison gas shells have been destroyed by the independent brigade, the only thing we can rely on is the 6th Division. You must send a telegram to General Jiyu Shofu, urging him to do everything possible to annihilate the independent brigade. If we don't take this opportunity to eliminate the independent brigade, it will be even more impossible in the future. Miyano Toshimachi nodded, yes. Subsequently, the telegram from the 1st Army headquarters was sent directly to the 6th Division headquarters. 3 days later, the poison gas shells escorted by Chen Xiaojie successfully arrived at Zhengding County. Su Hua went to take a look at these poison gas shells, which could be fired by the current mortars and heavy artillery of the independent brigade, meaning these poison gas shells could be used. It can be said that these poison gas shells have now become the independent brigade's trump card weapon. Chapter 260, like a hot knife through butter. The independent brigade breaks through Ping'an County. After Su Hua led the original troops of the 1st Army from Zhengding County to launch an attack towards Ping'an County. The distance from Zhengding County to Ping'an County is still over 100 kilometers, with many towns and counties in between. Now the main Japanese defense is in Ping'an County. So the strength of the Japanese puppet troops in other counties and towns is relatively small, making it not a big problem to occupy these towns and counties. All the way, it can be described as unstoppable. For example, when attacking a county called Pingtang County, it was very easy and simple. This battle was initiated by the deputy commander of the 1st Regiment, Zhu Weiguo, leading a battalion and an artillery company. Before the battle began, Zhu Weiguo analyzed the situation in Pingtang County, then decided to feign an attack on the south city gate while concentrating artillery fire on the east city gate of Pingtang County. Although Pingtang County is not large, it has 4 city gates. After the battle deployment was completed, the attack immediately began. A battalion of the 1st Regiment concentrated its forces to launch an attack on Pingtang County. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat, boom. The Japanese puppet troops in Pingtang County desperately resisted the attack of the independent brigade. Chapter 261, Renowned. Cautious Jiyu Shofu. The 6th Division takes the initiative. Ping'an County. Garrison Command. At this moment, all command authority in Ping'an County is in the hands of Jiyu Shofu. Takasugi Ichiro quickly walked in and approached Jiyu Shofu, saying, "Report. Division Commander, we have just received news that the independent brigade is about 30 kilometers away from our Ping'an County, in Qingping Town. This time the independent brigade is aggressive. Having reached Qingping Town in just 1 month, which is considered very fast." Jiyu Shofu, upon hearing this, slowly asked, "How many people has Su Hua mobilized this time?" Takasugi Ichiro, "According to the intelligence we have, this is only the combat strength of the 1st Army of the Independent Brigade. Estimated to be about 4 to 5,000 people." 4 to 5,000. Hearing this, Jiyu Shofu frowned slightly and said, "Are you sure? Our 6th Division is stationed in Ping'an County, even if Su Hua and the Independent Brigade are powerful. It is impossible for them to use over 5,000 troops to deal with our more than 30,000, right? Are they crazy?" Tanaka Dario beside him cautiously spoke, "Commander. Could it be that the Independent Brigade is completely unaware of our 6th Division's movements and thinks that there are only over 5,000 of us in Ping'an County?" Chapter 262, Su Hua commands a large-scale operation. A brigade of 40,000. The 6th Division takes the initiative to strike, and wants to catch Su Hua's independent brigade off guard. Jiyu Shofu is not incompetent, so he suspects that the independent brigade may have some backup or preparation, otherwise they wouldn't dare to attack Ping'an County with just a few thousand troops. However, Jiyu Shofu never expected that Su Hua would mobilize 30,000 militia troops to join the battle. At this moment, in Qingping Town, at the headquarters of the Independent Brigade, Su Hua, Zhu Yue, Li Yunlong, Zhu Weiguo, Zhong Debiao, Yang Zhihua, Yu Manli, Fang Chenhao, and others gathered here. The Ping'an Jela battle is about to begin. However, before that, the 6th Division must be dealt with. Su Hua looked at everyone present and said, "Everyone. We are now about 30 kilometers away from Ping'an County. I estimate that the Japanese 6th Division will take the initiative to attack. Therefore, we need to prepare a countermeasure and see where we can annihilate the 6th Division." Before this, Yu Manli had already figured out the situation of the 6th Division. The 6th Division has 2 infantry brigades, namely the 11th Brigade and the 36th Brigade, with each brigade typically comprising 2 infantry regiments. The 11th Brigade includes the 13th and 47th Regiments. Chapter 263, The Great Battle begins. After the relevant deployments were completed, Su Hua instructed the various commanders to go and formulate detailed battle plans. As the overall commander against the 6th Division, Su Hua only needed to control the entire battlefield situation. It was impossible for him to handle everything personally. If the relevant battle commanders were incapable of commanding the battle, then they might as well go home and sell sweet potatoes. After the battle meeting ended, everyone left in their own directions. Su Hua turned to Fang Qianhao and Sun Dishing and said, "You two, be patient, the great battle has just begun, and you will have plenty of opportunities to fight." Sun Dishing and Fang Qianhao responded in unison, "Yes." Following Su Hua's deployment, various units headed to their designated combat positions to prepare for the upcoming battle. At the same time, the 30,000 militia troops that had been in the rear were also mobilized. Li Yunlong, Zhu Weiguo, Li Daban, Yang Zhihua, Zhong Dabiao, and others began formulating battle plans. Determined to complete Su Hua's deployment task of annihilating the 6th Division and leaving no Japanese soldier alive, especially Jiyu Shofu. The main battlefield for the Independent Brigade's combat against the 6th Division was in Qingping Town. Chapter 264, Su Hua becomes the spiritual totem of the Independent Brigade. Repelling Japanese aircraft. Before the formal ground war began, Japanese aircraft were the first to come for bombing. Upon hearing the roar of the aircraft, the soldiers immediately hid in the ear holes of the trench to avoid the Japanese bombing. Buzzing and whirring, the Japanese fighter planes and bombers swiftly dove down, launching a frenzied bombardment on the defensive works and positions. Many shells fell on the positions, causing a series of explosions. Boom! Boom! Flames shot up to the sky. Smoke billowed. Looking around, black smoke was everywhere. The shockwave and waves created by the explosions swept across the entire position, raising dust and demonstrating considerable power. Many newly constructed defensive works and trenches were bombed down, creating a scene of devastation. Just as the Japanese aircraft were frantically screaming and bombing, it seemed they had forgotten that the Independent Brigade was equipped with anti-aircraft weapons. The main anti-aircraft weapons of the Independent Brigade were the 37mm anti-aircraft gun and the 127mm anti-aircraft machine gun. Although these two types of weapons were not considered advanced anti-aircraft weapons, they were sufficient to deal with the Japanese aircraft. Chapter 265, Unimaginable. A balanced artillery battle. Are they really militia? Following the Japanese's previous combat habits and tactics, they would generally bombard and cover with artillery fire before launching an attack. If one attack failed, they would charge again. If that still didn't work, they would mobilize tank troops for the charge. In short, under the Japanese's fierce attack, few anti-Japanese forces could withstand such a violent onslaught. Aoki Chuanban nodded and said, "Don't worry, we have cooperated multiple times. As soon as your bombardment is about to end, our 2 regiments will launch an attack from the northern and southern positions. Our aircraft have already bombarded their positions, and with the bombardment from our heavy artillery, I believe we can capture the Independent Brigade as quickly as possible." Aoki Chuanban was filled with confidence. However, Yamashita Jiro's face showed slight confusion as he spoke. "I have some doubts. The Independent Brigade's troop strength is only about 4,000 to 5,000. How could they possibly deploy a defensive line of 3 kilometers? If 4,000 to 10,000 troops were spread across such a long defensive line. It would surely be very weak. Chapter 266. The shocked old Japanese. Where did so many 8th Route Army soldiers come from? Iron-blooded resistance. During the artillery battle, the 13th and 47th Regiments of the 11th Brigade began to launch attacks on the Independent Brigade's defensive line in batches. After all, this time Suhua deployed a 3-kilometer defensive line. The two regiments had considerable troop strength, totaling over 8,000. Therefore, to leverage their numerical advantage, both regiments launched an all-out attack, and the various battalions and companies under them began to advance. As an elite unit of the Japanese, the 6th Division naturally had its confidence and arrogance, so when they charged, they were very fierce and completely unrestrained. After all, they believed that the defensive line in front of them consisted of only a few thousand regular troops and some militia forces. The 3 kilometers of defensive positions were divided into northern and southern defensive positions. The 11th Brigade launched a full-scale assault, facing the frantic attack of the Japanese. Li Yunlong's 1st Regiment and the militia forces did not hold back and immediately unleashed a fierce output of firepower. When the Japanese got closer, they were first greeted with various mortars and grenade launchers. Boom! 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 Chapter 267. The Japanese were stunned. How many people are in the Independent Brigade? The Jin's-Hongshan battle begins. 10,000 people. Moreover, they are all well-equipped and highly combat-effective troops. Where did so many 8th Route Army soldiers come from? Aoki Chuanban was directly stunned. Although he knew that the 8th Route Army might mobilize militia troops to join the battle, he didn't expect these militia troops to be so combat-effective. Even their elite 11th Brigade's attack was completely repelled. Matsushita Nibi's face was serious as he shook his head. These local 8th Route Army soldiers not only have a large number of personnel, but they are also well-equipped and have strong combat effectiveness. It's clear they are not just a militia force. It seems that Suhua was well prepared, deploying a large number of elite troops waiting for us to launch an attack. Now they have defensive fortifications, and as the attacking side, the situation is very unfavorable for us. Aoki Chuanban looked down at Yamashita Tomoharu and asked, Yamashita-kun, does your artillery regiment have the confidence to destroy the defensive fortifications and provide fire support for our attack? That might be a bit difficult. Yamashita Tomoharu slowly replied. This time, we are facing an independent brigade with very strong artillery capabilities, which can basically engage us in a comparable artillery battle, something that was unimaginable in the past. Chapter 268. A brigade of over 40,000 people. Are they crazy? The indomitable Independent Brigade. The telegram from the 11th Brigade. According to the timeline, the 11th Brigade should have arrived at Qingping Town and already engaged in combat with the Independent Brigade. At this moment, when the telegram arrived, Sora Aikawa suddenly had an ominous premonition. Sora Aikawa coldly said, "Read it." The communications officer responded loudly. The 11th Brigade in the telegram says they hope our 36th Regiment can quickly reach the designated combat area to encircle the Independent Brigade. Currently, the 11th Brigade has encountered over 10,000 troops from the Independent Brigade in Qingping Town and cannot withstand it, thus requesting us to act as soon as possible. What? There are still over 10,000 people in Qingping Town. Upon hearing this, Sora Aikawa was immediately dumbfounded, looking at the communications officer in disbelief. Are you crazy? There are over 10,000 8th Route Army troops in the Jinzhong mountain area, and there are still over 10,000 in Qingping Town. This independent brigade has over 20,000 troops. Their strength is greater than that of a division. Sora Aikawa couldn't believe it, quickly took the telegram from the communications officer, examined its contents carefully. And the shock on his face only intensified. It was too unbelievable that this independent brigade actually had over 20,000 people. Chapter 269, Shocked, Jiyu Shofu, over 20,000 people in the independent brigade. Where did so many 8th Route troops come from? At this moment, everyone was waiting for the military report from the 11th Brigade and the 36th Brigade. Finally, it arrived. However, Jiyu Shofu glanced at the map on the table and suddenly had an ominous premonition. Because according to the map, the 11th Brigade might have engaged the independent brigade. But the 36th Brigade needed to take a detour to the rear of Qingping town to complete the encirclement, based on the timeline. The 36th Regiment had not yet arrived at the designated combat area. Jiyu Shofu's expression darkened as he spoke. Read. The communications officer quickly replied, report to the division commander. The 36th Brigade encountered a large force of 8th Route Army Independent Brigade at Jinzhong Mountain, estimated to be several thousand to 10,000 troops. Currently, based on the combat situation of the 11th Brigade and the 36th Brigade, the combat strength of the Independent Brigade exceeds 20,000. The most important thing is that these combat troops are not some militia or county teams, but well-equipped, well-trained, and highly combat-effective main forces. Now the 36th Brigade is being blocked at Jinzhong Mountain. Please give instructions from the division command. What? The combat strength of the Independent Brigade exceeds 20,000. Upon hearing this report, Jiyu Shofu was immediately shocked, looking at the communications officer in disbelief. Beside him, Liu Hui, Takao Ichiro, Tanaka Dairo, and others were also shocked. Their faces full of astonishment. Their eyes were filled with disbelief, and their expressions were frozen. They never expected that the Independent Brigade actually mobilized over 20,000 troops to join the battle. A brigade with over 20,000 people. Where did so many 8th Route troops come from? A brigade with over 20,000 people is simply terrifying. Even a division might not have that many. Moreover, they are well equipped and highly combat effective. How can we fight this? Could it be that the Independent Brigade is all Sun Wukong, able to clone themselves? Otherwise, how could the Independent Brigade possibly have so many people appear in such a short time? They were dumbfounded. Shocked. Everyone present never expected that the Independent Brigade would actually have over 20,000 people. They were all stunned. Jiyu Shofu's eyes were filled with horror, as he muttered, I really didn't expect the Independent Brigade to be so hidden. They actually have so many troops. It seems we really underestimated them. Based on the combat situation of the 36th Brigade, this group of 8th Route Army troops was able to block the main brigade's attack at Jinzhong Mountain, which means these 8th Route troops must be main forces, otherwise they wouldn't be able to stop the 36th Brigade. If the Independent Brigade really has over 20,000 combat troops, then the 6th Brigade would completely lose its strength advantage when facing the Independent Brigade. This made Jiyu Shofu troubled. Indeed, the Independent Brigade is not so easy to deal with. However, what Jiyu Shofu did not expect was, where did these 8th Route troops come from? Takao Ichiro came back to his senses from the shock and looked at the communications officer, asking, what did the telegram from the 11th Brigade say? Based on the timeline, they should have engaged with the Independent Brigade in Qingping town. I had a headache this morning and felt unwell, so this chapter is a bit short. I hope for your understanding. I will update a longer chapter in the afternoon. Thank you all for your support, and for the points of attention and free small gifts. Chapter 270, Jiyu Shofu, scared of being attacked. The constantly increasing Independent Brigade. Reinforcement plan. The 11th Brigade, the smaller the number, the stronger the combat power. As the main brigade of the 6th Division, in terms of combat power, the 11th Brigade is definitely stronger than the 36th Brigade. Not to mention that the 11th Brigade also has an artillery regiment for fire support. Therefore, Takao Ichiro was even more concerned about the content of the telegram from the 11th Brigade. The communications officer quickly spoke up, "Report to the Division Chief of Staff. The 11th Brigade is requesting reinforcements in the telegram." The 11th Brigade said in the telegram, "The Independent Brigade has deployed over 10,000 combat troops outside Qingping town, along with strong defensive fortifications and many advanced artillery. The 11th Brigade and the Artillery Regiment are somewhat struggling against the Independent Brigade in Qingping town, requesting support." Aoki Chuanban was also shocked after receiving the telegram from the 32nd Brigade. He never expected that the 36th Brigade was also in dire straits, actually encountering a blockade from over 10,000 troops of the Independent Brigade, which made Aoki Chuanban very worried, because the situation in Qingping town was very unfavorable. Therefore, Aoki Chuanban could only seek assistance from Jiyu Shofu. Upon learning the content of the telegram from the 11th Brigade, Jiyu Shofu's expression became even more shocked, and then turned very grim. Chapter 271, The Combat Power and Equipment of the Independent Brigade Fully Exposed, the Little Devils Panicked. For the 6th Division, in order to be able to eliminate the Independent Brigade, there were not many options left. They could only deploy the Cavalry Regiment. Moreover, the Little Devils Cavalry Regiment was quite strong. Jiyu Shofu frowned as he looked at the map, slightly nodding, "Indeed, regardless of the outcome, we still need to deploy our cavalry regiment. No matter whether the Independent Brigade has cavalry troops or not, we must catch them off guard. If they have cavalry troops, then our cavalry regiment will directly wipe them out." Saying this, Jiyu Shofu looked at Jiao Zhong and said, "Immediately send a telegram to the cavalry regiment. Follow the marching route you devised, and set off immediately to attack the eastern side of the Independent Brigade's defensive line, to break a gap." Jiao Zhong replied loudly, "Yes." In order to annihilate the Independent Brigade and to break the current stalemate in the battlefield, the 6th Division drew 3,000 men from the garrison forces of Ping'an County and mobilized the cavalry regiment to completely destroy the Independent Brigade. Subsequently, various units began to take action. The garrison forces of Ping'an County consisted mainly of puppet troops, with over 2,000 of them being puppet soldiers, and only a few hundred being Japanese troops. Chapter 272, The Unstoppable Li Yunlong. Anti-aircraft machine guns on the horizontal. Anti-tank. Buzzing and roaring. 50 tanks of various types concentrated their forces from all directions to launch an attack on the southern segment of the position. The number of tanks was considerable, and the ground trembled slightly. This time, the 6th Division deployed not only Type 94 and Type 89 tanks, but also Type 97 medium tanks. The Type 97 medium tank was different from other tanks. It was one of the main tanks used by the Japanese during the war, with a relatively advanced design, moderate firepower, thick armor, and good mobility. It can be said that the Type 97 medium tank played an important role in the War of Resistance against Japan, usually used for frontal combat and support missions, making it one of the more advanced tanks used by the Japanese. However, this time, the number was not large. Bang bang bang. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As they approached the defensive line, the Japanese tanks continuously fired, bombarding the trenches and defensive works. Boom boom boom. A series of explosive sounds echoed continuously in the position. Smoke filled the air, and dust rose. This caused significant casualties among the soldiers of the Independent Brigade, while their defensive works were constantly being destroyed. Although the Independent Brigade had anti-tank weapons like the 40mm rocket launcher, its range was only a little over 100 meters. So when the Japanese tanks were more than 200 meters away, these rocket launchers were indeed of no use to them. Chapter 273, Annihilating the Japanese Tank Forces. The real combat power is terrifying. The anti-aircraft machine guns fired horizontally, catching the Japanese tanks off guard. The first to bear the brunt was the Japanese bean tank. The thin armor of the Bean tank certainly could not withstand the sudden fire from the anti-aircraft machine guns, turning it into scrap metal, with bullet holes all over the tank inside and out. Seeing such a scene, Li Yunlong naturally felt very relieved. It was just too satisfying. Li Yunlong also did not expect that using anti-aircraft machine guns against tanks would have such an effect, and he was quite excited. Finally, they could counter the Japanese tanks. Xing Jigua, seeing this scene, also said excitedly, "Ha ha ha, old Li. I have to say that this trick of yours is really effective." Li Yunlong smiled and said, "I can't say this trick is effective against all tank units, but it is definitely effective against the Japanese Bean tank." The Japanese thought that keeping their tanks a little further away from the independent brigade's position would allow them to avoid being hit. However, they never expected that the independent brigade would use anti-aircraft machine guns against their tanks. Tat tat tat. The 127mm anti-aircraft machine guns on the position continuously concentrated fire on the Japanese tanks. Chapter 274, Full-Scale Decisive Battle. Currently, whether it is the main battlefield at Qingping Town or the battlefield at Jinzhong Mountain, the entire battlefield situation is under Su Hua's control. It can be said that it is impossible for the 6th Division to completely annihilate the independent brigade. However, as the attacking side, the 6th Division still holds the initiative in the battlefield because they can attack when they want and withdraw when they want, while the independent brigade can only passively defend and ambush. However, this battlefield situation will soon change, because the development of the entire battlefield situation is controlled by Su Hua. At this moment, Yu Manli walked in and approached Su Hua, saying, "Report, Brigade Commander. We have just received intelligence that the cavalry regiment of the 6th Division has been deployed. They are advancing towards us along the route of Huanglong Village, Chifeng Mountain, and Wuguay Mountain, with great speed, expected to break through our northern defensive line and flank our position." Su Hua had actually been waiting for the cavalry regiment of the 6th Division to strike, because at present, the threat posed by the Japanese cavalry is still very significant. If the Japanese cavalry regiment utilizes its mobility to launch a surprise attack on the independent brigade's position, they might indeed catch them off guard. Chapter 275, Cavalry Regiment. Attack. Cavalry charge. Sun Deshing's cavalry regiment is now waiting for the Japanese 6th Division Cavalry Regiment to come. The commander of the 6th Division Cavalry Regiment is named Yamamoto Haraki. So the entire cavalry regiment is known as the Yamamoto Cavalry Regiment. The Yamamoto Cavalry Regiment is the cavalry unit of the 6th Division, with rich combat experience and well equipped. All the horses are carefully selected, and the sabers in their hands are extremely sharp. Since entering China to participate in the war, the Yamamoto Cavalry Regiment has had a record of victories without defeat, never encountering an opponent when facing ground troops or cavalry units of the anti-Japanese forces. The Yamamoto Cavalry Regiment has always charged directly to victory. Now, although the Yamamoto Cavalry Regiment knows that their opponent is the strong independent brigade, they do not take it too seriously. After all, the 6th Regiment has its own pride. Tat tat tat. The sound of thousands of hooves pounding the ground echoed with a rumble. The Japanese cavalry regiment is coming fiercely. At this moment, a reconnaissance cavalry quickly ran to Yamamoto Haraki and reported, "Report, Commander, we have discovered 8th Route Army cavalry ahead." Hearing this, the Yamamoto Cavalry Regiment immediately stopped marching. Chapter 276, Avenge Our Compatriots in Jinling. Encircle the 36th Brigade. Just a single charge, the battle-hardened Yamamoto Haraki realized that this 8th Route Army cavalry unit was not simple. Whether it was weaponry, combat effectiveness, or morale, it was the strongest cavalry unit he had ever encountered. What made Yamamoto Haraki feel uneasy was the killing intent of these 8th Route Army cavalry soldiers. It was truly overwhelming. Every 8th Route Army cavalry soldier had a killing intent in their eyes. This killing intent was not acted or feigned, but born out of real combat. Only those who are not afraid of death deserve to live. Such is the nature of cavalry. Looking around, one could see many corpses left on the battlefield where the two sides clashed. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that there were significantly more Japanese corpses. At this moment, Yamamoto Haraki also bore some injuries, but they were not serious. The battle continued. After switching sides, the soldiers of the cavalry regiment quickly chambered their bullets. Their eyes filled with killing intent, as they stared at the Japanese. Sun Dishing was also slashed a few times by the little devils. Blood flowing and dripping to the ground, but his eyes remained very determined, filled with killing intent. Cavalry regiment, attack! Sun Dishing shouted, immediately leading the cavalry soldiers to launch the attack first. Chapter 277, Absolutely do not let a single little devil escape. The 36th Brigade has now realized that the militia of the Independent Brigade not only aims to block them, but also to annihilate them completely. Annihilating a brigade is simply a mad act. But Ju Weiguo and Su Hua want to do just that. Now the 36th Brigade has been surrounded. Akiyama Kimi's face changed dramatically, filled with a sinister expression as he said, "The Independent Brigade really has a big appetite. Thinking they can annihilate our 36th Brigade with just this little force. Do they really think our 36th Brigade is easy to deal with?" Hirata Dio spoke up, "Brigade Commander. What should we do now? What can we do?" Akiyama Kimi resolutely replied, "We must break through with all our strength. We currently do not have the ability to annihilate these 8th Route Army troops, but breaking through is definitely not a problem." He ordered each regiment to operate as a battalion and to break through with all their might. To be honest, the current 36th Brigade felt very aggrieved. Originally, they planned to bypass Qingping Town to encircle the Independent Brigade, but they never expected to end up surrounded themselves. It was quite frustrating and ironic. No matter what, Akiyama Kimi decided to lead the 36th Brigade to break through first. Chapter 278, Annihilate the Little Devil Cavalry Brigade. Su Hua controls the situation, the advantage is ours. Now that the 36th Brigade is retreating, Ju Weiguo must adjust the battle plan to ensure that not a single little devil escapes. First, Ju Weiguo withdrew several thousand troops originally responsible for ambush and encirclement, and urgently reinforced Udaogu and Huatuo Peak, absolutely not allowing a single little devil to leave alive. Second, Ju Weiguo ordered the troops to begin tightening the encirclement, pursuing the retreating 36th Brigade, launching attacks from all directions, making it difficult for the 36th Brigade to manage both ends, and exhausting them with a defensive struggle. Finally, Ju Weiguo kept a close watch on the battlefield, adjusting tactics, and even personally participating in the frontline combat to boost morale and fighting spirit, launching a full-scale attack on the 36th Brigade. Originally, the militia of over 10,000 had no advantage against the over 8,000 troops of the 36th Brigade. However, now the militia was equipped with a large number of Type 77 semi-automatic rifles, as well as a considerable number of 40mm rocket launchers and various artillery. The trump card weapon was still the 107 rocket launcher. Su Hua was very clear that relying on over 10,000 militia to eliminate the 36th Brigade was not easy. So he arranged for 10 107 rocket launchers to deal with the concentrated attacks of the 36th Brigade. Chapter 279, The Myth of the 6th Division Shattered. The pseudo-troops handing over their heads. Under the orders of Jiyu Shofu and Qian Zhongdao, Liu Hui could only lead over 3,000 Japanese pseudo-troops to Qingping Town. To be honest, he didn't want to come to battle. But he was just a pseudo-troop commander, essentially a dog by the side of the little devils, and could only follow orders. So Liu Hui had to brace himself and join the battle. Aoki Chuanban saw the over 3,000 Japanese pseudo-troops brought by Liu Hui and felt somewhat disappointed, but also helpless. He slowly said, "Commander Liu, is this all the troops you brought this time?" Liu Hui quickly replied, "General Aoki, this is the garrison force of our Ping'an County city. We have also drawn our main forces to reinforce your 11th Brigade. Although the numbers are not many, they are elite forces. And I believe they can assist you in dealing with the independent brigade. Aoki Chuanban also knew that the 6th Division had no reinforcements to mobilize now. These 3,000 pseudo-troops were quite a lot. Among them, there were over 2,000 pseudo-soldiers, whose combat power was very limited. But they were still good enough to serve as cannon fodder. Chapter 280, Jiyu Shofu driven mad by Su Hua. All useless. At this time, Jiyu Shofu was very clear in his heart. Whether in the Jinchong Mountain battle, or the Qingping Town battle, the situation was very unfavorable for the 6th Division. The Qingping Town battle was still manageable, as the initiative in the war was still in the hands of the 6th Division. The 11th Brigade could still retreat if they wanted to because Su Hua had not yet ordered to encircle the 11th Brigade. However, the situation in the Jinchong Mountain battle was not optimistic. The 36th Brigade had been surrounded by over 10,000 militia relying on favorable terrain. And there was no way to break out. This was very frustrating. Only, at this moment, Jiyu Shofu did not have a complete grasp of the latest military intelligence. The atmosphere in the entire command was oppressive. Qian Zhongdao stood by trembling, not daring to say too much. Saying too much could lead to mistakes. Even flattering could hit the horse's leg. Hearing what Takao Ichiro said, Jiyu Shofu's expression became serious as he asked, "What is the current situation?" Takao Ichiro replied, "The 36th Brigade has sent a telegram requesting support, as the entire brigade is surrounded by the independent brigade at Jinchong Mountain. Akiyama Kimi has organized multiple breakout operations, but none have succeeded." Chapter 281, Su Hua's deployment. The great decisive battle begins. Currently, the 36th Brigade is besieged. And the 11th Brigade is unable to make effective offensive progress. Therefore, Takao Ichiro suggested mobilizing the 11th Brigade to reinforce the 36th Brigade and break the encirclement. This would be beneficial for both the 36th Brigade and the 11th Brigade. Takao Ichiro continued, "Division Commander, our main force has been divided by the independent brigade, resulting in a significant decrease in our combat power. If the 36th Brigade and the 11th Brigade can unite, their strength will certainly increase significantly. I can't say we can completely annihilate the independent brigade, but it won't be a big problem for us to protect ourselves." Listening to Takao Ichiro's words, Jiyu Shofu nodded slightly, recognizing his analysis, and said, "Your suggestion is good. We currently do not have extra troops to reinforce the 36th Brigade. But we can use the 11th Brigade to provide support and resolve the encirclement of the 36th Brigade. The overall situation is unfavorable for us. We need to gather our forces and plan carefully." Now, Jiyu Shofu was not considering whether they could destroy the independent brigade, but rather whether they could preserve the strength of the 6th Division. Chapter 282, A Conspiracy. Encircling the 11th Brigade. At the command post of the 11th Brigade, the atmosphere was very oppressive. Aoki Chuanban looked at the operation map on the wall, his face looking very grim. Yamashita Tomoji stood beside him, seemingly lost in thought. Liu Hui was now a lone commander. And his thought was very simple, to leave this place as soon as possible. The 11th Brigade had been beaten to such a state by the independent brigade. Liu Hui didn't even know if he could survive to go back. At this moment, Matsushita Nibiki walked in and said, "Report to the brigade commander." A telegram from the division. Aoki Chuanban weakly asked, "What did it say?" Matsushita Niha looked towards Aoki Chuan Sakamichi. "General Tani Toshio has ordered us to immediately withdraw from our position and head to the vicinity of Jinchong Mountain to support the 36th Brigade. We must rescue the 36th Brigade. If the timing is right, it would be best to annihilate the 8th Route Army at Jinchong Mountain. Withdraw. Rescue the 36th Brigade." Originally, the 11th Brigade was expecting the 36th Brigade to provide reinforcement for the rescue. But unexpectedly, It has now turned into the 11th Brigade being tasked with rescuing and reinforcing the 36th Brigade. Aoki Chuan Sakamichi naturally knew that the 36th Brigade was surrounded by the militia of the Independent Brigade. Chapter 283, The Shock of the 107 Rocket Launcher. A Rain of Steel. Aoki Chuan Sakamichi could see that Suwa's Independent Brigade aimed to encircle the 11th Brigade, which is somewhat similar to the encirclement of the 36th Brigade. Their appetite is quite large. One brigade aims to wipe out the entire 6th Division. This is a blatant strategy. Next, it depends on how to respond. Upon hearing this situation, Liu Huwei and Yamashita Tomojiro suddenly had an ominous premonition. If the entire 11th Brigade really ends up being encircled, will they still be able to break out? It's hard to say. The 36th Brigade has been encircled for so many days, and they also couldn't break out, right? The eyes of everyone present were focused on Aoki Chuan Sakamichi. Matsushita Niha looked at Aoki Chuan Sakamichi and said, "Brigade Commander, what should we do next? The Independent Brigade has already encircled us. Given the current situation, not to mention rescuing the 36th Brigade, whether we can break out is a question." "What are you panicking about?" Aoki Chuan Sakamichi remained relatively calm and said, "We still have 8,000 troops, all seasoned veterans. Although this number of troops cannot guarantee the annihilation of the Independent Brigade, breaking out is definitely not a problem." Chapter 284, Where did so many troops of the Independent Brigade come from? Counteroffensive. Boom. 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 Whoosh. Looking around, 60 rocket shells fiercely slammed into the enemy's formation, with explosions ringing out everywhere. Flames shot into the sky. Smoke quickly spread. Craters continuously erupted on the ground. Because these shells landed almost simultaneously in the enemy's ranks, the enemy had no way to avoid them, and was directly blown away. Some were even blown to smithereens, leaving no trace. Many enemies didn't even have time to react before being blown away, dead beyond recognition. The scene was even filled with a faint red mist of blood. Boom. Boom. Whoosh. Boom. One explosion after another erupted in the enemy's ranks. The scene was quite shocking. Continuously, enemies fell under such intense bombardment. Just one round of firepower coverage caused the enemy to suffer losses of over 300 men. The bombing effect was remarkable. Mainly, the enemy did not expect the Independent Brigade to have such long-range artillery. Who would have thought they would encounter such fierce artillery fire 3 kilometers away? Chapter 285, More bad news. What to do? What can we do? Useless. Aoki Chuan Sakamichi glared at Matsushita Niha and said, "What we need to do now is 2 things. First, concentrate all our forces to break out. If we cannot break out, then everyone will die. The Independent Brigade does not take prisoners. Second, immediately report our situation in the 11th Brigade to General Tani Toshio, and request his decision. Everyone, our survival now depends on the life and death of the 11th Brigade. I hope you can unite and fight the enemy together to break out." Matsushita Niha, Liu Huwei, Yamashita Tomojiro, and others all responded loudly, "Yes. The only thing we can do now is break out. If we cannot break out, then we all die. After all, the Independent Brigade does not take prisoners." Subsequently, the 11th Brigade and the Artillery Battalion began to concentrate their forces to break out. At the same time, the Artillery Battalion prepared to use all remaining artillery. Whether field guns, infantry guns, or howitzers, they must all be brought out to carve a bloody path. The situation of the 11th Brigade was also quite grim. Chapter 286, The 6th Division with no choice. Desperate for help. Now the 6th Division only considers the strength of the Independent Brigade, and there is a reason for this. In theory, there are many anti-Japanese forces in the entire Second War Zone. There are Central Troops, Jinsui Troops, and the 8th Route Army, as well as militia, anti-Japanese bandits, and some small warlords. However, the 6th Division is only considering the troops of the Independent Brigade because other anti-Japanese forces have been held up by the enemy. In order to annihilate the Independent Brigade, Shinozuka Yoshio has put in a lot of effort. The first thing to do is to isolate the Independent Brigade from any support. To achieve this, the first step is to deal with the 8th Route Army. Because the 8th Route Army cannot be bought off. And the Independent Brigade is also part of the 8th Route Army. Once the Independent Brigade is in crisis, other anti-Japanese forces may not move. But the 8th Route Army will definitely intervene. The 8th Route Army will not allow the Independent Brigade to be annihilated by the 6th Division. After all, this is the 8th Route Army's ace unit, and it represents the spiritual strength of the entire 8th Route Army. In order to keep the 8th Route Army from being able to assist the Independent Brigade, Shinozuka Yoshio mobilized a considerable number of Japanese puppet troops to sweep and harass the 8th Route Army forces. They do not expect to eliminate the 8th Route Army, but only hope to delay them, making them unable to come to the aid of the Independent Brigade. Chapter 287, Shocking News for Shinozuka Yoshio, a brigade of 30,000. The 6th Division is trapped. Since the war began, the 6th Division has never reported the battle situation and results to the Yuancheng side. At the beginning of the war, General Tani Toshio thought it unnecessary to report to Shinozuka Yoshio because this was a very easy and simple battle. Annihilating the 8th Route Army's Independent Brigade was simply an easy task for the 6th Division. Therefore, there was no need to report the military situation. Thinking that they would inform Shinozuka Yoshio of a great victory after the battle was over. As the battle progressed, the 36th Brigade of the 6th Division was surrounded. And the 11th Brigade's attack was not going well. Under such circumstances, General Tani Toshio was even less likely to report to Shinozuka Yoshio. On one hand, the 6th Division, as the elite of the enemy, has its own pride, if they were badly beaten by the 8th Route Army's Independent Brigade. It would naturally be hard to explain to outsiders. On the other hand, even by that time, General Tani Toshio would not think he would lose. He just felt that this battle was somewhat difficult, but the final result would inevitably be victory. Therefore, General Tani Toshio planned to report after the great victory. Even now, if it were not for the 11th Brigade and the 36th Brigade being surrounded, he would not have reported to Shinozuka Yoshio, but rather intended to reverse the situation and report after changing the battle's outcome. Chapter 288, Enemy Reinforcements. Did Yoshio Shinozuka predict Suhua's prediction? The fact that the 6th Division could be surrounded by an independent brigade was something Yoshio Shinozuka never expected. After all, the 6th Division was a crack unit of the Japanese army with strong combat capabilities. Since the outbreak of the war of aggression against China, the 6th Division had swept through without encountering any rivals. However, it was truly unimaginable that they were now surrounded by the independent brigade of the 8th Route Army. The most frightening thing was that the independent brigade could mobilize an army of over 20,000 to 30,000 troops, which was simply incredible. Shock. It was truly shocking. At this moment, the astonishment on Takashi Miyano's face was hard to express. This was indeed beyond everyone's expectations. Yoshio Shinozuka murmured, "I didn't expect the strength of this independent brigade to be so formidable." Not only did the 6th Division fail to annihilate them, but they were also surrounded. This situation was extremely unfavorable for the 6th Division. Indeed, Takashi Miyano looked at the shocked Yoshio Shinozuka and said, "Commander, General Toshiro Tanaka has requested reinforcements in a telegram. He hopes we can send troops from Jinzhong to reinforce the 11th Brigade in Qingping Town to rescue the entire brigade." Yoshio Shinozuka was stunned. The horror in his heart was hard to express. And he murmured, "How strong is the combat power of this independent brigade that even the 6th Division cannot break out?" Chapter 289, The Battle of Ping'an City has begun. Toshiro Tanaka's doom. Now is finally the time to attack Ping'an City. The timing is ripe. The main force of the 6th Division has already been surrounded. And the remaining Commander-in-Chief Toshiro Tanaka in Pingan City is not to be feared. If we attack Pingan City now, the 11th Brigade and the 36th Brigade will be unable to provide assistance. They are now in a situation where they can barely protect themselves. On the other hand, the garrison forces in Pingan City have already dispatched over 3,000 troops to reinforce the 11th Brigade. And the garrison forces in Pingan City are certainly no more than 3,000. Even with solid city defenses, Zhongdapiao's over 5,000 troops can handle it. If we attack Pingan City in advance, then Zhongdapiao's over 5,000 troops might be encircled, as the 36th Brigade and the 11th Brigade could return at any time. However, now that the main force of the 6th Division has been surrounded, Pingan City is like an isolated city, making it easier to attack. Therefore, now is the best time to attack Pingan City. Su Hua looked at Zhu Yue and said, "Immediately send a telegram to Zhongdapiao, instructing them to attack Pingan City immediately. In short, we must not let Toshiro Tanaka escape." Chapter 290. Where did the Independent Brigade come from? Attack on Pingan City. Just when Toshiro Tanaka, Hiroshi Tanaka, and Ichiro Takao were slightly relieved, unexpectedly, the Independent Brigade suddenly attacked. This news left everyone present stunned. Wasn't the main force of the Independent Brigade in the Jinzhong Mountain and Shigang Ridge area? How could they suddenly arrive at Pingan City? What is going on? Everyone was bewildered. The previously relaxed atmosphere immediately turned tense again. Because the garrison forces in Pingan City are not many, only about 3,000. Whether they can hold Pingan City is an unknown. Toshiro Tanaka came back to his senses and looked at the Japanese officer, asking, "What is going on? How did the Independent Brigade appear in Pingan City? And how many troops did they bring?" The Japanese officer quickly replied, "I don't know how the 8th Route Army's Independent Brigade suddenly appeared in our Pingan City. Our positions outside the city can no longer hold back the Independent Brigade's attack. They are likely to be at the city gates soon. As for the number of troops in the Independent Brigade, we cannot confirm that at the moment, but it is certain that this force definitely exceeds several thousand." Chapter 291. Full attack on Pingan City. The shocked Japanese, the artillery of the Independent Brigade is too fierce. Under Zhongdapiao's orders, the militia launched their first tentative attack. Faced with such an attack, the Japanese naturally put up their utmost resistance. Now, holding Pingan City has become the only option. The Japanese resistance was fierce, and the militia retreated. Through the Japanese counterattack situation, Zhongdapiao roughly assessed the Japanese firepower situation and their deployment. After understanding the situation, Zhongdapiao felt reassured and said, "It seems that the Japanese and puppet forces in Pingan City are not many. This time, attacking Pingan City will certainly be much simpler. Our artillery has not yet arrived, and it's getting dark, which is not suitable for a large-scale attack. Send my orders, for the next night, using units of 500 men. Carry out harassment attacks on Pingan City, and do not let the Japanese in the city have it easy. As for the formal attack, it will start tomorrow morning." "Yes." The militia leaders present responded in unison. Subsequently, the militia began harassment attacks on Pingan City, continuously attacking the Japanese and puppet forces in the city. If the resistance from the Japanese and puppet forces was fierce, they would retreat. Chapter 292. The ability of Li Daban. Blocking enemy reinforcements, predicting accurately. As the battle in Pingan City was intensifying, Li Daban was not idle, but was preparing to deal with the Japanese and puppet forces in the Jinzhong area. This time, Su Hua allocated a total of over 3,000 troops to Li Daban, with the aim of blocking the Japanese and puppet forces in the Jinzhong area. There are two main routes from the Jinzhong area to the Shigang Ridge area. The first is the Chufeng Road. Chufeng Road is a main highway with not many high grounds, only a high ground on the southeast side of Chufeng Road, and a small dirt slope to the southwest. The two small high grounds act as mutual flanks. As long as these two high grounds are controlled, the entire Chufeng road will be dominated. Because the entire terrain is such that one man can hold the pass against 1,000, Li Deben deployed about 1,000 troops here. The other main route is the open plain outside Maon village. In order to block the Japanese and puppet forces in the Jinzhong area, Li Deben built defensive works, positions, etc., and also deployed over 2,000 troops here, personally overseeing the command. Because this is the main battlefield in such an open area, the Japanese charges and attacks can also be better utilized. Chapter 293, Hard Clash. Human-powered mine clearance. The puppet army's self-inflicted wounds. Now, if the Japanese want to quickly reinforce the 11th Brigade, they can only break through the defensive line created by Li Deben. Even if they take a detour, the results might not be good. At this moment, Yoshihara Shitana made a resolute decision and loudly declared, "Send my orders. All units attack the positions of the 8th Route Army's independent brigade in battle formation. Our artillery units immediately bombard the enemy positions, aiming to capture the enemy positions as quickly as possible." With the order given by Hirano Shida, over 4,000 Japanese puppet troops began their assault on the positions held by Li Deben and others. Naturally, the first action was a fierce bombardment. Boom, boom, boom. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. This time, Hirano Shida led the team in a rapid march and did not carry large-caliber artillery, but brought along heavy mortars, which still had considerable power. Many mortar shells landed in the positions, creating a series of deafening explosions. Boom, 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 rumble, rumble, flames shot into the sky. Smoke filled the air. The explosions left numerous craters and kicked up clouds of dust. Chapter 294, Traitors to the country shall not die a good death. The shocked old Japanese soldiers. Are the militia this strong? To clear the minefield at the lowest cost and with minimal loss. Hirano Shida decided to arrange for the puppet troops to clear the mines with human lives. This tactic was indeed cruel and inhumane, but it was an effective way to clear the mines. Soon, the order was communicated. The puppet soldiers learned they were to charge into the frontline minefield, with the Japanese behind them, and they immediately refused. They knew this was no different from sending them to their deaths. Clearing mines with human lives. One misstep could lead to being blown up or killed. Being killed would be a relief. The most terrifying scenario was being half dead. Tortured to death in the end, that was the most painful process. The puppet soldiers were unwilling, but the Japanese would not be lenient. After executing a few puppet soldiers on the spot, the remaining puppet soldiers quickly became obedient. Although these puppet soldiers were not eager to step forward to their deaths, the Japanese had their guns pointed at them. Even if they were unwilling, they had no choice. If they refused, the Japanese would simply eliminate them all. Once they entered the battlefield minefield, they might still have a chance to survive. So ultimately, more than 300 puppet soldiers were pushed to the front to begin traversing the minefield. Chapter 295, Use of Gas Shells. Launch a general assault. A rain of steel and firepower coverage. Li Deben engaged in combat with the Japanese puppet troops in the Jinzhong area. This meant that Yoshio Shinozuka had dispatched the Japanese puppet troops in the Jinzhong area to reinforce the 11th Brigade. The battlefield situation was developing as Suhua had anticipated. Now, the independent brigade was operating in 4 battlefields. The first battlefield was around Jinzhong Mountain. Currently, Zhu Weiguo and others had surrounded the 36th Brigade in the Jinzhong area and were gradually consuming and destroying the entire 36th Brigade. This would take some time. After all, Zhu Weiguo led over 10,000 men to confront the 36th Brigade because he occupied the geographical advantage of Jinzhong Mountain. If it came to a head-on confrontation, Zhu Weiguo's militia force of over 10,000 would definitely be unable to annihilate the 36th Brigade. The second battlefield was in Huanglong village, and the Chagan Ridge area. Currently, the main force of the Independent Brigade had surrounded the 11th Brigade in this area, and because there was not much advantageous terrain, Su Hua had moved over 17,000 men to deal with the 11th Brigade. In short, no Japanese soldier from the 6th Division could be allowed to escape. Damn! They all deserved to die. At the same time, the 11th Brigade and the Artillery Division were the strongest combat units, so naturally, more manpower was needed. Chapter 296: The shocking appearance of the 107 rocket launcher. A lightning strike takes out thousands of Japanese soldiers. One characteristic of the 107 rocket launcher is its ability to achieve firepower coverage in a short time. Therefore, when a large number of rockets fell, the Japanese had nowhere to hide. Shell after shell rained down, violently smashing into the positions of the 11th Brigade, creating a series of deafening explosions. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion sounds echoed, flames erupted, creating enormous power and destruction, constantly sweeping the surroundings and killing the Japanese soldiers. One after another, the Japanese soldiers were taken out before they even had a chance to react. The power was immense. Craters appeared on the ground. Although the caliber of the 107 rocket warhead was not very large, due to its speed and the use of TNT for the explosion, its overall power was still quite significant. Most importantly, this time the Independent Brigade used the 107 rocket launcher to catch the Japanese completely off guard. They never expected that the Independent Brigade would possess such advanced artillery, and naturally, they were blown away. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the roaring explosions, more and more Japanese soldiers fell. One could say that a round of intense bombardment directly caused the Japanese to suffer thousands of casualties. At the same time, the Japanese artillery positions also came under the fierce bombardment of the 107 rocket launcher. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, rocket after rocket flew out, and then violently smashed into the artillery positions of the 6th Division, followed by a series of explosive sounds. Boom, boom, boom. Shrapnel flew everywhere. Flames shot into the sky. The enormous power generated by the rocket shells continued to sweep around, destroying the few remaining artillery pieces of the Japanese artillery battalion. Crash bang. A large number of shells were dismantled. As for the Japanese artillerymen, they also suffered heavy casualties. Boom, boom, boom. The Japanese artillery positions were covered by the bombardment. On the Independent Brigade's attacking position, Li Yunlong was observing the bombardment situation with binoculars, watching the smoke rise and the flames flash on the battlefield. A smile appeared on his face. Awesome, this feeling is truly exhilarating. I never expected that the feeling of artillery fire coverage would be this thrilling. I had experienced similar situations before, but this time was the most exhilarating. After the appearance of the 107 rocket launcher, it had become the main artillery equipment of the Independent Brigade. From the Taihang mountain base all the way to Ping'an County, the 107 rocket launcher had been used once in the attack on Zhengding County. At that time, Li Yunlong was deeply shocked. But this time it was even more shocking and exhilarating. Beside him, Shen Quan said with a grin, "Ha ha ha. Now the Japanese are also experiencing the taste of artillery fire coverage. After the bombardment, it will be our turn." At this moment, Li Yunlong appeared calm and unhurried, casually saying, "Our brigade commander is also going to use gas shells on the Japanese. Such vile weapons should be used against the Japanese. How many of our compatriots have they harmed with gas shells? Now we will return the favor." After the 107 rocket artillery had finished its use, the next step was to deploy gas bombs against the little devils. Sorry, my head hurts a lot. I couldn't type this morning. I endured the headache to write over 1,000 words. I'll take a rest first and continue writing later. Chapter 297, Gas Bomb Attack on the Little Devils. Hell on Earth, the last atonement of beasts. Boom, boom, boom. The 107 rocket artillery continuously bombarded the positions and camps of the 11th Brigade and the Artillery Battalion. creating a series of explosions that kept killing the little devils. It must be said that the power of the 107 rocket artillery is quite immense, catching the little devils off guard. Soon, the relevant situation was reported to Aoki Kawabata. However, it was a very embarrassing report. Matsushita Niha hurriedly ran to Aoki Kawabata and said, "Report, Brigade Commander, it's bad. Our positions, camps, and artillery positions have all suffered a severe bombardment from the independent brigade. And the losses are heavy." "What?" Aoki Kawabata naturally heard the sound of the bombardment outside. However, he was momentarily unsure whether the shells were fired by his side or by the independent brigade. The intense bombardment just now was actually from the independent brigade. Although Aoki Kawabata had long known about the artillery bombardment capabilities of the independent brigade, in the case of trench warfare, both sides should have consumed their ammunition. He did not expect that the independent brigade still had such fierce firepower. Chapter 298, One-Sided Massacre. Sound the horn for a general assault. Zizizizi. A large number of gas bombs continuously erupted in the little devils' positions, poisoning them. Many little devils were killed on the spot, or couldn't bear the torment of the gas and directly committed suicide. However, for most little devils, the gas bombs merely rendered them combat ineffective, without causing immediate death. It must be said that the power of these gas bombs is quite strong, causing significant harm to the little devils. This batch of gas bombs was produced by the little devils themselves, intended for use against the independent brigade. But they never expected that these gas bombs would ultimately be used against themselves. Bang bang bang. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Yang Zhihua ordered the artillery regiment to fire all gas bombs at the little devils' positions and camps. A large number of gas bombs continuously fell on the 6th Division's positions, releasing poison gas. Zizizizi. The gas caused irreversible damage to the Japanese puppet army, while also rendering many little devils combat ineffective. Li Yunlong and Yang Zhihua watched the little devils' positions through binoculars. The scene was quite shocking, shrouded in green and yellow gas. Chapter 299, General Assault. Little devils, it's all over. After such a fierce attack, the 11th Brigade had suffered heavy casualties. It was now time to launch a general assault to eliminate the entire 11th Brigade. Suhua made up his mind and looked at Zhu Yue, relay the order. Immediately sound the horn for a general assault, and command the 1st Regiment, militia units, artillery units, and brigade direct units to launch a general assault on the 11th Brigade. It was noon, and we aim to end the battle before 8 p.m. Yes? Zhu Yue responded loudly. Subsequently, the 1st Regiment, militia units, artillery units, brigade direct units, and other troops began preparations for the general assault, ready to launch a full-scale attack on the 11th Brigade. Temporary command post of the 11th Brigade. After learning that the 47th Regiment had been completely annihilated, Matsushita Niha immediately reported the situation to Aoki Kawabata. What? The independent brigade actually used gas bombs. Aoki Kawabata was shocked to learn that the independent brigade had used gas bombs. How could they have gas bombs? After a moment of silence, Matsushita Niha spoke. General Shinozuka Yoshio previously produced and deployed a batch of gas bombs intended to deal with the independent brigade. Chapter 300, Outside is the independent brigade. Little devils, surrender. Kill. Now Suhua's independent brigade officially launched a general assault, preparing to completely eliminate the 11th Brigade. Therefore, basically all available forces participated in the battle. Kill. Charge. Kill the little devils. Damn those little devils. Kill. Overturn the little devils. Not a single little devil can be let go. Kill. Each soldier charged forward with a roar, with their 77 type semi-automatic rifles, light machine guns, submachine guns, and various other weapons firing fiercely, constantly killing little devils. Bang bang bang. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom boom boom. Gunfire raged. Bullets flew everywhere. The battle was intense. The little devils also realized their situation if they did not resist fiercely. The final result would be death. Thus, the little devil's resistance was also quite fierce. Bang bang bang. Da. Boom boom boom. The little devil's Type 38 rifles, Type 92 heavy machine guns, light machine guns, and various mortars and grenade launchers all opened fire. Chapter 301, The Growing Rise of Li Yunlong. The Little Devil's Doom. Surrender. This was Liu Hui's thought at the moment. It was also the thought of many other Japanese puppet soldiers. If they were facing other 8th Route Army units, perhaps they might really consider surrendering to survive. But this time, they were facing the 8th Route Army's Independent Brigade. This was a unit that never took little devils as prisoners. Even ordinary little devil prisoners were not accepted by Su Hua and the Independent Brigade, let alone the 60th Regiment, which had committed heinous crimes in Jinling. All little devils of the 6th Division must die. This was the fate they faced after encountering the Independent Brigade. Surrender. Hearing Liu Hui's words, Aoki Kawabata sneered, "Do you think the Independent Brigade takes prisoners? Surrendering will only lead to a quicker death." Exactly. Matsushita Niha also spoke, according to the character of the Independent Brigade and Su Hua. They definitely won't let us go for what our 6th Division did in Jinling. Surrendering is a dead end, not surrendering is also death, it's better to fight. It must be said that these little devils were indeed self-aware, knowing that the 6th Division had committed such crimes in Jinling. And Su Hua and the Independent Brigade would definitely not let them go. Chapter 302, Annihilating the 11th Brigade. Avenge the people of Jinling. 60 rocket shells densely fell on the little devil's positions on the hillside. The scene was quite shocking. After all, the area of this small hillside was not large. Yet it was directly bombarded by 60 rocket shells, achieving complete fire coverage. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A large number of shells violently smashed down on Aoki Kawabata and others' positions, followed by a series of booming explosions. Boom. Boom. The entire hillside was suddenly shrouded in smoke and flames. The sound of explosions erupted almost simultaneously. Firelight flashed. Small mushroom clouds rapidly rose into the sky. The power was immense, especially with so many explosions occurring in such a short time. Creating such a strong shockwave only amplified the explosive force, forming a more powerful shockwave that swept away shrapnel, continuously destroying the temporary defensive works built by the Japanese soldiers and the soldiers themselves on the hillside. Boom. Boom. Chapter 303, As Powerful as Mount Tai. The Japanese soldiers who gave up resistance and awaited death. The troops led by Zhu Weiguo were mainly militia forces, and their combat effectiveness could not be compared to that of regular troops. Additionally, they did not have a significant advantage in numbers over the 36th Brigade. So annihilating the 36th Brigade would still take some time. However, the 36th Brigade had been largely depleted, and Zhu Weiguo, having received Xu Hu's telegram report, smiled and said, "Since the 11th Brigade has been completely annihilated, let's send the Japanese soldiers of the 36th Brigade down to reunite with them." After so many days of fighting, it was time for a general offensive. Xu Hu nodded and said, "Yes, now the 36th Brigade is on its last legs. It is the perfect time to take them down." Zhu Weiguo issued the order loudly, "Convey my orders, all units prepare for a general offensive. We will annihilate the 36th Brigade in one go. I have decided to launch a general attack on the 36th Brigade early tomorrow morning to wipe them out completely." Xu Hu immediately smiled and responded, "Yes." The next morning, around 6 o'clock, after some preparations, Zhu Weiguo's troops began a full-scale attack on the 36th Brigade. Chapter 304, General Offensive. The Battle of Ping'an Town comes to an end. Boom. Bang. Da. The sound of gunfire echoed throughout Jinzhong Mountain as Zhu Weiguo's troops accelerated their assault on the Japanese soldiers. At this time, although the 36th Brigade under the organization and command of Ping Qian Diezhong, was fully resisting Zhu Weiguo's troops. It was to no avail, and could not change the outcome. The morale of the entire 36th Brigade had already collapsed, losing their fighting spirit and morale. Even if they were forcibly organized, it would not have much effect. Especially when facing the powerful troops of Zhu Weiguo, they had even less courage to resist. In battle, morale and fighting spirit are crucial. One strong push can lead to victory, while hesitation leads to defeat. Bang! Boom! Under Zhu Weiguo's command, the Japanese soldiers of the 36th Brigade were continuously killed. They were dying in droves. Under such circumstances, the annihilation of the 36th Brigade was only a matter of time. Outside Ping'an Town. Chapter 305, Jiyu Shofu digs a dog hole. Zhong Dabiao's troops were launching a fierce attack on Ping'an Town. And the Japanese puppet army in Ping'an Town could no longer hold them off. Previously, they could hold on because of the solid city defenses. But now that the defenses were gone, they could not withstand Zhong Dabiao's frenzied assault. At this moment, Jiyu Shofu, the commander of the garrison in Ping'an Town, was in a state of panic. The garrison command post of Ping'an Town, Gao Zhong Yilang, rushed in quickly and stood before Jiyu Shofu, saying, "Division Commander, the independent brigade has started attacking again, and this time the attack is even fiercer. It seems they are about to launch a general assault." Jiyu Shofu was not too surprised by this outcome. After all, the sounds of gunfire made it clear. Given the situation, it was evident that Ping'an Town could not be held. The expressions of everyone present were grave. Qianzhong Daong looked at Jiyu Shofu with a complicated expression and asked, "General Jiyu Shofu, what should we do next? Given the current situation, we cannot hold Ping'an Town. This independent brigade's attack is too fierce. We probably won't last long." Jiyu Shofu nodded. Chapter 306, Su Hua's accurate prediction blocks Jiyu Shofu's last escape route. In order to survive, Jiyu Shofu and the others dug a dog hole. There was no other choice. Staying in Ping'an Town was a dead end. So even if they had to dig a dog hole, they had to leave Ping'an Town. Soon, under Qianzhong Daong's lead, Jiyu Shofu and the others arrived at a dog hole in the city wall of Ping'an Town. This dog hole was not big, about 50 centimeters in height. So if they wanted to pass through, they really had to crawl out. Qianzhong Daong pointed at the dog hole and said, "General Jiyu Shofu, this is our escape route." Jiyu Shofu nodded, having no sense of shame left in him. He just wanted to survive. "We need to evacuate immediately. Time is of the essence." Jiyu Shofu, hearing the gunfire getting closer, felt anxious and wanted to evacuate as soon as possible. Following Jiyu Shofu's orders, 2 officers crawled out of the dog hole first to check the outside situation and confirmed it was safe. This dog hole was located in the southeast direction of Ping'an Town. Not far from this dog hole was a complex jungle. Normally, there would be no attacks here, giving Jiyu Shofu an opportunity. Chapter 307, Capture Jiyu Shofu alive. Break through Ping'an Town. Bang! Bang! Bullets densely shot out, continuously killing the Japanese soldiers. If the Japanese soldiers were hiding behind cover, the soldiers directly used 40mm rocket launchers to bombard them. Whoosh! Boom! Rocket shells exploded one after another. The remaining Japanese soldiers were no match at all. They were continuously killed. Jiyu Shofu saw that the situation was not good and immediately prepared to retreat, fighting while withdrawing. But all around were the independent brigade's troops. Where could he run? Bang! Bang! Gunfire and bullets flew everywhere. The Japanese soldiers were completely in a passive position, being beaten down one by one. As the battle progressed, Duan Peng quickly surrounded Jiyu Shofu, Gao Zhong Yilang, Qianzhong Daong, and others. At this moment, Jiyu Shofu and the others were relying on a large rock to hold out. According to Su Hua's instructions, no member of the 6th Division's Japanese soldiers could be allowed to escape, especially Jiyu Shofu. If Jiyu Shofu could be captured alive, that would be the best outcome. Chapter 308, The Great Victory in the Battle of Ping'an. Su Hua is amazing. Boom boom boom, bang bang bang. After the Independent Brigade's Special Operations team stormed into Ping'an County, they became an invincible force, continuously slaughtering the Japanese and puppet troops within the county. Armed with the Type 77 semi-automatic rifles, they kept killing the Little Devils and Second Devils. When encountering some sturdier cover, they would directly use 40mm rocket launchers to deal with it. If one rocket wasn't enough, they would fire two. In short, the Japanese and puppet troops in Ping'an County were no match for the Special Operations team. Not to mention the large number of militias continuously pouring in from outside. Once the militias entered Ping'an County, they also began to kill the Little Devils from all directions. It can be said that Zhong Dabiao's troops had not only the advantage in combat effectiveness against the defending Japanese and puppet troops in Ping'an County, but also a significant numerical advantage. Therefore, the Little Devils had no power to fight back. Bang bang bang, one by one, the Little Devils kept falling. When the Japanese and puppet troops in the city wanted to go to the garrison headquarters to seek command and support from their officers, they found that the entire garrison headquarters was already deserted, and Jiyu Shofu and others had long since disappeared. Chapter 309, The Destruction of the 6th Division. The 11th Brigade has been completely annihilated, and Li Yunlong is leading his troops to clean up the battlefield. This time, the 1st Regiment and the militia forces completely wiped out more than 10,000 Japanese and puppet troops, and cleaning up the battlefield also took some time. Meanwhile, Su Hua was waiting for battle reports. To be precise, he was waiting for good news. Because by this point in the battle, Su Hua had already predicted the overall trend of the war. Destroying the 6th Division and taking Ping'an County was just a matter of time. Now Su Hua was more concerned about whether Jiyu Shofu was dead or alive. At this moment, Zhu Yue brought good news, and Su Hua was naturally overjoyed. Asking, who sent the good news? Was it Zhu Weiguo or Zhong Dabiao? Zhu Yue replied, it was Captain Zhong Dabiao. He sent a telegram saying that our troops have successfully breached Ping'an County, and will completely control the county by tomorrow. The troops are currently dealing with the remaining Japanese and puppet troops in Ping'an County. Upon hearing this news, Su Hua was not surprised. If Zhong Dabiao couldn't take Ping'an County, it would be a question of his ability. Su Hua nodded. What about Jiyu Shofu? What happened to that old devil? Is he dead? Speaking of Jiyu Shofu, Zhu Yue's face showed a smile, and she said, Jiyu Shofu was captured alive, all thanks to your brilliant strategy. We guessed that Jiyu Shofu would escape through a dog hole, so Duan Peng led people to surround Jiyu Shofu and others, ultimately capturing Jiyu Shofu alive. Chapter 310, A Great Victory with over 30,000 enemy killed. Double happiness. Now the 36th Brigade was unaware of the specific situation in Ping'an County, only knowing that the Independent Brigade was attacking the county. Little did they know that Ping'an County had already been occupied by the Independent Brigade, and Jiyu Shofu had been captured alive. The 6th Division was long gone. Or rather, the entire 6th Division only had about 300 to 400 men left. Moreover, these 300 to 400 men were continuously diminishing. At this time, Zhu Weiguo and Shu Hu were commanding their troops and launching a fierce attack on the cave located in the mountain hollow. This cave was situated in a half-mountain hollow. The remaining Little Devils were relying on the terrain of the half-mountain hollow to build defenses, and were making their last stand. After listening to Hirata Daiyu's words, Aoi Sora slowly spoke. No matter what happens to General Jiyu Shofu, this telegram still needs to be sent. This should be our 36th Brigade's final telegram. Hirata Daiyu nodded. All right, I'll send it right away. Subsequently, a telegram was sent directly to the 6th Brigade, which had no one to receive it. The 36th Brigade was now at the end of its rope, making a final struggle. At the foot of the mountain hollow, Zhu Weiguo personally arrived at the scene to observe the battle situation. At this time, the troops were using mortars and infantry guns to bombard the Little Devil positions in the mountain hollow. Chapter 3:11, The battle is over. The independent brigade is terrifyingly strong. Expanding the victory. Now the battle was basically over. In the Jinshongshan battle, Zhu Weiguo led his troops to completely annihilate the 36th Brigade. In the siege of Ping'an County, Zhong Dabiao also successfully completed his mission and fully controlled Ping'an County. Now Su Hua could naturally head to Ping'an County. Su Hua looked at Wei Daong and said, "Monk, get ready, we're heading to Ping'an County." Wei Daong nodded, "Yes." Zhu Yue then spoke, "Brigade Commander, isn't it a bit too hasty to go to Ping'an County at this time? Although we have taken control of Ping'an County, there must be many enemy agents hidden inside, so going now might pose certain risks." Su Hua smiled, "Don't worry, small enemy agents can't do anything to me. Moreover, Jiu Shofu is still detained in Ping'an County. We must publicly trial and deal with this old devil." With that said, Zhu Yue naturally had nothing more to say. Once everything was ready, Li Yunlong and Wei Daong immediately set off for Ping'an County. It still took a few hours to travel from Qingping Town to Ping'an County. Outside Ma'an village, Li Debenshu was leading the militia forces to hold back the reinforcements from the Japanese troops in the Jinzhong area. After 2 days of fighting, the Japanese and puppet reinforcements from the Jinzhong area were unable to break through the defensive line to support the 11th Brigade. The battle was also very fierce. However, the militia forces fought fiercely, continuously repelling the Little Devil's repeated fierce attacks. Hirata Yoshida was also shocked, never expecting that the independent brigade's militia forces could be so strong. How could they fight like this? Moreover, even if they sent reinforcements to the 11th Brigade, it probably wouldn't yield any results. After all, the independent brigade was just too strong. At the Jinzhong Japanese and puppet reinforcements headquarters, a messenger quickly arrived in front of Hirata Yoshida and reported, "Report, Captain. We just received orders from above to retreat immediately." "Retreat? Why the sudden retreat?" Hirata Yoshida said with a puzzled expression. Could it be that the 11th Brigade has already been annihilated by the independent brigade? Thinking of this, Hirata Yoshida couldn't help but take a deep breath and slowly said, "The strength of the independent brigade is simply beyond imagination and expectation. In that case, we must retreat immediately." To be honest, Hirata Yoshida had long wanted to retreat. However, without orders from above, he couldn't retreat, which had dragged on until now. With Hirata Yoshida's order given, the reinforcements from the Jinzhong area immediately retreated, running faster than rabbits. There was no other choice. The militia of the independent brigade was this strong. It was hard to imagine how strong regular combat troops would be. On the position of the independent brigade militia, Li David used a telescope to observe the movements of the Japanese troops and found that they had retreated. He then slowly spoke, "The Japanese reinforcements have retreated. It seems our battle is over. It appears the 6th Division has been wiped out, otherwise, they wouldn't have retreated. Pass my orders, the entire army is to attack and eliminate more Japanese troops. Kill." With Li Daben's command issued, the militia soldiers, originally responsible for the blockade, took the initiative to charge forward, catching the Japanese off guard and expanding their victory. Meanwhile, news of the destruction of the 6th Division and the capture of Ping'an County also reached the Japanese 1st Army headquarters. Chapter 3:12, The Independent Brigade's Military Readiness and Combat Strength Fully Exposed. The immense pressure on the Japanese. The 6th Division is gone. Ping'an County has been captured. These two were conveyed to the Japanese 1st Army headquarters. At the Japanese 1st Army headquarters, Miyano Jun reported this news to Shinozuka Yoshio. Upon hearing this, Shinozuka Yoshio was stunned, his expression frozen in place. After a long while, he slowly spoke, I really didn't expect the combat power of the independent brigade to be so formidable. Not only did they completely annihilate the 6th Division while calling for reinforcements, but they also captured Ping'an County. It seems this independent brigade is no ordinary combat unit at the brigade level. Although Miyano Jun and Shinozuka Yoshio knew the independent brigade's manpower, weaponry, and combat effectiveness were stronger than other units, they never expected it to be this strong. The main reason for the Japanese's great defeat this time was their misjudgment of the strength of the independent brigade and Suhua. They thought they could eliminate the entire independent brigade with just one division. They never anticipated that Suhua would mobilize a militia force of 30,000 men. Yes? Miyano Jun nodded repeatedly. We never thought the independent brigade could have tens of thousands of troops. Chapter 3:13, shocked at the actions of the old Japanese at Gangsuan. Incredible results. Gangsuan Ningji had long known about Suhua's independent brigade and was aware that this 8th Route Army unit was quite difficult to deal with. Which is why he sent the 6th Division into battle. In Gangsuan Ningji's view, it was definitely no big deal for the 6th Division to eliminate Suhua's independent brigade. At this moment, Gangsuan Ningji and Chief of Staff Mutu Yui were looking at the operational map of North China. The largest battle in the entire North China region was undoubtedly the battle between Suhua's independent brigade and the 6th Division. However, since Gangsuan Ningji and Mutu Yui were in Beiping, they were unaware of the specific situation, primarily because neither the 6th Division nor Shinozuka Yoshio reported anything, making it impossible to know. Jiyu Shofu didn't even have the face to report such a situation. Gangsuan Ningji glanced at the map, focusing on Ping'an County, and looked at Mutu Yui, saying, Mutu-kun, how come there hasn't been any news or battle reports from Jiyu Shofu's 6th Division after such a long time since their expedition? Mutu Yui hesitated for a moment and slowly replied, Suhua's independent brigade is the ace elite force of the 8th Route Army, and their combat strength is not weak. Plus they have many advanced weapons and equipment. Chapter 3:14, the shocking results shocked the Japanese North China Command. The expansion and development speed of the 8th Route Army is too terrifying. Originally, the entire operations command room was very busy. All the operational staff, military advisors, and some officers were working hard. Everything was in order. The busy intense operations command room was filled with various chaotic, but somewhat coordinated sounds. However, when Mutu Yui's voice came out, all the eyes in the operations command room turned to him in unison. Everyone stopped their work, stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief. For a moment, the entire operations command room fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. What? The 6th Division was completely annihilated. Everyone present thought they had misheard. The powerful 6th Division was actually completely wiped out. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. When the old Japanese Gangsuan heard this news, he was also shocked, frozen in place. His eyes filled with an expression of astonishment that was hard to express. It was simply unbelievable. He couldn't believe it. It must be noted that Gangsuan Ningji and Mutu Yui had analyzed two possible outcomes for the 6th Division. The first was that the 6th Division successfully annihilated the 6th Division, which was naturally the best outcome. Chapter 3:15, Amazing Casualty Ratios. A Great Victory. The Beast Jiyu Shofu. When Suhua and Zhu Yue arrived at Ping'an County, the entire Ping'an County had already returned to calm. At this time, the militia of the Independent Brigade was reinforcing the city defenses and repairing the city gates. After all, during the siege of Ping'an County, the city gates had suffered heavy damage. When Suhua and the others entered Ping'an County, the local people were quite calm, everything was normal. If it weren't for the signs of battle on both sides of the street, they wouldn't have known that a fierce siege battle had taken place here. Soon, Suhua and the others arrived at the original Japanese defensive command post, but it was already the territory of the Independent Brigade. Upon learning that Suhua had arrived, Zhong De Piao hurried out to greet him. Standing before Suhua, Zhong Depiao stood straight and said, "Brigade Commander, you're here." Su Hua nodded. "Zhong Depiao, well done. This siege of Ping'an County was executed beautifully, and you even captured Jiyu Shofu alive." Zhong Depiao humbly replied, "Brigade Commander, I was just following your instructions. Our ability to capture Ping'an County in such a short time is all thanks to your effective command." Chapter 316, a milestone event. Public trial of Jiyu Shofu. Sacrificing over 8,000 men to completely annihilate the 6th Division and the Ping'an County garrison of over 30,000 men is a considerable achievement. However, Su Hua still felt very pained. Because over 8,000 is not just a number, they are precious lives. If it weren't for their sacrifice, the independent brigade would not have achieved such great results. A general's success comes at the cost of countless bones. If the war of resistance wants to achieve victory, it's unknown how many more people need to be sacrificed. But as a commander and a time traveler, Su Hua understood very well, this war of resistance must continue no matter how difficult it is until the final victory. Because if this battle isn't fought, future generations will have to fight. Every drop of blood shed by the soldiers is paving the way for a prosperous future for later generations. Naturally, Su Hua would not treat the sacrificed soldiers unfairly. If they have families, the independent brigade will always take good care of their families. Additionally, their bodies will be buried in a designated area near Ping'an County, creating a heroic tomb to properly bury these sacrificed soldiers. For a whole week, Su Hua was busy dealing with post-war related work. Chapter 317, the whole city is watching. Nationwide discussions, the trial of Jiyu Shofu. It would be easy to get rid of Jiyu Shofu. However, Su Hua did not want Jiyu Shofu to die so easily. If the enemy eliminated Jiyu Shofu on the day of the trial, it would truly be a cheap way out for him. Zhong Depiao suddenly understood Su Hua's meaning and nodded repeatedly, saying, "I understand, Jiyu Shofu has committed such heinous crimes, and if he were simply executed, it would indeed be too lenient for him. Don't worry, Brigade Commander, we will ensure the mission is completed." Su Hua, "Yes, but we must remain vigilant. As preventing Jiyu Shofu from being killed is more challenging than preventing him from being rescued. The enemy is in the dark, and to eliminate Jiyu Shofu, they only need a gun." Zhong Depiao, "Yes. Of course, Su Hua could hold a closed-door trial for Jiyu Shofu. However, that would not create a deterrent effect. Therefore, Su Hua decided on a public trial. He then briefed Zhong Depiao on the security precautions, ensuring that everything was foolproof. This public trial of Jiyu Shofu was extremely important, as it served to commemorate the over 100,000 compatriots lost in Jinling. Everything was now ready. 3 days quickly passed. Chapter 318, the public trial of Jiyu Shofu. Ironclad evidence. Public outrage. When Jiyu Shofu was brought up, the people present immediately began to discuss. It turned out that this old demon Jiyu Shofu was truly a beast. Jiyu Shofu was an old man, and such a beast must be punished with the utmost severity. So many compatriots in Jinling died at his hands and under his orders. It was simply too despicable. Such a beast absolutely cannot be left alive. Kill him, he must be killed. We cannot allow such a beast to remain. He has killed so many of our compatriots. Is this the culprit of the Jinling massacre, Jiyu Shofu? It turns out he is just an old man. And such a beast truly deserves to die. This time, the independent brigade must deal with Jiyu Shofu severely to avenge our compatriots, not just for those in Jinling, but also for our compatriots who died at Jiyu Shofu's hands. The people present were filled with righteous indignation, glaring at Jiyu Shofu, who was kneeling. The public sentiment towards Jiyu Shofu was singular, hatred. Yi Wansu, taking up her camera, captured images of Jiyu Shofu on the ground and the surrounding crowd. Then wrote in her notebook, "The public harbors a deep hatred for Jiyu Shofu, fervently discussing requests for his execution to comfort the souls of compatriots in heaven. Chapter 3:19, Extremely Evil, Immediate Execution, Lin Kai. It can be said that Jiyu Shofu's crimes are too numerous to list. Although Su Hua could directly deal with Jiyu Shofu, he still followed the process of publicly trying Jiyu Shofu, presenting witnesses and evidence. The evidence was as solid as a mountain. Everyone present listened to Su Hua's accusations against Jiyu Shofu, and their anger reached its peak. Now, everyone was waiting to see how Su Hua and the independent brigade would deal with Jiyu Shofu. Su Hua looked at Jiyu Shofu and spoke each word with conviction. Jiyu Shofu, your division committed crimes in the Jinling massacre that are too numerous to enumerate. Your 6th Division killed tens of thousands of civilians in Jinling, burned countless houses, and looted immeasurable property. These crimes are backed by solid evidence, and you cannot deny them. Jiyu Shofu's eyes were vacant, like a deflated balloon, with no intention of resisting. He just hoped that the independent brigade and Su Hua would give him a quick end. Nothing else mattered. Looking at such a Jiyu Shofu, Su Hua declared loudly, after the trial by the independent brigade, Jiyu Shofu is found guilty of crimes against humanity, war crimes, and numerous other serious offenses, with extremely severe consequences, and a profoundly negative impact. The sentence is as follows: the defendant Jiyu Shofu is sentenced to death by Lin Kai. Immediate execution. Chapter 3:20, True Thousand Cuts. To comfort the souls of Jinling's compatriots in heaven. Lin Kai is Su Hua's final judgment on Jiyu Shofu. Jiyu Shofu wanted to justify himself or morally blackmail Su Hua. But Su Hua was not swayed by this. In fact, Su Hua knew that executing Jiyu Shofu by Lin Kai would inevitably attract much criticism. So what? Su Hua did not care at all. Success or failure will be judged by future generations, but right now, he just wanted to get rid of Jiyu Shofu. Execute him. Zhu Yue announced loudly. Subsequently, Jiyu Shofu, kneeling on the ground, was taken to the crucifixion apparatus on the high platform, and then executioner Wu Minghan stepped forward, preparing to carry out Lin Kai on Jiyu Shofu. Wu Minghan was a Qing dynasty executioner brought in by Yu Manli. Finding someone capable of performing Lin Kai was not easy. Normally, Lin Kai requires over 3,000 cuts. One cut too many or too few would not do. True 1,000 cuts. However, Su Hua certainly would not demand this of Wu Minghan. His only requirement was that Jiyu Shofu must not die too easily. This, of course, Wu Minghan could manage. This Lin Kai execution of Jiyu Shofu was public, so the surrounding citizens could witness it. Chapter 3:21, The Terrified Yoshizuka Yoshio. Feed the dogs. How to handle the flesh cut from Jiyu Shofu. Su Hua said lightly, feed it to the dogs. Zhu Weiguo was taken aback, then nodded in understanding, got it. After that, Su Hua and Zhu Yue left. He did not want to hear Jiyu Shofu's howls of despair. At the same time, he did not want to waste time on Jiyu Shofu, as he had many other tasks to attend to. After Su Hua left, the Lin Kai of Jiyu Shofu continued. At this point, Wu Minghan switched to a smaller curved knife and began to glide over Jiyu Shofu's abdomen, the blade creating fine spirals, with the cut flesh falling to the ground, attracting a swarm of dark flies. Jiyu Shofu had already fainted from pain. There were no more howls of despair. Soon, the first cut was made, in memory of the 50,000 wronged souls of Caoxia Gorge. Wu Minghan's voice rang out clearly in the silent execution ground. Then, Wu Minghan suddenly quickened his pace, slicing away at the back, calves, and cheeks, peeling off layers of flesh to reveal the purple blood vessels beneath. Jiyu Shofu, who had fainted from pain, was awakened again, his eyes bulging as he watched his flesh sway in the wind, completely losing his sanity, screaming while emitting a strange laugh. Chapter 3:22, A National Sensation of Victory. A heartfelt Lin Kai. Following Su Hua's instructions, Jiyu Shofu's flesh was fed to the dogs, and his body was left to rot in the wilderness. It was uncertain whether the dogs would eat the foul meat. Du and Peng nodded, understood. After witnessing the Linkai of Jiyu Shofu, Zhu Weiguo immediately returned to the Independent Brigade to report. Independent Brigade Headquarters. Zhu Weiguo came before Su Hua and said, "Commander, Jiyu Shofu's Linkai has ended, lasting over 5 hours in total. Now Jiyu Shofu's body is left to rot in the wilderness, his flesh has been fed to dogs." Su Hua nodded, yes. This is the fate of the culprit behind the Nanjing massacre. If they were only given a hanging, that would truly be too lenient for them. As a time traveler, Su Hua knew that many war criminals ultimately faced execution by hanging. That would indeed be too lenient for them. Therefore, Su Hua would definitely not show mercy to these heinous old Japanese devils. After Zhu Weiguo left, Yi Wanqiu came in to report on the relevant coverage, saying, "Commander, I recorded the entire process of Jiyu Shofu's Linkai execution, as per your instructions, took many photos, and documented the relevant situation." Chapter 323, The Great Impact of the Pingan-Jela Battle. Victory in the War of Resistance is in sight. The morale of the Japanese army is shaken. The 6th Division is completely annihilated. The Pingan County town has been regained. Jiyu Shofu, the Japanese general, has been captured alive and executed by Linkai. Any one of these achievements is an astonishing military success. However, all of this was accomplished by Su Hua's 1st Independent Brigade. This is truly incredible. The anti-Japanese daily was the first to report on this in the 8th Route Army's base, naturally causing a huge sensation and impact. Further solidifying the fact that the Independent Brigade is an elite force of the 8th Route Army. It can be said that the strength of the Independent Brigade exceeded everyone's imagination and expectations. Such a sensational victory naturally attracted great attention and influence nationwide, with many newspapers reprinting the relevant reports from the anti-Japanese daily, leading to widespread dissemination and causing a huge uproar across the country. In non-occupied areas in the mountain city, the newsboys shouted, "Extra! Extra! The 8th Route Army's Independent Brigade has achieved an incredible victory." The newsboys waved their newspapers and shouted, "Linkai Jiyu Shofu completely annihilated the 6th Division, regained the Pingan County town, and the enemy casualties exceeded 30,000, once again creating an incredible victory." Chapter 324, The Strong Deterrence of the Independent Brigade. The Liangshan Special Forces are established. The 6th Division has been completely annihilated, which has a tremendous impact on the morale and fighting spirit of the Japanese. It can be said that when the Japanese learned that even the elite 6th Division had been completely wiped out, their morale collapsed instantly, directly affecting their military spirit and fighting will. As for the impact of this great victory on the puppet troops, it is even more significant. Many puppet soldiers, seeing how strong the Independent Brigade has become, immediately became more restrained, fearing they might fall into the hands of the Independent Brigade. The Independent Brigade's attitude towards puppet soldiers is, "If you haven't done anything heinous, I can let you go, but if you are a die-hard traitor collaborating with the enemy, I will definitely not spare you." It is precisely because they understand the Independent Brigade's attitude and style that these puppet soldiers have become much more restrained. Not only that, but some national government troops considering defection also became cautious after witnessing the execution of Jiyu Shofu by the Independent Brigade, as well as the annihilation of the 6th Division. They no longer easily considered betrayal. After all, if they encounter the Independent Brigade, it would truly be a dead end. Thus, the deterrent influence on the puppet soldiers preparing to defect is quite significant. Chapter 325, The Real Special Forces. Logistics and supplies have arrived. Li Yunlong and Zheng Fang have reunited. After taking the Pingan County town, the next step is to attack Jinzhong and rendezvous with the 2nd Route Army in Jinzhong. As long as Jinzhong is taken, they can head north to attack Yuancheng. After the Pingan-Jela battle, the Japanese have been severely weakened, so taking Yuancheng is just a matter of time. Before that, Su Hua wanted to establish the Liangshan Special Forces. Zhong Dabiao and Duan Peng both responded loudly, yes. Then, after Su Hua assigned tasks to Zhong Dabiao and Duan Peng, he let them go to work on establishing the Liangshan Special Forces. Su Hua also did not remain idle. Instead, he started compiling a Special Forces training manual based on his identity as a time traveler. This manual is specifically for training elite Special Forces. According to Su Hua's plan, once Zhong Dabiao and Duan Peng have selected elite soldiers from the entire brigade to form the Liangshan Special Forces, he will hand it over to Zhong Dabiao for the first round of special training, following the model of a Special Operations Unit. After the first round of training is completed, Su Hua will gather the Liangshan Special Forces for a second round of training, primarily using the Special Forces Training Manual. Su Hua aims to create the most elite Special Operations Force, leaving behind the likes of the Yamamoto Special Forces and the Takehashi Jun Special Team. Chapter 326, The Dark War Begins. The Flower of the Empire, Nanzhao Yunzi. Now, a single brigade of the 8th Route Army has placed immense pressure on the Japanese. Because everyone knows that the 8th Route Army's independent brigade is not just a simple field brigade, but a division with tens of thousands of combat troops. Although it still carries the title of a brigade, Su Hua can mobilize tens of thousands of troops for battle at any time. This is a terrifying prospect, because it means no one knows just how strong the true strength and combat capability of the independent brigade is. Now, old Japanese generals like Nishizuka Yoshio and Okamura Ningen are very troubled by the independent brigade and Su Hua. They don't know how to deal with the powerful independent brigade. Today, Tohei Maru came to consult with Okamura Ningen on how to deal with the independent brigade. Japanese North China Army Command, Commander's Office. Old Okamura looked at Tohei Maru and said, "Tohei-kun, do you have a way to deal with the independent brigade?" Tohei Maru looked at the old Okamura in front of him and slowly began to speak, "Commander, I believe one of the reasons the independent brigade can achieve victory after victory, aside from their powerful combat troops, is their strong intelligence network. During the independent brigade's northern campaign, their intelligence network, the Shadow Intelligence Bureau, provided them with strong intelligence, ensuring their attacks were highly effective." Chapter 327, The Independent Brigade is fully revived. The importance of troop hierarchy construction. Attack on Jinzhong. The Tohei Maru organization has begun intelligence operations targeting the Shadow Intelligence Bureau. This is a part of the Dark War. They hide in the shadows, sometimes sacrificing themselves without names or identities. Yet, they are the invisible guardians of this country. However, the Shadow Intelligence Bureau has developed and grown over these days, especially in the Second Theater and some important cities, such as Shanghai, Nanjing, and Beiping. In these covert battles, they might not necessarily lose to Tohei Maru's organization, but it can be assured that this will be a fiercely intense dark war. In Ping'an County Town, Su Hua's main focus during this time, aside from resting the troops, is on the training of the Liangshan Special Forces. The Liangshan Special Forces have now been established and have undergone initial training. The next step is to strengthen their training. The reinforcement training is mainly handled by Zhong Dabiao and Duan Peng, along with the Special Forces training manual written by Su Hua for training purposes, while Su Hua supervises. At this moment, 108 elite soldiers of the Liangshan Special Forces are training on the training ground, with Su Hua and Zhu Wei watching from the side. Chapter 328, Su Hua's Comprehensive Counterattack. Deploying Ming Lu, Lan Yanji, and other undercover agents. To be honest, there haven't been any major battles from Ping'an County to Jinzhong. This is because the Japanese have concentrated most of their forces in Jinzhong, preparing for a major showdown with the independent brigade. Therefore, the number of puppet troops in the county towns along the way is relatively small. There is definitely no difficulty in advancing along this route. Li Yunlong dares to speak so boldly. Su Hua replied leisurely, "This time, I plan to let you, Li Yunlong. be in charge of the operation from Ping'an County to Jinzhong, while I will take care of the rear and strategize for the Jinzhong campaign." Li Yunlong patted his chest and assured, "Brigade Commander, you can trust me. I will definitely not let you down." To be honest, Li Yunlong's abilities are already quite good. And with Su Hua's training, he is now fully capable of taking charge on his own. Su Hua plans to let Li Yunlong personally command the upcoming battles from Ping'an County to Jinzhong. Su Hua looked at Duan Peng and said, "Duan Peng, the Liangshan Special Forces have trained for so long. They are our independent brigade's strongest combat unit. I hope you won't let me down in the upcoming actual combat." Duan Peng responded loudly, "Yes, I guarantee not to disappoint the brigade commander." Chapter 329, Liangshan Special Forces First Battle. Tactical Infiltration Attack on High-Value Targets. Duan Peng led the 108 members of the Liangshan Special Forces straight to Dongpai Town. Dongpai Town is located in the heart of the Japanese-occupied area and occupies a very important transportation route, making its geographical position quite significant. Because of this, the Japanese established an arms depot and logistics base here, facilitating the supply of weapons and materials to the surrounding towns and troops. Now, the independent brigade has arrived in full force. The defenses around Dongpai Town have become quite strict, according to intelligence provided by the Shadow Intelligence Bureau. There is a company of Japanese troops and a battalion of puppet troops in the entire Dongpai Town, totaling about 500 men. The Liangshan Special Forces have only 108 members, which does not give them a numerical advantage. This is also the significance of the Liangshan Special Forces, to conduct special operations to destroy high-value targets. Since Dongpai Town is located in the heart of the Japanese territory, the Liangshan Special Forces must pass through several enemy-occupied areas, encountering numerous Japanese and puppet troop units. But the Liangshan Special Forces did not engage. After all, their target is the Japanese arms depot and logistics base in Dongpai Town. After 2 days of marching, the Liangshan Special Forces finally arrived outside Dongpai Town. Chapter 330, 80 versus 400. The advantage is mine. Bang bang bang. Gunfire erupted. Duan Peng led the Liangshan Special Forces, splitting into 2 groups to charge towards the Japanese arms depot. This arms depot is responsible for supplying weapons to the surrounding towns and troops, so its scale is not small, and it has solid defensive works. The sudden attack by the Liangshan Special Forces caught the puppet troops responsible for this location off guard. However, since they were tasked with guarding the arms depot, they were not ordinary puppet troops. Not all puppet troops are weak in combat. In fact, some puppet troops are quite strong. These puppet forces have undergone professional training by the Japanese, are equipped with elite weapons, and, combined with their staunch loyalty to the Japanese, make these puppet troops quite formidable, generally not being a match for anti-Japanese troops. At this moment, the puppet troop unit responsible for the arms depot is an elite unit among the puppet troops and is the most loyal to the Japanese, led by a captain named Hu Han. When faced with the sudden assault of the Liangshan Special Forces, the entire puppet battalion was initially caught off guard, but quickly reacted. Chapter 331, Destroying the Japanese Logistics Base. Shocking the Japanese. Where did such a strong force come from? This arms depot is extremely important and must not be compromised. Therefore, Kit Ada Erzi gathered almost the entire company of Japanese troops for reinforcement. Not long after Kitada's company left, the 3rd Squad of the Liangshan Special Forces, led by squad leader Jie Erden, began to attack the Japanese logistics base. Jie Erden has grown step by step. Initially, he was just an ordinary militia. Due to his outstanding performance and strong combat effectiveness during the defense of the Taihang Mountain base, he transitioned from an ordinary militia to a regular soldier of the 8th Route Army's Independent Brigade, having fought all the way from the Taihang Mountain base to Ping'an County. Jie Erden has grown rapidly. Not only has his military strength and quality improved, but he has also made significant progress in military command and mobilization, making him an outstanding frontline commander. This time, with the establishment of the Liangshan Special Forces, Jie Erden passed through multiple selections and numerous trainings, ultimately becoming a formal member of the Liangshan Special Forces, as well as the leader of the 3rd Squad. Jie Erden has truly matured. Seeing the departure of Katada's company, Jie Erden immediately led the Special Forces members of the 3rd Squad to quickly approach the Japanese logistics base. Chapter 332, First Battle Victorious. Annihilating over 500 Japanese and puppet troops. Incredible combat power. Upon learning that the logistics base had been attacked, Kid-Ada Erzi had no choice but to abandon the rescue of the logistics base and instead focus on preserving the arms depot. The arms depot is even more crucial. However, what the Japanese never expected was that the Liangshan Special Forces not only aimed to take out the logistics base, but also intended to destroy the entire arms depot. Bang bang bang. Da da da. The battle continued amidst the gunfire. The situation on the battlefield was very clear. It was evident that the Liangshan Special Forces had control of the battle, continually killing Japanese and puppet troops, especially for the puppet battalion guarding the arms depot. The situation was extremely dire. Hu Han watched as his troops kept falling, completely stunned and dumbfounded. If this continues, the arms depot and our battalion will be finished. The arrival of Japanese reinforcements won't help. At that moment, the sound of explosions from the logistics base reached him. Hu Han looked towards the direction of the logistics base, his expression changing. Has the logistics base also been attacked? This is a premeditated assault. Chapter 333, The Rising Mushroom Cloud. Shocked, Shimizu Yoshio, how did the Independent Brigade accomplish this? When Duan Peng and others entered the arms depot, they were immediately stunned by the scene before them. As far as the eye could see, there were various types of weapons and equipment. These weapons included Type 38 rifles, Type 92 heavy machine guns, and Type 24 light machine guns, among others. In addition, there are mortars, grenade launchers, the Type 95 infantry gun, as well as field guns and howitzers, among others. However, as an arsenal, the most abundant items are still bullets and shells. The entire arsenal is filled with various calibers of bullets and shells, and the quantity is indeed considerable. After all, this arsenal is responsible for supplying the Japanese puppet army in the surrounding area, so its scale is naturally not small. Seeing such a scene, Duan Peng said in surprise, "The little devils have quite a lot of ammunition, but it's a pity we can't take it away. If we could take it, our 8th Root Armor's weapons and combat power would be greatly enhanced." Indeed, this arsenal is located deep in the enemy territory. Such a large quantity of ammunition cannot be taken away. If it could be taken, Duan Peng would definitely do so. Since it cannot be obtained, then it must be destroyed directly. Otherwise, these bullets and shells would end up hitting the soldiers of the anti-Japanese forces. Immediately arrange for explosives to blow it up, Duan Peng decisively ordered, saying, "We need to be quick." Chapter 334, A Breakthrough Victory and Grand Gathering. Xiaozhong Yoshio and Miyano Jun both knew that the Independent Brigade had strong combat capabilities, but they had never heard that the Independent Brigade had special operations forces. However, based on the current situation, the ability to silently destroy the logistics and ammunition depot located deep in the enemy territory must belong to a special forces unit. Because a large army could not directly penetrate into Dongpai town without being detected. Xiaozhong Yoshio nodded and said, "Your analysis makes sense. Given the combat strength of the Independent Brigade, their specially trained forces must be very strong. It is not surprising that they launched a surprise attack on our logistics ammunition depot. It seems that our situation is even more serious than we imagined." "Yes?" Miyano Jun nodded repeatedly and said, "With our logistics base being attacked and destroyed, it directly affects our combat power and logistical support. It seems we can't avoid fighting. Xiaozheng Yoshio's gaze fell on the map, and he slowly said, no matter what, we must go all out. Order all units to launch an all-out attack on the independent brigade, and try to delay their offensive speed to prepare for our original city defense. Chapter 335, The Iron Triangle of Northwest Shaanxi reunites. Selection of the battle commander. According to Su Hua's instructions and operational arrangements, the independent brigade split into two routes from the Taihang mountain base and advanced towards the Jinzhong area, regrouping to launch an offensive and capture Jinzhong. After such a long period of combat, they finally reached Jinzhong. This was truly not easy. After the victory in Jinzhong, Li Yunlong finally met his old comrades, Kong Jie and Ding Wei. It had been a while since they last saw each other. At this moment, inside a joint command post of the independent brigade, Li Yunlong and Kong Jie, Ding Wei, and others finally reunited. Ding Wei saw Li Yunlong and immediately grinned, saying, ha ha ha, old Li, long time no see. Come on. Let us hug. As he spoke, Ding Wei was about to give Li Yunlong a big hug. Li Yunlong said irritably, old Ding, just get lost. You're not some young lady, what else with the hugging? Kong Jie, who walked in behind, laughed and said, ha ha ha, old Ding, you really don't understand. Now old Li is a married man, unlike us old bachelors. Chapter 336, The Tremendous Changes in Ping'an County. Su Hua, while looking at the map, roughly knew that Li Yunlong should be about to meet with the Second Army. Hearing Zhu Huai's report, Su Hua was not too surprised and nodded, saying, it seems that old Li's offensive speed is quite good. Now our troops are gathering in the Jinzhong area, and the next operational goal is to eliminate the entire Japanese puppet army in Jinzhong. Yes? Zhu Huai continued. Team leader Li asks the brigade commander to personally command the battle. According to the intelligence from the Shadow Intelligence Bureau, there are about 20,000 Japanese puppet troops in the Jinzhong area. Among them, more than 10,000 are puppet troops of the Wang Jingwei regime. And there is also a reinforced brigade of over 8,000 Japanese troops. At this time, the independent brigade's troop strength is 12, although fewer than the 20,000 Japanese puppet troops in Jinzhong. Su Hua is very confident in taking Jinzhong. There is nothing more to say. Su Hua stretched and said, we have rested in Ping'an County for a long time, it's indeed time to move. Send a telegram to Li Yunlong, saying we will head to Dongming town immediately. Zhu Huai nodded and said, yes. Chapter 337, The Psychological Shadow Left on the Little Devils by Su Hua and the Independent Brigade. When Su Hua led the Independent Brigade out of the Taihang mountain base, there were only over 8,000 men, but now their strength has directly exceeded 10,000. The number of troops is increasing. All of this is thanks to Zhao Gang continuously recruiting and training soldiers in the rear. Once the front line needs reinforcements, Zhao Gang can promptly supplement the troop strength. Therefore, the independent brigade's manpower has now surpassed 10,000. They are strong. The Jinzhong campaign is very important for both the Little Devils and the independent brigade. However, it is certainly not as difficult as annihilating the 6th Division. After all, the entire Jinzhong area has only over 20,000 Japanese puppet troops, mainly puppet troops. And even the Japanese troops are far from being as elite as the 6th Division. Normally, this should be a very easy battle. However, Su Hua wants them to understand that they cannot underestimate the enemy, otherwise, they might capsize in the gutter. Everyone present understood Su Hua's meaning and nodded in agreement. Before the formal battle, with Su Hua as the backbone, the entire independent brigade would be united in purpose, full of fighting spirit and high morale. Chapter 338, Full-Scale Offensive. Give the Little Devils a warning. At 6 o'clock the next morning, under Su Hua's orders, the 3 regiments of the independent brigade, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, simultaneously launched an attack on the defensive positions of the Japanese puppet army in the Jinzhong area. The main target was naturally the Jinzhong county town that Li Yunlong was attacking. At this time, Li Yunlong's new regiment and Yang Zhihua's artillery regiment were fiercely bombarding the city gate of Jinzhong County. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions filled the air as the 107 rocket launchers, Italian cannons, various mountain artillery, and field guns continuously bombarded the city gate of Jinzhong County. The independent brigade may not be rich, but they certainly have enough shells to use. A large number of shells rained down, directly causing chaos among the defending Japanese puppet troops, inflicting heavy losses. Even the reinforced fortifications could not withstand such a fierce bombardment. At this moment, in the rear, Pingye Jida was observing the battle situation ahead with a telescope. Seeing the independent brigade's artillery continuously bombarding the city gate tower, Hirano Shida was stunned, murmuring, "I can't believe this is the firepower of the 8th Route Army, it's just too fierce." Chapter 339, Well-Prepared Little Devils. Strategies to break the enemy. Da 222, pa 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 bang bang bang. The machine gun muzzles in the bunkers and gun towers continuously spewed flames, hot bullets flying out. Because the Japanese puppet troops' machine gunners had their line of sight obstructed, they could not aim accurately, resulting in blind shooting. Bullets flew wildly, but still, some stray bullets hit the soldiers. However, most of the soldiers relied on the cover of smoke, continuously charging forward to push the front line. Soon, most of the soldiers reached the designated combat position. This position was within range of the Little Devil's bunkers and gun towers. After reaching the designated combat position, the soldiers immediately shouldered the 40mm rocket launchers, loaded explosives, and aimed at the gun towers and bunkers to launch a fierce bombardment. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Rocket shells flew out one after another, heading towards the Little Devil's bunkers and gun towers. Boom boom boom. The shells struck the bunkers and gun towers violently, creating a series of booming explosions. The explosions echoed continuously. However, the Little Devils clearly knew the power of the independent brigade's rocket launchers, and these bunkers and gun towers had been reinforced. Chapter 340, Just holding out against 24 hours of attack. The infantry's charging speed slowed down a bit. Every time they were about to tear open a gap, the Japanese puppet troops reacted and launched frenzied counterattacks, suffering heavy casualties from the assaults. Although cavalry are not suitable for attacking positions or participating in positional warfare because they can easily be targeted and taken down, the situation was different now. The independent brigade's artillery had strong striking capabilities. Kong Jie felt that Zhu Ziming's strategy was feasible, nodding repeatedly and saying, "I think it's possible. We can first use our artillery to directly bombard their heavy fire points, such as machine gun positions, etc. After our bombardment ends, the cavalry will immediately launch an attack, rushing towards the Little Devil's positions at the fastest speed. The mobility of the cavalry is an advantage, allowing them to rush to the Little Devil's positions before the Japanese puppet troops react, tearing open their gaps." Exactly. Zhu Ziming nodded. Only in this way can we tear open their positional gap at the fastest speed and capture them in one fell swoop. Chapter 341, Breaking Through the Little Devil's Positions. Victory begins. Da 222. Ma Chengfeng led the cavalry battalion soldiers directly into the Little Devil's positions, their horses crossing the trench, while the 77 type semi-automatic rifles in their hands continuously spat flames, killing the Japanese puppet troops in the positions. The Japanese puppet troops were caught off guard. Although cavalry are not good at holding positions, this also tore open a gap in the Japanese puppet troops' positions. Meanwhile, a battalion of infantry from Kong Jie's 2nd Regiment also launched an attack immediately after the cavalry, closely following behind them. Although the speed was not as fast, they charged with all their might. By the time the Little Devils reacted, the cavalry had already entered their positions. When the Japanese puppet troops directed all their firepower at the cavalry, the infantry was already less than 50 meters away from them. At this moment, the Japanese puppet troops began to organize their forces to counter the charging troops. However, it was already too late. Da, 222, rumble rumble. The Little Devils fought desperately to block the attacking 2nd Regiment of Infantry, but they could not hold them back. After a fierce battle, the soldiers of the Independent Brigade's 2nd Regiment began to enter the Little Devils' positions. 1, 2, 3. More and more soldiers rushed into the Little Devils' positions. Once this gap was opened, the subsequent battle results would be completely determined. As soon as the two sides made contact, they immediately engaged in intense close combat. In close combat, the Independent Brigade's combat principle was very simple: use guns to solve problems whenever possible. If that fails, then engage in hand-to-hand combat. Bang bang bang. Pa pa pa. Intense fighting erupted in the positions. At this moment, in the rear, Kong Jie was observing the battle situation with binoculars. A smile appearing on his face as he laughed. Ha ha, we have finally broken through their positions. Pass my orders, launch a full-scale attack. Subsequently, with the order given, other units of the 2nd Regiment also launched attacks, pressing forward directly. The Little Devils' positions, after several fierce assaults, were already on the verge of collapse. Now, with the cavalry and a battalion of infantry completely tearing open the gap, they could not stop the 2nd Regiment's assault. Bang bang bang. Pa pa pa. Da. Both sides engaged in fierce fighting in the positions. The soldiers launched a fierce attack on the Little Devils, with their 77 Type semi-automatic rifles continuously killing the Little Devils. Once the bullets ran out, if there was not enough time to reload, they would directly engage in hand-to-hand combat with the Little Devils. Although it was hand-to-hand combat, the Independent Brigade soldiers were not afraid at all. One by one, Little Devils kept falling. Based on the battlefield situation, Kong Jie could completely capture the Little Devils' positions within 24 hours. To be precise, it would take 12 hours. The battle was still ongoing. By around 6 in the afternoon, the Japanese puppet troops' positions around Jingxishan were basically under the control of Kong Jie's 2nd Regiment. Although there were still some Little Devils not eliminated, the battle situation had already stabilized completely. Independent Brigade Headquarters. Zhu Yue walked up to Su Hua and reported, "Report to the brigade commander. The 2nd Regiment has just sent the latest military situation. They have successfully captured the positions around Jingxishan." Chapter 342, The Little Devil's Despair. Terrifying combat power. The Independent Brigade's 2nd Regiment successfully captured the positions around Jingxishan, achieving a resounding victory. Su Hua looked at the time, a satisfied smile appearing on his face, and said, "Not bad, this pace of attack is good, indicating that our troops' combat power is strong enough. Now that we have captured the defensive positions around Jingxishan, this will surely put immense psychological pressure on the Little Devils." Zhu Yue, yes, capturing Jinzhong is not a problem. Su Hua looked at the map and firmly said, "Send my orders. All units speed up the attack while reinforcing Zhong Dabiao's Special Operations Team to support Li Yunlong's troops. We aim to capture the entire Jinzhong area within 5 days. The main battlefield is Li Yunlong's assault on Jinzhong County, which has more defensive fortifications and therefore requires enhanced defensive power." Zhu Yue nodded, yes. The orders were issued, and Zhong Dabiao's Special Operations Team immediately reinforced Li Yunlong's 1st Regiment. Bang bang bang, da, tut tut tut, rumble rumble, boom boom boom. Chapter 343, The Independent Brigade That Is Rich. One-sided massacre attack. Su Hua gave the 3rd Regiment 2 days. Ding Wei's 3rd Regiment must capture the positions around Yangshi Town within 2 days. This is a military order. After a day of fierce fighting, all the bunkers and watchtowers around Yangshi Town were eliminated. However, they have not immediately occupied the defensive positions of the Japanese and puppet troops yet, estimating that it would take another day. Although there was pressure, Ding Wei and Long Wenjong believed they could fulfill Su Hua's instructions and orders. Throughout the night, the independent brigade maintained its offensive posture, occasionally harassing the defensive positions of the Japanese and puppet troops. After a night of fighting, Kong Jie's 2nd Regiment had also completely stabilized the defensive positions in Jinxic Town. At this point, the entire battlefield situation was advantageous for the independent brigade. The next day, various units continued to accelerate their attacks on the Jinzhong defensive positions. Led by Kong Jie, the 2nd Regiment of the Independent Brigade launched an advance from the right side towards Jinzhong County, preparing to attack the right defensive line of Jinzhong County. In the defensive positions around Yangshi Town, Ding Wei and Long Wenjong commanded the 3rd Regiment of the Independent Brigade and an artillery battalion attacking the defensive positions of the Japanese and puppet troops. Chapter 344, Like a Bamboo Breakthrough. The little devils want to run. In the defensive positions around Yangshi Town, soldiers of the 3rd Regiment of the Independent Brigade were engaged in intense close combat with the Japanese and puppet troops. The close combat included fierce hand-to-hand fighting as well as overwhelming gunfire. Bang bang bang, da da da, gunfire occasionally echoed through the positions. Constantly, little devils and second devils were being eliminated. The Independent Brigade is the elite force of the 8th Route Army, whether in close combat or assault. The Independent Brigade is now fully equal to the Little Devils, if not stronger. Especially the veteran soldiers of the Independent Brigade, who fought with ferocity and terror. Moreover, there were many puppet troops among the defenders, whose combat power was not weak, but they could not withstand the frenzied attacks of the Independent Brigade soldiers. After observing the battlefield situation with binoculars, Ding Wei smiled and said, "We've finally captured the positions." He commanded, "Send my orders. The guard platoon and reconnaissance sharp knife company prepare to follow me to kill the enemy." Kill. Ding Wei then led the directly subordinate troops of the regiment to launch an attack. This was a real general offensive. Chapter 345, The Pressure of the Independent Brigade. The full general offensive begins. The pressure the Independent Brigade exerted on the Japanese and puppet troops was immense. Now seeing that the Independent Brigade had consecutively captured the defensive positions in Jinxic Town and Yangshi Town, Pingye Zhiqian and Yatu Daiying felt tremendous pressure and realized that the Jinzhong area could not be defended. Because once the lines of Jinxic Town and Yangshi Town were lost, they could advance the front line left and right and immediately launch an attack on Jinzhong County, forming a more powerful offensive. They could be encircled at any moment. Thus, under these circumstances, they had to flee quickly. If they didn't run, they might face execution by slow slicing. This was extremely dangerous. Pingye Zhiqian looked at Yatu Daiying and said, "It seems we can only hold Jinzhong County to the death." He commanded, "Send my orders. Everyone hold Jinzhong County firmly. We must defend Jinzhong County and fight to the death against the Independent Brigade." Everyone present responded loudly, "Yes." Subsequently, Pingye Zhiqian and Yatu Daiying began discussing countermeasures with everyone. In addition to strengthening the city's defensive fortifications, they also planned to reinforce the defenses inside the city to prepare for street battles against the Independent Brigade. Chapter 346, 4 days to capture the Jinzhong area. Real combat power shocking all. Boom boom boom, rumble rumble, boom boom boom. A large number of shells continued to bombard the city walls, creating a series of explosive sounds. The shockwaves from the explosions constantly impacted the already cracked city walls, demonstrating immense power. Especially the concentrated artillery fire from the 107 rocket launchers directly shook the foundation of the city walls, emitting a series of crackling sounds. It can be said that under such fierce bombardment, even the reinforced city walls could not withstand it at all. After a round of intense bombardment, the already shaky city walls suddenly collapsed. Crash! Bang! The entire city wall cracked and collapsed, creating a breach. It directly fell apart. The ability to blast the reinforced city walls apart with artillery shows just how powerful the artillery strike capability of the 8th Route Armor's Independent Brigade is now. Yang Zhihua saw this scene and smiled, saying, "It worked. The city has fallen." Chapter 347, Taking Down the Jinzhong Area. Marching northward. Bang bang bang, pat pat pat. At this point, there were only sporadic gunshots left in Jinzhong County. It was already evening, and although dealing with the remaining little devils in the city was somewhat challenging, it was not difficult for the powerful Independent Brigade. It can be said that at this point, the Independent Brigade had basically controlled the entire Jinzhong area. Independent Brigade Headquarters. Zhu Wei quickly walked in and approached Su Hua, saying, "Brigade Commander, good news. The latest military report just came from the front line. We have successfully captured Jinzhong County. Our main forces are currently conducting the final sweep against the Japanese and puppet troops in Jinzhong County." Hearing this military news, Su Hua was slightly taken aback. Looked at the time and said, "I didn't expect to capture Jinzhong County in just 4 days. This is a day earlier than I had anticipated." Originally, Su Hua estimated that it would take 5 days to capture Jinzhong County. But unexpectedly, it only took 4 days, a full day earlier than expected. Chapter 348, Shizuka Masanao's Fury. Even with 20,000 pigs, the Independent Brigade couldn't kill them all in 4 days. After a night of not-so-intense fighting, the Independent Brigade finally completely controlled the entire Jinzhong area. This victory was extremely important for the Independent Brigade, because after capturing the Jinzhong area, they could march northward to Yuancheng. The Jinzhong region is a barrier for Yuancheng. After fully controlling the Jinzhong region, the main task of the Independent Brigade is to consolidate the gains and fortifications in Jinzhong, preventing counterattacks and raids from the enemy. Meanwhile, the news of the loss of the Jinzhong region quickly reached Yuancheng. At the 1st Army headquarters in Yuancheng, Commander Miyano Jun entered with a solemn expression and heavy steps. At this time, Shinozuka Yoshio had his hands behind his back, looking at the operational map hanging on the wall. The territory of the enemy in the Jinzhong region was shrinking. The overall situation was quite grim. If the Jinzhong region fell, the barrier for Yuancheng would be gone, making it very difficult to defend the city. Just then, Miyano Jun walked in. Seeing Miyano Jun's expression, Shinozuka Yoshio immediately had a bad premonition and asked, "Miyano Jun, has something happened again? Why do you look so downcast and serious?" Chapter 349, The Shocked Enemy. Is the Independent Brigade really that strong? In the eyes of the enemy, Yuancheng is now in imminent danger. If Commander Gangmura Ninjutsu does not mobilize troops for reinforcement or find a way to stop the Independent Brigade's offensive, then Yuancheng will be lost. Especially since the Independent Brigade took only 4 days to capture the Jinzhong region, this put unprecedented pressure on Shinozuka Yoshio. Trembling with fear, Miyano Jun nodded slightly and said, "All right. I will immediately send a telegram to Commander Gangmura Ninjutsu, urging them to make a decision as soon as possible." Shinozuka Yoshio sighed heavily and said, "I don't know if we can hold Yuancheng this time. It is already very dangerous now." Then, Miyano Jun withdrew. First, he sent a telegram to Gangmura Ninjutsu, reporting the situation in the Jinzhong region and requesting him to arrange for troops to reinforce Yuancheng as soon as possible. Second, Miyano Jun carried out Shinozuka Yoshio's orders and executed the 2 old enemies, Hirano Shida and Nato Tiger, who thought they would be safe by escaping back to Yuancheng, but ultimately could not escape the death sentence. Chapter 350, Infighting among the enemy. Seeking help from the Kanto army. Upon hearing that they were to seek help from the Kanto army, Gangmura Ninjutsu immediately felt conflicted and serious. Currently, the enemy forces invading China are mainly divided into 4 parts. The first is the North China Area Army, established on August 31, 1937, codenamed the Beijing Area Army. With its headquarters in Beiping, initially commanded by Torochi Masatake, and now by Gangmura Ninjitsu. The North China Area Army has long been stationed in North China, participating in many major battles and implementing large-scale sweeping operations, enforcing the brutal three-alls policy, causing immense suffering to countless Chinese soldiers and civilians. It currently mainly comprises the 1st Army, the 12th Army, and other Army-level units, with a total strength of about 250,000. Because of this, Shinozuka Yoshio's 1st Army is in crisis and has sought help from the North China Area Army headquarters. The second is the Central China Area Army, or the Central China Expeditionary Army, established on November 7, 1937, also known as the Zhongjina Area Army, initially commanded by Matsui Iwan. Comprising the Shanghai Expeditionary Army and the 10th Army, with a total strength of about 200,000. The Central China Area Army was mainly responsible for attacking Shanghai and Nanjing, creating the shocking Nanjing Massacre, and on February 14, 1938, this unit was disbanded and incorporated into the Central China Expeditionary Army. Chapter 351, the Independent Brigade attracts the attention of the Kanto Army, and the request for assistance arrives. Gangmura Ninjitsu did not want to seek help from the Kanto Army. However, given the current situation, it seemed that there was no better option than to seek assistance from the Kanto Army. Only the Kanto Army might be able to contend with the powerful independent brigade of the 8th Route Army. The Kanto Army, as an elite unit of the enemy's army, was strong in its prime, rapidly expanding after occupying northeast China, and by 1941, before the outbreak of the Soviet-German War, had a total strength of 31 infantry divisions, 11 independent brigades, and 2 air forces, boasting a million-man army, well-equipped and known as the flower of the Japanese army. Its combat power is second to none in the enemy's forces and has provocatively engaged the Soviet Union in events such as Jiangufeng, but was severely punished by the Soviets. However, this did not shake its strategic position and formidable strength. As an elite unit of the enemy, the Kanto Army seems to have better odds against the independent brigade of the 8th Route Army. Gangmura Ninjitsu pondered for a while and then slowly spoke. According to your current analysis, it seems we have no other choice. Although seeking help from the Kanto Army is quite embarrassing, you are right, we should prioritize the interests of the Empire. Chapter 352, Kanto Army deploys. Is the independent brigade a soft target? Through this telegram, Meijinchi Michihyo felt the last stubbornness of the North China Area Army and Gangmura Ninjitsu. Although they did not want to admit that the North China Area Army was too weak, they had no choice but to seek help from the Kanto Army, wanting to maintain their last shred of dignity. From this telegram, Meijinchi Michihyo also saw that the North China Area Army, facing the aggressive independent brigade, truly had no way out, or they wouldn't be seeking assistance from the Kanto Army. Hashimoto Jiro also noticed the implication in the telegram and spoke up, "Commander, it's clear that Commander Gangmura really has no way out. Currently, only our Kanto Army is most suitable for deploying reinforcements. Indeed, looking at the position of Yuancheng, the Kanto Army can easily reach it." Meijinchi Michihyo was silent for a moment, looked at Hashimoto Jiro, and asked, "Hashimoto-kun, what do you think? Should we send troops?" The Kanto Army indeed has enough strength to deploy reinforcements. However, whether to send troops is their decision. Although they are all enemy forces, they each have their own agendas. The enemy's navy and army are competing against each other, and the army itself is also divided into several factions competing against one another. Chapter 353, the Kanto Army mobilizes its elite for reinforcements. The 10th Division and the 4th Mixed Brigade move out. Meijinchi Michihyo is not foolish. Based on the achievements of the independent brigade, this 8th Route Army unit is certainly not a soft target. Not to mention, the fact that the independent brigade destroyed the elite 6th Division put immense pressure on Meijinchi Michihyo. Therefore, This made Meijinshi Michihyo somewhat uncertain about the strength of the Kanto army. Hashimoto Jiro was taken aback, looking at Meijinshi Michihyo with confusion and even surprise. Unable to believe that Meijinshi Michihyo was actually feeling uncertain. After all, the Kanto army is an elite unit of the enemy. Although they were defeated by the Soviets, this does not mean they cannot defeat the independent brigade. Hashimoto Jiro looked at Meijinshi Michihyo and said, "Commander, I must admit that the combat power of the independent brigade of the 8th Route Army is indeed very strong, having defeated the powerful elite 6th Division. However, our Kwantung army is not to be underestimated. We have been through countless battles and have fought against the powerful Soviet bear, with results that are more or less evenly matched. The independent brigade is considered an elite unit of the 8th Route Army, but no matter how strong they are, they surely cannot match the Soviet bear, right?" After a pause, Jiro Hashimoto continued, "Moreover, this time we are sending reinforcements, and there are still many troops in Yuancheng. Can so many troops not completely annihilate the small independent brigade?" Chapter 354, The Yuancheng Campaign with over 100,000 troops. The frightened Yoshio Shinozuka. To deal with the independent brigade, the Kwantung army is truly sending out its elite. This time, the Kwantung army also hopes to take the opportunity to gain a foothold in North China. So they have ordered the 10th Division and the 4th Mixed Brigade to stay in North China after eliminating the independent brigade to seize territory. Upon receiving the orders, the 6th Division and the 4th Mixed Brigade quickly focused on resting and preparing the necessary logistical support. Once everything was ready, they would set off to Yuancheng for reinforcements. Soon, the North China Front Army Command received a telegram from the Kwantung Army Command. After reading the contents of the telegram, Ninjitsu Gangmura and Yui Mutu showed complex smiles. Although they were reluctant to see the Kwantung Army moving south against the independent brigade, it seemed that the North China Front Army had little choice at this point. Now that the Kwantung Army had dispatched troops, and with the 10th Division and the 4th Mixed Brigade being elite units, Mutu and Gangmura believed that Yuancheng could definitely be held, and there was a possibility of completely annihilating the independent brigade. Subsequently, Gangmura immediately instructed Mutu to send a telegram to Yoshio Shinozuka to inform him of this good news. Chapter 355, The Clash Before the Great Battle. Shocking achievements for Zhao Gang. The Jinzhong area is now under the control of the independent brigade. The troops are resting, and Suhua needs Zhao Gang to arrange for the militia to be mobilized to Jinzhong to launch an attack on Yuancheng. Zhu Yue nodded and said, "Understood. I will immediately send a telegram to the political commissar." Suhua looked at Zhu Yue and continued, "At the same time, convey orders to each regiment and department to quickly rest their troops. A great battle is coming." Zhu Yue, yes. According to the information currently obtained by the Shadow Intelligence Bureau, there are over 40,000 Japanese and puppet troops in Yuancheng, including many elite units, whose combat power should not be underestimated. Because of this situation, Suhua instructed Zhao Gang to mobilize all available troops to gather in the Jinzhong area. This attack on Yuancheng will surely be more difficult than the attack on Pingan County, and the casualties will also be greater. This will be a major battle. However, Suhua is still unaware of the relevant information about the reinforcements from the Kwantung army. Soon, Zhu Yue left. Not long after, reporter Yi Wanxiu walked in. Suhua looked at Yi Wanxiu and said, "Reporter Yi, I need to trouble you again. We captured the Jinzhong area in just 4 days, please promote this well." Chapter 356, A Brigade of 40,000 Militia. Preparing for battle at the base. Fang Qianhao is well aware that if the independent brigade wants to take Yuancheng, they must mobilize the militia. He has been waiting for this day. Now it has finally come. When he participated in the encirclement of the 6th Division, it made Fang Qianhao passionate. Although 2 months have passed, he still remembers it vividly. Originally, Fang Qianhao wanted to lead the militia to continue fighting. But he was rejected by Su Hua. Su Hua instructed Fang Qianhao to lead the militia back to the base for rest, while also speeding up the training of new recruits and the cultivation of militia, ensuring the independent brigade's troop construction. When the independent brigade needs to supplement personnel or mobilize the militia, Fang Qianhao will lead the militia to the front lines to fight. Now Fang Qianhao has finally waited for this day. He quickly stated, "Report, Political Commissar, our militia is already combat ready and can head to the front lines at any time." "Great." Zhao Gang nodded, his gaze fixed on him, and asked, "By the way, old Fang, how many militia can we mobilize for this battle?" Zhao Gang is responsible for overseeing the rear, but that does not mean he knows everything. Chapter 357, This is a major battle, and a tough fight. Su Hua's pressure. Personnel are extremely important for the independent brigade. Especially now that a major battle is about to take place, more personnel are naturally needed. The task of recruiting soldiers has been handed over to Chen Huan. Looking at the crowd present, he said, "Everyone, this Yuancheng campaign is of great significance. We must ensure that the front line has sufficient combat strength and logistical support. Therefore, all newly recruited and currently training soldiers must accelerate their pace to guarantee enough logistical support. We can only win this battle, we cannot afford to lose." Everyone present responded loudly, "Yes." Because the militia of the independent brigade just participated in the annihilation of the 6th Division, the losses were considerable. Now, only 2 months have passed, and being able to mobilize 35,000 militia for the Yuancheng campaign is already impressive. There are still many new recruits in training, and it is expected that it will take about a month to form certain combat capabilities. The base is continuously expanding, as Ping'an County, Zhinding County, and many other counties and important towns have become bases for the independent brigade. So the speed of recruitment for the independent brigade is naturally faster and easier to mobilize more new recruits. Chapter 358, Intelligence, The Kwantung Army is coming. A crucial battle for the independent brigade. With the war imminent, the competition lies in intelligence capabilities. Whoever masters the intelligence first gains the initiative. Therefore, Su Hua had long instructed the Shadow Intelligence Bureau to closely monitor the movements of the Japanese. Now that Yu Manli has personally come to report intelligence, it naturally carries very important information. Su Hua looked up at Yu Manli and asked, "What important intelligence do you have?" Yu Manli said, "Brigade Commander, we just received news that the Kwantung Army has mobilized reinforcements to Yuancheng." Hearing this, Su Hua was slightly taken aback and said in surprise, "I didn't expect the Kwantung Army to mobilize." The relationship between the Kwantung Army and the Japanese North China Front Army has never been good, and there are significant contradictions between the two sides. I never expected that this old devil gang Mura would actually seek help from the Kwantung Army. According to Su Hua's analysis, currently, the independent brigade does not have much of an advantage compared to the Japanese First Army. Although this time Su Hua mobilized over 55,000 troops to participate in the battle, there are also over 40,000 Japanese and puppet troops in Yuancheng. In terms of personnel, there is not a significant advantage. However, the Japanese and puppet troops in Yuancheng are elite forces, and there are also solid city defenses. Now it is unexpected that the Kwantung Army is also getting involved. Chapter 359, The army is pressing down, and the Japanese are panicking. The reason why the militia of the independent brigade will act 5 days later is mainly that this time the militia will be responsible for transporting logistical supplies to the front lines. The preparation of logistical supplies requires time. Since this mobilization of the militia cannot be carried out in secret, it will be done openly. Along with the transportation of a large amount of logistical supplies, firearms, ammunition, etc., to the front line. This attack on Yuancheng will undoubtedly be a great and fierce battle. Especially with the 000 troops of the Kwantung Army moving south. This adds even more hellish difficulty to the Independent Brigade's offensive, as a large number of militia units departed from the Taihang mountain base. They were quickly discovered by Japanese and puppet spies lurking in the base, who immediately reported the situation to the 1st Army Command. Having suffered losses and lost the 6th Division before, the Japanese are naturally paying close attention to the movements of the Independent Brigade's militia units. Moreover, anyone with a slightly normal mind knows that this time, Su Hua's Independent Brigade will undoubtedly mobilize a large number of militia units for the attack on Yuancheng. Otherwise, with just over 10,000 troops, the Independent Brigade would certainly not be able to capture Yuancheng. Yuancheng, 1st Army Command. Chapter 360, the Kwantung Army faces a serious threat. The Manchurian Railway and Ice City intelligence agencies are mobilized. Tens of thousands of militia units. Upon hearing this news, Majiji Mariro was also somewhat astonished, his expression changing as he said, "I really didn't expect the Independent Brigade to have so many militia units. A brigade with tens of thousands of militia units is simply more than our division's combat strength." Indeed. Hashimoto Jiro also spoke up. This may be a system created by the 8th Route Army to evade the restrictions of the national government's structure. After all, the national government only allocated 3 divisions to the 8th Route Army, so they often create new regiments, independent regiments, etc., which are not part of the national government's organizational sequence. Su Hua's Independent Brigade is composed under such circumstances. Majiji Mariro nodded and slowly said, "The most important thing is that the combat effectiveness of the Independent Brigade's militia units is extremely strong. The 6th Division was previously annihilated by these militia units. This time the Independent Brigade has mobilized tens of thousands of militia units for battle. And it seems they are determined to take Yuancheng." Hashimoto Jiro focused his gaze on the operational map on the table, concentrating on the point of Yuancheng, and slowly spoke. "This time, Shinozuka Yoshio's 1st Army has gathered over 40,000 troops at Yuancheng, plus our Kwantung Army's more than 30,000 troops, totaling over 70,000. Chapter 361, A Rapid Offensive, the Northern Expedition to Yuancheng. Now the Independent Brigade's militia units have not yet reached the Jinzhong area. But Su Hua did not wait for the militia units to arrive before launching the attack. Instead, he ordered the 3 main regiments of the Independent Brigade, as well as the cavalry regiment, artillery regiment, and other main forces to launch the attack first, clearing out the Japanese and puppet army-controlled areas along the way. This is not a difficult task for the Independent Brigade. Su Hua and the Special Operations Team, as well as the brigade's direct troops, remained in the Jinzhong area, waiting for the militia units to arrive and preparing for the upcoming Battle of Yuancheng, which will be a fierce and major battle. The Kwantung Army is also involved, indicating that this battle is certainly not simple. It is worth mentioning that the Kwantung Army's reinforcements have not yet arrived in Yuancheng, and these require time. Of course, the Independent Brigade cannot reach Yuancheng in such a short time. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd regiments of the Independent Brigade, along with the cavalry and artillery regiments, set out from the Jinzhong area, sweeping through the county towns and towns along the way to Yuancheng, with unstoppable momentum. They are completely unmatched by the Independent Brigade. For example, Jinming County, which is one of the larger county towns along the way, has a relatively large garrison of over 2,000 Japanese and puppet troops. Mostly puppet troops. Chapter 362, Yang Laoshi's attitude. Sending troops to participate in the battle. Now, the most concerned about the Independent Brigade's offensive situation, besides the 8th Route Army and the Japanese, is Yang Laoshi. When the 6th Division attacked and besieged the Independent Brigade, Yang Laoshi privately reached a deal with the Japanese, thus choosing to stand by and watch. Even patriotic generals like Chu Yunfei wanted to take action, but were hindered by Yang Laoshi's orders and could not intervene. Now, The Japanese are using the same old tricks to deal with the independent brigade. First, Yang Laoshi has arranged quite a few troops to restrain the steadfast anti-Japanese forces, such as the 8th Route Army and some Sichuan troops in the Second War Zone, as well as other steadfast anti-Japanese troops. Because these anti-Japanese forces may support the independent brigade's offensive and affect the Battle of Yuancheng. Secondly, for some wavering or not very steadfast anti-Japanese troops, the Japanese adopt the method of reaching private agreements to temporarily stabilize these anti-Japanese forces. Does Yang Laoshi resist Japan? He does, but ultimately he is still a warlord. He is considering how to obtain his maximum benefit under the influences of the Central Army, 8th Route Army, and the Japanese, and to develop and strengthen the Jinsui Army. Chapter 363, Moderate or Fence-Sitter. Warlord Thinking. Yang Laoshi has been operating in the Jinsui region for so many years, so his intelligence capabilities are naturally not to be underestimated. Therefore, Yang Laoshi can learn about the mobilization of the independent brigade's militia units at the first opportunity. However, his intelligence capabilities regarding the Kwantung Army are somewhat weaker, learning about it later than the independent brigade's Shadow Intelligence Bureau. Thus, Yang Laoshi has just learned that the Kwantung Army is moving south to reinforce Yuancheng. When Zhao Daiwen learned of this, he was also shocked. Naturally, Zhao Daiwen understands the combat power of the Kwantung Army, which is known as one of the elite forces among the Japanese. Their combat effectiveness cannot be underestimated. Originally, the independent brigade did not have an advantage against the Japanese and puppet troops in Yuancheng. If the Kwantung Army moves south, then it can be said that the independent brigade has no advantage at all, making it extremely difficult to recover Yuancheng. Zhao Daiwen, filled with shock, took a long time to regain his composure and looked at Yang Laoshi, saying, "Commander, how many troops has the Kwantung Army dispatched this time?" Yang Laoshi replied, "According to the current intelligence, this time the Kwantung Army has dispatched the 10th Division and the 4th Mixed Brigade, which combined have a conservative estimate of around 30,000 troops." Chapter 364, Who Will Win or Lose? Is Chu Yunfei going to help? The Japanese and the independent brigade are in battle. Who will win? Normally, one would certainly hope for the anti-Japanese forces, the 8th Route Army's independent brigade, to win. Upon hearing Yang Laoshi's question, Zhao Daiwen was slightly stunned, thought for a long time, and then said, "If viewed from the perspective of national righteousness and the country, and even from my personal perspective, I naturally hope the independent brigade can win. Now that the Japanese have invaded, the nation is in disarray, and the family is not whole. The Japanese have committed many heinous crimes, and everyone must take action against them. If the independent brigade can eliminate the Japanese and puppet troops in Yuancheng and recover the city, it would be a good thing for the entire Second War Zone. The current national anti-Japanese situation is not optimistic. If the independent brigade achieves victory in this battle for Yuancheng, it will be greatly beneficial for the entire anti-Japanese war." Yang Laoshi nodded without saying anything. However, the next second, Zhao Daiwen changed his tone and said, "From the perspective of the Jinsui Army, if the independent brigade wins, it would not be a good thing for the Jinsui Army." Hearing this, Old Yang glanced at Zhao Daiwen and signaled him to continue. Zhao Daiwen continued, "If the independent brigade wins, it means they will occupy Yuancheng, further expanding the territory of the 8th Route Army and compressing the space for our Jinsui Army. The interests of our Jinsui Army will suffer a huge loss." Chapter 365, The Gathering of Troops. The independent brigade launched an unstoppable attack towards Yuancheng from the Jinzhong area. The Japanese and puppet troops along the way were no match. It should be noted that the independent brigade is now well equipped, with weapons including the Type 77 semi-automatic rifle, 40mm rocket launcher, Type 36 mortar, and grenade launcher, which have already become quite formidable infantry firepower. As for anti-aircraft weapons, the independent brigade currently possesses 127mm anti-aircraft machine guns, 37mm anti-aircraft guns, and other advanced anti-aircraft weaponry. In terms of artillery, the main artillery of the Independent Brigade is naturally the 107mm rocket launcher. Of course, all these are weapons and equipment produced by the Independent Brigade itself, in addition to having captured a considerable number of weapons and equipment, such as Italian cannons, Type 95 infantry guns, Type 94 37mm rapid-fire guns, and Type 90 field guns, among others. Most importantly, the logistics support capability of the Independent Brigade is very strong, ensuring that they have enough shells, bullets, food, and clothing. The strength of a unit is greatly related to its logistics support. Chapter 366. The Arrogance of the Kwantung Army. Is it an imperial roadblock, or a big cat? The arrival of the Kwantung Army was like a savior for the Japanese and puppet troops in Yuancheng, especially the First Army led by Shizuka Yoshio. If the Kwantung Army had not come to reinforce them, the little devils of the First Army could have faced total annihilation. Therefore, Shizuka Yoshio received the arrival of the 10th Division and the 4th Mixed Brigade with the highest courtesy. Shizuka Yoshio approached the commander of the Kwantung Army's 10th Division, Yamada Tsukiro, and the commander of the 4th Mixed Brigade, Matsumoto Misaka, saluted and smiled. Yamada-kun, Matsumoto-kun, thank you for your hard work on the way here. Welcome. Yamada Tsukiro looked at Shizuka Yoshio and said, Shizuka-kun, you're too polite. This is what we imperial soldiers should do. Matsumoto Misaka also spoke, yes. I have heard that this 8th Route Army Independent Brigade is said to be an imperial roadblock. We, the Kwantung Army, want to see if this Independent Brigade can stop the iron hooves of our empire. Perhaps it is not a roadblock, but just a little cat. Obviously, since the Kwantung Army and the Independent Brigade had never fought before, Ujima Mizuhira had repeatedly reminded them not to underestimate the 8th Route Army Independent Brigade. But Matsumoto Misaka and Yamada Tsukiro still had their own pride in the Kwantung Army, showing some disdain for the Independent Brigade in their tone. They had never suffered a beating from the Independent Brigade. Miyano-jun looked at Yamada Tsukiro and Matsumoto Misaka, and with a hint of flattery, said, Matsumoto-kun, Yamada-kun is right. In front of the mighty Kwantung Army, even dragons must coil, and tigers must lie down. This time will be the end of the 8th Route Army Independent Brigade. Although they knew that the Independent Brigade was not easy to deal with, they also knew that since the Kwantung Army had arrived, they had to give them some face and flatter them. After all, the relationship between the Kwantung Army and the North China Front Army was not very good. They couldn't just say that the Kwantung Army was not a match for the Independent Brigade right away, could they? To be honest, if it were just the Kwantung Army's 10th Division and 4th Mixed Brigade, they might not necessarily be a match for the Independent Brigade now. After all, the current number of troops in the Independent Brigade has exceeded 50,000, while the Kwantung Army only has over 30,000, giving them a significant advantage. Yamada Tsukiro and Matsumoto Misaka were quite satisfied with the attitudes of Shizuka Yoshio, and Miyano-jun. Shizuka Yoshio then looked at the two and said, Gentlemen, please. You have worked hard on the way here. Let's go in and talk. After saying that, the group entered the command office. Everyone took their seats. As the host, Shizuka Yoshio was the first to speak. Yamada-kun, Matsumoto-kun, thank you for coming a long way to support our First Army in battle. I, Shizuka Yoshio, will remember this kindness. You have worked hard on the way, you can rest for a while, and we will discuss the battle another day. Yamada Tsukiro then said, Shizuka-kun, we are not delicate ladies. Although we are a bit tired from the journey, it does not affect our discussion of the battle. Matsumoto Misaka also added, Shizuka-kun, if there are any urgent matters and battle situations, please mention them now, and we can discuss them together. Yamada Tsukiro, I have heard that the 8th Route Army Independent Brigade is about to reach Yuancheng. Is that the case? Clearly, as elite units of the Kwantung Army, the 10th Division and 4th Mixed Brigade were very eager to engage in battle with the Independent Brigade. They wanted to see if the independent brigade was really an imperial roadblock, or just a little cat. Shizuka Yoshio nodded, yes. This 8th Route Army Independent Brigade is not a simple 8th Route Army unit. I believe you all should know how formidable the Independent Brigade is. Chapter 367, The Glorious History and Achievements of the Independent Brigade. The Kwantung Army is a bit confused. In the northeast. Although the Kwantung Army knows that the Independent Brigade is very strong, they do not fully understand its capabilities. However, the commander of the Kwantung Army, Ujima Mizuhira, had sent multiple telegrams to Yamada Tsukiro and Matsumoto Misaka, instructing them not to underestimate the situation, and informing them that several thousand militia troops from the Independent Brigade had already set out. In short, Ujima Mizuhira was also worried that the 10th Division and 4th Mixed Brigade would underestimate the situation and face total annihilation. After all, this was the elite of the Kwantung Army. Therefore, at this moment, Yamada Tsukiro and Matsumoto Misaka both knew about the strength of the Independent Brigade. But they did not fully understand it. Yamada Tsukiro looked at Shizuka Yoshio and said, "We have heard a little about the combat power of the Independent Brigade. But I want to ask, is this Independent Brigade really that powerful? Is it truly an imperial roadblock?" Of course. Shizuka Yoshio replied seriously, "Yamada-kun, Matsumoto-kun. It's not that I want to boost others' confidence while diminishing my own. In fact, the Independent Brigade is indeed a well-equipped and formidable fighting force. In the beginning, when the Independent Brigade was still an independent regiment, it could confront our combined units, and even mechanized units, showcasing considerable combat strength." Chapter 368, The Foolish and Self-Destructive Kwantung Army. Testing the combat power of the Independent Brigade. Now, the Independent Brigade is charging fiercely, making rapid progress. They are not far from Yuancheng. Yamada Tsukiro is currently concerned about when they can engage in battle with the Independent Brigade. Although Shizuka Yoshio and Miyano Jun both say that this Independent Brigade is very powerful, as elite members of the Kwantung Army, they do not believe in this superstition. They must engage in battle to find out. Shizuka Yoshio naturally understood Yamada Tsukiro's intention and immediately said, "According to the current intelligence, the Independent Brigade should reach the outskirts of Yuancheng in 3 days." 3 days? Yamada Tsukiro looked at Matsumoto Misaka and said, "Matsumoto-kun, I have a suggestion. I think we can arrange a large detachment to go out of the city and engage in battle with the Independent Brigade's regular troops. This way, we can directly experience the true combat power of the Independent Brigade and facilitate our decision-making. On the other hand, the Independent Brigade is currently advancing like a hot knife through butter, making rapid progress. One reason for this is that the stationed troops along the way are too weak. The Independent Brigade's momentum is so strong that it may lead to some complacency. If we suddenly deploy a battalion of elite Kwantung Army troops, we might catch them off guard and achieve unexpected results." Chapter 369, The First Encounter Between the Kwantung Army and the Independent Brigade. An ambush. This time, the Aoki Battalion of the Kwantung Army quietly mobilized and arrived at Dongcheng town, so Li Yunlong was unaware of it. Even the powerful Shadow Intelligence Network did not know about this matter. After all, the mobilization of the Aoki Battalion was extremely covert. Li Yunlong observed the situation in Dongcheng town with binoculars, then put them down and said, "This is a small town, and there aren't many Japanese puppet troops here." Shen Quan responded loudly, "Yes. Li Yunlong, now I'm assigning the task of capturing Dongcheng town to your battalion. I'm only giving you 6 hours to complete it. If you can't do it, I'll replace you." Shen Quan stood tall and replied confidently, "Yes. I guarantee the mission will be completed." Subsequently, Shen Quan led the soldiers of the battalion to launch an attack on the Japanese puppet troops' positions in Dongcheng town. Boom! 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 Before the infantry officially charged, various artillery pieces opened fire first, delivering a fierce bombardment on the positions of the Japanese puppet troops. Shells continuously fell on the enemy positions, creating a series of booming explosions. Boom. Chapter 370, I'm fighting the elite. Encircle and annihilate the Kwantung army. The first to pursue was Huang Zhiyong's company, followed by the main forces of the other three companies from Shen Quan's battalion arriving on the battlefield. Shen Quan also personally arrived at the front line. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. At this moment, the Aoki battalion of the Kwantung army was in full firepower, launching a sudden assault on Huang Zhiyong's company, instantly causing heavy casualties. Fortunately, the main forces of the 2nd Battalion arrived, otherwise, Huang Zhiyong's company could have been completely annihilated. The arrival of the other three companies from the 2nd Battalion stabilized the battlefield situation. The soldiers began to take advantage of the favorable terrain to suppress the fire from the Aoki battalion and launch related attacks. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. The soldiers used the Type 77 semi-automatic rifles to retaliate against the Kwantung army, with dense bullets continuously flying toward the Aoki battalion. The firepower was quite fierce. Although there were only a battalion's worth of troops, the use of semi-automatic rifles made their firepower far superior to that of the Type 38 rifles, allowing the Kwantung army to experience the power of advanced rifles. Chapter 371, Encirclement. The combat power of the Independent Brigade shocks the Kwantung army. Li Yunlong's 1st Regiment mobilized all 4 battalions to attack the Aoki battalion of the Kwantung army. At this time, Li Yunlong and Huang Zhiyong were unaware of the troop strength and type of this unit. However, since they encountered them, they decided to eliminate them first. Given that this small Japanese unit was quite elite, Li Yunlong did not dare to be careless and ordered the entire regiment to mobilize, with only one goal: to annihilate this unidentified Japanese force. Soon, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th battalions approached the Aoki battalion according to the established combat plan. Since it involved encirclement, it naturally took some time. During this process, the pressure on the 1st battalion was relatively high. However, Li Yunlong had already made plans and led the reconnaissance company and special forces company from the regiment's headquarters to join the battle. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom. Boom. The gunfire was intense. The combat effectiveness of the Kwantung army was also formidable, although their weaponry was not as elite as that of the Independent Brigade. They had a considerable number of troops and rich combat experience, resulting in a back-and-forth fight with the 1st Battalion of the Independent Brigade. Chapter 372, Annihilation of the Aoki Battalion of the Kwantung Army. The battle is astonishing. Aoki Choko's reaction was still very quick, as he had long wanted to retreat. However, he was ultimately a step too late. He did not expect that the Independent Brigade had already encircled them from both sides. Now Aoki Choko was somewhat flustered. Although it was a battalion's combat strength, the number of troops in the Independent Brigade seemed greater, with stronger combat effectiveness and more advanced weaponry. How could they fight now? Retreat. Immediately withdraw all troops. Aoki Choko decisively issued the order to retreat. The Aoki battalion then began to retreat. At this time, because they were encircled from both sides, the Aoki battalion prepared to retreat to the weakest rear. However, the 4th Battalion of the 1st Regiment had already reached the designated combat position, completing the encirclement and completely blocking the last retreat route of the Aoki battalion. For a moment, the 4 battalions of the 1st Regiment launched attacks on the Aoki battalion from different directions. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom. Boom. The sound of gunfire filled the air. Bullets flew everywhere. The battle was extremely intense. Chapter 373, The Kwantung Army's Crushing Defeat. The real battle has just begun. After a fierce battle, the Aoki battalion of the Kwantung Army was completely annihilated, leaving not a single Japanese soldier behind. This was also the first time that Li Yunlong's 1st Regiment encountered such intense combat since their deployment from the Jinzhong area. Previously, encounters with Japanese puppet troops along the way had not been very intense. This battle against the Aoki battalion of the Kwantung Army was indeed fierce. After the battle, Li Yunlong came to inspect the battlefield. The soldiers of the 1st Regiment were busy handling post-battle work, clearing the battlefield. Li Yunlong looked at the bodies of the Kwantung Army soldiers lying on the ground and murmured, "These Japanese soldiers must be from the Kwantung Army. From their tactics, weaponry, and uniforms, they are different from other Japanese units." At that moment, Xingjigua ran up to Li Yunlong and said, "Old Li, we've figured it out. This group of Japanese soldiers is indeed the Kwantung Army. Our regiment has soldiers who understand Japanese, and they checked the documents carried by this unit, confirming that they are the 123rd Battalion of the Kwantung Army, also known as the Aoki Battalion, belonging to the 10th Division. Indeed, it is the Kwantung Army." Li Yunlong nodded slightly and said, "The strength of the Kwantung Army is indeed quite strong, comparable to that of the previous 6th Division." Chapter 374, The Shocked Kwantung Army. Is the Independent Brigade stronger than the bear? Now that the Kwantung Army and the Independent Brigade have had their first battle, both sides have roughly understood each other's strength. To be honest, Su Hua did not expect the Kwantung Army to take the initiative to ambush the Independent Brigade, but fortunately, Li Yunlong reacted quickly. Otherwise, the losses for the Independent Brigade could have been significant. The Kwantung Army suffered heavy losses in their first confrontation with the Independent Brigade. Su Hua looked at Zhu Yue and said, "Zhu Yue, immediately send telegrams to the other regiments, informing them that the Kwantung Army has launched an attack and may ambush them. They need to be extra cautious." Zhu Yue replied, "Understood. The strength of the Kwantung Army should not be underestimated. The worst thing is to be careless, otherwise, the losses could be significant." Following Su Hua's instructions, Zhu Yue began to send telegrams to each regiment and department, warning them to be wary of the Kwantung Army's ambush. As Su Hua was unsure whether the Kwantung Army would ambush other combat units. The next day, in the original city, the Aoki Brigade had been in battle for a day and a night, and had not yet reported back. At this time, in the command post, several old Japanese officers, including Shinozuka Yoshio, Miyano Toshiyuki, Yamada Tsujimura, and Matsumoto Masakatsu, were waiting for news from the Aoki Brigade. They had arranged for a brigade to test the combat power of the Independent Brigade, and the lack of any news was indeed bad news. Chapter 375, Dealing with the Independent Brigade. The Japanese troops were now experiencing the might of the Independent Brigade. Yamada Tsujimura and Matsumoto Masakatsu, who were encountering the Independent Brigade for the first time, had deeply realized the strength of the Independent Brigade. A fully organized brigade was dispatched. Yet not a single Japanese soldier returned. How could they continue like this? Was the Independent Brigade really that strong? Yamada Tsujimura turned to Shinozuka Yoshio and asked, "Shinozuka-kun, is it really possible for one regiment of the Independent Brigade to annihilate our entire brigade in such a short time?" Clearly, despite the evidence before him, Yamada Tsujimura still found it hard to believe. He could not accept that the combat power of the Independent Brigade was so formidable that they could eliminate the Aoki Brigade in such a short period. He was still unwilling to believe it. Shinozuka Yoshio nodded slightly and said, "Yes, this is the combat power of the Independent Brigade's regular troops. Previously, we also did not believe that a small Independent Brigade could destroy the 6th Division, but the final results are known to all. Therefore, we cannot underestimate the Independent Brigade. We must never be careless." Listening to Shinozuka Yoshio's response, Yamada Tsujimura slowly spoke. "It seems the combat power and strength of the Independent Brigade exceed our imagination and expectations. We must treat the upcoming battle with caution." "Indeed," Matsumoto Masakatsu said with a serious expression. "No wonder the North China Front Army and the Kwantung Army headquarters attach such importance to the independent brigade, this is truly not a simple unit. Miyano Toshiyuki took the opportunity to speak. Everyone, I think the upcoming battle should focus on holding the original city. The entire original city is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, which gives us a certain geographical advantage. We can use the favorable terrain to intercept the independent brigade's attack. However, if we take the initiative to attack, we will lose our geographical and defensive advantages, making our chances of victory even lower. Therefore, we cannot give up our advantages. The 6th Division's active attack ultimately led to their gradual consumption and annihilation. We cannot repeat that mistake. Clearly, Shinozuka Yoshio and Miyano Toshiyuki had reviewed the battles between the 6th Division and the Independent Brigade, arriving at such a conclusion. This conclusion was not problematic because the Independent Brigade had indeed consumed the 6th Division through a strategy of attrition, ultimately annihilating them, while also taking advantage of the terrain to surround the main forces of the 6th Division. Therefore, Shinozuka Yoshio and Miyano Toshiyuki decided not to easily give up their defensive advantages and take the offensive, but to gradually wear down the independent brigade. Shinozuka Yoshio continued, yes. Miyano Toshiyuki and I have discussed this, in the face of the independent brigade's attack. We need to rely on our current favorable terrain and robust city defenses to continuously deplete the independent brigade's combat power. We are currently in a defensive position, which gives us a certain advantage. Only by continuously consuming the independent brigade's effective combat power can we seize the opportunity to take the initiative and ultimately annihilate the independent brigade. In fact, Shinozuka Yoshio and Miyano Toshiyuki's battle strategy was quite simple. In summary, it was, never leave the defensive position, deplete the independent brigade, and ultimately drag down the independent brigade. Chapter 376. The Great Battle in the Second War Zone. The enemy is at the gates. Even the arrogant Kwantung Army had to take the strength of the independent brigade seriously after seeing the Aoki Brigade completely annihilated. This was not just a simple 8th Route Army unit. Now that the Aoki Brigade had been wiped out, the Kwantung Army dared not act rashly. Otherwise, they would lose their original geographical advantages, defensive works, and the advantage of waiting for the enemy to tire. Therefore, Yamada Tsujimura and Matsumoto Masakatsu fully agreed with Shinozuka Yoshio and Miyano Toshiyuki's combat plan. Yamada Tsujimura nodded, saying, "Good. I think we should be even more cautious now, and not act impulsively." Exactly. Matsumoto Masakatsu also spoke up. The complete annihilation of the Aoki Brigade has sounded an alarm for us. We must not underestimate the independent brigade, or the consequences will be unimaginable. I also agree with General Shinozuka's combat plan and idea to advance steadily, initially wearing down the independent brigade, and ultimately annihilating them. Seeing these proud Kwantung Army leaders obeying orders, Shinozuka Yoshio and Miyano Toshiyuki were very satisfied. Because their greatest fear was that these Japanese troops would not cooperate in battle, but act arrogantly and independently, leading to the inability to hold the original city. Chapter 377. The Battle for the Original City. Pre-battle meeting. After a day and night of travel, Suhua and his group arrived first at Dongta town. While the militia troops led by Fang Qianhao would take about 3 days to arrive. After all, with a large army marching, it wasn't a rapid march. So the speed was naturally a bit slow. Upon arriving at Dongta town, Suhua immediately set up the independent brigade's frontline command post. According to Suhua's plan, this would become the headquarters for the independent brigade to command the upcoming battle for the original city. After several days of construction, the frontline headquarters of the independent brigade was finally completed. At the same time, Fang Qianhao and his tens of thousands of militia troops also arrived at Dongta town. This meant that the combat strength of the independent brigade in Dongta town now exceeded 40,000 troops. Once everyone had arrived, Suhua decided to hold a pre-battle military meeting. The next day, in Dongta town, Su Hua gathered the main military commanders from the regular troops of the Independent Brigade and the militia forces for a military conference. Zhu Yue, Yumanli, Li Yunlong. Zhu Weiguo, Long Wenzhong, Kong Jie, Ding Wei, Zhu Ziming, Zhong Dabiao, Sun Dishing, Yang Zhihua, Wang Chengzhu, Duan Peng. And other key personnel from various regiments and departments of the Independent Brigade, as well as Fang Qianhao and other militia regiment leaders, all gathered in the conference room. Chapter 378, Combat Deployment. Su Hua's Deadly Orders. To take the original city, we must capture the several outer defense lines of the original city. Su Hua looked at everyone present and said, based on the current situation between us and the enemy, to annihilate the more than 70,000 Japanese puppet troops in the original city, we need to break them down one by one. First, eliminate the Japanese puppet troops stationed outside Yuancheng and surround the city, ultimately capturing it. As the attacking side, we do not have many advantages, but our greatest advantage is that we control the initiative on the battlefield, allowing us to strike whenever we choose. Therefore, we must take advantage of this characteristic. Li Yunlong, Zhu Weiguo, Zhong Dabiao, Yang Zhihua, and others all nodded in agreement. The attacking side lacks favorable geographical conditions and strong defensive fortifications, but we hold the initiative. Only when the attacking side strikes can the defending side defend, putting them in a passive state. In other words, the Independent Brigade can attack for as long as it wants and choose when to strike. Of course, this battle cannot be prolonged too long, or it will become difficult to fight. Su Hua looked around at everyone present and said, our militia forces currently consist of 15 regiments. Among them, there are 2 artillery regiments, 2 cavalry regiments, and 11 other regiments. Now, each infantry regiment will be supplemented by 2 militia regiments, while the cavalry and artillery regiments will each receive 1 militia regiment. And the Special Operations Detachment will also add 1 militia regiment, with the remaining regiments serving as reserve forces. First, Su Hua arranged the deployment of troops. The Independent Brigade originally had 3 regiments, and with the addition of 2 militia regiments to each, that totals 6 militia regiments paired with a main regular army regiment, effectively giving us the strength of 3 regiments. Li Yunlong can mobilize these 3 regiments for battle, making him a proper conventional brigade commander. Additionally, the cavalry, artillery, and Special Operations Detachment will each add 1 militia regiment, totaling 3 more militia regiments. This means Su Hua now has 6 militia regiments, as a considerable reserve force. After completing the troop deployment, Su Hua continued, first, Li Yunlong's 1st Regiment will mainly be responsible for the front line at Guanxiang, accompanied by an artillery regiment. The task I give you is very simple, you must capture this position within 3 days. There are many Japanese puppet troops inside Yuancheng, and we must give them a taste of our strength. Li Yunlong, can you do it? If not, I will relieve you of your position. Li Yunlong replied firmly, report. Brigade Commander, I guarantee the completion of the mission. Although there are quite a few Japanese puppet troops at the Guanxiang front line, and they are the elite main force of the Japanese First Army, Su Hua has given Li Yunlong a death order to capture this position within 3 days. The purpose is to give the Japanese a show of strength and let them know the formidable combat power of the Independent Brigade. Li Yunlong's 1st Regiment, along with 2 militia regiments and 1 artillery regiment, will have the strength of 4 regiments. If they cannot capture the Guanxiang front line under such circumstances, then Li Yunlong might as well resign. This is a death order. It can be said that this battle for the Guanxiang front line is crucial for the Independent Brigade to officially launch the campaign for Yuancheng. Chapter 379, Large-Scale Operations and Su Hua's Command Ability. Now, Su Hua's task is to quickly capture the outer defenses of Yuancheng, showcasing the reputation and strong combat power of the Independent Brigade. Li Yunlong's 1st Regiment is the absolute main force of the Independent Brigade, so this task is naturally most suitable for him. Su Hua continued, Kong Jie. Your 2nd Regiment and 2 militia regiments are tasked with capturing the Huang Guoliang tomb position outside the northeastern city. The Japanese puppet troops there have built very solid defensive fortifications utilizing the favorable terrain, so your regiment will face considerable pressure. Hearing this, Kong Jie was somewhat displeased and said, "Brigade Commander, just tell us how many days it will take to capture this position. And our 2nd Regiment will definitely not let you down. Military orders are as heavy as a mountain, as long as you give the order. Our 2nd Regiment will complete the task even if it means fighting to the last man. No need to rush." Su Hua appeared very calm and said, "Don't forget. We are only attacking the outer defenses of Yuancheng. The real battle will be against the city's fortifications. So if your troops are wiped out, how will we continue the siege?" Kong Jie was taken aback, then nodded and said, "Understood." Chapter 380, The Japanese Take the Initiative. Air Raid. Now the Japanese First Army and the Kwantung Army are somewhat hesitant to fight against Su Hua's independent brigade, or rather, they are intimidated by the reputation of the independent brigade. This is why they are so cautious in their defenses against the independent brigade's attack. However, this does not mean the Japanese will surrender without a fight. Now that the independent brigade and Su Hua have arrived at Dongta town, Nishizuka Yoshio has naturally received the news. In fact, it can be guessed without intelligence that for such a large-scale operation, Su Hua would not miss the opportunity to command at the front lines. Subsequently, Nishizuka Yoshio gathered Miyano-jun, Yamada Jiro, Matsumoto Masakazu, and a group of commanders from the First Army and Kwantung Army for a military meeting. In the conference room, everyone was present. Nishizuka Yoshio got straight to the point and said, "Everyone, we have just received news that Su Hua has arrived at Dongta town, which means the independent brigade's frontline command is now established. It is likely that the 8th Route Army's independent brigade will soon launch an attack against us." The expressions of Miyano-jun, Yamada Jiro, Matsumoto Masakazu, and others were all serious and complex. Chapter 381, Air Raid and Air Defense. Confrontation. Vroom vroom vroom. The Type 4 fighter jets and Type 97 light bombers formed 3 combat formations and flew towards the independent brigade's position in Dongta town. The Japanese perhaps have the advantage of air power at this moment. At this time, the various units of the independent brigade were resting and preparing at their base, making it the perfect time for a bombing raid. Of course, the independent brigade had deployed a considerable number of anti-aircraft weapons near their base to prevent surprise attacks from Japanese aircraft. After more than half an hour, 35 Japanese fighter jets arrived over part of the independent brigade's base. Vroom vroom vroom. Even from a distance, the roar of the aircraft could be heard. At this time, the anti-aircraft battalion equipped with anti-aircraft guns and machine guns had already detected the incoming Japanese fighters. Enemy aircraft incoming. Enemy aircraft incoming. Subsequently, the air raid sirens blared. Since the main forces of the independent brigade had just arrived in Dongta town, there were not many air raid shelters available to avoid the bombing. They could only rely on the soldiers to dodge and disperse to evade the attacks. Chapter 382, First Battle Victory. The Yuancheng campaign officially begins. Rat-a-tat-tat. Put-put-put. Boom boom boom. The Japanese aircraft's mounted machine guns and cannons continuously attacked and bombed the independent brigade's base, resulting in a cacophony of gunfire. Intense fighting broke out everywhere. It must be said that the Japanese air raid had some impact on the independent brigade's forces. However, they paid a considerable price for it. The independent brigade's anti-aircraft guns and machine guns roared with gunfire. Bang bang bang, swoosh swoosh swoosh, rumble rumble rumble. The anti-aircraft guns and machine guns continuously bombard and strike, constantly shooting down the Japanese invaders. Most importantly, the anti-aircraft units of the independent brigade have established a dense air defense network, making it impossible for the Japanese planes to dive and conduct low-altitude bombings. This means that their bombing accuracy has been greatly reduced. Buzz buzz buzz, whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Japanese Type 4 fighter aircraft and Type 97 light bombers are continuously circling at high altitudes, and they can no longer find suitable opportunities to dive and bomb. Chapter 383, Counterattack. Rich artillery coverage. The Japanese 9th Mixed Brigade and the 8th Mixed Brigade also have their own artillery units. Now, one artillery battalion from Yang Jihua's artillery regiment is fiercely bombarding their defensive positions, directly destroying the Japanese puppet army and their fortifications. Which makes the Japanese puppet army's artillery unable to sit back any longer, and they start to counterattack. Baker Yaru. Damn Independent Brigade. The commander of the Japanese artillery battalion, seeing such a situation, immediately issued an order, fire. Command our artillery positions to counterattack the Independent Brigade's artillery positions. The order was given, and the Japanese puppet army's artillery units immediately launched a counterattack against Yang Jihua's artillery battalion. Bang bang bang, swoosh swoosh swoosh. The Type 38 75mm field guns and 12 Type 41 75mm mountain guns, along with Type 92 70mm infantry guns, roared in unison, firing towards the Independent Brigade's artillery positions. First came a round of test shots to adjust the positions. Bang 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 bang, rumble rumble. A large number of shells landed around the artillery battalion's positions, creating a series of booming explosions. The first round was a test fire, used to adjust positions and angles. Chapter 384, The Strength of the Independent Brigade Exceeds Imagination. Full offensive. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, bang bang bang. A large number of 107 rocket artillery shells, trailing long flames, arced through the sky before crashing down violently on the Japanese artillery positions, resulting in a series of booming explosions. Rumble rumble. Boom boom boom. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the Japanese artillery positions were filled with the sounds of explosions. Flames shot up into the sky. The power and destructive force generated by the explosions swept through the surroundings, continuously destroying various Japanese artillery pieces and killing Japanese gunners. This is because the 107 rocket artillery can achieve fire coverage in a short period of time, catching the Japanese artillery positions off guard, leaving them no chance to evade. Rumble rumble. Boom boom boom. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The explosions created a fierce bombardment, completely destroying several exposed Japanese gunners. The artillery was blown to pieces, and no Japanese gunners survived. They were dead beyond recovery. Of course, the artillery positions of the 9th Mixed Brigade and the puppet army's 8th Brigade were not completely exposed. Some were still prepared for counterattacks. Chapter 385, A Chaotic Battle Outside Yuancheng. Intense fighting. The Independent Brigade's offensive is now in full swing. Kong Jie's 2nd Regiment and 2 militia regiments are also launching an attack on the Huang Guoliang graveyard position northeast of Yuancheng. Bang bang bang, swoosh swoosh swoosh. Rumble rumble. At this moment, Kong Jie's 2nd Regiment first deployed a considerable number of 107 rocket artillery to bombard the Huang Guoliang graveyard position. The main target of this bombardment was to destroy their defensive fortifications. After the intense artillery bombardment ended, the infantry units began their assault. Da 222. Bang bang bang. In an instant, a hail of bullets rained down. Although they launched their attack under the cover of artillery fire, the resistance from the Japanese puppet army was also quite fierce and intense. Both sides erupted into a fierce battle. In order to defend Yuancheng, Shiozuka Yoshio mobilized elite Japanese puppet troops stationed in Yuancheng, making these Japanese invaders quite difficult to deal with. It still requires some time to take down the outer positions of Yuancheng. After some fighting, Kong Jie realized that these Japanese invaders were not simple, and their combat effectiveness was not weak. Chapter 386, The Pressure on Suhua. Strategies to break the enemy. Shiozuka Yoshio, and Miyano Toshio understand the combat capability of the independent brigade quite well. They know that when the independent brigade attacks Yuancheng, they must have made ample preparations, building many solid fortifications and bunkers, gun towers, trenches, and ditches. In short, the current defenses of Yuancheng can be described as impregnable. Zhong Dabiao. Seeing that the Japanese bunkers and gun towers were still so solid under such intense artillery fire and could exert such powerful combat effectiveness, immediately realized that this battle would not be easy. This might be the real tough battle the independent brigade has encountered previously. Although the independent brigade's operations against the 6th Division were difficult, everything was under Su Hua's control. However, the situation in the Battle of Yuancheng is different. Because in the entire Battle of Yuancheng, the independent brigade has no advantages in any aspect. The pressure on Su Hua is also quite large. Seeing the importance of the Japanese bunkers in defensive operations, Zhong Dabiao knows that in order to capture this defensive position, they must destroy these bunkers and gun towers. Therefore, he murmured, "It seems these bunkers have been reinforced, we must find a way to destroy them." Chapter 387, Striking at the Vital Point. For the independent brigade, the greatest threat now comes from air raids and bombardments. Even though the independent brigade has strong air defense capabilities, it still suffers significant losses. Therefore, if they could destroy the Japanese airfield, everything would become easier. Now, the Shadow Intelligence Agency has learned the location of the Japanese airfield, and they can launch a surprise attack on it. Su Hua looked at Yumanli and asked, "Where is the Japanese airfield located?" Yumanli replied, "The Japanese airfield is located at Dongyuan Airport to the northeast of Yuancheng. This location is very concealed, and our intelligence personnel have not discovered it. It was only after the Battle of Yuancheng began that we noticed their planes taking off frequently, and we finally found their airfield." Su Hua looked at the location of Dongyuan Airport on the map to the northeast of Yuancheng, then nodded and said, "Now that we know the location of the Japanese airfield, it will be easier to handle." Yumanli asked, "Do we need our action team to take action?" "No need." Su Hua waved his hand and said, "Your action team cannot handle such a large-scale situation. I will arrange the Liangshan Special Forces to carry out this mission." Chapter 388, The Final Showdown. Neither are soft persimmons. According to Zhu Weiguo's idea, since it is impossible to fully occupy the Japanese defense line, they should occupy a section of the defense line and break their positions from point to surface. Otherwise, relying on 3 regiments alone, it would be impossible to break through several kilometers of positions. Li Yunlong pondered over Zhu Weiguo's words and felt that what he said made a certain amount of sense. In the current situation, the only option was to concentrate forces to deal with the key middle defensive line of the front position at Guanchuan. Once the key line was captured, it would be much easier to encircle and take the front position at Guanchuan. However, the Japanese and puppet troops also understood the importance of the middle defensive line. So they had deployed precise and strict defensive fortifications and troops here. Capturing the middle line would not be an easy task. Nevertheless, for Li Yunlong, there was no other choice but to proceed as planned to capture the front position at Guanchuan in a short time. After reviewing the operational situation map and the current battle conditions, Li Yunlong immediately agreed to the plan, nodding and saying, "There's no other way now. Order the other 2 regiments to continue feigning attacks to confuse the Japanese. Additionally, concentrate all our artillery to bombard the middle defensive line. And then mobilize the militia to launch a general attack, aiming to capture the middle position within 3 hours." Chapter 389, Artillery Plowing the Field. Full-scale offensive. Victory is within reach. Boom, boom, boom. Even at night, the 1st Regiment of the Independent Brigade and a militia unit continued their assault on the Japanese defensive line. Therefore, throughout the night, the sounds of gunfire echoed incessantly. By the morning of the 3rd day, the gunfire finally ceased. Li Yunlong, Zhu Weiguo, and Yang Zhihua personally arrived at the front line, using binoculars to observe the situation ahead. After a moment, Zhu Weiguo looked through the binoculars, turned to Li Yunlong, and said, "Old Li, I think we can proceed as planned. Let us take down the middle defensive line first." Li Yunlong nodded, saying, "Yes." After 2 days and nights of attacks, the Japanese and puppet troops' defensive line has been nearly destroyed, while they haven't yet stabilized and repaired their fortifications. It's time to launch an attack. After finishing, Li Yunlong turned to Yang Zhihua and said, "Old Yang, it's up to you. Don't hold back on the shells, concentrate our fire to bombard the Japanese middle defensive line." Yang Zhihua grinned and said, "I love this kind of tactic, haha." Chapter 390, Securing Victory. The retreating Japanese and puppet troops. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. The militia soldiers, armed with 77 Type semi-automatic rifles and light machine guns, continuously fired and attacked the Japanese and puppet troops. The scorching bullets kept firing out, and the dense firepower net kept killing the exposed Japanese and puppet soldiers. One by one, the Japanese and puppet soldiers kept falling. This militia unit was a reserve force that had never been in battle, so they were in peak condition. Whether it was a charge or combat effectiveness, their ferocity was at full capacity, thus their charge speed was quite fast and fierce. Seeing the independent brigade militia soldiers closing in, the Japanese and puppet troops naturally put forth all their efforts to resist. Intense fighting erupted between the two sides. Gunfire raged, and bullets flew everywhere. Both sides suffered significant casualties. However, at this moment, the militia soldiers were getting closer and closer to the position. Although the Japanese and puppet troops were trying their best to resist, they could not change the situation. After nearly an hour of fierce fighting, the militia soldiers finally broke into the Japanese defensive line. 1, 2, 3. More and more independent brigade militia soldiers rushed into the Japanese positions, starting fierce combat with the Japanese and puppet troops inside the positions. Chapter 391, First Battle Successful. Morale High. Special Operations of the Liangshan Special Forces. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom. Boom. The battlefield was filled with the sounds of gunfire and explosions. After more than 6 hours of intense fighting, Li Yunlong's troops finally captured the entire front position at Guanchuan. It was already evening. Seeing that the position had been taken by his troops, both Li Yunlong and Zhu Weiguo let out a sigh of relief. They had finally captured the position within the time designated by Su Hua. Originally, both Li Yunlong and Zhu Weiguo felt a lot of pressure. After all, the task of capturing the front position at Guanchuan in such a short time was quite daunting. Li Yunlong grinned and said, "Haha, we finally took the position. This battle was really tough." Zhu Weiguo, with a serious expression, replied, "It's only just begun and it's already this difficult. It seems that the difficulty of the upcoming Battle of Yuancheng is far greater than we imagined." "That's right," Li Yunlong firmly stated, "but even if these Japanese are tigers, I will knock out a few of their teeth." Chapter 392, Surprise Attack on the Japanese Airport. The area around Dongyuan Airport was open, but there were still some tall trees that could serve as excellent sniper points. Relying on the cover of night and the surrounding weeds and bushes, the Liangshan Special Forces quickly approached the barbed wire around Dongyuan Airport. When the Japanese searchlights swept over, the team members found cover to avoid being spotted. The entire operation process was not difficult for the Liangshan Special Forces. After all, they were a special operations unit, and handling such situations was quite easy for them. Soon, Du Peng and the first squad of the Liangshan Special Forces reached the barbed wire beside Dongyuan Airport. Peering through the barbed wire, they could see numerous fighter planes parked at the airport. According to intelligence from the Shadow Intelligence Bureau, the Japanese air squadron had no missions that night, so most of the aircraft were stationed at the airport. This was a good opportunity to strike, allowing the Liangshan Special Forces to destroy all the aircraft. Once close to the barbed wire, Du and Peng and the others crouched behind a small earth mound, using it for cover to avoid detection by the Japanese searchlights. Chapter 393, Destroying the Japanese Airport. Achieving Great Merit. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bang. Bang. Boom. The entire Dongyuan airport was filled with the sounds of gunfire and explosions. The Liangshan Special Forces not only eliminated the stationed Japanese troops, but also killed a number of Japanese pilots. The Special Forces quickly closed in on their resting area, using their 77 Type semi-automatic rifles and grenades to attack the Japanese pilots. Although the Japanese pilots fought back, they were no match for the Liangshan Special Forces. One by one, the Japanese pilots kept falling. In some respects, the Japanese pilots were more valuable than the planes because an experienced pilot required extensive training and long-term combat experience to become proficient. However, the Liangshan Special Forces were continuously killing the Japanese pilots at the airport. Although the stationed Japanese soldiers and pilots were resisting, they were simply no match for us. Chapter 394, Some are happy while others are worried. Shocked, Yoshio Shimizu. This time, the destruction of the Japanese's Dongyuan airport is largely credited to the Shadow Intelligence Bureau and the Liangshan Special Operations Team. It was only through their cooperation that we were able to completely destroy Dongyuan airport. Suhua also breathed a sigh of relief. With Dongyuan airport destroyed, the Japanese airstrike advantage was gone. The pressure on the independent brigade was greatly reduced. A smile appeared on Suhua's face as he said, "This time the Liangshan Special Operations Team has made a significant contribution, resolving a major threat for us. Now it remains to be seen how the Japanese will respond. However, we still have no advantage against the Japanese puppet army in Yuancheng. Indeed, the Japanese puppet army in Yuancheng still had over 70,000 troops, along with many strong defensive works and logistical supplies, as well as advantageous terrain, etc. Given such circumstances, the independent brigade's task was to gradually advance the front line, avoiding direct confrontation with the Japanese puppet army, or else the losses would be too great. Zhu Huai looked at Suhua and confidently said, "I believe that under the leadership of the brigade commander, we will definitely take Yuancheng." Zhu Huai had always been quite confident in Suhua. Chapter 395, Too Bad News. Hearing the report from below Akeda Mountain, the faces of everyone present turned even uglier. Although they had already known that the front line at Guanxiang could not be held when they saw the mountain farmer and Liu Jiming appear here. Otherwise they would not have fled back. However, they did not expect that the front line at Guanxiang would be lost so quickly. Originally, when they heard the mountain farmer and Liu Jiming thinking about making achievements to redeem themselves, Yoshio Shimizu, Shun Miyano, and Sujimura Yamada were still planning to use them as cannon fodder to defend Yuancheng. But they did not expect such military news to come at this time. Can this be tolerated? Absolutely not. Yoshio Shimizu's face turned extremely ugly, his eyes murderous, as he looked at the mountain farmer and Liu Jiming, coldly saying, "You two deserters dare to talk about redeeming yourselves. Because of your cowardice, the front line at Guanxiang has already been occupied by the independent brigade. If everyone was like you, we wouldn't need to defend Yuancheng at all. It is your escape that led to the rapid loss of the front line at Guanxiang. Someone, take them out and execute them." Chapter 396, The Independent Brigade Slapping the Kanto Army and the North China Army. Shocked, the old Japanese man from Gangsuan. What? Dongyuan Airport has been destroyed. Upon hearing this news, everyone present was stunned. Just a moment ago, they were still talking about their advantages in airstrikes and bombardment. But they never expected that this would be gone. Both the aircraft and the airport were gone. Shun Miyano was full of shock and disbelief. his eyes wide with astonishment as he looked at Akeda Mountain below. Impossible, this cannot be true. After speaking, Shun Miyano took the telegram from Akeda Mountain, looked at its contents, and after carefully reading it, his face changed and became very ugly. This? I didn't expect it to be true. Dongyuan Airport and the aircraft were indeed destroyed. Seeing this news, Shun Miyano's expression changed, filled with astonishment as he said, I didn't expect the independent brigade to actually take action against our airport, and they succeeded. This is truly despicable. Baker Yuru. Yoshio Shimizu never expected to hear two such terrible pieces of news in one day, and he was furious, shouting, this independent brigade is too cunning. With the airport and aircraft gone, our advantages have been greatly diminished. Baker Yuru. Chapter 397, Angered Gangsuan Ningji, the independent brigade's crazy offensive. In just 3 days, the important position outside Yuancheng, Guanxiang front line, has already been lost. What shocked Gangsuan Ningji the most was that Dongyuan Airport was destroyed. And the aircraft were also damaged. This was a huge loss for the Japanese. Upon hearing this military report, Gangsuan Ningji's face turned very ugly. It should be known that he had tightened his belt to support the reinforcements of over 100 aircraft to Yuancheng. He never expected that in just a few days, over 100 aircraft would be wiped out. How are we supposed to fight next? Gangsuan Ningji's face darkened as he roared, what are they doing? They can't even hold an airport, and they still want to defend Yuancheng. Dongyuan Airport was in enemy-occupied territory, considered a rear base. Yoshio Shimizu had also arranged for a reinforced squad of Japanese soldiers to garrison it, but he never expected the final result would still be a surprise attack. Muto Yui quickly spoke up. According to Yoshio Shimizu's telegram, this time the independent brigade deployed special operations forces to attack Dongyuan Airport. Because the special forces are powerful in combat and can infiltrate, they are hard to guard against. Chapter 398, the intense battle heats up. It must be said that Huang Guliang's grave position is a hard nut to crack. After 5 days of fighting, the independent brigade's 2nd Regiment still couldn't take it down, which made Kong Jie very helpless. Next to him, Zhu Ziming spoke up, yes, this really is a hard nut to crack. However, Old Li's troops have already launched an attack from the side, and I believe they will soon be able to break through their defensive line. But looking at the battles outside the city, it was clear that the difficulty of this Yuancheng campaign would be great, and it would definitely be a hard-fought battle. Indeed, the fighting outside Yuancheng had already been so fierce and brutal. Not to mention the subsequent attack on Yuancheng. Kong Jie gritted his teeth and said, no matter what we need to do now is to quickly take down Huang Guliang's grave position. Subsequently, the independent brigade's 2nd Regiment's offensive intensified. Da. 222. Boom. A large number of 107 rocket artillery continuously covered the battlefield, while many soldiers launched a charge. Bullets flew everywhere. After taking down the Guanxiang front line, Li Yunlong's troops immediately flanked Huang Guliang's grave position, launching a side attack on Huang Guliang's grave position. Chapter 399, Frenzied Offensive. Breakthrough Progress. Ding Wei's troops were fiercely engaged with the Kanto Army's 4th Mixed Brigade. The situation of the 4th Mixed Brigade was also extremely intense. At this moment, the entire 4th Mixed Brigade had suffered tremendous losses. Inside the command center of the 4th Mixed Brigade, Matsumoto Masaku looked at the battle map, his face extremely ugly. Muttering, the combat power of the independent brigade is indeed formidable. Although we occupy many advantages, we never expected they would still inflict such heavy casualties and losses on us. Since the establishment of the 4th Mixed Brigade, it was the first time they encountered such devastating casualties. The combat effectiveness of the independent brigade left a deep impression on Matsumoto Masakatsu. Next to him, the brigade's chief of staff spoke up, Brigade Commander. Although all the positions are still under our control, if the situation continues to develop like this, we won't be able to hold our positions for much longer. I know. Matsumoto Masakatsu replied impatiently. I want to retreat to the original city, but you also know the situation with Yamano village and Liu Jiming. If they escape back to the original city, the end result will be a dead end. Upon hearing this, the brigade chief of staff had nothing to say. Chapter 400, Capturing the Huang Guoliang tomb position. Pressing on the original city. Bang bang bang, pop pop pop, da da da, rumble rumble. After a fierce battle, Li Yunlong and Kong Jie's troops finally made effective progress in attacking the Huang Guoliang tomb position and occupied the Little Devil's positions. Under the intense shelling from Yang Zhihua, the defensive works and related lines of the Little Devil's Huang Guoliang tomb position were hit hard. Seeing the opportunity, Li Yunlong immediately ordered the troops to charge forward. Soldiers, charge! Kill! Brothers, charge, kill! The soldiers surged forward, firing their Type 77 semi-automatic rifles continuously, with dense bullets flying towards the Little Devil's positions. Faced with such a barrage, the Little Devils could naturally not hold back, and were continuously killed. Thud thud thud, one after another, the Little Devils kept falling. Seeing the opportunity, Shen Quan's 1st Battalion organized a death squad and continuously launched attacks on the Little Devil's positions. After a fierce battle, they finally broke into the Little Devil's positions. Once inside, the soldiers of the Independent Brigade and the militia launched a fierce attack on the Little Devils. Chapter 401, The Final Attack Deadline. Kill. After such a long period of high-intensity combat, both Kong Jie and the Independent Brigade suffered significant casualties, especially Li Yunlong's troops. After Li Yunlong's forces captured the Guanxiang forward position, they continued to lead the attack on the Huang Guoliang tomb position, and the casualties were certainly not small. With the Huang Guoliang tomb position captured, the Independent Brigade now occupied 2 of the 4 defensive lines on the outskirts of the original city, which was quite a decent pace of attack. After a fierce battle, Li Yunlong and Kong Jie's troops finally met in victory. Li Yunlong and Zhu Weiguo approached Kong Jie, Zhu Ziming, and others, shook hands, and their expressions were excited. This represented victory. It had been too difficult. Li Yunlong smiled broadly at Kong Jie and said, Old Kong, Old Zhu, we finally captured the Huang Guoliang tomb position. This was really not easy. But no matter what, we can consider this a final victory. Kong Jie nodded and replied, yes, this was really not easy. By the way, Old Li, what is the casualty situation of your troops? Chapter 402, The Most Frantic Attack, Crushing the Quentang Army. Da da da, tut tut tut, rumble rumble, boom boom boom. Ding Wei's troops intensified their offensive strength and speed for the Haozhuang and Shuangta temple positions, quite ferociously. At the Haozhuang position, Long Wenzhong personally came to oversee the battle and mobilized a considerable number of 107 rocket launchers for bombardment. At this time, over 2,107 rocket launchers were lined up at the assault position, aimed at the positions of the Quentang Army's 4th Mixed Brigade at Haozhuang. Fire! With a command, 2,107 rocket launchers fired in unison. Boom boom boom, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Over 200 shells continuously shot out, rushing towards the Little Devil's positions at Haozhuang. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One shell after another arched through the air, and then smashed down heavily on the Little Devil's positions. Rumble rumble, boom boom boom. The power generated by the simultaneous explosions of over 200 shells was quite terrifying. The shockwaves from the explosions swept around, continuously impacting the Little Devil's defensive works and killing them. Chapter 403, The Quentang Army is Cowardly. After such a long time of combat, the Quentang Army's 4th Mixed Brigade had already suffered over half of its casualties and suffered heavy losses. Now, Matsumoto Masakatsu had witnessed the strength and ferocity of the Independent Brigade. At the same time, the Independent Brigade launched such a fierce attack that the entire Little Devil's 4th Mixed Brigade was under immense pressure. To be honest, Matsumoto Masakatsu also wanted to retreat at this moment. Matsumoto Masakatsu looked at the brigade chief of staff and said, "Now our positions at Haozhuang and Shuangta Temple are under enormous pressure, especially at the Shuangta Temple position, where some defensive lines have already been captured by the Independent Brigade. Some positions have been taken by the Independent Brigade troops. The situation is very grim. Moreover, the Guanxiang forward position and the Huangguoliang tomb position have also been captured by the Independent Brigade. And I know that the Haozhuang and Shuangta Temple positions won't hold out much longer." Indeed, the Shuangta Temple position was now precarious. The Shuangta Temple, originally named Yongzhou Temple, was built in the 27th year of the Ming dynasty's Wanli era, which is 1599. The temple has two pagodas, the Wenfeng Pagoda and the Zhuanwen Pagoda. With a perfect design and grand scale, known as the Jinyang Wonder, and it is a landmark. The entire Shuangta Temple is built against the mountain, facing north from the south, with most of the temple's buildings being beamless brick structures imitating wood from the Ming dynasty, showcasing superb craftsmanship that reflects the high skills of ancient artisans. During the anti-Japanese war, the area around the Shuangta Temple became a strategic location. In 1937, the Japanese army attacked Taiyuan along the Tongpu and Jinpu railways, and the area around the Shuangta Temple experienced fierce battles. Now, a year later, the Independent Brigade and the Little Devils were once again engaged in fierce fighting at the Shuangta Temple position. However, the roles of attack and defense had changed. Now, it was the anti-Japanese troops of the 8th Route Army's Independent Brigade attacking the Shuangta Temple position. Of course, the Shuangta Temple position was not set at the Shuangta Temple itself, but in the mountains surrounding the Shuangta Temple, as the entire Shuangta Temple was built against the mountain. Most importantly, the 4th Mixed Brigade, which occupied advantageous terrain, was still unable to withstand the attacks of the Independent Brigade, which shocked Matsumoto Masakatsu. Faced with such a powerful opponent, Matsumoto Masakatsu was also planning to retreat. The brigade chief of staff said, "Yes, so I propose we retreat, brigade commander. You should send a telegram to Commander Yamada or Commander Shinozuka. In the current situation, we can only retreat. If we continue, our 4th Mixed Brigade will be wiped out. If we retreat to the original city without orders, the final outcome will likely be execution. Therefore, if Matsumoto Masakatsu wanted to retreat, he still had to send a telegram to the headquarters requesting a retreat." Matsumoto Masakatsu paced with his hands behind his back, contemplating whether to send a telegram to the headquarters to request a retreat. If he really sent a telegram requesting a retreat, it would make the Kwantung Army lose face. This would be a disgrace in front of the North China Front Army. But if he did not retreat, the end result would definitely be the total annihilation of the 4th Mixed Brigade. Because the combat power and strength displayed by the Independent Brigade are simply too strong. After pacing and thinking for a long time, Matsumoto Masakatsu slowly spoke, "You are right. Continuing to stay here will only increase casualties. You immediately send a telegram to the headquarters, stating that the situation at Haozhuang and Shuangta Temple positions is very critical, and the 4th Mixed Brigade requests to return to the original city to rest the troops." The brigade chief of staff was slightly taken aback, then nodded and said, "Yes. I will send a telegram to the headquarters immediately." Subsequently, a telegram was sent out from the command of the 4th Mixed Brigade. Chapter 404, Retreat. Original City. 1st Army Headquarters. Miyano-jun, Shinozuka Yoshio, Yamada Tsukiro, and others were discussing the combat response plan. The Independent Brigade had already captured the front positions of Guanxiang and Huangguoliang's grave, which posed a huge pressure on the Japanese puppet army in original city. The Independent Brigade was indeed coming in strong. At this moment, the adjutant Ikeda Yamashita walked in and looked at Shinozuka Yoshio and Yamada Tsukiro, saying, "Report. The 4th Mixed Brigade has sent a telegram." 4th Mixed Brigade. That is the elite unit of the Kanto Army responsible for the Haozhuang and Shuangta Temple positions. Now that the independent brigade was launching an attack, the pressure on the 4th Mixed Brigade must be immense. Shinozuka Yoshio was stunned and asked Ikeda Yamashita, "What did they say in the telegram?" Ikeda Yamashita replied, "The 4th Mixed Brigade sent a telegram reporting that the current situation at Shuangta Temple and Haozhuang positions is under tremendous attack pressure. And multiple sections of the defensive line have been occupied by the independent brigade. Now the Shuangta Temple and Haozhuang positions are facing a severe crisis. So they hope the headquarters can mobilize troops to reinforce the Shuangta Temple position. Or General Matsumoto Masakado hopes to withdraw to Original City to rest and prepare for the upcoming long-range defensive battle." Chapter 405, Suicide Squad. The news of the capture of the Guanxiang front position and Huang Guoliang's grave had already spread. Therefore, everyone in the independent brigade was aware of this news. It was uplifting and boosted morale. Zhang Depiao and Wang Chengzu felt they needed to capture the position as soon as possible, otherwise they would be embarrassed to face Brigade Commander Su Hua. After so many days of fierce fighting, the Japanese puppet army positions outside the South City and West City were already riddled with holes, suffering heavy losses. Especially as many bunkers and watchtowers had been basically blown up. However, even so, Zhang Depiao's troops were still unable to capture this position. They were always just a little short. After so many days of fighting, Zhang Depiao's troops had also suffered significant casualties. Although Su Hua had sent Wang Chengzu with an artillery regiment for reinforcement, they still had not captured the Japanese puppet army's position. After observing the battlefield situation, Zhang Depiao immediately said to Wang Chengzu, "Old Wang, without saying anything else, just bombard them with your artillery. I don't believe we can't take this position. This time, I will organize a suicide squad, and under your artillery fire, I will definitely take this position." Chapter 406, The Suicide Squad Charges. Capture the outer position of Original City. Every soldier present knew that this time, there was a high probability of no return. They were the Suicide Squad, and more importantly, they were warriors. Fearless warriors. There might be no chance of victory. But after victory, their names would definitely be remembered. Zhang Depiao shared a simple motivational speech with everyone present, feeling immense respect for them. After the speech, the 200 soldiers of the Suicide Squad entered the trench of the position, preparing to participate in the final assault. According to Zhang Depiao's plan, these 200 Suicide Squad soldiers were to break through the Japanese positions, like a sharp knife stabbing into the enemy's heart. Before the Suicide Squad charged, Wang Chengzu immediately mobilized all available artillery and unleashed a fierce bombardment on the Japanese puppet army's positions. Boom! 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 Shells continuously flew out, tracing a parabolic path in the air, then crashing down hard on the enemy's positions, causing a series of explosive sounds. Boom! 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 Fire soared into the sky. The rumbling sounds continued. Chapter 407, Incredible Achievements. The old Japanese are panicking. In this attack on the outer positions of Original City, the independent brigade also suffered considerable casualties. It can be said that the casualties of all attacking units at several positions had exceeded half. This shows that the cost of this attack on Original City is not small. Su Hua knew that the difficulty of taking Original City next was very high, which is why he had not mobilized the reserve troops. Otherwise, everything would have been too difficult. The pressure was immense. Zhu Yue said, "No matter what, we have now captured the outer positions of Original City, we can definitely take Original City." Su Hua nodded solemnly and said, "I hope so." After a pause, Su Hua looked at Zhu Yue and said, "Zhu Yue, convey my orders to all units, let them rest in place after capturing the positions, and await the next offensive orders. Now that we have captured the outer positions of Original City, our next focus is to attack Original City, which puts even more pressure on us. We need to adjust our troops." Zhu Yue responded loudly, "Yes." Subsequently, Su Hua's orders were conveyed. and all units began to rest in place. Time reached January 1st, 1939. Chapter 408, Yang Laoxi's attitude. Are the Jinsui army going to mobilize? Originally, the Japanese were still thinking about annihilating the independent brigade, but now they dared not hope for that. They just wanted to hold on to original city. Then, Shinozuka Yoshio, Miyano-jun, Yamada Tsukiro, Matsumoto Masakado, and others began to discuss and refine the upcoming city defense battle. This time, these old Japanese also planned to engage in a fight to the death with the independent brigade in a city defense battle. And the difficulty of the upcoming battles can be imagined. Now, various units of the independent brigade were quickly resting, while the logistics units were urgently transporting weapons and equipment to the front lines, preparing for the upcoming major battle. It must be said that during the independent brigade's attack on the outer defensive positions of original city, a large amount of artillery shells and bullets were used, consuming almost 2/3 of the total ammunition. If ammunition is not replenished in time, it is estimated that original city cannot be taken. Therefore, the replenishment of ammunition and other supplies will also take time. Taking advantage of this time, the independent brigade can rest. However, at this time, there was another person paying close attention to the situation of the original city campaign, and that person was Yang Laoxi. Chapter 409, Mobilization of the Jinsui Army. According to Zhao Daiwen's instructions, the troops should first be mobilized closer to original city, ready to strike at any moment. Once the independent brigade breaks through original city, the Jinsui army can take the opportunity to enter the city, and once they enter, they can stay indefinitely, allowing for plans to be made to return the Jinsui army to original city and retake it. As long as the Jinsui army enters Yuancheng, everything will be easier. Yang Laoxi felt that Zhao Daiwen's words made sense and nodded slightly, saying, "All right, since that's the case, let's mobilize the troops. I just wonder how the little devils will react when they know we are moving our troops." Zhao Daiwen smiled and replied, "What reaction can they have? We are not going to attack them right away. We will only take action when the balance of victory completely tilts towards the independent brigade. Therefore, we still hold the initiative. If the little devils end up winning, we haven't attacked them, so there is still room for negotiation. So we don't need to worry about the little devils making trouble for us, because we have the initiative." Chapter 410, Is Chu Yunfei going to help out? The main attack plan for the Yuancheng campaign. Moving the troops to a position so close to Yuancheng in Huanglong town does not count as launching an attack on Yuancheng. This left Chu Yunfei somewhat stunned. However, the clever Chu Yunfei quickly reacted, "I see now." Fang Ligong was taken aback and asked, "Commander, do you mean?" Chu Yunfei calmly said, "When the clam and the snipe fight, the fisherman benefits. Now that the independent brigade and the little devils are fighting fiercely, our Jinsui army might be able to reap the benefits." Fang Ligong, being a smart man, naturally understood Chu Yunfei's meaning. As a local warlord, the Jinsui army must consider its own interests. Although Chu Yunfei is a soldier loyal to the country, he is still a warlord at heart. So he must consider the interests of the Jinsui army. Fang Ligong looked at Chu Yunfei and asked, "Commander, shall we immediately mobilize the troops to Huanglong town?" Chu Yunfei nodded, "Yes, set off immediately. If there is an opportunity, our 358th Regiment must help out." Fang Ligong understood. Subsequently, the 358th Regiment immediately set off toward Huanglong town. Chapter 411, Does the Jinsui army want to steal the fruits of victory? Su Hua, impossible. This time, Yang Laoxi and the Jinsui army mobilized more than 20,000 elite troops close to Yuancheng, which is not a small number. After all, the current strength of the Jinsui army is not too many. Moreover, this time they mobilized the main elite troops. Quite ambitious. Upon hearing this news, everyone present was taken aback. They clearly did not expect the Jinsui army to actually send troops. However, everyone understood, this time the Jinsui army's deployment was surely not with good intentions. They did not believe that the Jinsui army would come to assist them in attacking Yuancheng. Li Yunlong smiled and said, Yang Laoshi really knows how to choose the timing. We have just eliminated the Japanese puppet troops around Yuancheng. And their Jinsui army only moves now. Ding Wei then spoke up. The Jinsui army's deployment at this time is definitely not to help us fight the little devils attacking Yuancheng. They probably want to fish in troubled waters, or sit back and reap the benefits. Su Hua's gaze fell on the map at the location of Huanglong town. And then he slowly said, what can be confirmed now is that the Jinsui army's deployment this time is naturally a wait-and-see attitude.